Chapter 1. The Seed of the Dantian. A searing heat surged through the Dantian, and Zhou Qianming suddenly opened his blurred eyes, struggling to sit up. The world before him appeared hazy, with everything fragmented and indistinct. That burning sensation dissipated rapidly, vanishing without a trace in an instant. What on earth? Where am I? As Zhou Qianming's vision gradually regained focus, he beheld vast expanses of forest, lush and vibrant, a veritable sea of green. A throbbing pain echoed in his head, as if it had been cleaved open. In a daze, he sensed something flowing into his mind, chaotic and tumultuous, reminiscent of memories slowly merging within his consciousness. Finally, Zhou Qianming regained his composure and began to organize his thoughts. This was a wholly different world, known as the Huilin Empire. In his original world, he had spent over 20 years attempting to locate and unlock the so-called divine pulse, the Qilin pulse. However, his efforts had triggered a taboo, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated him. Fortunately, his soul had not perished, and he found himself transported to this new realm. Through this body, Zhou Qianming gleaned considerable information. The original owner of this body also bore the name Zhou Qianming and was an outer disciple of the Tianlan Pavilion, accompanying fellow disciples to the Langmo mountain range in search of spiritual mines. Spiritual mines are a type of mixed mineral resource that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, coveted across the entire continent. These mines come in various types, each with distinct attributes, generally categorized into ordinary, superior, extraordinary, spiritual, and supreme. Each grade varies in quality, shape, and efficacy. Spiritual mines can be divided into two categories. One that can be directly refined, known as soft mines, and the other that requires calcination to become usable, referred to as hard mines. Most minerals fall under the category of hard mines, yet those with formidable strength can bypass this standard, catalyzing them into energy for their own cultivation. Among the myriad types of spiritual mines, some belong to the extraordinary category, such as the Phoenix Flame Yang mine, a primary component in crafting Flame Yang essence, and the Dragon Sand Black mine, renowned for its stability and formidable destructive power, often utilized in military endeavors. The Langmo mountain range spans the Huilin Empire, rich in resources and teeming with magical beasts, a realm of both peril and opportunity. However, during this expedition, Zhou Qianming and his companions were besieged by high-tier magical beasts, with nearly half of their group falling victim to the beast's claws, while the rest scattered in disarray, their fates uncertain. Zhou Qianming shook his head in resignation. What a predicament! I, who have roamed the world with such bravado, never anticipated ending up in such a state. Truly, the heavens have a peculiar sense of humor. Alas, it is also my ill fortune. In his previous life, Zhou Qianming had thrived, living with an open heart and a character that adapted to circumstances, believing that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. After a cursory examination of this body, Zhou Qianming's brow furrowed in concern. What kind of wretched vessel was this? He had never encountered such an utterly useless physique. It was hardly suitable for cultivation. Was the heavens truly intent on tormenting him? To let him suffer in this way was one thing, but to bestow upon him such a body was cruel indeed. The cultivation laws of this world were divided into several realms: body refinement, the three transformations, the dust separation realm, the heaven and earth refining abyss, the divine dual realm, and the mysterious realm. The three transformations encompass the body transformation, pulse transformation, and soul transformation. The heaven and earth refining abyss includes the earth abyss and sky abyss realms. The divine dual realm consists of the divine wilderness and divine travel realms. Altogether, there are 10 realms, each with 10 levels. This body, only 15 years of age, had merely reached the second level of the body refinement stage, while peers of the same age had long surpassed the 5th level. No wonder he was regarded as an outer disciple. He was seen as a typical failure, characterized by a weak and ineffectual personality, the kind that couldn't even muster a peep with 3 sticks. Thus, who else could they bully if not him? Whenever someone was in a foul mood, they would take it out on him. And indeed, it proved effective. He often found himself inexplicably beaten, bearing the bruises of their ire. During this resource-seeking expedition, he had been placed at the forefront, a perilous position, making him the ideal cannon fodder, cheap and expendable. Damn it, this fellow is truly disappointing. Thank goodness we share the same name, otherwise I would be utterly humiliated. Well, seeing as you aren't entirely unattractive, I shall lend you a hand and ensure that our names echo throughout the world. A warm current surged through his lower abdomen, and Zhou Qianming suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, followed by elation. This sensation, was it not the Qiling pulse being unlocked? I might have stumbled into fortune through misfortune, having opened the Qiling pulse. This trip was not in vain. Zhou Qianming laughed maniacally, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable fervor. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the tumult within, gradually extending his awareness into the depths of the Dantian, where he discovered a purple sprout burgeoning at the Guanyuan acupoint, the commonly referred to energy reservoir of the Dantian. The purple sprout bore no remarkable differences from an ordinary seedling, save for an enigmatic purple hue enveloping it. Moreover, intricate patterns could be faintly discerned within the sprout, akin to a rare treasure, captivating in its allure. Is this what is referred to as a pulse sprout? Indeed, it is no ordinary object, Zhou Qianming exclaimed with delight, promptly channeling the mental techniques he had mastered in his previous life to draw upon the energy surrounding him. In this world, qi served as the unit of energy, and individuals engaged in relentless cultivation, striving to absorb and store as much qi as possible to facilitate breakthroughs in their levels. Strands of qi began to flow into Zhou Qianming's body, gradually coalescing in his dantian and infusing the small sprout within. Damn it, can it be a bit more forceful? Is this all I can absorb? No wonder my cultivation is progressing so slowly. Zhou Qianming grumbled inwardly, feeling disgruntled. In his previous life, while he may not have been an unparalleled titan, he was undeniably a formidable figure, known as the Ancient Slaughterer. Now, to find himself reduced to this inconspicuous failure was a stark contrast that was hard to accept. As the purple sprout absorbed the qi energy, it began to pulsate gently, reveling in the nourishing essence of life. An hour later, the sprout ceased its intake of qi, and a glimmer of resplendent golden light erupted from the intricate patterns on its surface, gradually encircling the sprout. Moments later, the purple-gold radiance flourished, and the sprout burst forth from the soil like bamboo shoots after a rain, accompanied by a sudden surge of astonishing energy within Zhou Qianming, reverberating through his limbs and bones. That's more like it. Surge forth. Zhou Qianming activated the qi within his body, directing it to flow through his meridians. The long stagnant meridians within Zhou Qianming began to quiver as a substantial amount of qi permeated them, gradually converging into a singular force that struck out like thunder. Chapter 2, A Deception. Bang! 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 With the force of a battering ram, 3 muffled thuds resounded in succession, and Zhou Qianming was overjoyed. The Qiling pulse was indeed remarkable. It truly lived up to its reputation as a potent tool for cultivation. At this moment, Zhou Qianming had successfully ascended to the 5th level of the body refinement stage, yet the residual power from his breakthrough remained immense, suggesting that he could still push further. Within his dantian, the purple light radiated brilliantly, with qi continuously surging throughout his body. At this moment, the qi within him was nearing saturation, and a breakthrough to the next level was imminent. Is this the power of the Qiling pulse? It is truly formidable. And this is merely the nascent stage. What would it be like if it reached the legendary mature phase? Zhou Qianming marveled, his earlier frustrations dissipating. The impact of the Qiling pulse on him was monumental, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual herbs or minds. Had he awakened such a pulse in his previous life, he would have already dominated the world. With this thought, Zhou Qianming felt invigorated, embracing his reincarnation with fervor. After all, possessing a cultivation artifact meant that sweeping through the world was merely a matter of time. The Qiling pulse, truly a blessing from his past life. With a resounding thud, the shackles of the 6th level of body refinement finally shattered, and a torrent of qi surged within him, filling him with newfound strength. Zhou Qianming opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, and everything appeared strikingly clear. Following 4 consecutive breakthroughs, his body underwent some transformation. His once dull eyes sparkled with vitality, and a righteous aura filled his gaze. With the birth of Qi from the heavens, nourishing all things, Zhou Kaiming's muscle cells grew rapidly, his limbs becoming more robust. Zhou Qianming flexed his limbs, throwing a series of punches into the air, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Now this feels right. The original body was so frail, hardly resembling a man. Yet, this physique's cultivation talent is not too shabby with some practice. It can certainly hold its own. The air in the mountains was refreshingly pristine, prompting Zhou Qianming to inhale deeply, soothing his mind and spirit. Retaining memories from his previous life, Zhou Qianming recalled several important techniques. He gently closed his eyes and began to practice a technique known as the 10,000 Transformations Heart Sutra, designed to enhance the practitioner's spiritual awareness and perceptive abilities. In this world, the rankings of techniques are arranged from highest to lowest as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. The majority of techniques belong to the yellow tier, while the profound tier is notably rare. Generally, a family or sect may possess 1 or 2 profound techniques, sufficient to assert dominance. Earth-tier techniques are even scarcer, found only among significant powers or sections. The Tianlan sect's martial workshop houses a mid-level Earth-tier technique. As for heaven-tier techniques, they're exceedingly rare. It is said that even the most renowned sects have little luck in encountering them. The 10,000 Transformations of the Mind is a martial technique that Zhou Qianming seized in his previous life. According to the terminology of this world, the technique is classified as mid-level within the Xian tier. As the 10,000 Transformations of the Mind commenced its operation, Zhou Kaiming's consciousness gradually spread through the mountainous region. Although the effectiveness was significantly diminished, all information within a 200-meter radius surrounding Zhou Qianming was absorbed into his mind. Fortunately, there are no magical beasts here. Otherwise, in my current state, it would take mere moments for them to end my life. Zhou Qianming mused, cautiously traversing the forest path, wary of any unforeseen complications. After a while, Zhou Qianming suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the unmistakable stench of blood. Instinctively holding his breath, he concealed himself, his nerves taut with anticipation. A low growl echoed through the air, and Zhou Qianming crouched behind a large tree, peering cautiously. He discovered a creature resembling a cross between a bear and a tiger, dozing off. Scattered around it were remnants of bloodied bones and torn garments, which appeared to belong to disciples of the Tianlan sect, indicating they had likely met with misfortune. Immediately, information flooded Zhou Kaiming's mind. The creature was a bear-tiger beast, classified as a second-tier magical beast, comparable to a human at the body refinement stage. Magical beasts are categorized into 10 tiers, paralleling human ranks. It is said that upon reaching the 10th tier, a magical beast enters the transformation realm, shedding its beastly form to assume a human guise. However, some magical beasts possess the ability to shapeshift through various arcane techniques, which is a different matter entirely. Within the magical beast, there exists a magical crystal, the tier of which is directly proportional to that of the beast. These unfortunate souls are truly out of luck. They have ended up in a magical beast's belly at such a young age, with no hope of a proper burial. Zhou Qianming nearly gasped in surprise upon noticing 2 figures concealed within the branches of a lush tree: his senior brother Lin Wanduan and Zhou Yunyao. The 2 individuals also recognized Zhou Qianming, their 3 pairs of eyes locking in mutual surprise. "You!" Zhou Yunyao exclaimed in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. Many disciples of the Tianlan sect harbored negative impressions of Zhou Qianming, particularly Lin Wanduan, who had often caused him trouble. However, Zhou Yunyao had a favorable impression of Zhou Qianming, though they were of the same age. Her prowess had reached the 8th level of body refinement. Unlike other disciples who maliciously slandered Zhou Qianming, she occasionally offered assistance. Moreover, Zhou Yunyao's beauty was striking, with fair skin, long black hair cascading to her waist, and an ethereal aura that captivated many disciples. "Qianming, could you do me a favor?" Lin Wanduan asked, a faint smile gracing his pale face as he spoke softly to Zhou Qianming. Zhou Qianming furrowed his brows. Fully aware of his senior brother's character, he suspected that Lin Wanduan might be up to no good. As if sensing Zhou Qianming's hesitation, Lin Wanduan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qianming, don't come near." His voice rang out startlingly in the stillness of the surroundings. The bear-tiger beast was roused, its large, bloodshot eyes glaring menacingly, filled with fury at being disturbed from its nap.
Chapter 3. Are you really that good for nothing? Zhou Yunyu was taken aback, her gaze towards Lin Wanduan filled with disdain, instinctively distancing herself from him. Such a person, whose only skill lies in deceit, is best kept at a distance. For one can never tell when he might stab you in the back. Lin Wanduan turned his head, offering a disingenuous smile to Zhou Yunyu, only to realize she was utterly indifferent to him. Leaving him utterly perplexed, I shouted to let the bear-tiger beast chase Zhou Qianming. We could seize this opportunity to escape. How could she not comprehend such simple reasoning? Women are truly troublesome. The bear-tiger beast roared ferociously and charged towards Zhou Qianming, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Zhou Qianming narrowed his eyes, unperturbed by the oncoming beast. Having lived for over 20 years in his previous life, he had faced countless battles. No matter how vast the disparity between opponents, he always managed to endure. This time would be no different. It was just a foolish monster, hardly a match for me. Is this kid accustomed to getting beaten? This is not human. If I were to land a blow, there would be nothing left but fragments. Lin Wanduan was left dumbfounded, muttering to himself. The bear-tiger beast charged forward with tremendous strides, its sharp teeth poised to shred Zhou Qianming to pieces. Yet, Zhou Qianming remained unfazed, unexpectedly sprinting towards the beast. Heaven help me. I, Zhou Qianming, have already died once. I cannot afford to die again. As Zhou Qianming neared the bear-tiger beast, he unleashed the full potential of the Wan Huan Yin Xin Jue in an instant. His spiritual awareness and insight surged, enhancing his reflexes accordingly. The moment the beast's claw whistled by, Zhou Qianming swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike with a degree of clumsiness yet remarkable agility. In the next moment, Zhou Qianming quickly pinpointed Lin Wanduan's location, pushing off the ground to leap into a tree. The current Zhou Qianming was no longer the same. The sixth level of body refining brought not just an increase in strength, but a significant enhancement in physical fitness across the board. With explosive power, he ascended the tree in mere strides, reaching for the bewildered Lin Wanduan, seizing him by the collar and forcefully yanking him down. Before Lin Wanduan could even comprehend what was happening, he plummeted from the tree with a resounding thud. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, pain radiating through his body. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. A massive paw gripped his head tightly, lifting him off the ground. Lin Wanduan nearly lost control of his bladder, with his nose nearly touching the bear-tiger beast's exposed fangs. The beast let out a thunderous roar from its throat, causing Lin Wanduan's eardrums to ring painfully. Overwhelmed by the terror, he lost control, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter defeat, trembling before losing consciousness. Fortunately, the bear-tiger beast was sated and showed no interest in such a large, pathetic creature. With a dismissive toss, it flung Lin Wanduan aside, letting out a roar before sauntering away. Zhou Yunyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced between the incapacitated Lin Wanduan and Zhou Qianming, finally whispering, "Excuse me, but are you really Zhou Qianming?" "Name unchanged. I am indeed Zhou Qianming," he replied with a smile. Truth be told, Zhou Yunyu was quite charming, a delicate maiden far surpassing the women of his previous world. Zhou Yunyu's complexion paled, her breath quickening, her mind clouded. The day had been overwhelming. The series of bloody scenes had deeply traumatized her, and witnessing Zhou Qianming's astonishing prowess shattered her previous perceptions. Leaving her utterly astonished, it was well known that Zhou Qianming was the infamous coward of Tianlan Pavilion, not only possessing dismal cultivation talent, but also being perpetually dazed and devoid of any semblance of masculinity. A source of annoyance even to dogs. Yet, in his past life, Zhou Qianming had been a figure of renown, brimming with confidence and indomitable spirit, a true iron-blooded man. Such unique charisma could not be erased even across 2 lifetimes. As he inhabited the body of this Zhou Qianming, subtle changes began to manifest. The once obscure aura had vanished, replaced by an unwavering integrity. Furthermore, the breaking of the spirit pulse and the increase in strength naturally bolstered his confidence, enhancing his aura even further. How have you suddenly transformed into a different person? Zhou Yunyu mused, realizing for the first time how distinctly unlike the cowardly Zhou Qianming she had known he was. Zhou Qianming beamed with radiant charm. Oh, then what do you perceive me to be? Their proximity intensified Zhou Yunyu's heartbeat, her pale cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she caught a whiff of his virility and raw essence. What was happening? He was undeniably Zhou Qianming, yet so unlike the one from Tianlan Pavilion. She felt utterly bewildered. You are Zhou Qianming, Zhou Yunyu stammered, suddenly finding her words faltering. What was this situation? Why was she feeling anxious? However, she had some questions. Why did you feign ignorance at Tianlan Pavilion? I truly do not understand. Chapter 4. An ambush turns into abuse. Zhou Qianming furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He had just traversed to this place today. What did he know? Yet, in Zhou Yunyu's eyes, his demeanor was utterly captivating. It is said that a man is most handsome when he is focused, and Zhou Qianming's pensive expression made her heart race. With a subtle smile, Zhou Yunyu remarked, if you don't wish to share, then don't. There is no need to fabricate excuses. Your current state is far superior to when you were at Tianlan Pavilion. Just maintain it like this. As they conversed atop the tree, they momentarily forgot about Lin Wanduan lying below, unconscious and unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Did the disciples accompanying us all meet with misfortune? Upon mentioning this, a shadow crossed Zhou Yunyu's face. It seems likely I personally witnessed at least half of them perish here. There may be others like us hiding in the mountains, but those mountains are too perilous. The chances of survival are slim. Do not fear, Zhou Qianming reassured. The mountains are vast. It is possible to find a way out eventually. Be why the way. I recall that senior brother Yunyu led us into the mountains. Where could he be? Indeed, Zhou Yunyu agreed, her expression contemplative. We haven't seen Yunyu since we ventured deeper into the mountains. Moreover, several hours had passed, and Tianlan Pavilion had yet to dispatch anyone for our rescue. Zhou Yunyu nodded, her face reflecting deep thought. Ha! This is all your fault. A sudden voice broke the silence, causing Zhou Qianming to raise an eyebrow and glance down at Lin Wanduan, who had regained his composure. His sinister eyes locked onto him. What do you mean? Zhou Qianming met his gaze with calm resolve. Lin Wanduan spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing just how roughly he had been thrown. I've heard whispers from several close inner disciples. It seems the presence of worthless individuals like you among the outer disciples has squandered precious cultivation resources, inciting the elders' ire. They used the pretext of seeking resources to send the outer disciples into the mountains. All in a bid to cleanse the ranks, he accused, pointing a finger at Zhou Qianming. Zhou Qianming nodded, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. Yes, that aligns with my thoughts. For the overall strength of the sect, some interests must be severed. However, they have gone too far. Expulsion from the sect would suffice, but to eradicate completely is excessive. How could this happen? The master would never commit such inhumane acts, Zhou Qianming. What do we do now? Zhou Yunyu exclaimed, her heart racing, her small hand instinctively grasping Zhou Qianming's. Lin Wanduan struggled to rise, his right hand discreetly reaching behind his waist to grip a dagger. He had awakened earlier and overheard their conversation in the tree, seething with jealousy. How dare Zhou Qianming converse with his goddess? Was he seeking death? Lin Wanduan maintained his composure, his tone devoid of any hint of malice. Zhou Qianming, amidst such peril in the mountains, how did you manage to survive? Zhou Qianming glanced at him, responding with a smile. I didn't hide. I'd rather lie down and sleep comfortably. Lin Wanduan caught the insinuation in his words, but remained calm. Stop pretending. You must have a way to escape the mountains. That strike you delivered earlier was quite powerful. You're definitely hiding your strength. Zhou Qianming descended from the tree, feigning helplessness. I didn't anticipate you would see through me. My strength has indeed increased significantly over the past few days. Why hide it? Are you playing the pig to eat the tiger? Lin Wanduan licked his lips, inching closer to Zhou Qianming, his right hand subtly retrieving the dagger from his waist. Ah, Lin, my dear brother. For so many years you've regarded me as a fool. Yet who would have thought you would act foolishly today? Zhou Qianming smiled, wearing an expression of utter innocence, devoid of any murderous intent. Yet, Lin Wanduan felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. Damn it, when did this kid notice? With a swift and decisive movement, Lin Wanjuan's eyes gleamed coldly as his wrist flicked and his arm shot forth like a sword. The blade aimed directly at Zhou Qianming's eye. The entire motion was executed seamlessly, flowing like water and executed with astonishing speed. Zhou Qianming, seasoned from countless battles, keenly absorbed every detail of this unfolding crisis. As Lin Wanjuan's hand reached for his lower back, Zhou Qianming's instincts kicked in. He had witnessed many underhanded tactics, yet this one was peculiarly blatant. It seemed that Lin Wanjuan's youth played a role in his inability to remain calm under Zhou Qianming's subtle provocation. Having been detected, why linger? He should have acted immediately, impetuous fool. Zhou Qianming focused intently on the advancing blade, silently channeling the Wan Huan Yin Xianju, a formidable technique from his previous life. This method is divided into 4 realms: minor completion, initial completion, intermediate completion, and major completion. Upon achieving minor completion, one's spiritual awareness expands to 500 meters, along with a significant enhancement in perception. At initial completion, the range extends to 1,000 meters, with a marked improvement in discernment. Intermediate completion allows for a 3,000-meter radius and the mastery of ultra-long vision. Major completion expands awareness to 10,000 meters, fully mastering ultra-long vision. Spiritual awareness is a reflection of one's perceptual abilities. Akin to insight but distinct in its connection to the mind, while insight relates to the body's muscular responses. By this measure, Zhou Qianming had yet to reach even minor completion. However, influenced by the Qi Ling vein and the activation of his techniques, his spiritual awareness had noticeably increased, expanding his perceptual range to 200 meters. Lin Wanjuan's speed was undeniably swift, yet it could not outpace Zhou Qianming's keen eyesight. Just as the dagger closed in within mere centimeters, Zhou Qianming executed a reverse palm strike from below, striking Lin Wanjuan's wrist with precision. Lin Wanjuan's arm jolted violently, the force causing the dagger to slip from his grip and fall to the ground. Zhou Qianming glanced downward, a smirk gracing his lips as he exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Zhou Yunyu, who stood frozen in fear, her delicate hands covering her mouth as she breathed heavily. Lin Wanjuan's expression was one of utter disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. He had suspected Zhou Qianming was concealing his true strength, yet the reality was even more astonishing. Was this luck a blessing or a curse? Chapter 5. Earth-level techniques. Zhou Qianming flashed a sinister smile at Lin Wanjuan's, and in the next heartbeat, his hand shot forth, grasping Lin Wanjuan's neck with an iron grip. Lin Wanjuan's immediately struggled to breathe, his hands flailing helplessly, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly unable to free himself. When did this fellow's strength become so formidable? Lin Wanjuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, his vision blurring as fatigue swept over him, his limbs feeling as heavy as lead, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. 6th stage of body refinement. What on earth? Lin Wanjuan's managed to choke out. Zhou Qianming's grip only tightened, adding more pressure. Lin Wanjuan ceased his struggles, his eyes rolling back until only the whites remained visible. His carotid artery had stilled, no longer pulsing. Zhou Qianming released his hold, and Lin Wanjuan's body collapsed to the ground like a deflated sack, unable to rise again. Is he dead? Zhou Yunyu asked cautiously, her gaze fixed on Zhou Qianming. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Qianming chuckled. Do not worry, he merely fainted. He shall awaken shortly. Lin Wanjuan's lay stiffly on the ground. His body began to cool. Zhou Yunyu nodded, falling silent. This journey had opened her eyes to the brutality of their world. The various bloodshed and terror had nearly driven her to the brink of despair. Most importantly, in such a harsh environment, the bonds of fellowship had fractured, leading to the slaughter of comrades who had lived together for years. Yet, she found solace in Zhou Qianming, sensing a rare warmth and reliability in him. Zhou Qianming began searching Lin Wanjuan's body, soon retrieving a Qinkuan bag from his pocket, containing several sets of techniques and a few gleaming gold coins. The Qinkuan bag could store various items, and in this world, the currency conversion equated 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, with 1 silver coin equal to 100 copper coins. Lin Wanjuan's years of savings had evidently fallen into Zhou Qianming's hands. As for those techniques, Zhou Qianming barely glanced at them before discarding them carelessly. These yellow-level techniques were hardly worth his attention. While sorting through his memories, he retained the techniques he had mastered in his previous life that wielded considerable power, including the Wan Hua Nian Xinju, the Right to Heaven Seal, and the Dragon Demon Fist technique. The Dragon Demon Fist technique was a close combat martial art, relatively ordinary, yet as proficiency and personal strength increased, it would unlock the dragon movement effect, significantly enhancing both speed and power, and it was not of low rank. Classified as intermediate in the mysterious tier within this world, the Right to Heaven Seal was even more remarkable, boasting a terrifying rank of low-level Earth tier. It is worth noting that Earth tier techniques are exceedingly rare. Those who can wield them are often prominent figures in empires or rare talents across the continent, truly formidable individuals. Zhou Qiming was well acquainted with this powerful offensive technique. It differed from ordinary techniques, possessing far greater might, yet required extensive charging time and considerable energy expenditure before being unleashed, making it potent but necessitating cautious use. Zhou Qiming's trump card, however, was even more precious than these three exceptional techniques. The Qi Ling Vein. Revered as a divine vein, the Qi Ling Vein had been sought after by countless dragons and tigers, and Zhou Qiming, having obtained it by chance, had suffered the wrath of the flames that consumed him, leading to his reincarnation. Just how many secrets did this divine vein hold? Only time would reveal the answers as Zhou Qiming continued to explore its depths, seeing him discard the techniques like refuse. Zhou Yunyu was taken aback. You just tossed those aside without a second thought? Why should I bother? If you want, I can fetch you a whole pile of them, Zhou Qiming replied. Zhou Yunyu scrutinized Zhou Qiming from head to toe. His behavior today was decidedly unusual. Could it be that his first encounter with such danger had driven him to the brink of insanity? His demeanor, aura, and even the tone of his speech seemed transformed, leaving her utterly perplexed. Moreover, while the yellow-level techniques were at the bottom of the hierarchy, they still possessed exceptional potential if cultivated properly. Only inner disciples and direct apprentices at Tianlan Pavilion could access the high-level techniques within the martial workshop, enjoying abundant training resources. Meanwhile, outer disciples would fight tooth and nail for a single yellow-level technique, and this fellow had never been part of that equation before. So why was he so nonchalant now? Night is falling. We should find a place to rest, Zhou Qiming declared, turning to leave without a backward glance. Wait for me, Zhou Yunyu exclaimed, momentarily stunned before hastening to catch up. She had no idea if she would find her way out of the mountains following Zhou Qiming. Yet deep down, she felt a sense of security in his presence, an inexplicable trust that she had never felt around someone like Lin Wanjuan's. The night in the Wolf Demon Mountain Range was chillingly cold, with the wind howling from all directions, and the withered branches and fallen leaves rustled ominously, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Zhou Qiming glanced back at Zhou Yunyu, who was shivering behind him, her cheeks flushed and her teeth chattering like a little groundhog. With a resigned shake of his head, he tossed his outer garment to her. Oh, thank you, Zhou Yunyu exclaimed gratefully, hurriedly putting on Zhou Qiming's coat. A wave of warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a hint of a wild scent that made her cheeks flush even more, igniting a sense of bashfulness within her. Looking up, she saw Zhou Qiming, clad in thin clothing, walking ahead with a calm profile and tightly pressed lips, exuding a sense of determination. Zhou Yunyu's face was flushed, and she parted her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. As night fell, Zhou Qiming found a sheltered spot from the wind, kindled a fire, and the orange glow illuminated Zhou Yunyu's delicate features, casting a spell of enchantment upon her. Zhou Qiming was taken aback. The girl possessed quite the charm, her smooth, flawless legs a testament to her beauty. Iti merely 15 or 16 years of age. She was a budding beauty, who could say how stunning she might become as she matured. These girls here are quite lovely, definitely to my taste, Zhou Qiming mused. Seeing Zhou Qiming's expression shift between various emotions, Zhou Yunyu grew concerned at what's wrong. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Qiming snapped back to reality, chuckling, nothing, just lost in thought for a moment. Zhou Yunyu responded with a dubious "oh," continuing to warm herself by the fire. Perhaps she was simply hungry. Her soft tongue inadvertently licked her lips, igniting a fire in Zhou Qiming's heart as he quickly turned his head away, reciting a mantra to himself. The night wind howled. The flames danced wildly, and in the distance, something glimmered like phosphorescence. Zhou Qiming rose, saying, I'll see if there are any wild fruits nearby. We could use something to eat. All right, Zhou Yunyu nodded obediently, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance as she watched Zhou Qiming depart. Zhou Qinming felt an unusual sensation toward the phosphorescence, and with his exceptional insight, he was convinced that something strange lay ahead. Chapter 6. The spirit mine as darkness enveloped the land. Zhou Qinming ascended a high peak, catching glimpses of silver light flickering intermittently on the mountainside, creating an air of mystery to long last. When Zhou Qinming ascended to the rocky ledge halfway up the mountain, he found himself rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before him. A cavern of unfathomable depth lay ahead, within which stood numerous prism-like crystalline formations. These crystals shimmered in a lustrous silver hue, their edges adorned with minute fragments of diamond that sparkled brilliantly. Refracting a resplendent light, wisps of silvery mist swirled around the crystals, creating an ethereal haze. At the core of the crystalline structure, a small block of pale purple material could be discerned, emanating a palpable energy from within. What on earth is this? Zhou Qinming pondered, unable to discern its nature despite his accumulated knowledge from 2 lifetimes. Wait a moment, could these possibly be the so-called spirit mines? Zhou Qinming raised an eyebrow as fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. In this world, spirit mines were a type of mixed mineral resource that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, categorized into soft and hard varieties. The rankings, from lowest to highest, were mundane, superior, exceptional, spiritual, and supreme. However, how to distinguish their properties remained a mystery to Zhou Qinming. Touching them should be harmless, right? With a surge of courage, Zhou Qinming extended a finger and gently brushed against the crystal. The cool sensation, laced with a slight tingling, traveled through his fingertip, and he could distinctly feel the energy radiating from the crystal's core. This is a remarkable treasure. If utilized properly, it could serve as a formidable tool for cultivation. I must take it back to Zhou Yunyu. Her experience in this world surpasses mine, and she might just uncover a hidden gem. Zhou Qinming rubbed his hands together excitedly and drew a dagger, swiftly slicing off a piece. This dagger was the very one Lin Wanduan had covertly gifted him, which Zhou Qinming had cleverly appropriated in no time. Zhou Qinming had excavated around 10 pieces of crystal, carefully stowing them in his Qinkuan bag. That little girl is all alone. I hope she doesn't encounter any ill-intentioned individuals. It's perilous in these desolate mountains. Zhou Qinming quickened his pace, anxiety for Zhou Yunyu beginning to creep into his heart. How strange. I am not particularly close to her, yet I find myself constantly thinking about her. Am I developing an interest in this young girl who seems so naive and unworldly? Meanwhile, Zhou Yunyu waited restlessly, boredom turning into anxiety as time dragged on. The chilling winds made her instinctively huddle closer to the fire, wrapping her arms around her knees in a shiver. Among the outer disciples of Tianlan Pavilion, she was considered a paragon, a goddess adored by many, yet here she felt utterly fragmented, her image shattered and in disarray. An undeniably humiliating predicament. Who is there? Zhou Yunyu's sharp ears caught the sound of grass being crushed underfoot. She looked up to see Zhou Qinming's familiar figure, his ever-warm smile radiating a gentle warmth, a large cluster of purplish-red wild fruits dangling from his hand, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Uve finally returned? Zhou Yunyu sighed in relief, opening her arms to envelop Zhou Qinming. Zhou Qinming was taken aback for a moment, then embraced her back, a delicate fragrance wafting from her hair, invigorating his senses. Where did you find this? Zhou Yunyu held a piece of crystal in her small hands, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Just picked it up casually. Have you seen this before? Zhou Qinming inquired, feeling a surge of exhilaration himself, noticing her expression as if she had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Casually? Zhou Yunyu exhaled softly. This is a spirit essence mine, classified as a soft mine. You might not recognize it, but for us cultivators, it is considered a fine spiritual herb. Zhou Yunyu delicately caressed the spirit essence mine, explaining. Statistically, 70% of spirit mines are hard mines, 25% are soft mines, and the remaining 5% exist as hybrids. Finding a soft mine indicates a significant stroke of luck. Professional miners typically yield a ratio of 1 soft to 3 hard mines, yet you've managed to acquire a whole batch. Wait, what is a hybrid? Zhou Qinming asked, curious. It's a mixture of both soft and hard mine properties, either a superior gem or a genuine waste product. How can you be unaware of this? Zhou Qinming chuckled, pinching a piece of spirit essence mine and saying, I only know that soft mines can be directly refined and absorbed. Thus, I shall give it a try. Zhou Yunyu gasped in alarm, urging, No. Most soft mines require filtration. With your current abilities, you won't be able to withstand the energy. Yet Zhou Qiming merely smiled and shook his head, confident not out of recklessness, but from his discerning eye, recognizing that this spirit mine could indeed be managed. With a sharp crack, Zhou Qiming crushed the spirit essence mine in his palm, and a surge of purple mist erupted, enveloping his hand. A shockwave radiated outward, transforming into a powerful gust of wind that howled as it swept away. Zhou Qiming narrowed his eyes, calmly observing his palm, while Zhou Yunyu shielded her face with her hands, her long hair billowing wildly in the wind. When the tempest finally subsided, a vibrant purple glow remained in Zhou Qiming's grasp, fragments from the shattered crystals littering the ground. Zhou Yunyu's eyes widened in astonishment as the purple light reflected in her gaze. Zhou Qiming spread his fingers, successfully extracting the essence core from the soft mine. Chapter 7. Consecutive breakthroughs. I can scarcely believe it. You have refined a spirit mine with your bare hands. I underestimated you. Zhou Yunyu remarked playfully, her delicate fingers brushing through her tousled hair. This level of soft mine is merely of mundane quality. Refining it is an effortless task. Zhou Qiming boasted, though internally he was taken aback by the considerable explosive force it unleashed, leaving his shoulder tingling. The sole distinction between soft and hard mines lies in the fact that soft mines can be refined into cores on the spot with one's own strength, albeit with stringent requirements for one's capabilities. Hard mines, conversely, necessitate tools or the expertise of professional miners, undergoing specific methods for processing into cores, often resulting in a loss of energy during the procedure. Nonetheless, many still covet these, as who wouldn't desire a bounty of energy? Zhou Qiming pinched the core between his fingers, akin to holding a firefly, and said to Zhou Yunyu, I shall give it a try now. Zhou Yunyu nodded, her interest piqued. Zhou Qiming took one last glance at the core before tossing it into his mouth. The core dissolved into a cool liquid upon entering his throat, racing through his body and instantly releasing waves of vitality that infused his limbs and coursed through his meridians into his dantian. Replenishing his spent energy, the veins of the crying spirit pulse within him suddenly surged with excitement, rhythmically pulsating. Zhou Qiming felt a delightful shiver run through him. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. It felt as if a cool spring coursed through his being. The greatest advantage of low-grade spirit mines is their high neutrality. They contain minimal volatile elements and do not require supplementary neutralizing herbs. In contrast, extracting energy from high-grade and spiritual mines, whether hard or soft, often necessitates numerous neutralizing herbs, or else the success rate and quality of refinement would plummet 80 times. Acquiring those herbs proves more laborious than procuring a spirit mine itself. The liquid core was completely refined within Zhou Qiming's body, with a substantial portion absorbed by the crying spirit pulse in his dantian, significantly narrowing the gap to the 7th layer of body refinement. What a thrill! Zhou Qiming relished the experience. This direct approach to cultivation was a first for him, truly remarkable. Yunyu, my dear, it's your turn now. Zhou Qiming laughed heartily, pouring all the spirit essence mines from his Qinkuan bag, ready to showcase his skills. What a madman! Zhou Yunyu rolled her eyes at him, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. Within Tianlan Pavilion, Elder Wu Mufeng sat in the elder's seat, his gray robe accentuating his gaunt frame. His pair of eyes remained perpetually shrouded in the shadows cast by his nose and brow. Instilling a sense of unease, Elder Wu, inner sect disciple Song Xiling seeks an audience, entered. Wu Mufeng's voice was smooth yet unsettling, akin to damp cotton clogging one's ears, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Discipled Song Xiling, at your service. A young man of average build entered, his short hair cut close, eyes electrifying, and limbs robust. Clearly a practitioner of martial arts. Wu Mufeng nodded, stating, all outer disciples have set out to the mountains in search of spirit mines. Your task is to oversee them, ensure none are slacking off and that nothing is overlooked. Song Xiling immediately understood. As the eldest among the inner disciples, he was privy to some insider information. Tianlan Pavilion could no longer tolerate the group of idlers. Several days had passed since their departure, yet none of the outer disciples had returned to the sect. Most likely, they had perished on the streets or become prey for magical beasts. However, necessary precautions must still be taken. To prevent any mishaps, Tianlan Pavilion entrusted him with the search, a clear sign of their trust. This also provided an opportunity for self-training. How thoughtful of the elder. Understood. Song Xiling saluted Wu Mufeng with a fist, then strode confidently out, as an inner disciple and the eldest among them. His strength was formidable. At just over 20 years of age, he had already reached the 5th layer of the pulse transformation stage, surpassing some of the reserve elders. His future prospects were bright, and with diligent training, he could undoubtedly become a powerful figure. Zhou Qiming summoned all the vital energy within him, advancing along a specific pathway. With the 7th level of the body refinement realm merely a barrier, he was on the verge of breaking through. Charge! Zhou Qiming initiated the first surge, countless threads of vital energy converging into a sharp arrow, ruthlessly striking at the center of the barrier. Yet, the barrier appeared unyielding, the assault proving largely ineffective, resembling an existence as solid as a fortress. Humph! I refuse to believe you can withstand this for long. Zhou Qiming revealed a hint of disdainful mirth. Could such meager defenses truly hinder me? Soon enough, I shall overcome you. After a brief respite, Zhou Qiming rallied his strength once more, absorbing another spirit element mind core into his body. The core transformed into a crystalline energy, merging with Zhou Qiming, continuing to convert into vital energy and assaulting the barrier. With the spirit element mind core, Zhou Qiming felt no trepidation regarding his advancement. It was akin to acquiring a ceaselessly replenishing force, providing a constant supply of vital energy. Again, Zhou Qiming launched another attack, the torrents of vital energy crashing against the barrier like a formidable fist, relentless in their hammering. At last, the barrier's defenses faltered, revealing several visible cracks, and threads of vital energy began to seep through. Akin to a flood threatening to breach a dam, with a thundering crash, the barrier shattered, the vital energy surged inside, filling the surroundings with pure energy. In just a couple of days, Zhou Qiming ascended from the 2nd to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Such terrifying cultivation speed surpassing, even obliterating, all his peers. It was akin to soaring through the sky on a rocket. With his current strength and cultivation pace, he was utterly incomparable to the inner disciples of the Tianlan sect. Zhou Qiming opened his eyes, stowing away a collection of refined mind cores into his cosmic bag for future use. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunyu remained engrossed in her cultivation, a faint lavender mist swirling around her. Why has it taken so long? Zhou Qiming furrowed his brow, a twinge of worry creeping into his heart. Just then, the energy in the surrounding air began to grow chaotic, producing waves of scorching currents that raced through this domain. Chapter 8. Worthless scum deserve to die. Zhou Qiming narrowed his eyes, focusing on Zhou Yunyu. As the searing currents radiated from her, whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind erupted, a wave of heat sweeping through, shattering the surrounding dead branches and leaves into fine ash, scattering into the air. Even Zhou Qiming was pushed back a couple of steps. This energy was astonishingly potent. This girl's cultivation is indeed terrifying. She is truly the leader among the outer disciples. Has she broken through? A melodic voice emerged as Zhou Yunyu awakened from her meditation, a flush of excitement gracing her cheeks. She had just achieved the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Although Zhou Yunyu still had a considerable distance to cover for the next breakthrough, Zhou Qiming had refined numerous spirit element mind cores, ensuring a generous supply for both of them. With such abundant cultivation resources, how could one worry about the pace of advancement? The next breakthrough was clearly within reach. Zhou Yunyu exhaled lightly, her flowing robe billowing without wind, revealing her delicate, fair legs, as she casually swept aside her bangs. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, her unadorned forehead and exquisite face radiant in simplicity, leaving Zhou Qiming utterly captivated. What's wrong? Zhou Yunyu playfully twisted a strand of hair into a bun, smiling as she inquired. It's nothing. Zhou Qiming snapped back to reality, silently musing that this girl's ethereal beauty and remarkable strength should not be underestimated. Such a clean demise. Song Xiling gripped a long sword, clad in black, traversing the mountains alone. Along the way, he encountered numerous stark white bones, the blood long dried and turned a deep purple-black, most of which were incomplete, with many shattered fragments buried beneath the excrement of magical beasts. The sight was utterly gruesome. Sheathing his sword, Song Xiling prepared to return, having faced many magical beasts on his journey, yet fortunately, they were all merely ordinary first-tier beasts, no match for him. He temporarily relaxed his vigilance, yet his keen, Hawk-like eyes continued to scan the surroundings for any unforeseen threats. Humph, such a ruthless method of dealing with the weak is truly commendable. Old Wu certainly has a knack for it. His usual decisive demeanor appreciated this clean and brutal approach. A group of useless scum. What purpose do they serve? The Tianlan sect absorbed disciples from the outside, those with exceptional strength and potential, as well as those from prominent families, all entering the inner circle. While the eliminated ones naturally became outer disciples. The Tianlan sect may not be vast, but it has produced many outstanding individuals, primarily among the inner disciples, including all the direct disciples. As for the outer disciples, they were a mixed bag, their strengths varied, akin to dog meat buns, hardly worthy of mention. Moreover, with Zhou Qiming emerging as an exceptionally powerful figure, he significantly contributed to further diminishing the overall quality of the outer disciples. Yet, even among the outer disciples, some exceptional talents emerged, such as Zhou Yunyu and Lin Wanduan. However, Wu Mufeng still did not allow Zhou Yunyu to join the inner circle. Although she possessed some talent, her qualifications were still insufficient, and her background was complicated and lowly. Did she think she could enter the inner circle just like that? Dream on, board. Song Ziling's attention was drawn to a figure lying beneath a large tree. He heightened his vigilance, the robust vital energy within him beginning to swirl, ready to attack at a moment's notice. A chill night breeze dislodged a leaf, which landed on Lin Wanduan's nose. Song Ziling's hawk-like eyes, hidden in the shadows, were fixed on him, and with a sharp sound, he unsheathed his long sword, gripping it tightly. Lin Wanduan lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life, a faint stench of decay wafting toward Song Ziling's nostrils. Something is amiss. Song Ziling's heart raced as he kicked Lin Wanduan's body, flipping it over to reveal his neck, clearly marked with 5 distinct finger imprints. In a way, he was killed by someone. Song Ziling's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Lin Wanduan, puzzled by how this boy had met his end here. The body appeared relatively intact, not the work of a magical beast but rather a human act. Song Ziling's pupils contracted as scenes flashed through his mind like a film reel. The outer disciples had been attacked, panicking and engaging in conflict, leading to infighting. He speculated that not all outer disciples had perished, there were still survivors. A confident smile crept across his face as he gripped his long sword, following the trail deeper into the fray. Worthless scum deserve to die. Zhou Qiming, do you truly believe the Tianlan sect will stop at nothing to eradicate us? Absolutely. When dealing with troublesome characters, a swift and decisive approach is essential. Moreover, eliminating burdens that drag down the sect is equally important, and there is no need for hands-on involvement. They can simply claim it was an unfortunate accident, giving them justification both ways. How could this be? Zhou Yunyu pressed her lips together, deeply pained. As an orphan, she had been alone for years, living in the Tianlan sect for over a decade, treating it as her home. And now she could not fully accept the suddenness of it all. Zhou Qiming shook his head dismissively. The struggle for interests was fiercely intense, often built upon the corpses of countless pawns. How could this girl not grasp that? The Tianlan sect was playing a deep game. Just wait, I will repay you tenfold. Zhou Qiming declared fiercely, a glint of phosphorescence flashing in his eyes. Zhou Yunyu gasped. You plan to take revenge on the Tianlan sect? Do you realize how immense their power is? At your current state, you would be walking to your doom. Zhou Qiming remained unfazed. Indeed, I intend to exact vengeance on the Tianlan sect, slaying all who look down upon me. Zhou Yunyu scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Burn down all the buildings of the Tianlan sect? Zhou Yunyu sneered. Sleep with all the beautiful girls in the Tianlan sect? Zhou Yunyu's expression froze, her sharp gaze piercing through. As dawn broke, the dark clouds receded, and the orange-red light of morning illuminated the sky with a blood-red hue. The distant peaks emerged from the mist, and suddenly, Zhou Yunyu exclaimed joyfully, "Over there! It's Eagle Peak!" Chapter 9. Wolves ahead, tigers behind Eagle Peak is a towering mountain, its unique shape resembling 2 eagle wings, majestic as they seem to soar. Due to its odd formation, Eagle Peak often serves as the boundary between the Wolf Demon Mountain Range and the nearby town. Once one reaches Eagle Peak, they can surely exit the mountains. Zhou Qiming gazed into the distance, spotting Eagle Peak, yet the 2 locations were far apart, likely not reachable in a day or 2. Song Ziling halted behind a rocky outcrop, where a pile of extinguished campfires lay scattered. alongside dried fruit shells and a ground strewn with glistening shards. What is this? Song Xiling picked up a handful of shards. Inspecting them repeatedly, his heart filled with suspicion. He was, of course, unaware that these were the residual waste left after refining spirit element Oregon. Once the core was extracted, the value of the entire ore diminished greatly. TCH, let us see how far you can run. Song Xiling smirked sinisterly, his figure flashing as he continued the pursuit. As Zhou Qiming walked, he inquired, "Little girl, who truly holds power in the Tianlan sect? Hmm? You don't even know this? It's hard to believe you've lived in the Tianlan sect for over a decade." Zhou Yunyu cast a glance at him, aware that within the Tianlan pavilion, the master held the highest authority. However, encountering the master proved to be a formidable challenge, as he was elusive, often seen only as a fleeting shadow. Even some elders were oblivious to his whereabouts. This time, the master intended to embark on a journey, leaving for 3 years, during which all matters, great and small, were entrusted to the Grand Elder, Wu Mufeng. It was likely that this decree originated from him. Zhou Qiming remarked with a hint of detachment, "How could that be? You are merely speculating." Before Zhou Yunyu could finish her retort, Zhou Qiming embraced her neck, covering her lips with his hand, and pressing her body against his chest. Startled, Zhou Yunyu was taken aback by his sudden intimacy, questioning his intentions. In the desolate mountains, devoid of human presence, was it possible he harbored ill intentions? Humph, he certainly did not appear to be a virtuous individual. She attempted to push Zhou Qiming away, yet her lack of previous contact with any man, coupled with his overwhelming masculine aura, ignited a flurry of emotions within her, rendering her bashfully flustered. For a moment, she found herself devoid of strength, and to her astonishment, a flicker of joy emerged within her. What was happening to me? Zhou Yunyu's heart raced, her cheeks flushed crimson. Stealing a sidelong glance, she noticed Zhou Qiming's brow furrowed. A look of panic etched across his face. Confused, she then heard a peculiar rustling sound nearby. Above them lay a mountain cave, housing an extraordinarily peculiar giant insect, measuring 3 meters in length. Its appearance resembled that of a cicada, with a golden exoskeleton and stout, claw-like appendages adorned with fine hairs. 8 in total. 2 nearly transparent wings were folded against its back, and one of its 4 round eyes was wide open. It was evident that their conversation had disturbed the creature, causing its abdominal membranes to emit a rustling noise. Due to the terrain, the giant insect had not yet spotted them, as they hid within a shallow ditch. Daring not to make a sound, Zhou Yunyu barely lifted her head before nearly bursting into tears, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth is that? Such a monstrous and hideous creature." The giant insect was known as the Jinjiamochan, classified as a third-tier entity. In terms of human rankings, it equated to the Emei realm. Frequently lurking at the edges of the mountains, it preyed upon lower-tier magical beasts and humans gathering herbs. For the borderlands had few natural enemies and abundant prey, making it a favored hunting ground for the Jinjiamochan. Fortuitously, the Jinjiamochan seemed drowsy, its open eye soon closing, and the rustling sound diminished significantly, though not utter a word. Zhou Qiming whispered urgently to his companion. Zhou Yunyu nodded, burying her head in Zhou Qiming's embrace, awaiting the unfolding events in silence. "Hey, you two miscreants, why aren't you fleeing?" A booming voice rang out, startling them both. 3 pairs of eyes met, revealing a figure clad in black standing 10 meters away, exuding an aura of malevolence. Wielding a long sword, a true harbinger of death, the Jinjiamochan emitted a low growl, reopening one of its previously closed eyes. "Oh my heavens, this can't be happening." Zhou Qiming gasped, feeling the weight of impending doom. "Tut-tut, lad, you're quite fortunate, aren't you? In these desolate mountains, you seem to have found some amusement, but I fear you'll never have the chance to enjoy it." Song Xiling sneered, his demeanor exuding arrogance as his gaze fixated on Zhou Yunyu. "This girl possesses quite the allure. Perhaps I should indulge myself before putting an end to her." Song Xiling grinned wickedly, malice oozing from his very being. The Jinjiamochan opened its second eye, its violet iris sharpening in focus. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, do not blame me for being ruthless. After all, it's your own incompetence that led to this." Song Xiling advanced step by step, oblivious to the lurking danger nearby. The rustling intensified from within the Jinjiamochan's abdomen, its remaining two eyes snapping open, glaring with intent. Song Xiling swung his sword, launching a rapid strike toward Zhou Qianming. An unstoppable force. Die. Chapter 10. The burden of labor suddenly, a massive insect plummeted from above, crashing down upon Song Xiling. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a damp appendage thrust into his throat, warm blood being siphoned away in great gulps. As he attempted to resist, he found himself immobilized, his long sword abandoned, a mere spectator to the unfolding horror. Let us go. Zhou Qianming sprang into action, seizing Zhou Yunyu and fleeing. In a daze, Zhou Yunyu murmured, "The Tianlan Pavilion truly seeks to slaughter its outer disciples." The Jin Jiamo Chan voraciously feasted upon Song Xiling, blood saturating him. In this critical moment, Song Xiling's survival instincts surged to their peak. His hands gripping the protruding feeding tube embedded in his neck, exerting immense strength to tear it asunder. Those capable of leading inner disciples were far from ordinary. Song Xiling, despite his mind slipping into unconsciousness, stood upright, a grotesque sight with a severed feeding tube protruding from his neck, blood flowing like a grotesque fountain, a truly horrifying visage. The Jin Jiamo Chan, struck with such force, was engulfed in agony, its claws trembling uncontrollably, its golden wings suddenly unfurled, its four eyes fixated on Song Xiling, filled with vengeance, seemingly intent on not resting until he was vanquished, having lost a significant amount of blood. Song Xiling leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, summoning all his energy to stave off the encroaching fatigue. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. That feeding tube was too perilous to tamper with. He could only rely on his energy to stimulate nearby acupoints, attempting to minimize blood loss. The Jin Jiamo Chan charged forward, its metallic claws poised to strike at Song Xiling's vital points. A glimmer of determination ignited in Song Xiling's dimmed eyes as he leaned forward, hands darting toward the Jin Jiamo Chan with lightning speed. Atop Eagle Peak, amidst swirling clouds, two ragged figures gazed down at the winding mountain paths and the rising smoke. Familiar yet long-forgotten sights. We've made it out. We're finally free, Zhou Qianming exclaimed, a mix of relief and awe. Zhou Yunyu nodded softly, her taut nerves finally unwinding. The events of the past few days had transformed her profoundly. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Fortuitously, Zhou Qianming's companionship had been her anchor. Without him, she would have never endured. Numerous horse-drawn carts laden with herbs and piles of spiritual or passed by, all of which were rather ordinary and inexpensive goods, primarily aimed at affluent families or influential clans. To ordinary folk, however, these were still considered precious commodities. A procession of laborers trudged past, their backs bent, leather straps slung over their shoulders, dragging carts filled with spiritual or at a slow pace. Most were impoverished individuals unable to afford sturdy horses, and some were slaves, even captives from enemy nations. Forced into servitude here. Let us find a place to rest properly, Zhou Qianming suggested, navigating toward a nearby and based on his memories. Zhou Yunyu furrowed her brow. You can't be serious about going to the Tianlan Pavilion, can you? Zhou Qianming nodded. Indeed. They tormented us multiple times. Are you eager to court death? Precisely for that reason, I must go. Zhou Qianming replied with a smile, his demeanor seemingly unfazed by the looming threat of the Tianlan Pavilion. Zhou Yunyu was left speechless, ultimately saying, I'll leave it to you. But I believe you're not the reckless type. In truth, Zhou Qianming harbored doubts himself. His strength had significantly waned in the past. He could have obliterated the Tianlan Pavilion with a mere flick of his finger, yet now, he had to weigh his options carefully, alone and lacking substantial backing. The Tianlan Pavilion loomed over him like a colossal entity. A head-on confrontation was out of the question due to the vast disparity in their strengths. The farther they ventured from the mountains, the larger the city became, throngs of people bustling about. With various inns and hotels lining the streets, in the distance stood a solitary peak, standing out among the towns, drawing attention. The locals were well aware that the Tianlan Pavilion was established atop this prominent peak, holding significant influence, arguably surpassing that of the empire itself. Inside an inn, Zhou Qianming produced a gold coin, addressing Zhou Yunyu. We are now at the foot of the Tianlan Pavilion. We cannot afford to be complacent in the face of danger. How about we share a room for mutual support? Go to hell. Zhou Yunyu's cheeks flushed, lips pouting as she tossed 2 gold coins and hurried upstairs. Oh Qiming shook his head in exasperation. "1 room, please." The innkeeper scratched his head. "The young lady's payment is sufficient for 2 rooms. Then bring some fine food and drink, and prepare 2 sets of clean clothes as well in the tranquil room." Zhou Qiming began familiarizing himself with the Dragon Demon Fist technique. He chose this particular martial art due to its relatively lower difficulty and his previous mastery of it in his former life, rendering its principles and techniques second nature to him. Perhaps due to his extensive theoretical experience from his past life, Zhou Qiming mastered the basic forms in less than half an hour. His fists and feet slicing through the air with a whoosh, exuding an impressive aura. The Dragon Demon Fist, a name that resonated with power. Indeed, its essence lay in force. Practitioners must first possess explosive strength from within before they could grasp its intricacies. Although Zhou Qiming had opened the chilling meridian, enhancing his strength significantly, his physical prowess had not reached a correspondingly high level, thus hindering his ability to fully unleash the Dragon Demon Fist's potential. After all, without sufficient physical strength, all efforts would be in vain. In practicing this technique, muscular strength was paramount. Outside the door, numerous carts laden with spiritual ore were present, the majority being hand-pulled, as they dragged mountainous piles of spiritual herbs and minerals. A sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. It appeared as though the merchants sought to extract every ounce of strength from them. Nearby, a diminutive figure with a sharp face lounged in a tea house. Legs crossed nonchalantly, his eyelids barely parted, gazing at the passing human-drawn carts with a derisive smirk. "Boss, are you still hauling goods?" he inquired, slightly lifting his gaze to reveal a handsome young man standing before him. "The goods are to be loaded at the entrance, transported to the town, and then we will settle the payment upon return." The small man did not even glance in his direction, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a hearty sip. Mountains of spiritual ore accumulated outside, with each cart limited to 500 pounds. Zhou Qiming loaded his cargo, the leather straps resting on his back, gripping the push bar with both hands, and pushed forward with all his might. Yet, the cart seemed rooted to the ground, utterly unyielding. "Hey!" The small man chuckled mockingly, stretching languidly. The passing laborers also scoffed, commenting on the towering load that resembled a 2-story building. "What makes you think you can push a cart with that slight frame? Are you simply bored?" Zhou Qiming's expression remained resolute. The weight was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, he was just a 15-year-old boy, and his strength was diminishing. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qiming summoned his strength from his calves, igniting a force within his core that radiated through his waist and arms, channeling the power into his grip. He bellowed, as the cart, filled with spiritual ore, shook violently and, to the astonishment of onlookers, trembled away unsteadily. Chapter 11. Yang Duochui. Zhou Qiming pushed the bar with all his might, the leather straps pulling at his back, invoking a fiery sensation as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a profound joy surged within him. He could distinctly sense his muscles taut and the raw power of his physique awakening a new point one step at a time. Zhou Qiming refrained from utilizing his energy to enhance his strength. This was a test of muscle endurance. Employing his energy would render the exercise meaningless. "You're quite capable," remarked a fellow laborer, wiping his brow in admiration. "Flattery aside, this load is indeed heavy. How much farther do we have to go?" Zhou Qiming, drenched in sweat, inquired. "About 20 kilometers to the cargo point in the town," the laborer responded with a bittersweet smile. 20 kilometers? Zhou Qiming gasped, realizing the daunting distance ahead. Carrying such a heavy load for 20 kilometers was no trivial task. Noticing Zhou Qiming's astonished expression, the laborer chuckled. "Only those with exceptional fortitude can endure this line of work. Oh, you see that man over there?" Zhou Qiming focused his gaze ahead, spotting a burly figure clad in coarse cloth, his limbs brimming with muscle. "Look at his arms," the laborer pointed out. Zhou Qiming then noticed that the man was missing his right hand, relying solely on his left and the strength of his back to maneuver the cart. "Impressive!" Zhou Qiming exclaimed, marveling at the sight. "And over there," the laborer gestured again, indicating another man, scarred and with half of his left leg replaced by a steel rod. "Truly terrifying," Zhou Qiming murmured. "We are all seasoned veterans. Once the war ended, those who commanded us ceased to care, a band of remnants, who would heed our plight." The laborer lamented. Zhou Qiming remained silent, observing the laborer, whose dark face bore a prosthetic eye. "What is your name?" Zhou Qiming asked. "Old soldier Liang Zhanhui," the laborer replied with a warm smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The journey was eerily quiet, filled only with the heavy footsteps and the sound of sweat dripping. Just as they neared the destination, Zhou Qiming suddenly heard a loud crash behind him. Turning to look, he discovered that Liang Zhanhui had faltered, his legs unsteady, and both man and cart had toppled onto the road. "Old soldier!" Zhou Qiming hastily unfastened the leather straps and rushed over to check on him. "It's nothing. Don't worry," Liang Zhanhui chuckled, though his pale complexion betrayed the exhaustion of his body, blood seeping from his leg where he had fallen. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiming lifted several large baskets of spiritual ore and tossed them onto his own cart, which creaked under the weight. Everyone paused, lifting their heads to gaze at him. "Old Liang has encountered difficulties. Brothers, lend a hand," the one-legged soldier commanded, and a chorus of support followed, swiftly distributing the load from his cart. Liang Zhanhui's eyes welled with tears, yet he said nothing, continuing to push with great effort. After a round trip, Zhou Qiming, like the other laborers, returned to the shipping point, dragging an empty cart and a weary-bodied Indian above. Zhou Yunyu spotted Zhou Qiming outside, filthy and exhausted, and couldn't help but wonder what mischief he was up to. The small man, stroking his smooth chin with a finger, squinted and sharply remarked, "Why are you so late? Do you realize you're delaying the goods?" No one dared to protest, too fatigued to respond. The small man then noticed Liang Zhanhui's blood-stained leg, the mingling of a metallic scent with the thick odor of sweat creating a strangely pungent aroma that stung the eyes. "Get lost?" he exclaimed, tossing a handful of copper coins before covering his nose and departing. Zhou Qiming frowned. "This isn't enough." Enraged, the small man shot back, "Not enough? Do you even understand what that means? Delaying my goods could cost you your life, and you're dissatisfied with my generosity? If you make me unhappy, I'll have you all sold as slaves overseas." The laborers clenched their fists, their faces turning a deep shade of purple as tension filled the tea house. "This is outrageous." Zhou Yunyu could no longer tolerate the scene. She had never encountered such shamelessness and was filled with disgust at the small man's grotesque visage. A surge of anger ignited within Zhou Qiming, his eyes flashing like lightning as he glared, causing the small man to take 2 steps back in fright. "What, do you wish to fight me? Help! There's a rebellion!" The small man screeched, his voice piercing and shrill, overshadowed by his larger stature. 4 or 5 henchmen rushed over, standing protectively beside the small man, all seasoned fighters at the 5th level of body refinement. Yet, before the imposing figures of the laborers, they felt an involuntary sense of trepidation. Zhou Qiming forced a smile through his clenched jaw, turned away, and walked off. The laborers sighed inwardly and gradually departed, leaving the small man still shouting behind them. The one-legged soldier's eyes darkened, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. "Why didn't you just deal with him decisively?" Zhou Yunyu remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I could certainly teach him a lesson, but afterward, those laborers would face even harsher treatment. Swift and decisive action is my style, but executing it with finesse is my true essence." Zhou Yunyu suddenly understood. "I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. In such an atmosphere, you chose to endure and not retaliate. You're not just a brute." Zhou Qiming smiled. "Tonight, let us see how I'll handle that fellow. Count me in." That night, the dark clouds enveloped the moonlight, creating an ethereal ambience. 2 figures moved stealthily across the rooftop of an imposing and grand structure. Below, 2 henchmen sat drinking and boasting, blissfully unaware of the impending ambush. "What are you so merry about?" Zhou Yunyu approached with a smile. The 2 men exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a lovely young woman in the dead of night. But in the next moment, Zhou Qiming descended from the rooftop like a divine warrior, seizing one man by the neck, the force of his descent snapping it instantly. The remaining henchman, startled, was met with a dazzling blue light as Zhou Yunyu's slender hand struck out, a glowing imprint slamming into his chest, rendering him unconscious without a sound. Zhou Qiming marveled silently. It was the first time he witnessed Zhou Yunyu in action, and her prowess was nothing short of remarkable. Despite her cute and innocent appearance, she showed no mercy when the time came to strike. "What's that noise?" Another henchman rushed out from the building, only to be met with the chaos outside. leaving him speechless in shock. Suddenly, a heavy blow landed on his head, blood streaming down as his body crumpled to the ground like a limp sack. A man emerged from the building, his expression resolute, muscles rippling under scars, wielding a long staff, and firmly grasped Zhou Qianming's hand. "Just call me Yang Duochui." Chapter 12. A band of thieves. Zhou Qianming nodded, gripping firmly as they continued their work. During their labor, he sensed Yang Duochui's unique aura. Despite his disability, an undeniable air of dominance emanated from him, one that could not be obscured. His scars were a testament to countless battles, and this iron-willed veteran would never allow himself to be oppressed. The three men entered the small man's residence, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them. Yang Duochui seized a steward, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Where is your master?" The steward, nearly trembling in fear, stammered, "He is in the attic study. Please, let me go." Yang Duochui tossed the steward aside like a chicken, his strength evident from years of hard labor, his muscles powerful and imposing. "Get him out here." Yang, with one steel leg planted firmly on the ground, executed a powerful spinning kick that shattered the entire door with a thunderous crash. The solid wooden entrance splintered into countless pieces, scattering in all directions. The thugs, jolted from their slumber, had been reveling until the early hours of the morning, drunkenly collapsed at the bedside. Yet they had not anticipated that before the warmth of their blankets could envelop them, someone would come knocking at the door. What a disturbance! The study was a dazzling display of opulence, adorned with an array of antique treasures. A small figure stood with one foot perched upon a gilded chair, one hand cradling a crossbow aimed squarely at Yang, while the other toyed with two jade orbs. A bamboo skewer dangled from his mouth, presenting an air of arrogance that was simply insufferable. A few ruffians sought to confront him, perhaps weary of life itself. A sly grin flickered across the small figure's face as he pulled the trigger on the crossbow. With a sharp crack, a jade-colored vase exploded mere inches from Zhou Qianming, its delicate shards scattering like confetti, filling the air with a cacophony of chimes. What on earth? Yang was at a loss for words, drawing out a long staff to unleash a furious assault. His momentum akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable. The staff connected with the side of the small figure's face, sending a spray of blood that splattered against the wall. "Brother Yang, hold on. Don't be too brutal. This could end in tragedy," Zhou Qianming hastily interjected, only to be interrupted by the sound of a spring mechanism being triggered. A hidden dart shot through the air, its steel tip spinning as it hurtled toward Zhou Yunying. With remarkable speed, Zhou Yunying raised her hand, summoning a blue energy shield that deflected the dart with ease. Zhou Qianming's expression darkened as he seized the bleeding small figure by the collar, calmly stating, "Do you wish for him to finish you off, or would you prefer me to? I want to stop you. Make your own choice." Bloodied and bruised, the small figure stammered, unable to articulate a response. "Beat him up!" Zhou Qianming joined the fray, vigorously slapping the small figure's face back and forth, the sound echoing like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. A group of thugs entered, paralyzed by the scene before them. A few fierce fighters were immersed in the chaos, and stepping in might just lead to a beating. With their boss already in such disarray, saving him would be futile. Better to avoid trouble altogether. These thugs were merely low-paid laborers, meant to maintain appearances, and while they could intimidate the average person, they wilted when faced with true authority, becoming as weak as wet noodles. "Do you know who I am? Do you dare to threaten me?" The small figure howled, his face swollen and battered. "Humph! What power could you possibly wield that rivals Tianlan Pavilion?" Zhou Yunying retorted, a playful smile gracing her lips as she assumed an air of superiority. "Tianlan Pavilion?" The small figure was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his bravado. "Pfft, you think I buy that? Why would a disciple of Tianlan Pavilion be here slumming it?" Zhou Yunying casually tossed out a seal, emblazoned with the emblem of Tianlan Pavilion, its authenticity undeniable. Having seen enough of the world, the small figure understood the weight of this revelation, instantly shifting to a sycophantic demeanor, all while Zhou Yunying ignored him, preoccupied with a shattered jade bracelet. "Miss, if you desire it, please take it. It's a mere trifle." The small figure's tone shifted to one of ingratiation, grinning broadly. "Then I shan't hold back," Zhou Yunying replied, adorning her delicate wrist with the bracelet, enhancing her ethereal charm. "This blade shall be mine, Yang declared, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he retrieved a large sword from the wall, its blade gleaming ominously. A true weapon of precision. Zhou Qiming glanced around, unimpressed, and seized the small figure's hidden darts, recognizing their superior craftsmanship compared to the crossbow. The small figure promptly offered several steel arrows, eager to please Zhou Qiming. "All right, let's retreat," Zhou Qiming suggested, donning the darts as he called to two others who had been idly watching. They reluctantly departed, casting glances back as they left the room. "You know what to expect tomorrow, right?" Zhou Qiming remarked with a knowing smile, prompting the small figure to nod vigorously, kneeling amidst the wreckage, on the verge of tears. This was no mere labor. It was a band of robbers. Chapter 13. A bounty of techniques. The following day, the laborers gathered to prepare for loading the goods onto the transport carts. The small figure, sporting a bruised visage, unexpectedly approached with an unusual demeanor, arranging towels, tea, snacks, and provisions for the workers. The laborers exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether the small figure had lost his mind. "What game is he playing? He is the one who is supposed to be working hard, so the pay should be shared. Here, a little something for everyone. Don't be shy." The small figure waved his hand grandly as servants distributed generous envelopes, bulging with coin. It seemed he had invested significantly. Zhou Qiming and Yang exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. The laborers' conditions improved markedly. Even their workload lightened considerably, with the original £500 reduced to £350, yet their wages remained unchanged, greatly liberating them. However, Zhou Qiming insisted on carrying the full £500, leaving everyone baffled as he managed to move faster than them despite the load. Days passed, and Zhou Qiming's physical prowess transformed dramatically. His once slender arms now bulged with muscle, and his chest and abdomen became well-defined. Exuding raw power, he diligently practiced the Dragon Demon Fist, each punch generating a gust of wind, and his strength had escalated several levels from just days prior. Yet, it was not enough. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the dragon phase. Zhou Qiming acknowledged that while he had mastered the basic punching techniques, fully harnessing the Dragon Demon Fist's potential required further practice, as it was a journey from quantitative change to qualitative transformation. Additionally, training his muscle strength could not cease. Each moment of exhaustion laid a solid foundation for mastering the techniques. As 10 days flew by, under the strain of intense labor, Zhou Qiming's muscle strength had more than doubled. His physique solid and his skin sun-kissed to a healthy bronze, and his appetite had significantly increased. Daily mingling with the laborers, he became well acquainted with local gossip. "Have you heard? A batch of entry pills has arrived at the pharmacy in town." Zhou Qiming perked up, eager to learn more. "Entry pills? Those are valuable goods, but for the likes of us poor souls, they're out of reach." "Exactly. They're priced at 30,000 gold coins each. You need to haul a dozen carts to acquire just one." Entry pills, as the name suggests, assist individuals in breaking through to the next tier. Unlike ordinary pills or minerals that aid in cultivation, these pills allow those at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage to leap directly into the body transformation stage. Many strength-enhancing herbs often inflict collateral damage to the body during the enhancement process, as this method lacks a gradual approach. Moreover, most of these herbs are not fully purified, retaining significant amounts of violent energy, which is deliberately preserved to forcefully facilitate advancement. However, entry pills are different. Their rank is not particularly high, tailored for those on the verge of breaking through the body refinement stage, and are relatively simple to produce. Each tier faces immense challenges in ascending to the next. These entry pills are exceptionally balanced, devoid of the extreme potency found in typical strength-enhancing pills, and they serve to solidify one's foundation, making them a rare treasure. Zhou Qiming calculated in his mind. He was in dire need of money. 30,000 gold coins were just pocket change in his previous life, yet to his current self, it was a staggering sum. How the mighty have fallen! Who would have thought I'd find myself in such financial straits? After a day of arduous labor, dusk settled as Zhou Qiming trudged back to the inn. Passing a tea house, he spotted the small figure, surrounded by two heavily made-up women, merrily sipping on drinks. Should I extract some funds from him again? Zhou Qiming pondered darkly, but quickly dismissed the thought. When had he, the ever-proud Zhou Qiming, stooped to such a level? Despite their past grievances, they were now even. He refused to demean himself further. Upon returning to the inn, Zhou Yunying bounced up to him, seizing his hand and refusing to let go. Noticing the gloom on Zhou Qianming's face, she inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhou Qianming placed a hand on his chest. "Tell me, what is the quickest way to make money? Even if it means playing the role of a bandit, it wouldn't be the end of the world." Zhou Yunying scoffed, "A penny can thwart a hero. Haven't you boasted about possessing numerous techniques? Why not just casually produce a few? If that were true, you'd already be swimming in wealth. By the heavens, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? You read truly sharp. Just find a weapons shop or a pawn shop and casually toss out a few manuals. Wouldn't the money flow in like a river?" Zhou Qianming's eyes sparkled with realization, marveling at his own ignorance of the riches he possessed. Zhou Yunying blinked, taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm. Had she inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure trove of techniques? Seeing that he was unwilling to speak. The following day, Zhou Qianming visited the weapons shop in the town. The shop was constructed in an extraordinarily magnificent style, exuding an air of grandeur, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Qianming discerned that they were both at the level of the Easy Pulse realm, welcoming patrons with grace. An elderly man approached with a beaming smile, promptly inquiring what Zhou Qianming desired. "Do you accept the purchase of any particularly refined martial arts techniques?" The weapon shop not only sold weapons and techniques, but also served as a place for their acquisition, albeit at slightly diminished prices. "Of course we do," the old man replied, his eyes brightening. "Martial arts techniques are indeed rare treasures. Regardless of their quality, there will always be those who covet them. Even inferior ones can fetch high prices. And the volume of trade is quite limited. One might not even encounter a dozen throughout the year." Zhou Qianming produced a jade slip, inscribed with a set of cultivation methods he mastered in his previous life. Named the Luo Wen Holy Cannon, which was of no low rank, reaching the low levels of the Xian tier. Low-level Xian tier? The old man gasped, his wrinkled brows twitching. Throughout the year, one hardly encounters a mid-level Huang tier technique. "Have we stumbled upon a wealthy benefactor today? Please, name your price. I believe you will find this technique satisfactory." Zhou Qianming chuckled. The old man also smiled, extending 2 fingers resembling withered twigs. 20,000 gold coins. "Is this truly worth 20,000? Zhou Qianming felt greatly disappointed, having anticipated at least enough to cover a pill's cost, only to find the old man so miserly. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "This is already a fair price. Other pawn shops would at most offer you 15,000. You won't find a better deal here. No deal without a bit of cunning. 30,000 gold coins. That is excessive, good sir. You are asking far too much. I will sell it to you for 22,000. As a gesture of friendship, 25,000. If not, I shall take my leave. You drive a hard bargain, deal." The old man wiped his sweat, feeling utterly exhausted by the negotiation. Realizing that earning money was indeed no easy feat in these, make sure to price them clearly. Zhou Qianming retrieved his Qinkuan pouch, pouring out a collection of jade slips, all containing various Huang tier techniques. The old man was left dumbfounded. Was he encountering a wholesale of techniques? The extravagance of the sale was astonishing, but he pondered why he had been so concerned about those few coins. Truly a perplexing individual. Chapter 14. The Agarwood Fruit. "Little girl, I have a delightful gift for you." Zhou Qianming returned to the inn with a beaming smile. Zhou Yunyun was startled, just as she was about to speak. A delicate jade box was thrust into her hands. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a smooth, translucent pill nestled within, of remarkably high quality, devoid of any impurities. "Is this an entry pill? Where did you acquire such a precious item? I cannot accept this," Zhou Yunyun exclaimed, her face filled with alarm. She was not a materialistic girl. Her essence lay in mutual respect and peaceful coexistence. And she was always reluctant to owe anyone anything. "Come now, why be so polite? Just take it." Zhou Qianming waved his hand dismissively and strode away, exuding a carefree demeanor. This time, Zhou Qianming sold 10 sets of techniques, earning 75,000 gold coins, which were securely stored in a card capable of holding up to 100,000 gold coins. After purchasing 2 entry pills, he was left with 15,000 gold coins. Yet he felt no regret. Given Zhou Qianming's current strength at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, he was not yet capable of consuming this entry pill. It would require at least a peak 8th level. However, considering his rapid cultivation speed, a breakthrough to the easy body realm was undoubtedly imminent. Inside his room, Zhou Qiuming sat cross-legged, the energy of heaven and earth swirling around him, transforming into strands of vital energy that he absorbed into his body. With a crack, another piece of spirit mineral was crushed, refined into a spirit mineral core, its faint purple glow lingering in his palm. Zhou Qiuming promptly consumed it, letting it dissolve into vital energy, merging into his dantian. After several days of intensive training, his muscular strength had significantly increased, propelling his power to new heights. Each day, he stole a moment to practice the Dragon Magic Fist technique. Presently, Zhou Qiuming had an inkling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. The crying spirit vein within his dantian eagerly absorbed the pure vital energy. And a once unassuming seedling had unfurled 2 tender leaves, each about the length of half a finger. There's still one last piece. Having absorbed 3 mineral cores without any signs of breakthrough, Zhou Qiuming understood that it was due to the insufficient grade of the spirit minerals. If they were merely 1 tier higher, the energy they would provide would far exceed this meager amount. With a crack, the final mineral core was refined. Threads of cool vital energy seeped into his meridians, coursing through the major acupoints in his body. This was the unique cultivation method of the Myriad Transformation Heart technique, which enhanced training efficiency. As the vital energy encountered a barrier, it was already riddled with cracks. The lack of breakthrough was due to the insufficient force exerted against the barrier. However, this time was different. The barrier shattered, and a torrent of vital energy surged in. Zhou Qiuming trembled. He had finally reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Having absorbed all the mineral cores had led him to this stage. Yet he still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the peak of the 8th level. With resources depleted, it was time to devise a new strategy. Zhou Qiuming mused, knowing that the final 3 levels of each tier often posed significant challenges for advancement, requiring substantial effort and time. In the Wolf Demon Mountain range, Zhou Qiuming cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Although he was on the outskirts, dangers still lurked, such as the Jinji Demon Cicada. An encounter with one could spell certain doom. The laborers, though of humble origins, possessed vast knowledge. They hailed from various backgrounds. Fallen soldiers, struggling merchants, herbalists, and engaging with them always broadened his horizons. Zhou Qiuming had become quite familiar with one herbalist, who easily struck up a conversation, sharing tales that resonated deeply, reminiscent of the bond between Bo Ye and Zi Qi. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Qiuming gained substantial knowledge about herbs and spirit minerals, deepening his understanding of this world. Through constant exposure, Zhou Qiuming had indeed learned much. He could now easily identify common herbs and mineral types, along with their growing environments and characteristics. As the sun ascended, the warmth of daylight intensified, and the fragrant aroma of flowers and medicinal herbs began to permeate the air. Taking a deep breath of the intoxicating scent, Zhou Qiuming felt a delightful sensation enveloping his mind. This fragrance was unique, reminiscent of fine wine, captivating and enchanting. He recognized that nearby lay a precious herb, its distinctive and rich aroma serving as a telltale sign. Finally, after searching for over half an hour, Zhou Qiuming stumbled upon a peculiar tree. Its rough trunk bore only a few large branches adorned with leaves, which concealed the fruit, the agarwood fruit. Zhou Qiuming was overjoyed. He climbed up and swiftly cut the fruit from its branch. The fist-sized fruit tumbled down with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Zhou Qiuming made a small incision with his knife, and a milky white sap flowed out. He inhaled deeply, the fragrance intensifying, but he sensed something amiss. He distinctly perceived a volatile energy within, laced with a hint of toxicity. In short, this substance could not be ingested or refined directly. However, Zhou Qiuming was not short on methods. He could brew it into a medicinal concoction, allowing for slow absorption and successful refinement in the end. Just as Zhou Qiuming placed the agarwood fruit into his chinquan pouch, a gust of cold wind rushed past him. Chapter 15. A narrow escape from death through the training of the Myriad Transformation Heart technique. Zhou Qiuming's reflexes were quite sharp. He could immediately sense any slight disturbance in the air. A fluffy, red figure darted swiftly through the trees, and as Zhou Qiuming focused his gaze, he discerned that it was a mountain ape, an enormous magical beast standing nearly 2 meters tall. With a coat of deep crimson fur and an ugly visage, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and 2 sharp yellow fangs bared menacingly. Zhou Qiuming was puzzled. Ordinary mountain apes were first-tier magical beasts. Yet this red mountain ape was a second-tier creature, equivalent to a human at the easy body realm, a formidable opponent indeed. It seemed that the aroma of the agarwood fruit had drawn the mountain ape closer. Suddenly, the ape's fur bristled, and it lunged towards Zhou Qinming like an arrow. Zhou Qinming locked onto the mountain ape's movements, striking out with a swift palm. The ape took the hit, stumbling back 2 steps but appeared largely unscathed. Quickly retaliating with a claw strike aimed at Zhou Qinming. The mountain ape's attack was swift. The short distance left Zhou Qinming with little time to react. He rolled to the side, evading the strike, and drew his dagger, aiming for the creature's exposed back. The mountain ape was fast, but Zhou Qinming was faster. Just as the ape turned its head, the blade pierced its skin, burying itself deep. Damn it. I was almost there. Zhou Qinming was taken aback. The dagger had been plunged halfway into the creature but had not reached its heart, merely slicing into its muscular fibers. For the mountain ape, this posed little threat to its life. This act infuriated the beast completely, its eyes turning crimson with rage, as it lunged at Zhou Qinming like a possessed fiend. Zhou Qinming retaliated with close-range assaults, relying on his agility to unleash the Dragon Demon Fist technique, his fists striking rapidly and landing blows that left the second-tier magical beast momentarily stunned. The mountain ape let out a deafening roar, akin to the sound of metal being forged, reverberating with immense power. Zhou Qinming's mind momentarily blanked, his vision blurred, and his movements noticeably slowed. In the next instant, he was hurled backward, pain radiating from his chest. The ape's knife-like fangs lunged toward him, but he managed to block the onslaught with his elbows, preventing the fangs from sinking into its throat. However, the teeth grazed his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Zhou Qinming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing that his strength was waning. The mountain ape's might was formidable. Despite his training, could a mere human truly contend with a beast? Was this to be his end? How utterly frustrating, to escape from one peril only to plunge into another. The enchanting visage of Zhou Yunyu flashed through his mind, her every smile and frown captivating. Zhou Yunyu, I can no longer protect you, he thought. Yet, in that moment, a spark ignited within him. His foggy mind cleared, and his gaze sharpened as an idea struck him. He subtly moved his fingers, aiming at the mountain ape's head, and triggered the mechanism of his concealed arrow. The spring mechanism emitted a sharp snap as a finely crafted arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing the ape's skull. The tremendous impact shattered its head, scattering a gruesome spray of red and white. The arrow continued its trajectory, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk several meters away. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Qinming wiped the blood from his body and approached to retrieve the arrowhead, meticulously cleaning it before reloading it into his quiver for future use. The quality of this concealed arrow was superb, sharp enough for repeated applications. He extracted the dagger lodged in the mountain ape's back and dissected its chest, revealing a small red crystal emitting a faint glow, the beast's magic crystal. The energy contained within was substantial. Having risked his life, he felt he had finally gained something worthwhile. A smug smile crept across Zhou Qinming's face as he placed the magic crystal into his spatial pouch. Subsequently, Zhou Qinming began to brew a potion, crushing the sandalwood fruit and placing it into a large pot, adding water to simmer for several hours. Upon completion, the liquid transformed to a milky hue. Exuding a rich medicinal aroma, he poured the concoction into a wooden barrel and immersed himself naked within, the potion enveloping his body in an indescribably refreshing sensation. Zhou Qinming commenced his cultivation, the energy from the potion gradually seeping into his body, subsequently converting into vital essence that settled in his dantian. The potion derived from the sandalwood fruit was not inferior to the core of spiritual essence mines. It bore a slight stimulating sensation. He had not mixed in any neutralizing substances, relying solely on raw absorption, albeit somewhat aggressively. However, once the vital essence flowed into his qi channels, it transformed into pure energy, nourishing his pathways. Zhou Qinming had only recently entered the 8th level of body refinement, with a long journey ahead before achieving a breakthrough. Yet, driven by the desire to swiftly attain the body transition realm, he disregarded the consequences, understanding that significant effort would be required to elevate his strength in a short span. As time trickled by, Zhou Qinming had already cultivated for an hour, yet the momentum remained fierce, as if an insatiable abyss was continuously drawing in energy. The liquid in the barrel grew paler, indicating that part of its energy had already been siphoned off. After another hour, the potion had lost its initial milky color, now appearing a dull gray, and his body's outline became increasingly distinct as the moonlight dimmed into dusk. Zhou Qianming opened his eyes from a brief slumber, reveling in the unparalleled comfort of his cultivation method. Rising, he dried himself with a towel and donned a fresh set of clothing. The water in the barrel was remarkably clear, devoid of any impurities. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the abundant vital essence within, and a soft chuckle escaped his lips at last. I have reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement. At this moment, Zhou Qianming did not immediately initiate his breakthrough into the body transition realm. After all, his internal vital essence was already saturated, and excessive cultivation would yield little benefit. Thus, it was wiser to rest and gradually relax. Suddenly, a throng of youths clad in white robes entered the town, steering a convoy of carts and carrying a small sedan chair. Leading them was a young woman, exuding a goddess-like aura, with striking features and an icy demeanor. Her exquisite oval face radiated beauty. Her dark eyes narrowed, presenting an air that kept others at bay. "Find them," commanded the aloof goddess, and her entourage sprang into action, the moonlight illuminating the emblem of Tianlan Pavilion on their robes. The goddess's expression softened slightly, a hint of tenderness in her eyes as she lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and spoke gently, "Xiling, do not worry. Those little brats will not escape my grasp." Inside the sedan lay Song Xiling, his pale face motionless, covered in dirt and tattered clothing, his neck wrapped in bandages, with large patches of blood marring his chest, a stark contrast to the dashing young man he once was. "Zikin, we must ensure that those two little pests are dealt with. Just beat them half to death, and leave the rest to me," Song Xiling rasped, his body trembling violently as he struggled to speak. A few days prior in the mountains, the golden knowledge demon Cicada had been entangled with Song Xiling. At that time, Xiling's strength was depleted, yet he fought valiantly against the cicada. After several encounters, the cicada gained the upper hand, and just as it prepared to end Xiling's life, he launched a desperate attack on its eyes. Being among the elite inner disciples, Song Xiling possessed remarkable prowess. Ultimately identifying the cicada's weakness, he channeled all his strength into his fists, shattering the cicada's eyes with 2 powerful strikes. The cicada, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, attempted to flee but was overpowered by the enraged Xiling, who forcibly removed its remaining eyes. Xiling, realizing he could not escape the mountains in his condition, resolved to await assistance from Tianlan Pavilion. In a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to consuming the flesh of the golden knowledge demon cicada, its tough exoskeleton and putrid meat crunching under his teeth. Dehydrated, he sustained himself by drinking the cicada's blood, an experience both excruciating and exhilarating. This grim sustenance allowed him to survive, and his hatred for Zhou Qianming and Zhou Yunyu ran deep. He swore to turn them into mincemeat to quell his rage. "Oh, Xiling, you have suffered," lamented the goddess, her nose prickling with emotion. She was Zikin, one of the 3 direct disciples of Tianlan Pavilion, the niece of Elder Wu Mufeng, and Song Xiling's lover. "Dare to treat my Xiling with such cruelty, and may you pray you do not fall into my hands. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly." Zikin's delicate face remained expressionless, yet the tempest of hatred in her eyes was unmistakable. The disciples of Tianlan Pavilion, holding images of Zhou Qianming and Zhou Yunyu, fanned out across the town, interrogating the locals in their search. In this domain, Tianlan Pavilion reigned supreme. No one dared to oppose them, and many divulged everything they knew. "Lame beggar, have you seen these two?" one disciple demanded, brandishing the image before Yang Dulei, who lay napping on the ground. Yang Dulei glanced at the image, his pupils narrowing. But he showed no reaction, simply muttering, "What nonsense is this? I've never seen them, did I warn you? Harboring criminals is tantamount to being an enemy of Tianlan Pavilion. Don't seek trouble for yourself." The disciple glared at Yang Dulei, continuing his search. After the disciple departed, Yang Dulei sprang up and called out to an acquaintance, informing him that someone was after Zhou Qianming. The acquaintance nodded and hurried off. Breathless, the acquaintance reached Zhou Qianming's location, only to find he was a moment too late, as 2 disciples from Tianlan Pavilion had already entered the inn, striding up the stairs with menacing intent. Weapons in hand, heading straight for Zhou Qianming's room. The two disciples knocked loudly on the door. "Is anyone inside? Open up." After a prolonged silence, they called again. "Stop pretending to be deaf. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down." Still, there was no response. Enraged, one disciple kicked the door, which creaked open, revealing Zhou Qianming standing inside, his appearance strikingly similar to that in the image. "You are Zhou Qianming," one of the disciples exclaimed. "Indeed, you guessed correctly," Zhou Qianming replied with a faint smile, his fingers already tensed in a flash. He lunged at the two disciples, targeting their throats. He then seized their heads, crashing them together before yanking them into the room, sending both tumbling inside, dazed and clutching their throats, gasping for breath. The onlookers downstairs were utterly astonished. Who would dare to discipline those from Tianlan Pavilion? Had this man consumed 10 pounds of leopard guts? Zhou Qianming glanced at their attire, recognizing them as inner disciples of Tianlan Pavilion, his heart racing. While he had anticipated their arrival, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. This could only lead to one conclusion. Song Xiling was still alive. Hurry and inform Zhou Yunyu. If captured by Tianlan Pavilion, there is only one path, death. Zhou Qianming was in a state of frantic urgency, fervently hoping that Zhou Yunyu had not encountered any misfortune. "Where is she?" "The wanted criminal has been detected. She is just upstairs." A disciple, having spotted Zhou Qianming, rushed forward with the enthusiasm of wolves discovering a lamb, all of them howling as they pounced. The inner disciples were all elites, many at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement, capable of easily crushing Zhou Qianming. "Don't let him escape." One disciple charged forward, grasping Zhou Qianming by the collar. Zhou Qianming swiftly turned and delivered a kick to the disciple's face, causing his grip to loosen immediately. Finally, he arrived at Zhou Yunyu's room. With a loud bang, Zhou Qianming kicked open the door, only to find Zhou Yunyu with a serious expression, her cold gaze fixated on him, a flying knife clutched tightly in her delicate hand. In the next moment, she swung her hand, and the knife hurtled towards him with alarming speed. The blade glinted ominously, and Zhou Qianming felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as it loomed larger before his eyes. With a soft thud, a Tianlan Pavilion disciple behind him collapsed. The knife embedded in his shoulder, causing his long sword to slip from his grasp. "What the hell?" Zhou Qianming's back was drenched in sweat. He turned and threw a punch, sending the man flying, crashing into the wooden railing and tumbling down from the upper floor, unconscious. "Quickly, go to the tea house and find the little one." Zhou Qianming fixed his gaze on Zhou Yunyu, articulating each word with urgency. Yet, tears streamed down Zhou Yunyu's face. Zhou Qianming revealed a familiar smile and plunged into the angry crowd. "Don't ask questions, just go." Chapter 17. Forced breakthrough. Zhou Yunyu covered her mouth, unable to contain her sobs. Dragon Demon Fist, Dragon Movement. Zhou Qianming's energy suddenly surged, his fist striking out and toppling 5 or 6 disciples in front of him. "Let us go." Zhou Qianming turned back, forming the shape of a mouth with his lips. One disciple rolled and leapt up, desperately clinging to Zhou Qianming's thigh. "Damn, you really have no shame." Zhou Qianming was taken aback, fiercely kicking at the disciple clinging to him, but disciples from Tianlan Pavilion kept pouring in. Zhou Qianming was forced to retreat step by step, struggling to maintain his stance, but his fists were no match for multiple hands. A fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves, especially when some of these inner disciples possessed strength that even exceeded his OWN. It was impossible to fight 10 alone. "Get out of my way." Zichon, with a stern expression, rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Delivering a solid kick to Zhou Qianming's abdomen, he staggered, a tearing pain radiating from the point of impact throughout his body, his mind swirling as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Zichon's anger began to ease slightly. She wore steel battle boots, particularly at the toes, akin to hammers that could easily break a small tree. The disciples surged forward, binding Zhou Qianming and tossing him into an iron cage on a cart. Report, Senior Sister. One woman has vanished, likely having escaped amidst the chaos. A disciple reported. "Search, search, keep searching," Zichon commanded furiously, her cascading hair flowing behind her as she departed with a flourish. The entire town had been thoroughly searched by Tianlan Pavilion, yet Zhou Yunyu remained elusive. Zichon, left with no choice, ordered a search into the mountains. "Rest assured, if the wanted criminal is spotted, we will certainly inform Tianlan Pavilion." The little one smiled nervously beside her. Being one of the few influential figures in town, naturally acquainted with Tianlan Pavilion, which afforded him some respect, thus sparing his residents from scrutiny, Zichan nodded, leading her disciples away. The little one, witnessing this, swiftly dashed into his house, bitterly smiling as he pleaded, "Auntie, they've all left. Please show mercy and release Xiaohua and the others." With a swift motion, the bed curtain was drawn aside, revealing Zhou Yunyu with a grim expression, tightly gripping a dagger, surrounded by several trembling women, evidently the little one's wives and concubines. "If this matter gets out," Zhou Yunyu warned, playing with the dagger in her hand, "your entire family will meet their end." The little one hurriedly scrambled away, his tongue quick. Zhou Yunyu scoffed lightly and exited the room. Xiaohong, Xiaohuang, Xiaobai, Xiaohua, none of them were harmed, right? The little one lamented, rushing forward. "Sister Hua, don't you think that girl is quite striking?" A rosy hue appeared on Xiaobai's face as he whispered to Xiaohua. Xiaohua appeared dazed. The excruciating pain in Zhou Qianming's dantian gradually subsided, his consciousness slowly returning, the scenery outside the cart retreating rapidly, while Tianlan Pavilion disciples loomed menacingly outside. "Damn, I've been caught. That woman was ruthless. Did she take a strength-enhancing pill?" Zhou Qianming hissed as he inhaled sharply. The impact of Zichan's kick felt like being hammered. Zhou Qianming stealthily retrieved a jade box, a smile gracing his face. "Dare to mess with me? I fear you won't have the opportunity." He popped the entry potion into his mouth. With a rush, a stream of green mist erupted from Zhou Qianming's mouth, quickly transforming into a medicinal liquid that flowed into his abdomen, the energy surging through his meridians like a sharp sword, beginning to expand outward. "What is this kid doing?" A disciple behind the cart wondered. "Don't worry about that, just keep an eye on him. This kid doesn't seem to be taking anything ordinary. His strength is surprisingly high. He has injured over 10 brothers. Is he Zhou Qianming?" Another disciple remarked. "Absolutely, he has the infamous waist of Tianlan Pavilion." The disciple replied, though his tone lacked confidence in their eyes. Zhou Qianming was merely a coward who would be kicked around by anyone in a bad mood. Yet how could he be the formidable figure before them? A mere 8th level of body refinement? Moreover, it was rumored that he had severely injured the 5th level of easy vein, Zhang Xiling. Thus, it was even less likely to be him. The efficacy of the entry potion was astounding, like a sharp axe relentlessly breaking through barriers. A gentle light gradually enveloped Zhou Qianming's body, intertwining with the energy, wrapping him in a cocoon. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qianming hurriedly activated the 10,000 transformation mind technique, striving to mobilize the energy within him, guiding it into his dantian. The Qi Ling meridian vibrated with excitement, swaying gently as if it had finally encountered nourishing rain after a long drought, thirsting for sustenance. The surging energy poured in, the Qi Ling meridian fervently absorbing it, the speed of absorption astonishing Zhou Qianming. It seemed this divine meridian was an insatiable abyss. The entry potion's medicinal power flowed endlessly, nourishing his internal organs. Energy permeated his skin, expelling dark impurities through his pores, remnants of long stagnant toxins. The transition was altering his physical constitution, enhancing his overall vitality. The internal organs refer to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, while the 6 bowels denote the gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, and Sanjiao. As one consumes grains and cereals, ailments are inevitable. When ingesting food, some impurities will invariably accompany it. But after the transformation, these will be expelled. With a sigh, Zhou Qianming exhaled a cloud of dark, turbid air, the impurities in his chest beginning to discharge through his mouth and nose. Some impurities slowly seeped from his skin's pores, transforming into wisps of gray smoke that vanished, leaving his skin smoother and more delicate than before, expelling years of accumulated waste. That sensation of breakthrough is approaching. Zhou Qianming's heart surged with joy. This entry potion was indeed a top-tier elixir, an overwhelming torrent of energy intertwined into a formidable flow, relentlessly assaulting the barriers. The barriers gradually thinned, faintly shimmering with a delicate light, revealing cracks that sparkled like stars. But suddenly, as if everything had come to a halt, the energy vanished without a trace. Chapter 18. Battle in the Cage. What happened? What went wrong? Zhou Qianming's heart raced in alarm. At this critical moment, any slip would be disastrous. The once surging energy had abruptly dissipated, a situation he had never encountered before. A warm current flowed from his dantian, and Zhou Qiming regained his focus, astonished to find that the Qi Ling meridian was visibly growing. A slender shoot unfurling 2 purple leaves, swaying gently as it spiraled upward in the blink of an eye. The tiny shoot had grown to about 3 inches. Crack, a faint, almost inaudible sound echoed within Zhou Qiming. The energy surged forward, finally breaking through the barrier, flooding in like a dam bursting. Countless energies roamed freely within wider meridians, exploring deeper territories. In a wave of invigorating stimulation, Zhou Qiming suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance, illuminating the surrounding dust until it was all but obliterated. Zichan, leading the group, suddenly sensed something, her delicate brows furrowing. She distinctly felt a powerful energy emanating from nearby, seemingly not far away. Right at the rear of Zhou Qiming's cart. "Stop advancing," Zichan commanded, and the caravan gradually came to a halt. Drawing a treasured sword from the cart, she disembarked and approached the rear. Zhou Qiming sat upright in the iron cage, his demeanor composed, wearing a warm smile, and even greeted Zichan. "Are you trying to pull a trick?" Zichan's lips pressed together, the sword glinting ominously. "I wouldn't dare." Zhou Qiming quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence as he gazed at her. Zichan smiled, a beautiful sight, and Zhou Qiming joined her in a nervous grin. Suddenly, a piercing glint flashed across Zichan's eyes as her long sword lunged forth, aimed at Zhou Qiming's leg. Unfazed, Zhou Qiming deftly intercepted the blade with a mere flick of his finger, channeling his vital energy into it, causing the sword to contort like a twisted vine. With a resounding clang, the sword shattered into several fragments, scattering in all directions. Zichan, of the easy body realm, murmured, "I dare not accept such a compliment." "Continue onward," Zhou Qiming commanded. Ignoring him, Zichan turned away and instructed. "The carriage team shall proceed to the summit of the towering mountain, shrouded in clouds, where the heavenly mist pavilion stands, an edifice of exquisite grandeur, steeped in centuries of history, having nurtured countless exceptional talents. Yet, in recent years, it has begun to decline, its disciples a mixed lot, unable to retain the glory of yore." Within the pavilion, an elder with white brows and a flowing beard sat cross-legged, his garments fluttering gently despite the absence of wind. His wrinkled visage bore an expression of tranquil serenity, reminiscent of a kind-hearted sage. "Elder, the wanted criminal has been apprehended. Miss Zichan and Brother Tsang have also arrived," reported a disciple. The elder, savoring his tea, did not lift his gaze, but his voice, though soft, resonated with authority. "Bring him in, yes." Zhou Qiming walked ahead, heavy iron chains shackled to his wrists, with 4 disciples each grasping an end, wary of his escape. The disciples of the heavenly mist pavilion gradually gathered, curious to witness the audacity of the individual who had roused the elder's attention. Upon recognition, their expressions turned to shock. Wasn't this Zhou Qiming, the so-called waste who had somehow survived? Could it be that he was the criminal they sought? The chatter among the disciples grew animated. Yet Zhou Qiming paid them no mind, exuding an air of confidence like a fierce tiger surveying a flock of sheep. "Report to Uncle Wu. The wanted criminal has been secured," Zichan declared, bowing to Wu Mufeng. Wu Mufeng nodded, lifting his teacup for a sip before pouring another cup, descending without sparing Zhou Qiming a glance. "Tsang Xiling, you have suffered." He placed the cup before Tsang Xiling, who quickly rose to bow, only to be gently urged by the elder to rest. "Take him away," Wu Mufeng gestured dismissively. The heavenly mist pavilion lacked dungeons, instead possessing a vast confinement chamber where several burly individuals stood, eagerly cracking their knuckles, likely arranged by Tsang Xiling. The escorting disciples demonstrated good judgment, departing once they arrived while ensuring the confinement chamber's door was securely locked. Zhou Qiming, chained and surrounded by fierce-looking men, remained unfazed. "What are you waiting for? Come at me," he taunted, his gaze challenging. "It's been a few days, and you've turned bold, huh? Brothers, let us teach this punk a lesson." Zhou Qiming had reached the easy body realm, his strength considerably enhanced, while most inner disciples hovered around the 7th to 9th levels of body refining, with some also at the easy body realm, mere trifles in his eyes. One disciple charged forward, wielding a long staff. Zhou Qiming did not flinch. Instead, he ensnared the staff with his chains, muscles taut, and tossed the disciple against the wall. After rigorous training under immense pressure, Zhou Qiming was brimming with explosive power, feeling a fiery rush in his chest as he bellowed at the bewildered onlookers. "Come at me, fools!" The crowd hesitated. Was this truly the same Zhou Qinming? His demeanor and tone were utterly transformed. The melee erupted. Though his hands were bound, Zhou Qinming fought with vigor, striking with his legs, his prowess undeniable as he dispatched several opponents without difficulty. Not enough. Zhou Qinming's fighting spirit surged, his eyes igniting with determination as he focused on a nearby burly disciple. "I know you. You used to bully me today. You shall taste the bitterness of your actions." The moment Zhou Qinming's steely gaze met his, the disciple felt a chill run down his spine, as if enveloped by a palpable aura of danger. Zhou Qiming dispatched one opponent with a swift kick, his legs propelling him towards the burly disciple in an instant. He twisted the chains into a ball and swung it at the disciple's head. With a deafening crash, the chains shattered into countless pieces, scattering wildly. Though the disciple's skull was sturdy, he was nonetheless struck down, blood gushing forth, rendering him unconscious. Zhou Qiming flexed his wrists as the remaining fighters recoiled in dread. Their faces pale with fear. They had expected a mere beating, not to contend with a mad dog. This was beyond the ordinary. Chapter 19. The power of the heaven-sacrificing seal. The guarding disciple beside the door clicked his tongue. Observing the relentless fury of the assailants within as anguished cries echoed, it seemed unlikely that the unfortunate soul would survive the night. However, Song Xiling had issued a warning. They were to merely incapacitate him, not to the point of death, or he would face repercussions. Deep in thought, he turned to open a small window, calling in, "Time's up, brothers, ease off a bit. Don't actually kill him." In response, a hand seized his throat, yanking him back until he collided forcefully with the door, several rivets flying loose as he fell unconscious without a sound. After several attempts, Zhou Qiming finally broke through the door, albeit at the cost of his own body. Inside the chamber lay a scene of chaos. Blood spattered across the walls, and groaning figures littered the floor, battered and bruised. "This is bad. The wanted criminal has escaped." Zikin, deep in her cultivation, was suddenly startled by the news from outside. This young man was indeed formidable. With those inner disciples, he was clearly no match for someone of the easy body realm. The inner disciples surrounded Zhou Qiming in layers, yet none dared to approach. While Zhou Qiming, relishing the chaos, knocked one down with a punch, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Rebellious disciple, prepare to meet your end," shouted one of the disciples as he charged forth with a powerful punch. Zhou Qiming, with a cold smirk, met his strike with equal force. Their fists collided, and a surge of vital energy erupted at the point of contact, unstoppable in its force. "Easy body realm?" Zhou Qiming furrowed his brow, but quickly followed with another punch. The disciple remained composed, countering Zhou Qiming's blows, and after several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Still the same old story. No matter how you enhance your strength, the outcome remains unchanged. You will never surpass us. The disciple's mockery only fueled Zhou Qiming's resolve, his pupils dilating as an immense surge of vital energy coursed into his arms, culminating in a powerful strike, Dragon's Flight. His fist connected with the disciple's chin, and before the latter could comprehend, he felt his body propelled into the air by an overwhelming force. Zhou Qiming seized him, placing his hand on the disciple's chest, unleashing a shockwave of vital energy. The disciple's eyes bulged, warmth flooding his chest as his clothes disintegrated, the acrid scent of burnt fabric filling the air, and he flew backward, collapsing to the ground. The shockwave was a hallmark of the easy body realm, a manifestation of one's mastery over vital energy, enabling physical enhancement. As Zhou Qiming's prowess grew, so did the might of his shockwave. The other disciples exchanged glances, contemplating retreat. This individual was anything but ordinary. A spear flew swiftly toward him, and sensing its approach, Zhou Qiming concentrated his strength into his right hand, preparing for another shockwave. With a swift motion, the shockwave rippled through the air, and the spear became riddled with cracks, yet continued its trajectory toward Zhou Qiming. "Come at me," he declared, a spark igniting in his eyes as he lunged for the spear. A wisp of smoke spiraled from his grip, the spear quivering as its pointed tip was mere inches from Zhou Qiming's face. The disciples stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. To their astonishment, Zhou Qianming grasped the incoming spear with both hands. With a powerful crack, he shattered it into fragments, startling the disciples as they stumbled back in shock. "Oh Qianming, are you truly so enamored with death?" Zikan arrived, her enchanting visage marred by an unmistakable fury. Zhou Qianming, grinning, beckoned her forward. "Come at me, stubborn fool," Zikan shouted, brandishing a long sword and lunging at him. Zhou Qianming suddenly laughed, a faint green luminescence flickering in his hands as the energy in the air converged towards him. The veins in his arms bulged as the chi spirit meridians within him began to quiver, desperately providing him with vital energy, for his stamina had been thoroughly depleted, and even a newly attained easy body realm could not withstand such consumption. The long sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and those familiar with Zikan's prowess began to anticipate the outcome. Her wind blade sword technique was renowned within the heavenly mist pavilion. Having felled countless skilled practitioners, it seemed this time, Zhou Qianming was destined for misfortune. Hee. Zhou Qianming cackled, his green aura radiating magnificently, illuminating the surroundings with an extraordinary brilliance. "This energy feels unusual." Zikan's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as she sensed an extremely terrifying energy effect. Yet it was too late. The tip of her sword was poised to pierce Zhou Qianming. Sky Sacrifice Seal. The radiance enveloped the surroundings in a hue of blue, causing countless disciples to momentarily lose their senses. The figures of Zhou Qianming and Zikan were shrouded in azure light, becoming indistinct and ethereal. Ling Feng Xiao. Zikan, disregarding everything else, hastily unleashed her ultimate skill. Suddenly, the ground at the center of Tianlan Pavilion erupted with an explosion, sending dust and debris flying. The expansive flatland was blasted into a deep pit, the freshly turned earth scorching hot, smoke swirling around. Zhou Qianming stood there, hands clasped behind his back, blood dripping incessantly from his palms. Zikan, her clothes coated in dust, had a delicate face that turned pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she gripped the hilt of her sword, which Zhou Qianming had shattered once more. "I warn you for the last time. Do not toy with me in swordplay." Zhou Qianming forced a smile, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Zikan, though slightly better off due to her significantly greater strength, being at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, was still breathless. Her vision filled with dazzling lights, her heart racing in terror. Earth-grade martial arts. Chapter 20. Defeating the entire sect. A chilling wave of water flooded Zhou Qianming's mind, the coolness invigorating him. Awakening from his stupor, he found himself bound to a stone pillar, iron chains tightly coiling around him, rendering escape impossible. "You're awake?" A voice echoed from afar, its tone ethereal and uncertain. Zhou Qianming lifted his drooping head slightly, realizing he was in an expansive hall, with enormous braziers in the corners, orange flames dancing merrily. Rows of disciples stood nervously, gripping various weapons. In the distance, Elder Wu Mufeng stood with hands clasped behind his back, the flickering firelight casting an eerie glow on his aged face, obscuring his expression. "Disciples pay respects to Elder." Zhou Qianming yawned and muttered, "Be quiet." A familiar sharp voice cut through the air. Beside the elders stood 4 individuals, one of whom was Zikan, while the remaining 3 were presumably his so-called personal disciples. Among them, Zikan ranked last with her 6th level of body refinement realm prowess, while the intersect disciple, Song Xiling, boasted a formidable 5th level of meridian realm. The family lineage held significant sway. Wu Mufeng waved his hand, silencing Zikan, though her small face remained flushed with anger. "Zhou Qianming, I have heard you possess Earth-grade martial arts?" Wu Mufeng's voice was aged yet resonant. Zhou Qianming was taken aback, instantly realizing that his half-completed heavenly sacrifice seal had reached the ears of this old codger. Earth-grade martial arts were exceedingly precious, and the elder likely harbored ulterior motives. The disciples erupted in a clamor, exchanging glances. "Earth-grade martial arts? Those are treasures held solely by grand sects. How could this brat possibly possess a set? No wonder his strength surged so dramatically. It must be related to those martial arts. Why can't I have such luck?" "Elder, what exactly do you wish to say?" Zhou Qianming inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Mufeng. Wu Mufeng took 2 steps forward, the light illuminating his face in a flickering glow. "Leave behind the Earth-grade martial arts, and I shall grant you your freedom." Zhou Qianming frowned, snorted, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Wu Mufeng chuckled as well, Knowing Zhou Qinming was perceptive enough to see through his words, I asked the elder, jesting with me? Here I am, tightly bound like a dumpling, and you expect me to hand over my martial arts? Why not just come and take them? Zhou Qinming mused. His mind as clear as day, as a survivor of the extermination plan and having grievously injured the promising inner disciple Zhang Xiling. Not to mention wounding several Tianlan Pavilion disciples, would he truly be granted freedom? It would be a miracle if he wasn't stabbed in the back. Your behavior greatly differs from my recollections. If you were a disciple of Tianlan Pavilion and cultivated properly, you would undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments. Wu Mufeng stroked his beard and stated, Let us speak plainly. What do you truly desire? Zhou Qinming met his gaze and replied, I desire the position of elder of Tianlan Pavilion. Can you agree to this? After all, no one is more suited than I. The disciples erupted in outrage, exclaiming that this fellow was far too audacious, openly slapping the elder's face in front of everyone. Even Wu Mufeng, no matter how composed, could not tolerate such words. A hint of anger crept into his voice. Very well, since you covet my position as elder, I can acquiesce, but the terms of the transaction must be dictated by me. Zhou Qinming nodded in agreement. Wu Mufeng continued, In 6 months, you shall challenge all disciples of Tianlan Pavilion. If victorious, the position of elder will be yours. If defeated, you will lose more than just your martial arts. Do you agree? His proposal lacked any semblance of fairness. One against all disciples of Tianlan Pavilion? It was nothing short of a brutal melee. With hundreds of disciples present, they could easily overwhelm Zhou Qinming, not to mention the 4 personal disciples, and Zikin, after their skirmish, was revealed to be at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. The other 3 disciples would undoubtedly be no less formidable. Such a confrontation was exceedingly absurd. Yet Zhou Qinming understood that even if he triumphed, Wu Mufeng would not spare him. Moreover, he cared little for the title of elder or the loss of the Earth-grade martial arts. His sole concern was to see Tianlan Pavilion obliterated. I agree, Zhou Qinming declared, realizing he had no other choice in this dire situation. Excellent. Our duel will take place in 6 months. Let me warn you not to attempt escape. Such an action would be unwise. Even if you manage to flee beyond the Empire's borders, Tianlan Pavilion can unearth you, Wu Mufeng sneered. Zhou Qinming remained unfazed. Wu Mufeng extended his palm and suddenly swung it towards Zhou Qinming. A fierce gale surged forth, causing the stone pillar behind him to collapse with ease, the iron chains shattering into fragments and sliding off Zhou Qinming, who remained unscathed. Zhou Qinming furrowed his brow. This was no simple feat. It appeared the old man's strength had surpassed the Meridian realm. He might have concealed part of his power, surpassing the 3 major realms and reached the dustless realm. All disciples, listen closely. Wu Mufeng's voice boomed with unexpected intensity. In 6 months, you will face him in battle. I care not how you achieve victory. Just ensure that you win. Otherwise, those who lose will be relegated to the ranks of outer disciples. The disciples fell silent, realizing the elder's game was exceedingly ruthless. They were well aware of Zhou Qinming's newfound strength. He was no longer the same and had indeed reached the body refinement realm, becoming a tough nut to crack. Defeating him would be no easy feat, especially since Zhang Xiling and Zikin had failed to gain any advantage against him. Moreover, the penalty of being expelled to the outer sect was far too harsh. What a disgrace it would be to become an outer disciple. Zhou Qinming left Tianlan Pavilion. His heart weighed down. He could confidently face a multitude of foes alone, and he had the courage to fight the 4 personal disciples. But the foremost concern remained Wu Mufeng, whose strength was overwhelming. Though he possessed Earth-grade martial arts and the Crying Spirit Meridian, achieving the Dustless Realm within 6 months was a mere fantasy. It was utterly implausible. To ensure his own safety, he would need to attain at least mid-stage Meridian Realm strength. The odds remained exceedingly slim. In this confrontation, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Where could that little girl Zhou Yunyu have wandered off to? Zhou Qinming pondered. Feeling lost in this world, few cared for him, and he had no idea where that one person had gone. Heaven, are you truly against me? Zhou Qinming gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. Yet soon, a surge of ambition filled his heart. In both of his lives, he had endured the harshest circumstances, yet he possessed an unwavering spirit that refused to yield. If heaven were to descend upon me, I would surely shake the heavens. Chapter 21. Racing to the military academy, the town was eerily deserted. The commotion caused by Tianlan Pavilion had sent chickens flying and dogs barking, creating quite the chaos. Zhou Qiming wandered aimlessly until he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was Yang Duli. Yang Duli also noticed Zhou Qiming and hurried over, his face filled with concern. What did the people from Tianlan Pavilion do to you? It's nothing. By the way, Brother Yang, have you seen Zhou Yunyu? Zhou Qiming inquired urgently. Little sister? No. I heard that Tianlan Pavilion planned to capture both of you, but after they took you, they seemed to lose interest in her. She likely seized the opportunity to hide away. Yang Duli reassured him, don't worry. Our gang of brothers is well informed. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately. Yang Duli patted his chest confidently. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Zhou Qiming replied gratefully. Yang Duli glanced around and whispered, Brother Zhou, I've heard that you are now at odds with Tianlan Pavilion. Zhou Qiming's heart stirred. The news spread remarkably fast, reaching ears in the blink of an eye. The disciples of Tianlan Pavilion were actively disseminating the information, and 6 months was a critically tight time frame. Yang Duli noted, Tianlan Pavilion has truly underestimated you. Zhou Qiming sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Given Yang Duli's connections, he sought his advice on any means to curb Tianlan Pavilion's influence. Curbing Tianlan Pavilion is a monumental task. However, I suggest you seek a powerful ally first. Self-preservation is of utmost importance. Zhou Qiming nodded, acknowledging the truth in Yang Duli's words. You may seek out a man named Yang Mia at the First Military Academy of the Huilan Empire. He is an old comrade of mine and currently holds the position of a minister at the academy. Just mention that I referred you, and he will likely extend his warm assistance. Relying on the empire? Zhou Qiming pondered. No matter how formidable Tianlan Pavilion might be, it could never rival the wealth of a nation. The empire, a colossal entity, was not something to be easily consumed. While having the empire as a backing is indeed advantageous, one must also earn its respect. Otherwise, it merely becomes an additional burden. Rest assured, I have faith in your abilities to catch their eye. Yang Duli replied with a smile. In the northernmost part of the Huilan Empire, at the terminus of the Langmo mountain range, lies an extensive border, heavily guarded by soldiers tasked with safeguarding both the frontier and public order. Thus, there exists no shortage of military academies dedicated to cultivating exceptional soldiers. The military academy's recruitment office, a long queue had formed. These were impoverished townsfolk, seeking to enlist in the military for a chance at sustenance. Hey, kid, step up and test your strength, bellowed a burly man seated at the registration desk, addressing a gaunt young man before him. The youth's complexion had turned pale, his lips trembled, and his disheveled appearance clearly marked him as a member of the destitute class. The young man appeared noticeably anxious, influenced by the tense atmosphere and the imposing figure of the hefty man before him, with a physique like a mountain and brows that resembled swords etched upon a broad face. His eyes radiated a fierce, murderous aura, unmistakably the countenance of a seasoned soldier who had seen the bloodshed of battle. One glance from him was enough to terrify the faint-hearted into submission. Why yes, the youth stammered, clearly intimidated. I am not. His words faltered, lacking the fluidity and decisiveness expected. What are you afraid of me? Think I might devour you? The burly man exploded in anger, slamming his hands on the table. Hey, Menggu, why are you scaring these folks? Chuckled an elderly man with a white beard, holding a ledger in his hands. Humph. Just a couple of shouts, and they're already trembling. How can they even wield a weapon on the battlefield? The burly man retorted, still seething. The old man, by Huazi, shook his head with a smile and addressed the young man. There's a testing platform over there. Strike the red ring in the center with all your might, and we shall accurately gauge your capabilities. The testing platform had an odd design, featuring a massive crystal suspended amidst a circle of smaller crystals, each numbered sequentially. The large crystal bore a crimson ring at its center, evidently the target for striking, with the force transmitted to the surrounding smaller crystals to assess the level of impact. Understood. The young man took a deep breath, flexed his wrists, and delivered a punch directly at the red ring in the crystal's center. Bang! The crystal quivered slightly, emitting a sound as the surrounding smaller crystals illuminated one after another in red light. It finally halted at the sixth one. Ha! Six-fold strength of body refinement, quite lacking, by Huazi remarked, shaking his head while scribbling something down swiftly. May I ask if I have met the standard? The young man inquired, rubbing his hands together, clearly anxious. The burly man shot him a disdainful glance and declared in a booming voice, "No, not qualified." The young man was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something, but the burly man interrupted him. "What we need are brave and valiant soldiers, not those who stutter in fear. The brutality of the battlefield is beyond your imagination. This is no jest. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Do you think enlisting is merely about securing a meal? Let me tell you, even if you manage to slip in, you could very well meet your end in the first round of assessments. I've seen it happen countless times, and with your meager strength, you'll only be courting death. I advise anyone still at the body refinement stage to turn back at once." Upon hearing this, many individuals lowered their heads, and the crowd began to disperse. Yet, one young man remained steadfast, striding forward. "Kid, didn't you hear me clearly? If you are just here to eat for free, make yourself scarce." The burly man glared at the young man with fierce eyes, his tone menacing. Zhou Qiming scratched his head and asked, "So, I just hit that thing directly? Isn't that a bit too simple?" The burly man chuckled in frustration. "If you think you can do it, then go ahead. I won't stop you. But should you fail, you'll be shown the door immediately." Bai Huazi added with a smile, "Young man, you surely heard what I said earlier. To be candid, the military academy trains only those with true strength. In times of war, countless lives are sacrificed. Those in the body refinement stage are of little use, merely cannon fodder." Zhou Qiming nodded, understood. "Let us begin." The old man pursed his lips, seemingly resigned. The test commenced. The burly man ceased his chatter, his hawk-like eyes fixated on the young man as if he were prey. Yet Zhou Qiming stood undaunted under the burly man's gaze, his eyes calm as water. Infused with a resolute spirit forged through extensive experience, clad in tattered garments, he exuded an aura reminiscent of the wilderness, a clear testament to his survival in desolate terrains. Vital energy surged from the young man's feet, causing the burly man and the old man to exchange glances, both recognizing that this lad possessed undeniable potential. Zhou Qiming allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he approached the testing platform, gradually raising his fist and aiming for the red ring. Threads of vital energy coiled around his right fist as he concentrated his power. The burly man crossed his arms, vigilantly observing Zhou Qiming, while the old man paused his writing, a smile playing on his lips as he watched the young man. "This lad is certainly promising." Zhou Qiming's eyes gleamed with determination as a powerful force erupted from his entire being, originating from his feet, coursing through his legs, commanding his waist, and culminating in his fingers. The force surged forward, culminating in a resounding thud as his fist struck the crystal, causing the testing platform to emit a creaking sound. With confidence in both his physical strength and energy, Zhou Qiming felt assured of passing the test. The smaller crystals began to shimmer with vibrant colors, and as the red beams flickered to life from within the crystal, 1, 2, 3. When the 9th crystal suddenly illuminated, both the burly man and the old man fixated on the 10th crystal, eagerly anticipating a miracle. The 10th crystal indeed did not disappoint, its brilliance blinding. "Edie Realm. Excellent, you've just barely qualified. Finally, we found someone with genuine strength." The burly man's eyes widened in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Before them stood Zhou Qiming, a youth possessing the strength of the Edie Realm. Though it was merely the first level, it was a remarkable achievement. The burly man quickly inquired, "Kid, what's your name?" "I am Zhou Qiming." Zhou Qiming remained composed, the glint in his eyes having vanished. "And your age?" The old man took the opportunity to ask, his pen dancing across the page. 15. Zhou Qiming replied. "What?" Both the burly man and the old man exclaimed in unison, astonished by the revelation of a 15-year-old possessing Edie Realm strength. Such talent at such a young age was truly remarkable. With proper training, he could become a coveted asset, yet here he was, enlisting in the military, leaving them bewildered. "What compelled you to enlist?" the burly man inquired. Rising to his feet, his gaze intense upon Zhou Qiming, "I was recommended by someone. I am here to report to Minister Yang Mie." "Yang Mie?" The two men exchanged surprised glances, unable to contain their laughter. Their interest piqued as they regarded Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qiming was utterly perplexed. What was so amusing? Did this Yang Mie possess some peculiar reputation? Was he perhaps an eccentric old man? It left him regretting his decision to come. "Excellent! Yang the madman finally has a successor." This spares him from his incessant ramblings. The old man chuckled. The burly man added, regardless of who sent you, let me make it clear. Enlisting is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Zhou Qiming smiled slightly. Do I seem like one to jest? Zhou Qiming had endured far more than most at his age, far exceeding the experiences expected of someone so young. Coupled with the unique aura cultivated from his past life, he no longer bore the childishness typical of a 15-year-old. That sense of naivety had vanished entirely since the day he seized control of his current existence. Revealing a demeanor of maturity and composure, the old man, though aged, possessed sharp eyes that scrutinized Zhou Qinming for a long moment before he said, "You don't seem like one." He then tore a piece of paper from his ledger, producing a large stamp from his pocket and pressing it down with a resounding thud, handing it to Zhou Qinming. Take this and proceed inside. Upon receiving the document, Zhou Qiming was granted entry into the military academy. As he stepped inside, numerous gazes turned towards him, likely belonging to those who could become his comrades in the future. The auras of those present varied widely, with several surpassing his own. Moreover, they all appeared to be of similar age, suggesting that this military academy harbored an impressive array of gifted individuals, a true den of hidden talents. Hey! A voice called from behind Zhou Qinming. He turned to see a youthful, handsome boy greeting him. Are you here to enlist as well? The boy asked, extending his hand to Liang Kai. And you? Zhou Qinming. Zhou Qinming shook his hand in return. Liang Kai sighed, a hint of worry in his voice. Do you know about the 3 major assessments that new recruits must undergo? Zhou Qinming shook his head, utterly ignorant of the military academy and its so-called 3 major assessments. Yet, he suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity, recalling the burly figure who had just bellowed at the crowd, stating that even if they managed to infiltrate, they could very well meet their demise within the first stage of the assessment. Lacking understanding, he surmised it must be unbearably brutal. Zhou Qinming curled his lip in disdain, yet doubt began to fester within him. Why was there an assessment as soon as he arrived? Hadn't he been told he was to seek out Minister Yang Mie? Naturally, who could be unaware of the notorious reputation of the military academy in the Leyland province for its exceptionally rigorous training? Liang Kai nodded in agreement. Just then, a piercing whistle cut through the air, followed by a commanding shout. What are you all dawdling for? Get up and stand at attention. The speaker was a middle-aged man whose booming voice startled those nearby, with fierce brows arched in anger and a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He surveyed the group before continuing. Greetings, I am your instructor, Chu Wei. You have all come here from various recruitment offices across the province, and every year there are a few misfits who slip through the cracks. I assure you, this year will be no exception. However, the military academy has always aimed to cultivate the most exceptional talents, and we have numerous methods to weed out the undesirables. We will conduct 3 major assessments for the new recruits, and you will undergo a baptism of blood and fire. Those who endure will undoubtedly emerge as the finest students of our academy. Do you have the resolve? Yes. The new recruits were invigorated by his fervor, responding with a resounding shout. Excellent. Allow me to outline the rules, Chu Wei declared. The assessments will consist of 3 main components, each designed to rigorously test your potential. Do not assume that entering the military academy confers any superiority. Even among students, there are distinctions of rank. Furthermore, the assessment for new recruits offers a direct opportunity for those who excel to receive superior training. Many will be eliminated throughout each assessment, presenting the perfect chance to stand out. I advise you to perform well and not squander this opportunity. Without further ado, he continued, the first assessment will take place tomorrow, and it entails hunting a magical beast at least 2 ranks above your own strength and returning with its magic crystal. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd at the announcement. Was this truly the first assessment? And for new recruits, no less. It seemed exceedingly cruel. To hunt a beast 2 ranks above oneself was tantamount to a death sentence. Zhou Qinming stood frozen, astonished. Was this the infamous terrifying assessment he had heard whispers of? The severity of the Leyland Military Academy's reputation was indeed palpable. Had he come to the wrong place? He sought a supportive ally, not an invitation to death. Zhou Qinming was left in shock. Chapter 23. Seeking an ally. Hunting a magical beast 2 ranks above one's own strength implied dealing with a level 2 body transformation realm opponent, which did not seem insurmountable. Zhou Qinming calmed his mind and considered the situation carefully. having once slain a mountain gorilla of body transformation realm strength while at the 8th level of body refinement. He acknowledged that luck played a significant role, yet he was confident in his defensive capabilities. Additionally, based on his duel with Zicken, he had managed to withstand a peak strike from a level 6 body transformation opponent using a half-finished Earth-tier technique. The Heavenly Seal. This indicated that, in comparison to his contemporaries among humans or beasts, he held a considerable advantage. The new recruits around him were clamoring, filled with complaints and dissatisfaction. Silence. Chu Wei barked, his fury palpable. If you wish to withdraw, now is your chance. The academy will not tolerate incompetence. At last, the new recruits fell silent. The assessment begins tomorrow. Those who are late will be treated as having withdrawn. With that, Chu Wei turned on his heel and walked away. The architecture within the academy was predominantly robust and unique. However, in the northeastern section, a peculiar atmosphere of gunpowder and smoke pervaded. Upon inquiry, Zhou Qiming learned that this area served as a testing ground for artillery and explosives, where frequent experiments would occasionally produce earth-shattering blasts. Yet, the instructors and soldiers stationed there had grown accustomed to it. Deeming it inconsequential upon his arrival, Zhou Qiming discovered the area was hardly fit for habitation. It was a bleak landscape, riddled with craters and varying depths of shell impacts, the scent of gunpowder thick in the air. Reminiscent of a battlefield. "Excuse me, where is Minister Yang Mia located?" Zhou Qiming inquired, gripping the shoulder of a short, rotund man. The portly fellow, seemingly lost in thought while squatting on the ground, turned with a glare. "What do you want, kid?" "I am Yang Mia." Zhou Qiming was taken aback by the sight of Yang Mia's true visage. Sparse hair, a scarred face that bore a fearsome countenance, and a single lifeless eye that seemed to bore into him. Likely a prosthetic. "Greetings, Minister. I am a recruit introduced by Yang Dulei, and I wish to discuss some matters with you." Yang Mia, the head of the Artillery and Explosives Department, had immersed himself in the study of gunpowder for over 30 years. Amassing extensive experience, yet the hazards of his trade had cost him dearly. His hands combined barely had 5 fingers remaining. A shard of or embedded in his left eye necessitated a false eye, and scars from burns marred his entire body. Nevertheless, he remained passionate about his work, a true aficionado of explosives. Upon hearing Zhou Qiming's introduction, Yang Mia's expression softened. "Ah, so you're introduced by Yang Dulei. It has been ages since I last caught up with that rascal. Not very kind of him to neglect our friendship, but since you're his friend, I want to treat you as an outsider." "Have you gotten yourself into some trouble?" Yang Mia said, his single eye sparkling as he scrutinized Zhou Qiming. This rotund man was quite formidable, a shrewd individual. Zhou Qiming thought to himself, realizing the military academy was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. "Minister, I do indeed find myself in a bit of a predicament. Looking to latch onto the Empire's powerful supporters, are you?" Yang Mia interrupted with a grin, his mind remarkably agile, effortlessly discerning others' intentions. "Indeed," Zhou Qiming replied candidly, recognizing that honesty and flattery were the best approaches to dealing with such a perceptive individual. Yang Mia clapped his hands in delight. "That's the spirit. While the Huailan Empire may not be the strongest on the continent, it is more than capable of suppressing insignificant nuisances. Speak, which sect have you angered?" "The Tianlan Pavilion," Zhou Qiming disclosed. "The Tianlan Pavilion?" Yang Mia's brow furrowed slightly, but he soon erupted in laughter. "I expected something formidable. Yet the Tianlan Pavilion has seen better days. Their leader has become elusive, wandering the world, leaving the old fox Wu Mufeng to take charge and monopolize the territory. Ha! It seems you've managed to provoke quite the formidable adversary." Zhou Qiming inquired, "Is the leader of the Tianlan Pavilion truly that formidable?" "Humph! I cannot say for certain. In any case, I am certainly no match for him." Yang Mia shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, the Tianlan Pavilion is a tough nut to crack without the right tools." Zhou Qiming acknowledged, "But fret not. Yang Dulei and I share a bond of life and death. I can assist you. Though I cannot mobilize the Empire's army to sweep away the Tianlan Pavilion, I can act as a bridge, allowing you to gain insight into the broader world. Wu Mufeng ist fool. If he intends to retaliate against you, he will surely think twice." Yang Mia said with a smile, resembling a downtrodden Maitreya Buddha, a sight both amusing and perplexing. Zhou Qiming grasped the underlying meaning of Yang Mia's words. He was being offered a chance to establish a powerful ally. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks. "By the way, Minister, What exactly are these three major assessments? Why do they seem so cruel? Zhou Qiming couldn't resist the urge to voice his discontent. The three major assessments are a hallmark of the military academy. I encourage you to experience them fully. They will undoubtedly prove beneficial, Yang Mie replied with a smile, returning to his contemplative state. Zhou Qiming felt it inappropriate to persist in interrupting him and quietly withdrew. The next day, Zhou Qiming awoke early, a consequence of his prolonged outdoor lifestyle, which had ingrained a rigid biological clock within him. In the changing room, he and Liang Kai conversed while donning the newly issued military uniforms. The attire was a robust, form-fitting combat suit, highly conducive to battle. The deep brown exterior complemented pure black combat boots, and a belt cinched tightly around his waist, lending him a spirited appearance. The fabric was specially designed, boasting remarkable elasticity and even the ability to absorb some external force, truly exceptional battle gear. There were no shoulder insignias on the uniform, but the back bore two small characters. Huailan. A badge adorned the left breast, inscribed with the words, First Military Academy of the Huailan Empire. This assessment is utterly insane, Liang Kai exclaimed with indignation. My strength is at the second level of body transformation, which means I must confront a beast at the fourth level. You're far luckier than I. I've only just reached the body transformation stage and lack even the means to protect myself. The two exchanged grievances, yet beneath it all, they harbored a flicker of anticipation for what might unfold. Who could say what surprises awaited them? On the battlefield, sometimes practical experience outweighs raw strength. Brother Qianming, you possess a rather unique aura. I suspect you've had quite the journey, Liang Kai remarked with a grin. He was straightforward, speaking his mind, and found a kindred spirit in Zhou Qianming. Liang Kai was evidently a chatterbox, having finally found a companion to engage in lively conversation, relishing the shared banter while playfully showing off his own prowess. Chapter 24. The assessment begins well, if it isn't Liang Kai. You've made your way into this military academy too? A voice laced with mockery resonated behind the two individuals, prompting them to turn and behold an arrogant youth. Arms crossed, scrutinizing them from a position of superiority. Flanking him were two robust young men, exuding an air of haughty defiance. Lu Ao? Liang Kai raised an eyebrow, surprise crossing his features. What brings you here? Ah, Liang, my dear brother, our fortuitous encounter here signifies a bond deeper than mere happenstance. Lu Ao replied with a derisive chuckle, before adding, I truly did not anticipate someone like you would gain entry into such a prestigious military academy. Ha! He erupted into laughter, his companions joining in with their own snickers. What do you mean by that? Liang Kai's anger began to simmer. Nothing much, just expressing my astonishment that someone of your caliber could secure a place in such a distinguished institution. Lu Ao retorted, a sneer curling his lips. Liang Kai clenched his fists, only to release them moments later. Both he and Lu Ao hailed from the Yunj province. Old Liang had amassed considerable wealth, yet much of it had been usurped by the Lu family. This had rendered Liang Kai a mere shadow of himself throughout his life in the town. He decided to swallow his pride. For the military academy was a realm teeming with hidden talents, far surpassing the likes of Tianlan Pavilion. While Zhou Qianming might have been a formidable force within Tianlan Pavilion, he was but a small fish in the vast ocean of the military academy, where truly impressive individuals abounded. To be a dragon, one must coil. To be a tiger, one must crouch. Otherwise, one risks being uprooted by the winds of envy. Zhou Qianming had tempered his arrogance within the academy, having just entered the Yi realm, placing him at the bottom of the hierarchy. Making enemies at this juncture would be ill-advised. Yet, enduring humiliation was never Zhou Qianming's character. If he were to fall, he would do so with style. And what are you, pray tell? Zhou Qianming's deep voice interjected. A mocking smile plastered across his face as he folded his arms. What did you say? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Lu Ao's smile vanished, replaced by a simmering rage. The two burly youths beside him looked up sharply, their eyes wide and brows furrowed, fists clenched as an ominous aura began to rise. Tension hung thick in the air when a cool voice interrupted. What are you all doing here? Both parties turned in surprise to see Instructor Chu Wei standing nearby, hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark and foreboding. Instructor Chu? Lu Ao exclaimed, eager to greet him. Chu Wei, however, ignored Lu Ao, standing there impassively. Lu Ao's expression soured slightly as he muttered under his breath. The assessment is about to commence. Why are you all idling about? Chu Wei's voice was icy. Instructor, we were merely engaging in conversation, exchanging pleasantries, nothing more, Lu Ao replied with a smile, casting a furtive glance at Zhou Qianming. Chu Wei remained inscrutable, his voice low and firm. Do not cause any disturbances. Many have been expelled during the reserve period. You're not irreplaceable. After casting a penetrating gaze at the group, he strode away with purpose. Lu Ao's eyes followed Chu Wei's retreating figure, and he muttered, "Lucky you." He then shot a fierce glare at Zhou Qianming and Liang Kai before departing in haste. Liang Kai let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. What is up with Lu Ao? Zhou Qianming inquired. Liang Kai furrowed his brow, responding slowly, he and I both hail from the Empire of Huilin, and his father wields significant influence in the East. Lu Ao's father has extensive connections with the Academy's upper echelons, which explains his arrogant demeanor. This so-called elite military academy is merely a FAAD. Zhou Qianming nodded in understanding. Those two by his side must be sent to protect him. Then, indeed, Liang Kai sighed. They are formidable bodyguards, each having reached the 7th level of the Yi realm. The 7th level? Zhou Qianming expressed astonishment, noting their youthfulness and recognizing their extraordinary abilities. They certainly don't look like ordinary individuals. Half an hour later, the recruits lined up at the military academy's entrance, each receiving a sharp dagger and 2 medicinal pills. A commanding officer shouted at the entrance, "New recruits of the 1st Military Academy. Your assessment is about to commence. I will reiterate the rules. You have 10 days. Exceeding this time frame constitutes failure. Elders will be monitoring within the mountains. Do not entertain any malicious thoughts. The higher the level of the beasts you hunt, the greater your score will be now. Unleash your best efforts. The assessment begins." A cacophony erupted as numerous figures dashed forward, plunging into the depths of the mountains. Zhou Qianming followed closely, the dagger secured at his waist, and the medicinal pills tucked inside his military attire. As he stepped into the mountains, Zhou Qianming inhaled the long-lost, invigorating scent of the forest air. Feeling revitalized, as if transported back to his days in the Wolf Demon Mountain Range, it was during that time that Zhou Qianming had ventured into this new world, unlocking the Qi Ling vein, befriending the adorable Zhou Yunying and clashing with Tianlan Pavilion, their enmity growing ever more profound. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qianming resolved, "Little girl, once I obliterate Tianlan Pavilion, I will definitely return to find you." Liang Kai examined a medicinal pill in surprise, noting that although it was merely a qi replenishing pill, it was potent enough. Perhaps the military academy was not as dire as he had imagined. The throng surged into the mountains like an army of ants, many meticulously searching for traces of the beasts. Yet, Zhou Qianming, with his seasoned experience, navigated stealthily deeper into the wilderness as if perceiving everything around him. This mountain range marked the end of the Wolf Demon Mountain Range, yet it remained vast and teeming with beasts. Zhou Qianming ascended a towering tree, surveying the landscape, contemplating a swarm of headless flies. The beasts rarely roam the outskirts. To capture high-level beasts, one must venture deeper. Suddenly, a lithe figure darted past, and Zhou Qianming's vision blurred momentarily. With a swift motion, the figure propelled itself several meters ahead. Yet in that fleeting moment, Zhou Qianming discerned the silhouette of a young woman with delicate features and arched brows. This girl, Zhou Qianming squinted, murmuring to himself. He felt an odd sense of déjà vu. As if she bore a resemblance to Zhou Yunying, though there was a distinct difference in their aura. The assessment states that the higher the level of the beast captured, the greater the score. How confident are you? Within the mountains, Lu Ao addressed his 2 companions. With our combined strength, we can certainly handle a beast at the 8th level of the Yi realm. Lu Ao's subordinate, Luo Wu, confidently assured him, flanked by his brother, Luo Zhu, both elite enforcers of the Lu family, each possessing strength at the 7th level of the Yi realm. Then I have no worries, Lu Ao responded, brimming with confidence. An 8th level beast? Who could possibly surpass me? Chapter 25. A true test of manhood. Zhou Qianming stood atop a towering tree, surveying the surroundings, ready to scout for any signs of conflict. Bang, bang. The sounds of combat erupted in the distance. Zhou Qianming's heart raced with surprise. It seemed a new recruit was engaging a beast, and the aura emanating from the confrontation felt oddly familiar. Liang Kai? Zhou Qianming exclaimed, alarmed. This fellow had truly struck fortune. Encountering a beast, and a formidable one at that, a 5th-level beast, 3 tiers above him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qiming decided he must assist. He held Liang Kai in high regard. The young man was straightforward and kind-hearted. A friend in peril warranted intervention. The beast was a formidable bear, its strength formidable. Liang Kai felt as though his attacks were as ineffective as throwing a stone into the ocean, failing to make an impact. The disparity in power was immense. Damn it! Liang Kai cursed as he missed a strike, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The medicinal pills he carried had long been exhausted. If this continued, he would soon succumb to exhaustion and be easily dispatched by the bear. The bear seemed to sense Liang Kai's growing fatigue. With a mighty roar, it charged at him with reckless abandon. Liang Kai was taken aback, hastily activating his techniques to defend himself, but his internal energy flowed sluggishly, and there was no time for him to gather his thoughts. Perhaps I truly am unfit for military life. I should have remained in my place. At that moment, all fear faded from Liang Kai's heart, leaving only a profound sense of despair. In a flash, a figure soared through the air, 2 powerful arms wrapping tightly around the bear's thick neck. Refusing to relent, displaying a ferocity that rivaled even the beast itself. Zhou Qiming? Liang Kai was taken aback. This fellow was far too audacious, daring to confront a bear that could contend with a 5th-level human. Zhou Qiming grasped a tuft of coarse fur on the bear's neck with his left hand, while his right hand unsheathed a gleaming dagger, pressing it against the beast's throat with a swift motion. He yanked, and a fountain of blood erupted forth. Dragon Demon Fist, Dragon's Movement, Zhou Qiming cried, discarding the dagger as his fists surged with explosive power, striking the bear's ears with tremendous force. In that moment, this newly minted Eidi warrior held his ground against the beast. Quick! Use the dagger, stab it, Zhou Qiming shouted, urging Liang Kai. Finally snapping back to reality, Liang Kai grasped the bloodied dagger, trembling as he approached the struggling bear. His hands unsteady. Hurry! Don't hesitate! I can barely hold on, Zhou Qiming bellowed, frustration evident as he wondered why Liang Kai was hesitating. Liang Kai, overwhelmed, could hear nothing but the urgency of the moment, his eyes fixated on the dagger. Droplets of blood cascading onto his shoes. Fight to the end. Today, I will be a man. Liang Kai closed his eyes and shouted, rushing forward at a swift pace, his hands driving the dagger deep into the chest of the bear beast. With a sickening squelch, the bear's eyes widened like copper bells, blood vessels flooding them. A torrent of dark crimson blood gushed from the shattered heart, staining the hilt of the knife in a gruesome hue. Immediately, the colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, vitality fading away. Is it dead? Liang Kai asked, panic evident in his voice. Indeed, it is thoroughly dead. With such a long blade piercing the heart, is there any hope of survival? Zhou Qiming replied with a smile. Liang Kai exhaled deeply. Come, let us examine the magic crystal within. You have completed your task. Zhou Qiming forcefully extracted the dagger, splattering blood everywhere, and then handed it to Liang Kai. Liang Kai said nothing, merely casting a grateful glance at Zhou Qiming as he accepted the dagger. The razor-sharp blade sliced open the bear's abdomen, revealing a piece of deep gray crystal radiating a potent energy, the bear's magic crystal. Overall, the new recruits maintained a fairly consistent level, though a few exceptionally gifted individuals stood out. Most were between the 2nd and 4th levels of the easy body realm, so such results were neither particularly high nor depressingly low. In the ensuing 2 days, the two continued to wander through the mountains. The military academy, of course, did not provide food, so they had to fend for themselves. Fortunately, the mountains were teeming with wild beasts, and a couple of kills were enough to sustain them for several days. Zhou Qiming had considerable experience in this regard. For those more dangerous magical beasts, Zhou Qiming remained alert, employing the ever-changing heart technique to gain a clear insight into the area within a 500-meter radius, thus avoiding any significant danger. Where have we reached? Liang Kai paused, sitting down on the ground, fatigue evident in his voice. He was the pampered scion of his family, unaccustomed to such hardships, even after several days of arduous travel. His nerves had toughened, and his courage had significantly increased, enhancing his demeanor. Yet, he still fell short of becoming a professional-level loner like Zhou Qiming. We haven't yet reached the depths of the mountains. Zhou Qiming replied, "Be why this time. The sky was adorned with countless stars, shimmering silver lights twinkling in the firmament. A thin plume of smoke rose into the air, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the atmosphere, filling the surroundings with a delightful fragrance. Liang Kai could no longer restrain himself, tearing off a roasted pig leg and devouring it with gusto. Oh Qianming, not to be outdone, ripped off a large chunk of meat and hastily stuffed it into his mouth, the glistening roast disappearing down his throat. The two of them fought fiercely over the food, leaving not a scrap behind. Since entering the military academy, our appetites have certainly increased. I must say, your culinary skills are quite impressive. There's enough grease, though it could use a bit more seasoning and perhaps some chili, Liang Kai remarked contentedly, picking at his teeth and reclining comfortably. Zhou Qianming shot Liang Kai a disdainful look. You, of all people, have the audacity to lecture others on cooking when you devoured the most? Under the bright moon and sparse stars, with no clouds in sight, a chilly breeze swept past, causing Liang Kai to shiver. Why does it feel a bit cold? He asked. Zhou Qianming heightened his vigilance, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The atmosphere grew somewhat ominous, the moonlight casting a faint veil of shadows, filtering through the branches and leaves to create fragmented silhouettes. In the distance, the forest rustled, and suddenly, two green phosphorescent lights flickered into view, adding to the eerie ambience. Zhou Qianming's pupils constricted. He distinctly saw a robust wolf, its greenish glow flickering, as a powerful paw pressed against the ground. This is bad. Zhou Qianming's heart sank as he hurriedly pushed Liang Kai aside and leaped backward. He felt a violent gust of wind rush past him, uprooting clods of dirt that splattered onto him. A chilling wolf howl echoed through the silence, its mournful cry sending shivers down their spines. "It's et Sangyan wolf!" Liang Kai exclaimed in horror, recognizing the terrifying creature before them. A deep gray beast saturated with the scent of blood. The notorious Sangyan wolf. Zhou Qianming's heart plummeted. This beast was unmistakably a third-tier magical creature, equivalent to a human at the Easy Meridian realm. Moreover, it was a bloodthirsty beast, making it all the more formidable. Chapter 26. A means of survival just escaping from the tiger's jaws only to fall into the wolf's den. What a stroke of misfortune! Liang Kai felt like crying but had no tears left. Zhou Qianming, however, appeared unfazed. When soldiers come, we meet them. When water flows, we dam it. One word, fight. Brother Qianming, you're clever. Surely you have a plan. Liang Kai looked at Zhou Qianming with wide, hopeful eyes, eager for him to produce some hidden weapon. Perhaps, Zhou Qianming said, flexing his wrists, preparing for a showdown. Liang Kai's eyes were filled with terror. The series of shocks he'd endured had left him on the brink of collapse. He had grown up in a warm and safe environment, and faced with such danger, he felt utterly helpless. Zhou Qianming's entire being was tense, the blood coursing through his muscles quickening, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. The Sangyan wolf licked its pale lips, revealing razor-sharp fangs, drool stretching into long strands. Perhaps drawn by the aroma of roasted meat, it fixed its green, hungry eyes on them, glimmering with a thirst for blood. With a piercing howl, it reared back its head and charged at Zhou Qianming. Zhou Qianming's body was already coiled like a spring, and just as the Sangyan wolf lunged, he swung his palm toward its skull. Dragon strike. Air rushed between his fingers as Zhou Qianming unleashed the dragon fist technique to its fullest extent, a formidable force coalescing in his palm and striking at the Sangyan wolf. The Sangyan wolf sensed the impending danger but did not flee. It remained rooted, accepting Zhou Qianming's overwhelming blow under his astonished gaze. Bang! A tuft of wolf fur flew. The Sangyan wolf's body trembled, but it did not collapse. Instead, it raised its fearsome visage, baring its fangs and leaping towards Zhou Qianming. This is bad. Zhou Qianming gasped in alarm. The beast was not only resilient but cunning, luring him into an attack to counter. Its ferocity was indeed wolfish and merciless. Just as the wolf's teeth bore down on him, a shockwave struck the Sangyan wolf's eyes. It howled in pain, biting off target, and it was Liang Kai's hand that had intervened. He panted heavily, his trembling hand hovering in the air. Did I succeed? Liang Kai exclaimed in surprise. His strength was not insignificant. Over these past 2 days, he had undergone numerous trials he had never before encountered, maturing significantly in mind and spirit. On the first day, he had been so frightened by the bear beast that he nearly lost control. preventing him from maximizing his cultivation. "Thank you." Zhou Qiming smiled at Liang Kai, then turned his focus back to the Cangyan wolf. This creature was indeed a formidable opponent. Dealing with it would require some tactical maneuvering. With that thought, Zhou Qiming's fingers slowly moved toward his wrist guard. The gap in strength is still too great. Liang Kai's face paled, shaking his head, the urge to retreat creeping in. "Not to worry. I have my own strategies," Zhou Qiming said, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of cunning. The Cangyan wolf was completely enraged, its wild nature erupting from its very core. After a few beastly roars, it charged at the two once more, its bared fangs seeming intent on tearing them to shreds. Now, Zhou Qiming's eyes flashed sharply as he suddenly hurled an object towards the Cangyan wolf. Whoosh! A peculiar crystal grew larger in the wolf's sight, ultimately bursting forth in a dazzling display of sparks at a critical moment. The energy swirling within the crystal intertwined with various substances, colliding to produce an astonishing surge of power that rapidly expanded. In the Cangyan wolf's sudden surge of fear, there came a resounding explosion. A brilliant firestorm erupted, engulfing half the sky, unleashing devastation upon the surrounding flora. Large swathes of trees were reduced to ashes in an instant, while the center of the explosion emitted a blinding light, the shockwave knocking Zhou Qiming back several meters. Liang Kai stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such a spectacle could occur. What Zhou Qiming had thrown was an explosive concocted from various spirit ores during his wanderings in the mountains. He had fortuitously discovered some exposed Longsha black ore in a wooded area. Renowned for its stability and destructive capability, Longsha black ore was widely used in military applications. Although the ore had lost some energy due to prolonged exposure, the latent destructive force remained formidable. Crafting the explosives from the ore was not a challenge for Zhou Qiming. Throughout history, countless miners had navigated the harsh terrain, their own cultivation often lacking, making it difficult to break through hard rock or excavate the earth. However, clever miners gradually uncovered the characteristics of different spirit ores, blending several volatile minerals to create explosives that could shatter the toughest of soils. Having spent much of his youth with miners, Zhou Qiming naturally had some understanding of these processes. After expending considerable effort, he finally produced 3 crude explosives known as Longsha black crystals, and their power was sufficient to inflict severe damage on early-stage Easy Meridian Realm practitioners. The method to detonate the explosives was straightforward. Simply infuse them with vital energy to trigger the explosion. Such terrifying damage and such a sharp attack were precisely why Zhou Qiming felt emboldened. A mournful wail echoed through the smoke as the cold wind swept by, gradually dispersing the haze to reveal the wretched form of the Cangyan wolf. Its entire body was battered and bloodied from the explosion. Its once menacing green eyes now devoid of malice, replaced by endless pain. The formidable power displayed was enough to give even the strongest of the my realm a headache, let alone a mere ordinary magical beast. No amount of robust fur could withstand such intense thermal ablation. Just moments ago, Liang Kai was still reeling from the shocking spectacle, which was undeniably staggering. It was merely a desperate measure for self-preservation. Zhou Qiming chuckled softly, flexing his wrist. The massive shockwave released at the moment of detonation had left his entire arm tingling, a consequence of the impure explosive materials used. The purity of the raw materials is of paramount importance. Even with equal quantities, the disparity in results can be immense, often due to improper procedures or low purity during the refining process. The authentic Longsha black crystal possesses a potency several times greater than that which Zhou Qiming had concocted. In fact, the version he had created was insufficient even to slay this ordinary Cangyan wolf, underlying the significance of material purity. At this moment, the Cangyan wolf was already on the brink of death, its vitality rapidly waning. Zhou Qiming drew his dagger, its cold gleam flashing as he effortlessly ended the life of the Cangyan wolf. He sliced open its belly with the ease of cutting through tofu, revealing a blood-stained crystal within. This was the magical crystal of the Cangyan wolf. The crystal exuded a rich, bloody aroma, with crimson energy visibly swirling around it, indicating that its grade was notably high, at least reaching the 3rd tier. Indeed, this is a magical crystal from a high-tier magical beast, and its energy is quite extraordinary, Zhou Qiming praised. Liang Kai echoed his admiration, with Brother Qiming's prowess. Capturing a magical crystal from a peak ET realm beast is an achievement that no one could surpass. Liang Kai was left in awe of Zhou Qianming's exceptional skill. This individual was not only formidable but also quite resourceful. Typically, a talent like him would be sought after by various sects and factions, yet here he was, enlisting in the army, truly perplexing. Zhou Qianming gazed at the magical crystal in his hand, smiled, and stored it within his wrist guard. Mission accomplished, let us depart. Chapter 27. Results after enduring a series of pursuits and battles orchestrated by the Tianlan Pavilion, Zhou Qianming naturally arrived at a conclusion. Without substantial strength as a backing, one must rely on a more formidable ally. Lacking such support, one must always prepare an escape route, a means of self-preservation. During his time performing grueling labor, Zhou Qianming gained considerable knowledge about spiritual minds. Becoming well acquainted with the properties of most spiritual ores, particularly those of an offensive nature, rich in violent elements, which he made a point to remember. The Haisha Dragon Crystal is a prime example. 10 days later, the first assessment concluded. New recruits gradually returned to the military academy as the city gates swung open, allowing myriad figures to enter, all exuding an oppressive aura of bloodlust. They were no longer the fearful, naive, and arrogant individuals they had been upon arrival. Instead, they had matured, exhibiting a steadiness in their demeanor, their gazes now holding a blend of dazedness and sharpness. The dazedness stemmed from the overwhelming stimuli they had experienced. Once the tension eased, fatigue would inevitably follow. However, their expressions betrayed an undeniable strength, a latent fierceness that could not be concealed after numerous battles. Although some appeared pale and gasped softly, their weary legs still supported their frail bodies. Resolutely standing tall, this was a trial every new recruit had to undergo. Otherwise, they would never be able to face the grim realities of the battlefield, nor confront the horrors of bloodshed and the shockwaves of cannon fire. Watching the rows of new recruits, Instructor Chu Wei's cold eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. It seemed the effects of their life and death trials had indeed been promising. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The first assessment has concluded, and I trust you now comprehend the meaning of cruelty, Chu Wei stated, his gaze silently surveying the recruits. Without strength, one cannot live comfortably. Only by empowering oneself can one avoid being trampled underfoot and reduced to another's stepping stone. Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. Now, I shall announce your results. Chu Wei cleared his throat and began to read the rankings. The magical crystals captured would be converted to a general tier based on their quality, which would be categorized into low, medium, and high grades depending on their purity, capture form, and rarity. Although the grading was stringent, it was relatively fair. Most new recruits managed to capture magical crystals hovering around the 3rd and 4th levels of the ET realm, with few breaking through this barrier. Time passed slowly as Instructor Chu Wei continued to announce the rankings of the several hundred new recruits, his voice resonating with a robust vitality. Liang Kai? Grade: Mid-tier ET realm level 5, ranked 30th. Liang Kai was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Being 30th was an excellent achievement. With over 1,000 new recruits at the academy, making it into the top 100 was no small feat. However, this magical crystal had been obtained with Zhou Qianming's assistance, stirring a sense of unease within him as he glanced toward Zhou Qianming, who met his gaze with an encouraging smile. The rankings continued, and as they progressed, the names bore greater significance, showcasing individuals with remarkable talents and potential, likely to become pillars of this military academy in the future. Cheng Su, grade: High-tier ET realm level 7. Ranked 8th, a robust young man in the crowd beamed with pride, reveling in his accomplishment. Lu Ao, grade: High-tier ET realm level 8. Ranked 3rd, Lu Ao held his head high, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. Such results were undoubtedly satisfying. Zhou Qianming's heart skipped a beat. It was finally his turn to be announced. This kid? Surely not. Lu Ao's smile faltered, his expression freezing in disbelief. With so many names, he had not paid attention to Zhou Qianming's ranking, but he could never have anticipated that this inconspicuous fellow had outperformed him. Grade: High-tier E my realm level 1. Ranked 2nd, good, Liang Kai cheered. And the crowd's attention swiftly shifted toward Zhou Qianming. Capturing a magical crystal from a level 9 ET realm beast was tantamount to battling a 3rd-tier magical beast, a feat of monumental difficulty. How could someone at the mere first level of the my realm accomplish such a task? The contrast was truly astonishing, leaving everyone in awe. Utterly ridiculous. How could he possibly defeat a third-tier magical beast? It's utterly impossible. He must have stumbled upon it by sheer luck. Damn it. Why don't I have such fortune? Lu Ao's expression darkened. He had initially thought that with the assistance of Luo Wu and Luo Zhu, he would secure the top position, but the reality was that the new recruits were teeming with hidden talents, and now he found himself placed third, especially with Zhou Qianming, whom he had looked down upon. Ranking above him, how could he swallow this humiliation? He glared furiously at Zhou Qianming, wishing he could devour him whole. Zhou Qianming sensed the hostility and turned to meet Lu Ao's gaze, offering a mocking smile in response. Preposterous! Lu Ao's brow furrowed, his face pale with rage, yet he refrained from confronting Zhou Qianming in such a public setting. Lu Xiao, let that little brat be arrogant for now. We shall make him pay dearly later. Luo Wu whispered with a chuckle behind him. It was merely luck. How dare he show disrespect to me, Lu Ao? That is a death wish. Lu Ao's expression softened slightly. The crowd gradually quieted, their hearts racing with anticipation. Who would claim the #1 spot? Chu Wei spoke slowly. The first place goes to Qinling, grade. Mid-tier my realm level 3. Upon announcing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Wei's eyes. The outcome had taken him aback. The crowd erupted in excitement. Mid-tier my realm level 3? That is truly extraordinary, even surpassing Zhou Qianming. Moreover, it seems to be a female, truly remarkable, deserving of admiration. Standing amidst the throng was a young woman whose battle attire only accentuated her figure. Her waist-length hair cascaded like a waterfall, and beneath her gently arched brows, her bright, clear eyes sparkled with an ethereal grace. She bore none of the ferocity typically associated with battle. Instead, she exuded a heavenly, serene beauty, akin to a delicate lotus emerging from the water, capturing the admiration of many. Qinling. Zhou Qianming turned at the sound, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, he recalled the fleeting figure he had glimpsed while searching for magical beasts beneath a great tree. It had to be Qinling, although he had only seen her silhouette. The otherworldly aura she radiated was unmistakable. Qinling remained calm and composed, displaying no sign of emotional fluctuation, like a gentle breeze swaying the willow. Seemingly indifferent to the commotion around her. With the rankings announced, the second assessment would commence in 3 days' time, and Chu Wei concluded, "Prepare yourselves well." He then departed. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue, and large patches of mottled clouds filled the sky. Chapter 28. Procurement. Zhou Qianming strolled leisurely through the military academy, which was indeed quite expansive and pleasantly situated, allowing him to savor the refreshing ambience. "Hey, you there, stop!" A jarring voice called out from behind him, causing Zhou Qianming to furrow his brow. He turned to see a surge of energy rippling through the air, rapidly approaching him. Instantly, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, his pupils constricting as he prepared to counter the impending attack with a surge of energy of his own boom. The two waves of energy collided, dissipating into the surroundings with a resonating force. You possess some skill to have withstood my attack," came the taunting voice. A boisterous voice erupted, belonging to none other than Lu Ao's underling and bodyguard, Luo Wu. "Oh, what? Does he possess the strength to contend with us?" Luo Zhu scoffed. "Aren't these two indeed Lu Ao's bodyguards? It appears he has dispatched them to trouble me." Zhou Qianming's face twisted in disdain as pure vitality flowed steadily within him, primed to erupt at any moment. "You dare show disrespect to our young master Lu? The outcome will be succinct. Death." Luo Wu sneered, unleashing the formidable aura of his 7th-level cultivation in the easy body realm, while Luo Zhu, unwilling to be outdone, radiated astonishing energy. "If you have the capability, then come at us," Zhou Qianming retorted, his eyes glinting with mockery as he regarded the duo, yet a twinge of unease settled within him. Both of these formidable opponents were at the 7th level of the easy body realm, equivalent to the strength of 2 Zikan. Together, they could easily extinguish him in mere moments. Regardless, a bloody confrontation was now inevitable. "You insolent brat! Don't say I didn't warn you." Luo Wu's eyes gleamed with menace as he hurled a punch that struck like a cannonball. The shockwave from his fist surged forth. Infused with vitality, in response, Zhou Qiming unleashed a flicker of azure light from his hand, knowing that if things escalated, he might have to resort to the heavenly seal. A rookie brawl. How audacious. Zhou Qiming's vigilance heightened as he glanced up, only to find a stout figure had unexpectedly positioned himself before him like a mountain. It was Minister Yang Mia. A rough hand seized Luo Wu's fist with an iron grip, the overwhelming force failing to so much as tremble Yang Mia's arm. Luo Wu's strike vanished into the ether, utterly ineffective. Yang Mia's grotesque, plump face leaned in, his lifeless artificial eye fixated on Luo Wu. Do not let me see you again. It would take but a word from me to have you pack your belongings and leave. The oppressive aura emanating from Yang Mia sent a chill down Luo Wu's spine, causing him to gulp nervously, lick his lips, and flee in trepidation. Luo Zhu, sensing the shift, followed suit. Along the way, he pondered when this kid had found such a formidable ally, and why he had to be so ugly. Zhou Qiming was still processing the situation when Yang Mia eagerly grasped his arm, his face alight with excitement. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such hidden prowess. You've truly surprised me. Yang Mia exclaimed, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Zhou Qiming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Minister, what on earth is going on? Have you forgotten? You utilized the Black Sand Dragon crystal during the evaluation. While its power was somewhat diminished due to its purity, it is still commendable and aligns perfectly with my interests. Zhou Qiming finally understood that Yang Mia had taken note of his use of the Black Sand Dragon crystal. The old madman had an affinity for tinkering with explosives, which suited his tastes splendidly. Indeed, you show promise. Yang Dule has quite the discerning eye. Here is the plan. After the assessment concludes, I will assign you to my tutelage, instructing you in the use of hazardous spiritual ores. Yang Mia chuckled heartily, his scarred visage taking on a rather sinister appearance. Following the completion of the first evaluation, the new recruits were granted 3 days of respite, and Zhou Qiming seized this opportunity to venture out and clear his mind. Learning from past experiences, he resolved to procure some elixirs and weapons, for one could never predict what surprises might arise during the assessment. Gazing at the bustling marketplace, Zhou Qiming was taken aback by the vibrant scene. Such prosperity was commonplace in any city. The first military academy of the Huilin Empire lay within the border region, not far from the Wolf Demon Mountains, with convenient transport routes. Given its considerable influence, the population was naturally substantial. In the distance, a mountain loomed, faintly resembling Eagle Peak, indicating that the military academy was not too far from the Tianlan Pavilion. However, the two entities maintained a clear demarcation, coexisting without interference, resulting in the Tianlan Pavilion's dominance in the local sphere. I've heard this apothecary offers quality elixirs at reasonable prices. Shall we take a look? Suggested Liang Kai. Zhou Qiming nodded in agreement. Entering the apothecary. At the entrance, 2 alchemical furnaces released a continuous stream of fragrant vapor. Inside, numerous patrons were selecting herbs, indicating a thriving business. Zhou Qiming noted that several soldiers clad in military garb, wielding large blades, were haggling with the proprietor. Clearly, they had learned their lesson. Soldiers, after all, often danced on the precipice of death, and in such perilous circumstances, preparation was paramount. Within a small cauldron the size of a bowl, a collection of orange-hued elixirs lay piled. Zhou Qiming picked one up, inhaling deeply. A rich aroma filled his nostrils, prompting a sigh of appreciation. Not bad, the quality is quite pure, not subpar at all. An elderly man approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Esteemed guest, your discerning eye is commendable. This fragrant heart pill is a top-tier product, immensely beneficial for refining vitality. Just 200 copper coins for one. Would you care for some? Zhou Qiming responded with an affirmative grunt. Pointing at the small cauldron, I'll take them all. How much in total? The old man's eyelids flickered in surprise, his astonishment spreading across his face. Esteemed guest, this cauldron contains over 100 pills, which totals nearly several dozen gold coins. Zhou Qiming tossed a purple card towards him. Though not wealthy, the military academy had ample funds. After the first evaluation, the academy issued each new recruit a card containing gold coins. Upon entering, recruits received corresponding stipends, which, while modest, amounted to over 100 gold coins. Here, no need for change, he declared. The card landed in the old man's hands, leaving him stunned. Such a generous customer was a rarity indeed. Liang Kai's voice chimed in from behind. Top quality condensed vitality essence? Not expensive. Pack 10 for me. What? You think I'm joking? Let me tell you, I could buy your entire apothecary if I wanted to. Heh, that is the spirit. And get me 2 pounds of the finest medicinal wine. Also, this kid clearly comes from a noble background. His pocket money must be substantial, and he spends it like water. Quite dashing. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, bewildered. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? Chapter 29. A blade worth 100,000 gold coins. If you wish to procure superior weaponry in Moke Town, the best place to go is the forge established by the military academy, Liang Kai declared with conviction, as if he possessed an innate understanding of all things around him. The military academy not only trained elite soldiers, but also engaged in commercial trade. The forge primarily offered high-quality weaponry, as the materials were largely collected or hunted by soldiers in the wild for magical beast hides. For military academy soldiers, the forge was an ideal venue. Soldiers who completed tasks assigned by the academy received academic credits as rewards, which could be exchanged for weapons, elixirs, and other items once accumulated in sufficient quantity. In monetary terms, however, it seemed rather unwise. Presently, Zhou Qianming had yet to accumulate any credits, but he had the means to spend. There's quite a selection here, Liang Kai murmured, his gaze sweeping over the array of weapons adorning the walls and counters. Dazzling in its variety. Some weapons even radiated brilliant glimmers, clearly indicating their superior craftsmanship. Choose what you like, it's on me, Liang Kai proclaimed with great generosity. During the evaluation, Zhou Qianming had selflessly come to his aid, proving himself trustworthy, and thus he wished to bestow a grand gift upon him, for money was of no concern. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, was meticulously polishing a piece of armor, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Oh? Liang Kai's attention was captured by a long sword of pure black hue. The blade, entirely ebony, bore peculiar, muscular patterns etched upon its surface, exuding an aura of remarkable strength. The hilt was adorned with a golden dragon head, radiating an air of majesty that made him shudder involuntarily. Grasping the hilt, he swung the sword with vigor, producing a low hum as a powerful surge of sword energy erupted from the black blade, swirling the dust off the ground into the air. What a magnificent sword! Liang Kai's eyes sparkled as he delicately traced the patterns along the blade, as if caressing a precious artifact. The forge's proprietor set down the armor and approached with a smile, saying, "Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. This sword is forged from Xinlong crystal, known as the Xinlong sword, renowned for its exceptional durability. Its power is beyond comparison. It is indeed a superior weapon." Liang Kai nodded, his gaze unwavering from the sword. "I'll take this 1,70,000 gold coins." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Such a straightforward customer was a rarity. 70,000 gold coins was indeed a fair price for such a weapon. And Liang Kai promptly made the payment. Zhou Qianming was still admiring the surroundings, dazzled by the myriad of weapons. He randomly seized a spear, brandished it a few times, then shook his head and returned it. A glimmer caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a silver blade approximately 3 feet in length tucked away in a corner. The blade gleamed with a radiant silver sheen, reminiscent of the rising sun. Approaching the silver blade, Zhou Qianming picked it up. The silver-plated hilt felt smooth and refined, akin to polished marble. The blade was heavy, emanating a cool aura that sent shivers down his spine. Not bad. Zhou Qianming murmured in admiration. "Young man, are you interested in purchasing this blade?" A voice, aged yet vigorous, broke through from the entrance. Zhou Qianming turned to see an elderly man with a spirited demeanor and piercing gaze looking at him. An elderly man bore a faint smile at the corners of his lips, his countenance brimming with vitality, devoid of any semblance of old age. Zhou Qianming, however, regarded him with a gaze tinged with curiosity. Was there something amiss with this elder? The old man offered no reply and strode directly into the Jin Tai Fong, his eyes sweeping across the walls and counters, seemingly in search of something. Zhou Qianming remained silent, observing the elder closely. Liang Kai, too, fixed his gaze upon the old man, intrigued by his intentions. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper remained taciturn, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, diligently dusting the counter. After a brief moment, the elder retrieved a large knife from one of the cabinets and placed it into Zhou Qianming's hands. "This knife suits you best," the elder declared. The blade appeared rather ordinary, measuring over 3 feet in length, with an iron-colored body and a relatively slender edge. Yet, it was difficult to discern any remarkable quality about it. What was this old man up to? Infuse it with your vitality, he commanded, and Zhou Qinming complied. A surge of pure energy flowing from his palm into the hilt. However, the instant the energy reached the hilt, it was as though some barrier had been breached. The entire blade erupted in a dazzling radiance, countless silver sparks cascading forth, illuminating the entire workshop. The shopkeeper ceased his work, captivated by the spectacle of the large knife. Liang Kai stared intently, oblivious to the sparks that flickered onto his face. This blade is called Hao Hui, crafted by an elder from the military academy several years ago. Its power is extraordinary if you seek to purchase a weapon. I wholeheartedly recommend this knife, the elder said, his tone calm, with a hint of a smile, devoid of any merchant's demeanor. Zhou Qinming pondered for a moment, his fingers gently squeezing the hilt, which felt as if it had been engulfed in flames. A warmth radiating against his skin. "Old sir, why do you recommend this knife to me?" Zhou Qinming retorted with a question. The elder smiled faintly, his rough fingers stroking his long beard, as the saying goes. "A fine horse deserves a fine saddle. Isn't this exquisite blade perfectly suited to your ensemble? What, do you doubt my words, old man? Just by looking at your attire, it's clear you are a new recruit from the 1st Military Academy. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to deceive a child?" The elder's tone was playful, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he regarded Zhou Qinming. Zhou Qinming returned a slight smile, replying, "If that is the case, then you must certainly be a senior at the academy. How could I not show my respect to a senior? This Hao Hui indeed aligns well with my preferences. Shopkeeper, how much does this knife cost?" The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting between the Hao Hui and the elder, who was silently examining a piece of armor hanging on the wall. "Thus," he replied, "for such a knife, it would be 100,000 gold coins." 100,000? Liang Kai exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that such an ordinary-looking knife could command such a price. Zhou Qinming furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before calmly stating, 100,000 gold coins, it's a deal." Upon finishing, he exchanged a knowing glance with Liang Kai, who promptly produced a card. Although the sum was staggering, for young Master Liang, it was merely a trifle. "Indeed, a man of decisive action," the shopkeeper chuckled, while the elder remained facing away. "Non-committal, I bid you farewell," Zhou Qinming said, departing the Jin Tai Fong with Liang Kai. The shopkeeper watched their retreating figures, sighing softly as he murmured, "Elder Qing Shan, this sword is hardly worth such a price. Are you truly at ease in trusting it to him?" The elder chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together, yet his gaze still sparkled with life. "They are but new recruits from our academy. It is only right to extend them some care." With that, he waved his robe and quietly departed. "Young man, how you have grown in these few years. I wonder how that old rascal is faring." Elder Qing Shan smiled faintly as he stepped through the gates of the military academy, where the sentinels hurriedly bowed in greeting. Chapter 30. The 10,000 withered vines with a few swift strokes. The vines remained unsevered, merely revealing the dark veins within. "What?" The new recruits rushing to the rescue were taken aback. Suddenly, 2 vine tendrils shot up from the ground, ensnaring his wrist with a vice-like grip, causing him to lose his grip on the large knife, which fell into the sandy earth. This entity was indeed peculiar. In this vast, desolate expanse, anything capable of surviving here must be a fearsome beast or a venomous creature. Zhou Qinming felt a tightening in his chest and called out to Liang Kai to assist in the rescue. "Heh, just as I was dozing off, someone presents me with a pillow. I have long wished to test this sword." Liang Kai grinned slyly, his newly acquired sword itching to be used. He swiftly drew his Xinlong sword, producing a resonant sound. The jet-black blade was fully revealed, its abyssal darkness contrasting beautifully with the golden dragon head crafted at the hilt's end, exuding an air of majesty that even Zhou Qinming secretly admired. With the Xinlong sword in hand, Liang Kai felt invigorated, charging forward with zeal, his arms sweeping through the air toward the vines. The dark blade sliced through the tendrils effortlessly, reducing them to fragments. The new recruit who had been trapped gained his freedom. Staring in astonishment at Liang Kai, "What sort of weapon is this? I struggled to merely peel away a layer, and yet he cleared it all with a single sweep? How astonishing!" Zhou Qinming also took action. wielding a seemingly unremarkable knife. Infusing it with his vitality, the blade once again radiated brilliance, shimmering like ice. The tiny crystalline fragments along the cutting edge sparkled under the sunlight, as the sand trembled. A cloud of dust was kicked up, and the vine was severed beneath the soil. The recruit ensnared at the ankle had not even seen Zhou Qianming spring into action. He merely felt a cold light flash by, freeing him from danger. Zhou Qianming and Liang Kai exchanged knowing smiles. The weapons procured with money were indeed remarkable. Thank you both for your timely rescue. The two liberated recruits expressed their gratitude. Be careful, Liang Kai cautioned, pushing the two down as a long vine swept over their heads. Suddenly, several tendrils erupted from the sand, swiftly encircling Zhou Qianming and trapping him within a tight circle. The vines writhed as if possessed, showcasing their defiance. "Though you think these withered branches and leaves can impede us," Zhou Qianming declared, his Hao Hui radiating a brilliant white light, as the attacking vines were instantly severed into pieces. The encirclement could no longer withstand the onslaught, resulting in a scattering of remnants across the ground. The vines gradually ceased their assault, seemingly retreating, but Zhou Qianming and his companions were reveling in the fight and had no intention of stopping. The dance of blades was fierce and mesmerizing, and soon, the area was cleared of all vines. The two recruits exchanged glances. This slaughter was scarcely different from chopping vegetables. This examination is exceedingly challenging. If you two do not mind, why not accompany us on our journey? Zhou Qianming proposed. They were more than eager to accept the invitation. The two newcomers, named Wu Fei and He Wanyun, were also new recruits at the academy. Their abilities were not particularly strong, and they had barely set foot into the fray when they were ensnared by the eerie vines. Fortunately, they encountered Zhou Qianming and were able to avert a crisis. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Wu Fei remarked, "These three major obstacles consist of desert, ocean, and forest. Just looking at this endless expanse of sand dunes, when shall we reach the end?" He Wanyun, possessing a more easygoing demeanor, replied, "What is there to complain about? As long as we can live well, each step forward is a victory." Yet, before he could finish, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, and a section of sand suddenly sank. Countless grains swirled and spiraled downward, forming a pit several meters wide in the blink of an eye. "Not good, run!" Liang Kai shouted as the sand behind them collapsed. "Heavens!" Wu Fei's face turned pale as he gazed into the pit. Emerging from the depths were numerous deep green withered vines, slithering like serpents across the sand before vanishing back beneath the surface. Countless tendrils seemed to be supporting something, as sand dunes crumbled and fell. It was as if a sea of sand was flowing. A towering, ancient tree uprooted itself from the pit. Astonishingly, the tree bore no leaves, its gnarled branches resembling dry wood that had long since withered. Countless vine tendrils, akin to a tangled web of nerves, expanded across the sandy terrain. The ancient tree hoisted up mounds of sand, swaying gently as if caught in a rain of sand. This was the sand demon. The 10,000 withered vines. What in the world is this? Liang Kai gaped at the surreal sight before him, his heart racing. Wu Fei and He Wanyun were utterly taken aback, unable to move in the face of such terror. "This is the 10,000 withered vines. We stand no chance against it. Run!" Zhou Qianming reacted swiftly, shouting. The looming 10,000 withered vines lashed out with its desiccated tendrils, roaring menacingly, resembling a demon. With a resounding thud, a withered vine shot up from the sand, moving so swiftly that even Zhou Qianming could not react in time before it ensnared his leg, sending him sprawling onto the sandy ground. Zhou Qianming quickly raised his Hao Hui, a flash of white light severing the vine. The Hao Hui, forged through countless trials, was no ordinary blade. Its edge was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through gold and iron as if they were mere vegetables, making it particularly effective against such creatures. Though transformed into a spirit, the withered vine remained just that, a withered vine, and no matter how resilient, it could not withstand the blade's keen edge. The 10,000 withered vines emitted a peculiar, eerie cry, akin to a wheel grinding against rotten wood. "I wonder if this monster is afraid of fire?" He Wanyun inquired. "Let me give it a try," Wu Fei responded, producing a firestone, infusing it with his vitality. And igniting a flurry of sparks, Wu Fei narrowed his eyes and hurled a firestone at the withered vine tree, its tail of flames trailing behind. Yet, as it approached the tree, A vine swiftly cleaved it in two. "Damn it!" He Wan Yun exclaimed in frustration. The withered vine tree raised its roots and vines, causing a whirlwind of sand to rise ominously in an instant. The vines began to grow uncontrollably, forming a thick circle that blocked everyone's escape. "Humph, at this juncture, we must fight with all our might," Zhou Qinming declared, raising his weapon, Hao Hui. Liang Kai nodded, acknowledging that a counterattack might still present a glimmer of hope for survival. The withered vine tree emitted a strange cry, its presence starkly bizarre amidst the desolate desert. Several vines soared into the air, targeting Zhou Qinming. With keen eyes, Zhou Qinming had long been attuned to the multitude of withered vines. A flash of brilliance emanated from Hao Hui. And then a dozen severed vines began to swirl and fall from the sky, a truly astonishing sight. "Watch out!" Liang Kai's voice rang out, tightening Zhou Qinming's heart. He sprang back several meters, just as a vine plunged into the sand like a sharpened sword. The withered vine tree let out another eerie cry, and a faint red glow emanated from its core. Suddenly, hundreds of vines erupted from the ground, encircling Zhou Qinming and Liang Kai in a firm grip. "These things are truly troublesome. They just won't stay dead." Liang Kai frowned. "No, perhaps there are ways to deal with them," Zhou Qinming replied. "Really?" Liang Kai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did you notice that red glow?" "Yes, if I am not mistaken. That is where the magical crystal of this tree's spirit resides," Zhou Qinming asserted with conviction. "The magical crystal?" Liang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary creature could possess a magical crystal. At that moment, the red light from the tree's core flashed, and hundreds of vines lunged towards the two men, appearing almost animated, swaying ominously while exuding an aura of death. "I'll hold off this tree spirit." "You focus on destroying the magical crystal," Zhou Qinming said, narrowing his eyes as he remained vigilant. "But are you certain you can succeed?" Liang Kai bit his lip, questioning that. "Of course," Zhou Qinming replied quietly, wiping the sand from his face. Given the disparity in their strengths, Liang Kai was better suited to execute the attack, increasing their chances of success. Suddenly, the red glow intensified, and hundreds of vines shot toward Zhou Qinming like arrows released from a bow. "Now!" Zhou Qinming shouted, charging forward with his blade. "To hell with it! We shall kill!" Liang Kai resolutely gripped his Xinlong sword. The multitude of vines targeted every inch of Zhou Qinming's body, locking him down completely. The moment the blade made contact with the vine, it was as if two long-anticipated explosives detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous force of combat. Hao Hui was wielded masterfully by Zhou Qinming, skillfully deflecting every critical strike. The relentless assault of vines continued, like an unending wave of reinforcements, attacking tirelessly. Despite Zhou Qinming's formidable prowess, he found the onslaught overwhelming. Thankfully, he had procured a small cauldron's worth of Huixiang pills from the apothecary. Otherwise, he would have been utterly depleted, allowing the withered vine tree to slay him countless times over. "Are we not done yet?" Zhou Qinming gasped, hastily popping a few pills into his mouth, eager for them to restore his energy. Just then, a figure darted forth like an arrow, swiftly reaching the withered vine tree. It was Liang Kai. "Die!" Liang Kai cried, thrusting his Xinlong sword toward the red glow at the tree's center. However, as soon as the tip of his sword grazed the tree, a sturdy vine shot up from the sand, ensnaring Liang Kai's arm tightly. "Damn it!" Liang Kai exclaimed in shock, struggling to break free. But the vine clung to him like a constricting serpent, unyielding. "This is bad." Zhou Qinming's brow furrowed. He dreaded encountering such unfortunate circumstances. Yet, fate seemed unyielding, as events continued to unfold unfavorably. If this persisted, it would surely become their tomb. A sharp blade sliced through the air, spinning toward the vine that ensnared Liang Kai's arm. The shimmering edge of the knife, reflecting the brilliant sunlight, created a dazzling arc, ultimately severing the two vines. The severed withered vines fell to the ground, and a dagger embedded itself into the trunk of the withered vine tree. Its hilt trembling slightly. It was He Wan Yun's dagger. "Heh, we cannot merely stand idly by like useless spectators. Watching you meet your demise," He Wan Yun chuckled, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, while Wu Fei smiled approvingly at them. "Well then," Zhou Qinming exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile finally breaking through his previously tense expression, as Hao Hui glimmered with renewed vigor, slicing through several vines before him. Now, watch me. Liang Kai pushed the sweat-drenched hair from his forehead, revealing his sharp gaze. His arm rose once more, grip tightening around the Xinlong sword. Aimed resolutely at the red glow emanating from the tree's trunk. Kill! Liang Kai thrust his arm forward, the obsidian blade piercing straight into the trunk of the withered vine tree. A resounding crack echoed as the wood splintered. Gray smoke billowing from the fissures, and brilliant red light erupted from the cracks before rapidly fading. Meanwhile, the barrier of withered vines began to collapse, as if truly dried out. He Wan Yun and Wu Fei could easily reduce the vines to a pile of ash with a mere touch, which the wind swiftly carried away into the desolate desert. The withered vine tree appeared severely damaged, emitting a prolonged sound akin to crushed timber reverberating through the sky. Ultimately, it shattered into large splinters, dissolving into dust and vanishing. "We did it!" Liang Kai exclaimed, watching the spectacle before him with immense joy. He felt a profound sense of awe. After all, he had once been merely a noble scion, sheltered from danger. Yet, after enduring over 10 days of blood-soaked trials, he had transformed from a timid young master into a man ready to wield a blade and fight. Zhou Qianming, too, was utterly exhausted. Having been battered by the tempestuous onslaught, he sank to the ground, recuperating his energy. He Wan Yun and Wu Fei exchanged glances, sharing a smile, acknowledging their contribution to the defeat of the withered vine tree. The now lifeless tree bore a striking resemblance to true withered vines, as large swathes of vines had detached, slowly turning to ash and merging with the sand. However, the faint red glow at the tree's center had not entirely vanished, still emanating a weak light. Suddenly, the red glow burst forth, releasing several translucent red sparks that melted into the trunk, causing the cracks made by Liang Kai to begin to close, healing instantaneously. What is happening now? The group felt a jolt of alarm, their anxiety mounting. Could it be that this ancient tree truly possessed a spirit and could revive? If so, given their current state, they would be utterly powerless. "I can't believe we might lose our lives in such a desolate place. It's truly disheartening," Wu Fei lamented, his expression dimming as he sighed. Zhou Qianming suddenly declared, "No, we can survive this. What did you say?" The others stared at Zhou Qianming in disbelief. "We are safe now. This is not the withered vine tree," Zhou Qianming explained. "Look at the source of the red glow." A sudden explosion sent several streams of red liquid pouring into the sand. Moments later, a tender shoot emerged from the ground. This was not the withered vine tree, but the Wan Ku Rong tree. Zhou Qianming's eyes fixated on the shoot, which had already grown to a height exceeding a foot in mere moments. Then why did it transform into a tree spirit resembling the withered vine tree? Liang Kai inquired. "Decay and vitality spring from the same source," He Wan Yun observed, gazing at the sapling. Zhou Qianming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, decay and vitality stem from my original heart. This tree species is the Wan Ku Rong tree, but for some unknown reason, it has traversed this wasteland. This place is barren and harsh, rife with malevolent energy. Despite its noble lineage, it could not withstand such a desolate environment. After absorbing the sinister energy for millennia, it transformed from the exalted Wan Ku Rong tree into the withered vine tree. In merely half an hour, the sapling had grown into a small tree taller than a man, its branches adorned with several vibrant green leaves, a striking sight against the barren landscape. If it were to endure for another 1,000 years, it would not revert to the withered vine tree, would it? Liang Kai asked. Zhou Qianming smiled slightly and replied, "I believe it will not. It is a tree spirit endowed with intelligence, possessing a noble source. I trust it will not repeat its past mistakes." The Wan Ku Rong tree seemed to comprehend human speech, shaking its broad leaves in response to Zhou Qianming. At last, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhou Qianming and his companions continued to wander through the vast desert. The expanse seemed endless, with nothing but desolation and dryness stretching as far as the eye could see. In these days, the spirits of the crowd are nearly on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of some foraging beasts, they would likely have succumbed to madness, tormented by this eerie tranquility. Several individuals already bear a thick layer of yellow sand upon their faces, their skin having long lost its original hue. Yet a flicker of light still glimmers in their eyes, It is truly unimaginable how they have endured these days. As the stars begin to blanket the night sky, the temperature in the desert finally cools somewhat. But the group displays no signs of comfort, for when deep night descends, the temperature plummets drastically, presenting a stark contrast to the warmth of the day. Despite this, they refrain from excessive complaints. They have fully grasped the nature of the so-called new recruit assessment. This is not merely an evaluation, but a genuine combat training exercise. Military academies necessitate such harsh measures to sift out soldiers of distinct prowess, tasked with safeguarding the Empire's interests and maintaining the orderly operation of its machinery. The assessment is devoid of time constraints, disregarding your journey, demanding only that you unleash your full potential and perseverance to continuously transcend yourself and reach the finish line. Of course, one may choose to withdraw. By simply shedding their military uniform, they would reclaim their freedom. This is entirely normal, as the army has no need for those who would falter. In the event of war, they would be an unwelcome burden. At present, the collective strength of the group has indeed progressed. Zhou Qianming has ascended to the 3rd level of the easy body realm. Liang Kai has also stepped into the 5th level of the same realm. While He Wanyun and Wu Fei have both reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level, it is noteworthy that prior to the assessment, they had only just entered the easy body realm. Such remarkable progress can only be achieved in an environment like this through numerous life and death battles. Continuous combat is the swiftest path to enhancement. The fierce wind, laden with sand, swept mercilessly past. Zhou Qianming brushed the grit from his face and gazed up at the sky, saying, "It is getting late. Let us rest here." The others nodded in agreement. After several days of interaction, they had grown exceedingly familiar with one another, and their camaraderie flourished as a result. Within half an hour, Zhou Qianming found a sheltered spot, and several of them lay comfortably, feeling quite at ease. The night sky, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, suddenly provoked a sense of unease in Zhou Qianming. This strange feeling persisted in his heart, making sleep elusive. While the others had already succumbed to slumber, thoughts of impending turmoil flashed incessantly in his mind. Zhou Qianming stifled a yawn, propping himself up and gazing blankly at the night sky. He fixed his gaze on the obsidian expanse above, where the layered clouds were subtly discernible in the darkness. The clouds intertwined, dimming the brilliance of the stars. In the desert, the night is exceptionally frigid. Despite being robust young men, full of vigor and protected by their vital energy, prolonged exposure to such harsh conditions inevitably brings a chill. At this moment, Zhou Qianming sensed the wind intensifying, its howling echoing in his ears. "Is it starting to wind?" Liang Kai was roused by the gust, rubbing his face and mumbling. "Perhaps," Zhou Qianming replied, his eyes fixed on the now tangled clouds above. They had taken on a curled appearance, twisting around a central point in the sky, beginning to spiral. The wind grew increasingly fierce as several gusts converged on the sand dunes, forming a small tornado that sucked in vast amounts of sand, spiraling it away into the distance. The other two awoke as well. Such treacherous weather would disturb anyone's rest. The sky was no longer the tranquil darkness it had been. The beautiful stars had vanished, replaced by swirling, dark red cloud formations. A pale white light illuminated the center of the sky, casting the surroundings in ominous crimson hues, reminiscent of a tempest about to unleash its fury. Could this be a sandstorm? He Wanyun suddenly exclaimed, "At a sandstorm?" The group gasped, instinctively looking up at the sky. Countless strands of cloud swirled towards the center, accelerating rapidly, resembling serpentine dragons in their dark red hues, shrieking in response to the pale light. The winds in the desert are fearsome, raging violently as they intertwine, forming vortex-like columns that surge forth. One such column barreled toward a withered tree, where a black carrion crow perched, seemingly aware of its impending doom. Its orange-yellow eyes wide with trepidation, anxiously gazing at the purplish-red horizon. From the edge of the wilderness, the mournful cries of the old crow echoed. "Quick, we must leave this place," He Wanyun exclaimed, springing to his feet and hastily donning his battle gear. A flicker of concern crossed Zhou Qianming's eyes as the sandstorm loomed ominously, enveloping them entirely. Where could they possibly flee? Chapter 33. Escaped. Tio encounter a sandstorm here. Hu Fei murmured. "Just how terrifying is this sandstorm?" Liang Kai inquired. "Utterly catastrophic," He Wanyun replied in horror. "I witnessed one in my youth, and the scene was akin to hell itself. Moreover, given the current conditions, I fear this one may be even more dreadful." Suddenly, A howling gale swept through, the sharp wind howling like a beast. Zhou Qianming and the others quickly ducked their heads as dust enveloped them like a deluge. Is there any way to evade it? Zhou Qianming wiped the grit from his head and urgently asked. He Wanyun's gaze shifted to Zhou Qianming, and the latter could discern the profound fear within his eyes. No. He Wanyun shook his head, slowly uttering the two words. But before he could say more, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon, as a wall of sand composed of dust surged towards them. Run! Zhou Qianming bellowed, and the group reacted swiftly, taking off as the sandy ground bore the marks of their energy eruptions. However, their speed was futile against such a massive sandstorm. The storm loomed like a monstrous beast intent on devouring everything in its path, leaving desolation in its wake. As the whirlwind of sand spiraled upwards, Zhou Qianming felt an inexplicable tug, glancing back to see they had been swept into the storm's domain. Was this truly the end? A heavy dread settled in Zhou Qianming's heart as he suddenly felt weightless. Would all their efforts be in vain? He had yet to uncover the whereabouts of his father. How regretful with a rush. Several of them were engulfed by the frenzied sandstorm, flailing about like headless flies. Zhou Qianming found his mouth and nose filled with sand, making it difficult to breathe, with a determined wipe of his eyes. Zhou Qianming finally glimpsed some semblance of the surrounding chaos, yet the sight sent a chill down his spine. He and his companions had been caught in the storm, and they were being thrust hundreds of meters into the air by the rising currents. The view around them bore no semblance of desolation, but instead was a scene of utter disarray. Just then, a hard fragment of rock hurtled towards his face. No, Zhou Qianming gasped, desperately raising his arm to shield himself. But the storm bound him, rendering him immobile. After enduring a searing pain, a prolonged haze enveloped him. The sandstorm gradually subsided, dispersing into the night. As the storm passed, the sky began to shed its terrifying dark red hue, giving way to the dawn's radiant light, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the earth. Zhou Qianming, battered and bruised, lay feebly on the ground. Suddenly, he felt someone slapping his face, instinctively pushing it away, only to have a strong hand grasp his. Where am I? Liang Kai? Zhou Qianming jolted awake, seeing several figures surrounding him. Regaining his senses moments later, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Liang Kai exclaimed joyfully. Where are we now? Zhou Qianming inquired. His head still throbbing painfully, He Wanyun squinted, stating, initially, we had no precise direction. Now, it is even more uncertain. Regardless, we are still alive, which grants us hope for escape, Zhou Qianming replied. While you were unconscious, we discovered something peculiar. Liang Kai said, his tone turning serious. Is that so? Zhou Qianming raised an eyebrow. Could it pose a threat to us? Liang Kai shook his head. No, it's not dangerous for now, but we do sense an unsettling aura emanating from a nearby sand cave. A sand cave? Zhou Qianming exclaimed, realizing that something sinister might lurk within this strange desert. Indeed, Liang Kai nodded, pointing into the distance. Beyond several sand dunes, a weathered sand cave was faintly visible. It seemed to have been buried for ages. But the recent sandstorm had stripped away the thick layers of sand, revealing its fragile entrance. Should we venture inside? Wu Fei, the more timid of the group, wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhou Qianming contemplated for a moment, saying, I believe it is worth exploring. We might uncover clues that could lead us out of this place. Liang Kai nodded in agreement. I concur. I have grown weary of this endless sea of sand. Resting there would be a welcome reprieve, He Wanyun added, his optimism shining through. I too wish to leave this place, Wu Fei chimed in. Zhou Qianming smiled slightly, declaring, then let us set forth, striving to escape this desert as soon as possible. After the sandstorm has wreaked havoc, all that remains is a desolate calm. That a cave, long shrouded by the sands of time, is finally laid bare once more, its surface of deep brown gravel etched with the marks of ages past. Is this indeed the cave? In front of the entrance, Zhou Qianming gazes up at the towering sand peak, over 100 meters high, and inquires. Liang Kai swallowed hard. From a distance, this cave appeared diminutive. Yet up close, it loomed impressively. Dust and debris continuously tumbled from the cave walls, exuding an air of fragility, but curiously, an unusual aura emanated from within, leaving them both puzzled. This presence is rather peculiar. It neither resembles the vibrations of living creatures nor the emanations of spiritual energy. Rather, it feels akin to a unique mental allure, radiating towards everything around it. "Let us go," Zhou Qinming declared, stepping boldly into the cave. Taking a breath of the warm air that enveloped him, he was met with a distinct scent of sand and soil. After years of being hidden, the cave released a long-accumulated gloom into the outside world. Although visibility within the cave was limited, the bright sunlight illuminated the walls, revealing every detail. The interior was filled with massive sandstone formations, and deeper within lay the exposed remains of some creatures, creating a chilling atmosphere. However, for Zhou Qinming and his companions, encountering the corpses of magical beasts was a rather mundane occurrence in this vast, barren desert. "Let us light a fire," Wu Fei suggested. Zhou Qinming nodded, retrieving several torches from his wrist guard to distribute among the group. The torches were made from the twisted branches of the Wanku vine, unexpectedly resistant to flames. Once ignited, they burned for several hours. Zhou Qinming and his companions often lit fires at night, providing warmth against the chill of the dark. The igniting powder was some low-quality black sanddragon or Zhou Qinming had unearthed from the forest. A mere application of it, coupled with a surge of spiritual energy, would produce a burst of flame. The blaze was not particularly large, yet in this eerie place, it sufficed. Chapter 34. The Tomb. Suddenly, several flames flickered to life in succession. These flames appeared somewhat strange, perhaps due to the Wanku vine, as they glowed with a greenish hue, resembling ghostly wisps from afar. "Rather unsettling. It seems quite deep in here," Wu Fei remarked, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Yes, I believe this cave may connect to an underground chamber," He Wanyun analyzed. "An underground chamber? Indeed. Look at the smoke from the burning torches." Zhou Qinming glanced upward. Observing the green-tinged flames consuming the vine torches, wisps of pale green smoke swirling upward, gradually drifting towards the depths of the cave, following a descending path. This indicated a flow of air from deeper within the cave, originating from below. "Oh, so that is it," He Wanyun replied, a hint of admiration in his tone. After meandering for half an hour, Zhou Qinming and his companions finally reached the end of the cave, where they beheld a large circular pool spanning several acres, standing upon the arid ground, drawing in the greenish haze. "What on earth is this?" Liang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. "How could there be a pool within this cave?" "I have no idea. It's quite bizarre. What purpose could a pool serve in such a place?" He Wanyun pondered, equally perplexed. The pool was oval in shape, its walls adorned with intricate patterns, yet it had long since dried up, with the sediment reduced to dust, merging seamlessly with the pool itself. "Have we exerted ourselves for naught, merely to behold this triviality?" Liang Kai grumbled, irritated at the apparent waste of time and effort. Feeling decidedly displeased, No1 would labor to construct a useless pool here without reason. "This must warrant our investigation," Zhou Qinming asserted with unique insight. "Indeed, perhaps the pool may yield some valuable information." He Wanyun concurred. Zhou Qinming sprang upward, soaring several meters high to examine the bottom of the pool, revealing a layer of desiccated silt, likely the result of wind-dried sediment. Cautiously stepping onto the silt, Zhou Qinming found it felt no different than the usual ground. "Strange? This texture seems remarkably solid. How did the smoke infiltrate?" Zhou Qinming furrowed his brow, but in an instant, his eyes widened as he felt the ground beneath him give way, causing him to plummet. The so-called silt appeared firm but had long since eroded. More critically, it was not the pool's bottom but a layer of silt-like substance. Zhou Qinming's step proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. And in an instant, the silt crumbled into fine particles, cascading into the unfathomable depths of the pool below. Zhou Qinming, caught off guard, fell into the abyss. "Zhou Qinming!" the others cried out, rushing to the pool's edge, watching in horror as countless clumps of silt cascaded down into the ominous darkness below. Liang Kai was the first to leap into the pool, while He Wanyun and Wu Fei hesitated but ultimately steeled themselves and jumped in after him. The pool was unfathomably deep, cloaked in darkness, as if all light had been extinguished. Suddenly, beneath him, Liang Kai felt something soft, an immense pile of fine sand. Exhaling in relief, he realized the pool was not as deep as he had anticipated. Soon after, the other two landed beside him. "Does anyone know of the Sandy Elder?" Zhou Qiming's voice broke the silence, causing Liang Kai and Wu Fei to turn and see him, back-turned, illuminating something on the stone wall with his torch. They shook their heads, clearly unfamiliar with the figure. The Sandy Elder? Never heard of him. Why do you ask? He Wanyun inquired, pondering. Why? Wei Ve stumbled into his domain. Zhou Qiming turned around, revealing the torchlight illuminating 5 large characters carved into the stone. Tomb of the Sandy Elder. Fortune has eluded us, Liang Kai sighed, shaking his head. He had hoped to find a way out, but instead found himself amidst a graveyard. Truly unfortunate. Wu Fei, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, his voice trembling. You all should look down. Zhou Qiming lowered his torch, and instantly, a multitude of bones lay exposed beneath the eerie glow of the green light. The skeletal remains appearing as though coated in a layer of greenish varnish, rendering them grotesquely unsettling, startling even Zhou Qiming. How could there be human bones here? Never mind, let us keep moving. Perhaps there's a way forward. Zhou Qiming urged, though his eyelids fluttered with unease. The group continued cautiously, stepping over the scattered bones that crunched beneath their feet, producing unsettling sounds that were hard to bear. A decaying iron box emerged in their view. And to their astonishment, a figure sat atop it. Zhou Qiming swallowed hard, incredulous at the sight. As they approached slowly, they discovered it was a skeleton, more intact than the others. The bones were weathered and sand-blasted. A dull yellow hue, with large chunks of gravel filling the ribcage. What struck them as most peculiar was that the skeleton clutched a large knife, the blade bearing indistinct markings, though the words Sandy Elder could still be discerned. Surely, this must be the Sandy Elder, Liang Kai remarked. But who do those other bones belong to? Wu Fei queried. Perhaps they are the remains of those who trespassed into the tomb, Zhou Qiming speculated. Silence enveloped them as they gazed at the skeleton, the vast frame devoid of life. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. He Wanyun wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, whispering, "We should leave," agreed. Yet before they could move, a sudden cough echoed from behind, the sound raspy and aged, reminiscent of an asthmatic cat lamenting under the moonlight. The group slowly turned, their expressions morphing into sheer horror at the scene before them. The skeleton appeared to be infused with life, its skeletal legs resembling gnarled tree trunks, supporting a pitiful frame. Sand continuously slipped from its ribcage, and the skull's cracked maw opened wide, emitting a relentless cough. Billowing clouds of dust. Cough, cough. Please, take it slow. Liang Kai stammered, panic-stricken. A crack formed in the forehead of the skeleton, and a flash of crimson light burst forth, while 2 points of red smoke emerged from the empty eye sockets. An overwhelming force erupted, sending shards of bone flying into the air, prompting Zhou Qiming and the others to stagger back several paces to regain their balance. What power? Zhou Qiming gasped, astonished. They could not accurately gauge the level of this incredible strength. Yet Zhou Qiming felt a strange familiarity, reminiscent of his brief encounter with Wu Mufeng. The aura emanating from the skeleton bore a striking resemblance. Could it be that the skeleton possessed the strength of the Li Chen realm? Chapter 35. A bold decision. The 3 primary realms of transformation are the Et realm, Emai realm, and Ipa realm. Surpassing these 3 realms leads to a pivotal juncture in cultivation, known as the Li Chen realm. Entering the Li Chen realm is an arduous endeavor, requiring the completion of the long and arduous training process through the 3 primary realms Dai and the Ipa realm. The human body begins to form crystals of spiritual energy. With each ascension, these crystals become denser. When one reaches the pinnacle of the Ipa realm, they must break through this barrier through their own strength, undergoing a profound transformation, a challenge that has halted countless individuals in their tracks. To shatter this crystalline barrier is not only exceedingly arduous, but a single misstep could result in a catastrophic crystal explosion, devastating the majority of one's meridians and leaving any aspiring cultivator stranded in their pursuits. Yet, should one penetrate this threshold, the benefits conferred upon oneself are immeasurable, boasting a strength that far surpasses that of the Easy Soul realm by several magnitudes. Accompanied by resplendent achievements that would capture the attention of the masses, the dust-leaving realm undoubtedly represents a formidable capital, a hallmark of superiority. Most significantly, it lays an extraordinarily solid foundation for the path of future warriors. At this moment, the remnants of the old man of the sandbar inexplicably emanate an aura akin to that of a dust-leaving realm powerhouse. One can scarcely imagine the terrifying strength this formidable being wielded in life. Blood-red glimmers radiate from the eye sockets of the skeleton, with the crimson brilliance upon its forehead growing ever more dazzling. Its bony fingers grasp a heavy blade, advancing toward Zhou Qianming and his companions with the ominous presence of a reaper from the netherworld. Exuding a bloodthirsty aura of slaughter. This time, there's no need to worry about an unmarked grave, Liang Kai remarked with a bitter smile. It's right here in the tomb. The seemingly fragile finger joints held tightly to the hilt. Darting swiftly to Zhou Qianming's side, and with a sudden movement, a shadow of the blade was unleashed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing sent chills down the spine. Zhou Qianming barely managed to parry the strike with his howling radiance blade. Yet the overwhelming force, exceeding that of the 3 easy realms, still sent him tumbling to the ground. Damn it! This wretched creature possesses such strength, Zhou Qianming thought, performing a swift roll to regain his footing. His heart racing in alarm. Cough, cough. The skeleton emitted a few rasping coughs, a handful of yellowed dust mixed with brittle teeth cascading to the earth, while 2 flickering red points danced within the depths of its eye sockets. Though this skeletal frame had long since weathered away, its strength surpassed his own. However, in its current state, it seemed too fragile to withstand a full-force assault. Zhou Qianming reassured his comrades, though doubt gnawed at him internally. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Zhou Qianming soared into the air, infusing his howling radiance blade with a surge of vital energy, the brilliant white light emanating an icy chill from the blade's edge. In mere moments, he darted past, launching a thunderous strike at the skeleton. Cackling, the massive skull emitted a strange, eerie sound, as if mocking him derisively. The red glow from within its eye sockets suddenly unleashed a terrifying murderous intent. Enveloping Zhou Qianming entirely, the protruding finger joints aligning with the blade's edge, as the long-decayed old sword seemed to regain a semblance of life in that instant. Zhou Qianming felt an undercurrent stirring around him. As the sand beneath his feet rose and swirled around the old sword in the skeleton's grasp, cackling, the skeleton let out a maniacal laugh and abruptly plunged the sword into the ground. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a titanic wave of energy surged forth from the embedded sword like a tsunami. The unseen shockwave shattered the once smooth ground into vast fissures, sending countless fragments soaring into the air. Nearby remains were instantly reduced to dust, merging with the sand. Naturally, Zhou Qianming's attack could not penetrate the oncoming shockwave. The immense force of the dust-leaving realm sent him reeling far away, crashing into a pile of collapsed stones. Liang Kai and the others, though at a distance, were equally terrified by the overwhelming force, hastily seeking refuge behind sturdy rocks. The disparity in power was simply too vast. With my current strength, it is impossible to even touch it, let alone launch an attack. Zhou Qianming panted silently. Clang. The skeleton withdrew the sword, holding it inverted as it approached Zhou Qianming, the grating sound of its skeletal joints sending shivers down the spine. It's coming! Zhou Qianming's heart raced with alarm as he lifted his head from the rubble, 2 blood-red wisps flickering ominously, reminiscent of the eyes of death cloaked in shadow, instilling dread in his hands. He gripped 2 black, oddly shaped crystals, the black sand dragon crystals. Zhou Qianming had crafted 3 such crystals. These were the remaining 2. Given the materials, it was impossible to procure the purest black sand dragon ore. Yet these 2, refined and fused with various spiritual ores, still held considerable power, capable of inflicting grave injuries upon those in the early stages of the Easy Meridian realm. However, these were far from sufficient to contend with a skeleton that had reached the dust-leaving realm. Zhou Qianming then produced a red crystal. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air was tinged with a metallic scent, a second-tier magic crystal. This was obtained during his confrontation with a blood beast in the Wolf Demon Mountains. Preserved within his Qinkuan pouched it seemed this was the only recourse left. Though uncertain of its success, he resolved to gamble everything. A low growl reverberated within his heart as Zhou Qianming unleashed a dazzling aura of vital energy from both hands, enveloping them in a rich, radiant glow, a faint white mist rising. Zhou Qianming bellowed, crushing the 2 black sand dragon crystals in his left hand, the violent energy tearing through his palm in an instant. Blood streamed from his fingers, staining his arm with crimson streaks. The skeleton lowered its head, the blade grazing the ground and carving a straight line as it advanced toward Zhou Qianming in this. Boom! The magic crystal in his right hand was similarly detonated by the vital energy, unleashing a cloud of blood mist in his palm. Zhou Qianming's hands were gravely injured, the excruciating pain amplifying within his mind, his vision blurring from the agony. The fragments of the black sand dragon crystal in his left hand exuded energy steam, while the shards of the magic crystal in his right hand emitted a blood-red, acrid smoke. These two perilous energy crystals were now being manipulated by his hands. Were an ordinary person to witness this, they would surely be struck with terror. The final moment coalesced. Both palms radiated vital energy, firmly binding the two crystals within his grasp. Hiss! Black and red steam billowed forth like smoke from a chimney, radiating an astonishing ripple of energy. As the pain reached a critical threshold, Zhou Qianming's arms grew numb. Several of his fingers' flesh separating to reveal bone. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, torn by his own teeth. What is he trying to do? Liang Kai gasped in astonishment. Though he had not spent much time with Zhou Qianming, each of his reckless actions left him utterly shocked. This man was a madman, unafraid to gamble with his life. Chapter 36. Third layer of the easy body realm. The skeleton had now arrived before Zhou Qianming, raising its blade once more, embodying the grim demeanor of death. Just a little more. Just a little more, Zhou Qianming muttered, agony tormenting him relentlessly, yet his hands remained in a prayer-like position, as though beseeching the heavens. A raspy chuckle emanated from the skeleton's mouth, reveling in the torment of living beings, as if this decrepit frame was still savoring the thrill of cruelty. Is it truly so easy to be slaughtered when one's strength is so lacking? Liang Kai spread his fingers, gazing vacantly. He ached to save Zhou Qianming, yet he understood all too well that it would be futile. Perhaps the moment he charged forward, he would be snuffed out in an instant. Worth less than a mere pawn, He Wan Yun and Wu Fei lowered their heads in despair. Not necessarily. It won't be so easy to die. A familiar, resolute voice suddenly rang out from a distance, igniting a spark of hope in their hearts as they looked up to see Zhou Qianming, sprawled atop the stone pile, holding a red-black crystal in both hands, an immense energy radiating from it. Humph, bring it on. Zhou Qianming, nearly depleted, managed a faint smile, thrusting the crystal forward with all his might. Zhou Qianming, Liang Kai shouted. The raised blade fell like lightning, unleashing a torrent of red-black smoke. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The red-black crystal erupted with dazzling arcs of electricity, energy surging forth like a raging beast, culminating in a deafening explosion. Boom! The horrifying energy effortlessly tore the massive ground apart, creating a deep pit. Enveloping the skeleton in a cloud of dust, Zhou Qianming lay on the ground, the scorching winds and sand swirling around him. Creak, creak. The sand cave could hardly withstand such turmoil. The surrounding walls were riddled with cracks. A sight both shocking and terrifying. Large sections of sandstone crumbled, crashing heavily to the ground. I never expected such terrifying power. Zhou Qianming, sprawled on the ground, muttered in disarray, slowly lifting his head. Zhou Qianming had just executed a breathtaking challenge, personally crafting a highly volatile energy block by combining the magic crystal of a beast with the black sand dragon crystal. It is known that the energy contained within magic crystals harbors a plethora of violent elements, necessitating utmost caution during refinement, let alone direct fusion with spiritual ores and other substances. Generally speaking, few would dare to use magic crystals as substitutes for spiritual ores. After all, resources are not scarce, and few would risk so much. However, in this critical moment, Zhou Qianming had no choice but to utilize the magic crystal obtained from the Tsang Yin wolf's body, rapidly fusing it with the black sand dragon crystal to mount a final stand against the skeleton. Within the sand cave, large chunks of earth continued to collapse, cascading into the deep pit Zhou Qianming had created. Struggling to his feet, Zhou Qianming peered into the pit. Within lay a depth of several meters. Thick smoke billowing and dust swirling, while several fragmented bones stood like broken flagpoles, the skull battered to half its size, the crimson markings long since faded. The rubble had been crushed into powder by the collapse. Pity the once mighty figure, now reduced to naught but dust. Yet, before Zhou Qianming could catch his breath, a sudden crimson light streaked past him like a red meteor, striking heavily against his forehead. Zhou Qianming was taken aback, as the world around him was suffused with a layer of deep crimson, transforming his vision into a realm of red. Towering red sand dunes loomed before him like skyscrapers. "Young one, do you dare trespass into the tomb? Do you wish to court death?" rasped a voice from behind Zhou Qianming. He turned to see a mass of red flames suspended in the air, burning fiercely. Zhou Qianming remained silent, fixated on the flames, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a human face. Could it be that this entity was the phantasmal form of the old man from the sandbar? "It is not trespassing. I merely passed through," he defended. "Excuses," the flame screeched, its flickering tongues suddenly leaping 2 feet higher. "Is that so? What do you intend to do?" Zhou Qianming retorted with a smile, eager to witness what capabilities this ancient being, long since deceased, could still wield. The flames boasted, "What do I intend? Heh. I aim to seize your body." With that, the flames coalesced into a fireball the size of a fist, hurtling directly toward Zhou Qianming. "Old one, this is not your time to reign. Your era has long passed." A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Qianming's eyes as he swung his fist to meet the incoming fireball, with a resounding bang. The fireball shattered into hundreds of flickering embers, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps in the air. "Freeze!" Zhou Qianming commanded, channeling his energy as the scattered embers were drawn into his nostrils, transforming into a surge of potent vitality that filled his chest. This newfound power was indeed remarkable. Zhou Qianming felt a surge of joy. Though the old man from the sandbar had perished many years ago, the essence within him remained exceptionally robust, undiminished by the passage of time. The remnants of his energy were tenacious, not only retaining their potency but also manifesting into a tangible form. The fireball was the culmination of years of the old man's efforts, although much of the energy had been siphoned away. The total amount still astounded. The flicker of the old man's residual consciousness was thoroughly shattered by Zhou Qianming. He had attempted to seize a new body, yet he was now merely a relic of the past. His former strength long diminished. Zhou Qianming felt a warmth enveloping him, as if countless tiny flames were roasting him from within, creating a sensation that was both soothing and invigorating. Boom! A dull sound reverberated, and Zhou Qianming was astonished to find that he had effortlessly broken through to the second level of the body transformation realm. It was astonishingly easy. Concentrating for a moment, he realized that his dantian still contained a wealth of embers, and he felt an overwhelming excitement. This old man had gifted him a tremendous boon. This was nothing less than a ready-made source of cultivation. How could he not make the most of it? "Charge! Let it flow!" Zhou Qianming continuously refined the embers, pure vitality coursing through him, surging into his dantian. In the distance, the massive sand dunes began to collapse, and the blood-red horizon revealed cracks that widened, exposing a pitch-black void. This was merely a virtual space created by the old man from the sandbar. Now, his essence and soul had been reduced to ashes, and all would soon follow suit. Zhou Qianming remained immersed in his cultivation. As fragments spiraled around him, he opened his eyes, revealing a sharpness that could not be concealed. His formidable strength surged forth, unmistakably reaching the third level of the body transformation realm. But what followed was another surprise that filled Zhou Qianming with astonishment. He had even enhanced his mental acuity. A long stream of refined light entered his eyes, causing Zhou Qianming's heart to leap with joy. Could it be that this was also a success? After absorbing the fireball formed by the old man from the sandbar, not only had Zhou Qianming's strength ascended several tiers, but his mental prowess had also significantly improved. The mind transformation technique he practiced had now reached the initial completion stage. With the mind transformation technique at initial completion, his perception expanded to 1,000 meters, and his insight was greatly enhanced. Zhou Qianming steadied his mind and gazed into the distance, where a massive rock lay several hundred meters away. He could clearly discern the intricate patterns upon it. Even the dust and sand floating in the air were visible in minute detail. "Incredible! O old man, I, Zhou Qianming, have trespassed upon your grave, and yet you remain forgiving, providing me with such great benefits. How shall I repay you?" Zhou Qianming mused with a sigh. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through, and Zhou Qianming felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if he were being expelled from this virtual realm. Gradually awakening, he was met with excruciating pain, and upon opening his eyes, he found his hands mangled and bloodied, crimson gushing forth. "Your hands!" Liang Kai and the others rushed over. horrified at the sight of Zhou Qianming's severely burned hands. The injuries were dire. Without immediate treatment, he risked permanent disability. Liang Kai fished out a delicate jade vial from his pocket, stating, "Take some of this. It works wonders for flesh wounds." This was the spiritual liquid Liang Kai had procured from the apothecary, and it was finally proving useful. Zhou Qianming stretched out his palms, revealing a gruesome sight. The flesh was twisted and torn, exposing ghastly white bone on the back of his hands. The onlookers gasped in shock, marveling at how he could endure such agony with such composure. It was fortunate that Zhou Qianming possessed remarkable willpower. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have already succumbed to despair. Yet, Zhou Qianming did not feel the overwhelming pain one might expect. Having just ascended to the third level of the body transformation realm and simultaneously improved his mind transformation technique to the initial completion stage, his excitement outweighed the physical discomfort. This level of pain was not enough to faze him. The precious liquid cascaded over his hands, and Zhou Qianming shuddered involuntarily at the soothing sensation. It was as if his searing hands were touching a cool, smooth block of ice, eliciting a profoundly exhilarating feeling. The spiritual liquid was rich with rare, nourishing herbs, simultaneously healing his hands while restoring his vitality. After moving his wrist slightly, Zhou Qianming nodded in satisfaction. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he could at least perform some basic movements. He gazed toward a pile of stones in the distance, where an unassuming copper box lay, its mottled rust reflecting the passage of time. Now, I must see what treasure could have caused this old man from the sandbar to linger in such a state even after death. A smirk crept onto Zhou Qianming's lips, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The others stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. "Can we not have a moment of peace?" Zhou Qianming unearthed an ancient box from among the stone debris, its surface marred with patches of rust. A large lock secured it, likely long since decayed and ineffective. This skeleton has rotted for countless years. Was it merely guarding this wretched box? Liang Kai mused. Who cares what it is? It must hold considerable value, He Wanyun asserted. Whether it is valuable or not, we shall know once we open it, Zhou Qianming replied. Despite the box's weathered exterior, it emanated an aura of ancient grandeur. The surface bore the faded, twisted characters, sandbar. At this moment, Zhou Qianming's hands regained sensation, yet the accompanying sharp pain indicated that they were beginning to heal. The continuous influx of vitality stimulated the regeneration of his meridians and muscles. And combined with the spiritual liquid brought by Liang Kai, restoration was merely a matter of time. Liang Kai brandished his Xianyun sword, and with swift, precise strikes, he severed the copper lock, sending it crashing to the ground in a pile of copper shavings. Be cautious, there may be something peculiar, Zhou Qianming warned in a low voice. Understood, the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Qianming swiftly turned and forcefully kicked the box, which did not react oddly but was instead violently kicked open by him. Dust and copper shavings swirled around, and a pungent odor of rust assaulted their senses, causing the group to wrinkle their noses in distaste. Inside the box, there was nothing but a single sheet of paper, as fragile as a dried leaf, lying forlornly at the center. What is this? Is this all there is? Liang Kai exclaimed, disappointment evident in his wide eyes. He had anticipated uncovering treasures after such an effort, only to find a mere scrap of paper. How could this not be a letdown? Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the stillness, revealing Zhou Qianming kneeling before the copper box, cradling the paper as if it were a precious gem. His excitement palpable. Are you out of your mind? Liang Kai and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Have you lost your senses? Zhou Qianming shook his head with a smile, slowly declaring, We have struck gold. Struck gold. With this, they were incredulous. Indeed, Zhou Qianming replied, lifting the paper high. As they focused their gaze, they realized it was crafted from ancient mysterious copper. While ordinary wood, stone, or clay could be easily shattered by mere mortals, to shatter gold or iron with one's bare hands was no small feat, let alone compressing it into such a thin sheet of paper. This indicated that the old man from the sandbar had once possessed formidable strength, perhaps even being a powerful figure in his time. Now, having fallen to such a state, one could truly say that the hero's journey is tragically brief. Gently brushing away the dust from the copper paper, the weight of time permeated through his fingers. Zhou Qianming seemed to sense the vastness and melancholy of a battle long lost, as 4 grand characters emerged. Shazhou Demon Blade, with a line of smaller text inscribed below. Practice it. Shatter it. This is a technique that surpasses the realm of the powerful. Its level must be substantial. Liang Kaidao. Ho Qiming gazed at the copper paper, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Hee, would you mind if I claim it for myself?" "Not at all. Our lives were saved by you, and besides, you discovered it, so it's only fair," He Wanyan replied earnestly, while Liang Kai and Wu Fei chuckled and shook their heads, indicating they were unconcerned. "Then I shall not be polite," Zhou Qiming declared, his gaze fixed on the copper paper, a fiery intensity igniting deep within his eyes, with a crisp snap akin to shattered glass. The intact copper paper was reduced to fragments by Zhou Qiming's grip. Several delicate pieces, as thin as cicada wings, fell away, instantly igniting into flickering golden copper flames, reminiscent of fireflies, dazzlingly bright within the dim cavern of sand. Chapter 38. Shazhou Demon Blade. Zhou Qiming felt a gentle chill seep into his palm, swiftly coursing through his body and surging towards his head. Threads of dark golden light, as fine as hair, ascended toward his crown, crashing against his mind. Zhou Qiming was startled and instinctively attempted to block the dark golden rays, but felt powerless, allowing the light to invade his consciousness. A muted thud reverberated from his head. As a colossal influx of information flooded his mind, a series of vivid scenes unfolding. "What is this?" Zhou Qiming murmured. An expansive desert panorama materialized within his thoughts, resembling an endless sea of sand. "I, a nameless wanderer, now bearing the name of Shazhou, impart my lifelong insights with the fortunate few." A venerable voice resonated from the desert, strikingly similar to what he had heard in the virtual realm. Echoing like the deep toll of a bell, "Now, receive it." The cultivation mantra of the Shazhou Demon Blade surged directly into Zhou Qiming's consciousness, overwhelming him with its magnitude. What a formidable technique! Zhou Qiming could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, in the desert scene within his mind, several sand dragons soared, rampaging with wild abandon. Zhou Qiming assessed the grade of this technique, only to be taken aback moments later. The Shazhou Demon Blade had reached an intermediate level of Earth grade. Incredible, to acquire an Earth grade technique today. No wonder this Shazhou old monster kept it hidden so deeply. He nearly lost his life. Zhou Qiming shook his head slightly, chuckling. He then shifted his focus, diving into the vast sea of information to begin organizing it. Thus, Zhou Qiming now possessed 2 sets of Earth grade techniques, one being the low-level Heavenly Sacrifice Seal, and the other, the Shazhou Demon Blade. For most clans, even a technique of the profound grade would be considered a family treasure, yet Zhou Qiming had effortlessly obtained 2 Earth grade techniques, a display of undeniable prowess. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Qiming finally comprehended the entirety of the Shazhou Demon Blade. Its profundity was far beyond what he had anticipated. The Shazhou Demon Blade comprised 3 major forms: flying sand, moving stones, mirage, and vast sea's great blade. The poetic title read, "Defending heaven and earth with the power of Shazhou, safeguarding the endless desolation of the divine land." To master this powerful technique, one must traverse 10 specific meridians. The first 3 must be open to practice the first form, while the 4th to 6th must be broken through to learn the second form, and the last 4 are required for the third form. Each meridian demands excruciating effort to overcome. This is indeed no ordinary challenge. Zhou Qiming broke into a sweat. His past experiences had taught him that simplifying difficulties is no simple task. Some things may appear straightforward, yet they harbor profound complexities. Although it merely required opening 10 meridians, it would undoubtedly be an exceptionally lengthy endeavor. After all, this is an Earth grade technique. Cultivating it is certainly no trivial matter. A brief moment of dizziness, and Zhou Qiming regained consciousness amidst the sea. Several individuals sat beside him, keeping watch against any disturbances from the surroundings. "All right, we needn't linger here any longer. This sand cave seems unlikely to hold for much longer," Zhou Qiming stated, feeling warmth in his heart at their presence by his side. Indeed, true friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. Having endured numerous life and death trials, the group had long since forged a bond akin to that of brothers, forming a remarkably harmonious team. Everyone nodded in agreement, relieved to see him safe, and said nothing further. The incident had consumed a considerable amount of time, and it was uncertain how long it would take to traverse this desert, in a desolate wasteland. A realm steeped in silence, the group trudged onward. Their faces were rendered the hue of sand, obscuring their features, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Days later, they noticed a change in the sandy terrain, transitioning from loose to hard gravel, with the dunes becoming more subdued. Upon closer inspection, they even discovered some drought-resistant vegetation. Next, they stumbled upon vast expanses of grassland, indicating the presence of moisture in the distance. The ground transformed from sandy to dry and solid. There must be a water source nearby, and it's certainly substantial, He Wanyun exclaimed. Half a day later, they finally reached the edge of the desert, an imposing cliff. Below lay a boundless sea, waves crashing with tumultuous white froth against the cliff, resonating deeply within the hearts of the group. What is that? At the cliff's base stood a nearly 10-meter-tall stone tablet. Strikingly out of place, with what appeared to be inscriptions, the group descended the cliff to investigate, discovering the tablet was composed of sea rocks, its surface ravaged by the relentless sea winds. The inscription read, "End of the second obstacle. Yanglin Mountain Range." Yanglin Mountain Range? Zhou Qiming gazed out, witnessing the dawn break over the vast ocean, where the shimmering waters danced by in the distance. A small mountain range rose above the horizon, likely the Yanglin Mountain. At the cliff's foot lay a pristine white beach, the refreshing sea water washing away the thick layers of sand and fatigue from the group. Zhou Qiming vigorously wiped his face, immediately feeling a wave of relief and exhilaration. The sea here was shallow, extending 100 meters without surpassing their calves, yet the relentless waves were astonishing. Moreover, the waves here were rather peculiar. Ordinary waves wouldn't possess such ferocity. Though the water was shallow, the force of the waves far exceeded the norm, gradually intensifying. As they ventured deeper, the crashing waves grew ever more vigorous, a true test of their physical endurance. They've really upped the ante, Liang Kai remarked with a sigh. Regardless, let us charge through once and ascertain our limits. Zhou Qiming pondered briefly before asserting, agreed. Moments later, the group stood in the water, allowing the waves to crash around them. Yet their bodies remained steadfast, as if rooted in place. Charge! Zhou Qiming erupted with a surge of vital energy, enveloping him as he resisted the onslaught of the waves. Each sprint sent towering columns of water erupting behind him. A breathtaking spectacle. 100 meters, 200 meters. As they pressed deeper, the resistance against their bodies grew stronger, ultimately culminating in an unseen force toppling Zhou Qiming into the water. 270 meters. Zhou Qiming felt a twinge of frustration. Had he truly only managed to cover 270 meters with all his might? The finish line was several thousand meters away. When would he reach the end? Zhou Qiming glanced around. The others fared even worse. Liang Kai was slightly better, having surpassed 200 meters, while He Wanyun and Wu Fei faltered at 150 meters. How terrifying! Chapter 39. The mysterious glimmer transitioning from the arid, desolate desert teeming with venomous creatures to the serene, picturesque beach, the group felt a profound sense of tranquility. Yet, their training remained imperative, as each day they continued to battle the formidable ocean. Zhou Qiming had progressed from barely breaching 270 meters to now surpassing 450 meters, marking a significant breakthrough. This stretch of sea seemed to possess an extraordinary force, with relentless waves forming an array of resistances against Zhou Qiming and his companions' progress as they approached their limits. They had to summon every ounce of vital energy to prevent themselves from collapsing. Thus, they endured several days of almost frenzied physical training, when suddenly, Zhou Qiming realized his control over his vital energy had become increasingly adept. After each grueling exertion, it felt as though his meridians had expanded considerably, making the flow of vital energy more manageable. However, what thrilled Zhou Qiming even more was the unmistakable signs of breaking through to the fourth stage of the body transformation realm. The rapid progress within just a few days could be attributed to the relentless assault against the ocean, greatly benefiting his overall capabilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The winds over the sea gradually softened, and the waves lost their daytime ferocity. The tide was receding, and the water level was slowly dropping. Taking a deep breath of the salty sea air, Zhou Qiming felt invigorated. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, facing the rolling waves, urging the flow of vital energy within him. Let us see if I can achieve a breakthrough to the fourth stage tonight. Zhou Qianming began to relax his Dantian point, and the vital energy he had absorbed over the past few days began to permeate his entire being. The air around him grew somewhat oppressive, with waves of energy radiating outward from the center of his body, as if even the howling sea breeze had diminished somewhat. Charge! Zhou Qianming took a deep breath, channeling his vital energy to boldly surge towards the barrier of breakthrough. The majestic vital energy rampaged through his meridians at will. Fortunately, after tirelessly training day and night in the sea, the resilience of his meridians had undergone a remarkable transformation. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such an impact in the past. A gentle stream converged into a torrent of vital energy, mercilessly battering against the barrier. With each crackling sound echoing within his body, the barrier became riddled with hairline fractures, spreading across its surface. Suddenly, the vital energy burst through like an arrow, akin to a flood breaching a dam, propelling Zhou Qianming into a higher realm. The fourth stage of the transformation body realm. Ha! Zhou Qianming exhaled a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling, and waves of delicate ripples radiated from him, gradually dissipating into the vacuum. Just then, a resounding roar of waves echoed across the sea, as if in response to his breakthrough. The energy surging from his feet to the crown of his head sent the nearby sand and stones scattering, while leaves swayed as if caught in a tempest. Zhou Qianming raised his right hand, tracing an invisible arc through the air, a faint sound of wind swirling around him. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he directed his palm towards a small tree, unleashing a shockwave of vital energy. A sharp crack resonated through the air, akin to rotting wood snapping, as the tree was instantly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Yet Zhou Qianming was not satisfied. He unleashed a flurry of punches into the air, each strike generating a gust of wind, his strength surging with newfound vigor. Indeed, this feels remarkable. My power has greatly increased. Zhou Qianming chuckled with satisfaction. Beneath the star-studded sky, the vast expanse above was eerily silent. As he gazed out at the horizon, Zhou Qianming's brow furrowed slightly. With the descent of night, some submerged islands began to surface, revealing their rugged forms. To his surprise, Zhou Qianming noticed a nearby island shimmering with starlight. Did this signify the presence of others? Perhaps new recruits had taken refuge there? Zhou Qianming pondered, filled with curiosity. The island was not too far from the shore, yet still over 1,000 meters away. Although the nighttime waves were less fierce than during the day, they remained formidable. Determined to investigate, Zhou Qianming returned to the shore, glancing at the sleeping figures of his companions. He left a note and quietly departed. Armed and equipped with elixirs, he took a moment to stretch before stepping into the water. The temperature of the seawater had dropped significantly by nightfall, creating a stark contrast, yet it was not a concern for Zhou Qianming, as long as he did not remain submerged for too long. Especially after just breaking through to the fourth stage, he was brimming with potent energy that needed an outlet. The night air was still filled with the forceful sea breeze, and the waves surged violently, with hidden currents converging into a torrent that crashed against Zhou Qianming's chest. However, he merely swayed in the water for a moment before regaining his balance and swimming forward. The waves came crashing in like relentless reinforcements, one after another, but they merely broke apart, splashing into foam upon contact with him. Counting silently in his mind, Zhou Qianming measured the distance in hundreds of meters. The first 500 meters felt effortless. Especially after his recent breakthrough, he could endure for even longer. From a mere 270 meters to this level, he had indeed made significant progress. Yet only Zhou Qianming and his companions understood that each meter traversed came at a steep price, not only physical pain but also constant mental torment. Tenacity. This truly required an extraordinary willpower. This was the essence of the second trial. Whether traversing the desolate, barren desert or navigating this treacherous sea, unwavering perseverance was essential to overcoming obstacles. 300 meters. Zhou Qianming smiled. In the past, his muscles would have fatigued long before this point, necessitating the flow of vital energy to continue. Yet now, he was able to reach this stage purely through physical strength, which exhilarated him. The moonlight flowed like water, gently illuminating the surface of the sea, as if a fine layer of silver had been scattered across it. In the distance, an island radiated light, appearing ethereal amidst the mist. A colossal wave surged towards him, crashing down with tremendous force and plunging Zhou Qianming into the depths. Moments later, He emerged gasping for air. The intensity was increasing. Perhaps I have already surpassed 500 meters. Higher waves surged, resembling a small building collapsing under pressure. I must push through. The waves pressed down upon him like a giant hand, forcing him beneath the surface, sending countless droplets flying, resembling an erupting water mine from afar. Zhou Qianming struggled against the overwhelming pressure, his body being forcibly submerged several meters beneath the surface, yet the weight continued to bear down on him, seemingly intent on keeping him at the bottom of the sea. He roared in defiance, bubbles escaping his mouth as he fought to break free, his legs propelling him upward, finally liberating himself from the invisible pressure. Chapter 40. The growth period of the crying spirit vein. Though the waves in this region were powerful, they still belonged to a current with stark contrasts. In other words, this shallow sea, extending for thousands of meters, experienced considerable disparity at the 5,000-meter midpoint. To breach the waves, the area before 5,000 meters was deemed a countercurrent zone. Surpassing 5,000 meters, the waves would shift direction, becoming a downstream zone. This meant that the subsequent 5,000 meters would be propelled by the waves. However, this was far more perilous than the countercurrent zone. One misstep could lead to drowning and becoming fish food. As for why such opposing currents existed, no one could explain clearly, though it was widely rumored that a century ago, this area was tranquil until a powerful being, having entered the realm of heavenly and earthly refinement, inadvertently caused this phenomenon with a single strike. Yet legends remain just that, legends, and their credibility is questionable. The realm of heavenly and earthly refinement, akin to the three major transformation realms, encompasses two realms, the earth abyss and the heaven abyss, representing formidable beings that surpass the dust separation realm. How could such a being casually appear in this wild land? Zhou Qianming submerged in the depths, carefully avoiding the higher waves, yet he could not escape the relentless push backward. Vital energy gradually filled his body, dissipating much of the wave's hidden force. Seizing the moment, Zhou Qianming hastily consumed several elixirs, squinting as the small island drew ever closer. 700 meters. The tide grew turbulent, swirling into whirlpools. Though not particularly large, the suction was still alarming. If one were to be unwittingly pulled in, even the mightiest would find it challenging to escape. However, thanks to his ample supply of elixirs, Zhou Qianming could barely endure, and with utmost caution, navigating through was not insurmountable. The bright glow grew increasingly dazzling, seemingly beckoning to Zhou Qianming through the thickening sea mist. With a vigorous stroke, Zhou Qianming felt the strain in his muscles, and such reckless determination was indeed rare to encounter. 800 meters. The goal was within reach. Zhou Qianming felt as if he were inching closer to his limits. Just a bit longer, just a bit longer. The complete outline of the land emerged, sending a rush of excitement through Zhou Qianming. But suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He felt as though a massive hand was descending upon him. A towering wave, over 10 meters high, crashed down like a collapsing building, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. The island was small, composed of various rocks, glowing faintly under the moonlight. Vegetation was scarce due to constant erosion from the tides. The coastal areas were remarkably smooth, with only the center of the island displaying a few scattered green spots. Where the light emanated from on the surface of the sea, a figure swam along the shore, akin to a solitary drifting bottle, carried by the murky current. Suddenly, a hand emerged, supporting a person. It was Zhou Qianming. He brushed the wet hair from his face, gradually opening his weary eyes. 1,000 meters. He had traversed an astonishing distance. This achievement was remarkable. Just 2 days prior, 500 meters had posed a significant challenge. Now, through sheer willpower, he had surpassed that goal by twofold. An extraordinary feat. I must see what lies upon the island. A tingling sensation surged from his lower abdomen, startling Zhou Qianming. Upon introspection, he discovered a peculiar purple light emanating from his dantian. Ascending steadily, a wave of dizziness began to envelop his mind. Crying spirit vein. Zhou Qianming suppressed his excitement, focusing his mind on the crying spirit vein, and in an instant, the purple glow fused into a radiant patch of light enveloping him, shimmering brilliantly. What is this reaction intending to convey? Zhou Qianming felt as if enlightenment was flooding his mind, the weariness of his body dissipating under waves of pleasure as the purple brilliance enveloped his skin, appearing both bizarre and beautiful. The crying spirit vein within his dantian was visibly growing at an observable pace. In truth, it had been maturing steadily since Zhou Qianming first opened it, with daily cultivation continuing without pause. A significant portion of vital energy being infused into the crying spirit vein. Accumulated to this point, it now held a terrifying reserve of vital energy. The concept of quantitative change giving rise to qualitative change is precisely what this is about. The pulse of weeping spirits, originally a mere sprout, has finally begun to flourish. Those delicate and numerous veins gradually delve deeper into the dantian, akin to the roots of a grand tree, eagerly seeking to draw more nourishment from the earth to sustain their energy. The veins have excavated to over a centimeter in depth, and the sprout has grown to the size of a small tree. While it may not appear particularly large on the surface of the body, a deeper inspection reveals its magnificent scale, profoundly awe-inspiring. However, Zhou Qianming suddenly felt a wave of swelling numbness in his dantian, as if something were breaking through the earth, inundating his entire being with an overwhelming surge of vital energy. In an instant, a radiant violet light emerged, followed by a fierce wave of vitality that stirred the surrounding waters into towering waves over 10 meters high, their crests shimmering with violet hues, each droplet gleaming with an enchanting brilliance. The violet light abruptly vanished, leaving no trace, transforming into a flowing violet essence that began to stream slowly. Wherever this violet essence passed, it ignited like a flame. Yet, almost immediately, a colossal wave of energy surged forth. A deluge of vital energy flooded his chest, rapidly dispersing throughout his body. Zhou Qianming's muscles, organs, and bones underwent a silent transformation. His heart thumped with the force of a hammer, becoming increasingly robust, the flow of blood quickening, and the clarity of his veins enhancing. Vital energy not only bolsters strength, but also precipitates a qualitative transformation in physical prowess. Is this the evolution of the pulse of weeping spirits? Truly remarkable. The vital energy struck his body, smashing open a breach in his previously impenetrable meridians, allowing energy to pour in like a raging torrent. This entire process propelled Zhou Qianming directly into the 5th level of the easy body realm. And that is not all. The pulse of weeping spirits has finally evolved, entering its growth phase and leaving the nascent stage behind. The effects of the growth phase are accompanied by an acceleration in the speed of the body's cultivation. In other words, the growth phase is akin to a cultivation artifact, an extraordinary creation indeed. The subsequent stage of the growth phase, which is the final stage, is maturity. Only upon reaching maturity can the pulse of weeping spirits be fully developed, allowing the experience of the legendary 3 realms of weeping spirits. In just a few days, he has ascended from the 1st to the 5th level of the easy body realm. At this rate of cultivation, who could possibly rival me? Tianlan Pavilion, just wait and see. Zhou Qianming brimmed with confidence, full of ambition. Chapter 41. Qinling. Though immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his newfound power, Zhou Qianming remained vigilant. His Wanhua Nian Xianju constantly activated, observing everything in his vicinity. Suddenly, a faint sound of friction emanated from a nearby location, barely audible, yet Zhou Qianming instinctively lifted his gaze, alertly scrutinizing his surroundings. There are others here. Zhou Qianming cast a cold glance around, taking in every sign of movement. The evolution of the pulse of weeping spirits has brought him benefits far exceeding his expectations. Not only has his physical constitution improved, but also his insight, reflexes, and instantaneous judgment have progressively enhanced. No sign of any presence was visible, yet an intangible sense of oppression lingered. Zhou Qianming's eyes glimmered with a golden light, searching for any suspicious signs. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and in an instant, Zhou Qianming's pupils locked onto a target, a wolf-fang dart hurtling towards him. The dart's speed was not particularly swift. Yet in Zhou Qianming's eyes, it moved as if in slow motion, devoid of the usual swiftness of hidden weapons. Yet, in a heartbeat, the wolf-fang dart split into 7 small spikes, radiating a chilling gleam and exuding lethal intent, simultaneously targeting Zhou Qianming's 7 vital points. What the heck? Is this even allowed? Zhou Qianming's brow twitched slightly, feeling resigned. Clang, clang, clang. The 7 spikes struck the ground with a resounding force, scattering fragments of fabric into the air. Did I evade them? A melodious and clear voice rang out, causing Zhou Qianming's brow to furrow. He recognized a familiar silhouette. A gracefully poised woman stood not far away, clad in a form-fitting white combat uniform that accentuated her curves, over which she wore a layer of light green attire resembling fish scales. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely, and beneath her tousled bangs, her bright eyes were fixed intently on Zhou Qianming. Qinling? What is she doing here? Zhou Qianming thought to himself. He never expected to encounter her in this isolated corner of the boundless sea. The last time he saw Qinling was upon arriving in the desert, where she had already demonstrated formidable prowess. Following the first assessment, she was the only new recruit to enter the Easy Vein realm, a testament to her exceptional talent and status as a standout performer. New recruit. Qinling's beautiful eyes swept over Zhou Qianming's tattered combat attire, her brow arching slightly. Zhou Qianming let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she recognized him. This girl is rather impulsive. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may have arisen. ASAP, she has already attained the Easy Vein realm. This is an extraordinary achievement, and one doesn't reach such heights without some skill. Zhou Qianming had no desire to provoke her lightly. Qinling's gaze darted around hastily, noticing the gleaming spikes at Zhou Qianming's feet. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. However, I am curious. How did you evade my attack? What do you mean? Zhou Qianming's brow furrowed as he crossed his arms. What kind of question is that? Must I necessarily be hit by you? I'm sorry. I meant no offense. I am simply intrigued to know how you avoided my 7-star radiance technique. The 7-star radiance. A signature lethal weapon of the Qin sect, comprises 7 precision-forged spikes that, upon striking the opponent, automatically disassemble into 7 sharp projectiles. The technique is deadly and difficult to evade, making it the Qin sect's prized assassination technique, rarely failing to connect. That Zhou Qianming, a mere novice in the easy body realm, managed to evade it with such ease genuinely surprised Qinling Ha. It was merely luck, Zhou Qianming replied with a faint smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, Qinling's eyes narrowed slightly. As an adept in the Easy Vein realm, she regarded her strength as significantly superior to Zhou Qianming's. Yet, she had failed to perceive even the slightest movement from him during the execution of the 7-star radiance. It was known that, under her current skill level, even a master of the Easy Vein realm would struggle to evade her technique flawlessly, let alone Zhou Qianming, who appeared to do so with effortless ease. Just as the 7-star radiance was about to disassemble, Zhou Qianming had unleashed his full mental acuity. With multiple targets and minimal time, his pupils rapidly locked onto the positions of the 7 spikes in mere milliseconds. Transmitting the information to his brain, as blood coursed through his veins at high speed, Zhou Qianming's potential surged forth, allowing his brain to scan vast amounts of information, issuing commands to his nervous system to control his body's movements, thereby evading the attack. This was the power of the Wan Huan Yin Xinju, which relayed everything within the field of attack to Zhou Qianming in advance. Had this been the Zhou Qianming of the past, he would have been left gasping for breath, a victim of sheer mental torment. His brain would have been unable to withstand the pressure of such an onslaught. There were 7 spikes in total. Yet only 6 remain on the ground. What happened? Curious to know? Zhou Qianming asked with a smile. Yes, Qinling nodded gently. Over there. Zhou Qianming pointed to a tree behind him, where half of a shiny object was embedded. Qinling's pupils constricted. What about the other half? I have no idea where it went. I simply couldn't focus on it, Zhou Qianming replied. Qinling narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing this rather peculiar individual before her. How did you manage that? Just as the Wolf-Fang dart disassembled, Zhou Qianming had begun contemplating the trajectory of the incoming attack. 4 of the spikes were easily avoidable. One required a half-meter shift to the right. But the last one posed a greater challenge. It was aimed precisely at him during his rightward movement, and if he chose not to move, 2 spikes would impale his leg. Therefore, between 2 evils, he opted to take the lesser risk, daring to attempt to deflect it while shifting. After all, one option was better than 2, right? Zhou Qianming chose to move half a meter to the right. After processing a wealth of information, Zhou Qianming had little time left to devise a perfect defense. A mere gust of wind sliced through, severing one of the spikes. 1 segment flew far away, embedding itself in the tree trunk, while another grazed Zhou Qianming's arm and vanished from sight. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries, merely a torn piece of clothing. Did all of this truly occur in an instant? Qinling's eyes widened in disbelief, marveling at such reflexes. Is this something a human can achieve? He is utterly abnormal, indeed, Zhou Qianming responded succinctly. Qinling remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou Qiming's eyes. She noticed a tranquil depth within them, akin to a calm sea, embodying both gentle allure and an undeniable, earth-shattering force. Qin Ling felt a sense of bewilderment. She could not see through the individual before her. Chapter 42. The fallen deserter Qin Ling felt a sense of bewilderment. She could not see through the individual before her. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiming remained fixated on Qin Ling's eyes, her strength gradually revealing itself in his mind. This is yet another unique ability acquired after the initial completion of the 10,000 Transformations Heart Sutra. As long as the strengths of both parties do not differ drastically, it can generally be perceived. This can be considered quite an impressive ability, for in the midst of battle, understanding the true strength of one's opponent not only allows for an estimation of the situation, but also enables constant vigilance against the adversary. Threefold in the Vital Meridian realm. Zhou Qiming was taken aback. This girl possesses such formidable strength. In just a few days, she has enhanced her power to this extent. Could it be that I misjudged her last time? Without further ado, are you searching for the sea sand crystal as well? Sea sand crystal? Zhou Qiming inquired. Indeed, that luminous object, Qin Ling replied, casually retrieving a small, translucent stone from her storage pouch. The stone shimmered in the moonlight, radiating a beautiful glow. Simultaneously, it emanated a strong wave of energy, the intensity of which caused Zhou Qiming's eyelids to flutter. It is the source of light. The sea spirit crystal, Qin Ling continued. The sea spirit crystal emits a starlit glow, gently penetrating her silky hair, even dyeing it a snowy white. Each island here possesses 1 or 2 pieces of the sea spirit crystal, and I shall not contest with you over them. However, I must warn you that this vast sea area is also rife with local bullies coveting this treasure. Their strength is quite astonishing, so it would be wise not to provoke them lightly. Have you crossed paths with them? Zhou Qiming asked. Yes, the sea spirit crystal condenses the essence of marine life and is a splendid aid for cultivation. Otherwise, I would not dare to take such risks. Qin Ling replied with a sly smile, a playful curve gracing her lips. Zhou Qiming was momentarily speechless. This girl has quite the wild spirit, yet her remarkable skills are truly astonishing. Be cautious, Zhou Qiming suddenly warned. His expression changing. A fishing spear abruptly surged from the sea, splashing a considerable amount of water. The droplets scattered like pearls on a broken string, crystalline and translucent. The 3 prongs of the spearhead were sharpened to a razor's edge. Clearly a magnificent weapon. Death's wind line. Zhou Qiming swung his arm, a line of wind slicing through the air, but the resilient wind line failed to sever the spear, only leaving a faint crack. Deflect! Qin Ling lightly pushed with her delicate hand, and a jade-colored barrier appeared out of thin air. The spear struck the barrier with a resonating clang, sending ripples of energy cascading like waves. And the sharp fishing spear shattered into several pieces. Did you see that? The local bullies are not to be trifled with. They are as bothersome as pesky flies. Qin Ling disdainfully pouted, her gaze sharp in a way Zhou Qiming had never witnessed before. You Hong and you Lin, I cannot be bothered to deal with you. But do you truly wish to court death by coming here? Attempting to ambush me like this, do you not fear I shall chop you into pieces to feed the fish? Zhou Qiming felt a chill run down his spine. This woman's demeanor was disdainful and imposing, living up to her name. Indeed fierce. It turned out that upon traversing the desert to arrive here, Qin Ling discovered the presence of sea spirit crystals on the islands within the sea, prompting her to gather some. However, the local bullies who made their living in these waters were less than pleased. Demanding that Qin Ling surrender her collection entirely, a few of the more audacious ones even coveted her beauty, insisting on taking her home as a concubine. What utter foolishness! Infuriated, Qin Ling retaliated with greater force than usual. Yet, unexpectedly, a few continued to pursue her relentlessly, a rugged hand pressed against the land, followed by the emergence of a burly man. Moments later, another man leaped from the water, tall and sturdily built, albeit less rugged than the first. Zhou Qiming found it peculiar that both men were clad in a set of light green scaled attire, the material surprisingly similar to what Qin Ling wore. Little demon, you are quite nimble. You have taken down several of our brothers and still dare to flee? Humph, on our turf. Let us see how far you can run. The burly man, Yu Hong, bellowed, his eyes glaring like brass bells. Why waste words? Just attack, Yu Lin retorted, disdainfully wrinkling his nose as he pulled out a chain hammer crafted from high-grade steel, aiming it directly at Qinling. The chain hammer sliced through the night sky, glinting with a murderous intent as it hurtled toward Qinling. Himph, little knaves, daring to be so audacious before me. Qinling's brows furrowed in anger as she flipped her hand, a jade-colored light springing forth before her. The hammer struck the light, igniting a shower of golden sparks. Zhou Qinming observed discreetly. Yu Lin's strength was at least at the threefold vital meridian realm, far beyond what he could contend with. He wondered if Miss Qinling could hold her own against him. I'll handle that brat over there, Yu Hong declared, casting a disdainful glance towards Zhou Qinming, his eyes glinting with the arrogance of a tiger spotting a frail antelope. Damn it! Their strength has already entered the vital meridian realm. Although it's merely the first level, the gap is still considerable for me. At the 7th level of the body transformation realm, Zhou Qinming clenched his fists, fixated on Yu Hong's every move. Bang! A punch sent Yu Lin staggering back. Qinling adjusted her wrist and swept a stray lock of hair from her forehead behind her ear. Hey, do you need my assistance? Zhou Qinming was startled, observing Qinling seemingly at ease amidst the chaos. He sighed. Don't worry, leave it to me. Is that so? Quite the bravado. I look forward to witnessing your abilities. Yu Hong unsheathed a short red blade, the sound of the blade leaving its scabbard resonating ominously. Why Yu Hong leaped forward, his massive frame unleashing an astonishing surge of speed and power. The blade whistled as it sought to rend everything in its path. Zhou Qinming took in Yu Hong's onslaught, his dark eyes dissecting the rapid attack and imprinting it in his mind. Time seemed to stall, the tempest of fury appearing to freeze. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhou Qinming's solid fist buried itself into Yu Hong's abdomen. Yu Hong's eyes widened, his flushed face twitching as the muscles beneath it quivered. When did he close the distance between us? Zhou Qinming felt his vital energy surge, a brilliant white light exploding from his fist. Infused with his essence, Dragon's Motion? The white light blazed forth, and with a scream, Yu Hong was sent flying, his massive body crashing down like a colossal cannonball. Dragon's Motion is the pinnacle of the Dragon Demon Fist technique, and when combined with the Essence attack, its power ascends to another level. Qinling's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling. This fellow has some skill. His reaction time is quite sharp. He might even rival me, but before she could finish her thought, a heavy blow came crashing down upon her. The chains clanked loudly as Qinling gracefully sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. At this moment, Yu Lin was growing increasingly frustrated. This was illogical. On paper, their strengths were comparable, yet in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage. It felt as though he were a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Chapter 43. One-sided annihilation. That little girl is rather arrogant. Yu Lin bellowed in frustration, a furious roar escaping him as he swung the chain hammer with ferocity, stirring up a tempest as if conjuring a hurricane from thin air. TSK, now I shall take your life. Qinling smiled lightly, her delicate fingers revealing a weapon glimmering with a cold sheen. A curved black blade, the signature lethal weapon of her sect, the shining 7 stars. The blade whirled toward Yu Lin. Himph, too slow. You still lack finesse, clumsy with your hidden weapons. Yu Lin scoffed, reaching out to catch it. A sudden chill surged from Yu Lin's spine to the top of his head as he clearly saw the sly smile curling at Qinling's lips, a cunning smile. A triumphant smile, a victorious smile. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Yu Lin gasped, hastily retracting his arm, but it was too late. The shining 7 stars had already split into 7 glimmering, sharp needles, rapidly piercing Yu Lin, severing 3 of his fingers clean off, while the others embedded themselves into his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah, my hand! Yu Lin screamed in agony, clutching his wound. The pain was unbearable. He pressed his hand to the spurting blood, his face paling dramatically, while the other wounds also bled profusely, staining his scaled attire a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Yu Hong, engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Qinming, caught wind of Yu Lin's agonizing cries. He cast a glance over, and a sudden blaze of fury ignited within him. Why, Yu Lin? Run. We cannot contend with them. Yu Lin gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. The short blade clattered to the ground as Yu Hong roared in rage, gritting his teeth. His bloodshot eyes turned toward Zhou Qinming, the veins on his arms bulging as his fists clenched. Turning a deep purple eye in the blink of an eye, he dashed toward Zhou Qianming, his speed astonishing. The sudden intensity of the attack caught Zhou Qianming off guard. Yu Hong had gone nearly mad. Like a beast unleashed, roar. Yu Hong howled, his fist erupting in a flash of white light, the overwhelming pressure crashing down on Zhou Qianming, making it difficult for him to breathe in terms of reflexes. Yu Hong was no match for Zhou Qianming, but in sheer essence strength, the 8th level of body transformation could not withstand the might of someone in the vital meridian realm. Thus, Zhou Qianming found himself completely suppressed, unable to move. "Kid, you can't escape now. Let us see how long you can hold out," Yu Hong gritted his teeth and declared, adding more vigor to his fists. Zhou Qianming braced himself against Yu Hong's onslaught, enduring the immense pressure as the ground beneath him sank into a shallow pit, a testament to the overwhelming force. Veins bulged on his arms as he clenched his jaw, desperately trying to fend off the attack. Sweat soaking his clothes and pooling on the ground. Yu Hong let out a sinister laugh, his robust arms as thick as barrels, energy leaking from the tips of his fists, striking relentlessly against Zhou Qianming's forearms. Was their power still so disparate? Zhou Qianming slowly began to feel fatigue set in. His arms grew numb, and his mind started to drift. Was this the end? The golden stone within his consciousness began to emit a radiant light, reminiscent of the rising sun in the east, illuminating his mind's eye. The runes on the golden stone began to ooze a blood-like hue, engraved on the shimmering surface. Just then, the golden stone started to spin rapidly, like a top, radiating brilliance. Zhou Qianming's body jolted, as if he had been injected with a powerful stimulant, and suddenly his wearied form was flooded with vitality. Golden halos burst forth from his pupils, encircling his brown irises, giving him an otherworldly appearance. "What is happening?" Qiling raised her elegant brow in astonishment. "Kid, what trick are you pulling?" Yu Hong, taken aback, felt a sense of unease. Zhou Qianming's expression turned as serious as a still lake. His eyes emanating a fierce aura, he slightly lifted his head, locking eyes with Yu Hong, who felt as though he were pierced by 2 sharp daggers, leaving his mind blank and cold sweat trickling down his spine. "How dare you?" "So, the brat has succumbed to madness. Prepare to meet your end." Yu Hong retreated, suddenly launching a punch with the force of thunder, shattering the air around him. Zhou Qianming's pupils contracted. He charged straight at Yu Hong, closing the distance to mere inches in the blink of an eye. "This guy has truly lost his mind." Qiling gasped, then flicked her wrist, a radiant star appearing in her grasp. "Ha ha ha, so you truly seek death. I thought you might try some tricks, but you've decided to surrender outright. How cowardly," Yu Hong jeered, his face brimming with confidence. Zhou Qianming smirked slyly, his form suddenly vibrating with lightning speed, moving at an astonishing pace. In the next moment, he found himself straddling Yu Hong's neck. Is this even possible? Qiling's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. She had just witnessed Zhou Qianming's remarkable reflexes, but this was beyond comprehension, in such close quarters and fleeting time. Merely escaping would have been an impressive feat, let alone leaping onto someone else. Surely, only Zhou Qianming could achieve such a thing. "Get down, you insolent wretch!" Yu Hong roared in humiliation, swinging a powerful blow that met only air as Zhou Qianming clung on. Infuriating him further, Zhou Qianming grinned triumphantly, wrapping his legs around Yu Hong's armpits, lifting upwards with all his might, rendering Yu Hong's massive arms limp as if they had lost their bones. A resounding slap echoed as Zhou Qianming struck Yu Hong's face, instantly twisting it to one side, blood gushing from his nose. "How dare you?" Yu Hong spluttered, tears streaming from his eyes, stumbling over his words. "Still want to fight?" Zhou Qianming chuckled, channeling strength through his legs. Yu Hong, utterly defeated, crumpled to his knees. Seeing Zhou Qianming mounted atop the battered Yu Hong, Qiling couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh, a smile blooming across her face. Another heavy punch followed, and Yu Hong could endure no more, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Now, how shall we deal with these two?" Zhou Qianming clapped his hands and inquired. "Hee, what do you think?" "Naturally, we should see what treasures they possess," Qiling replied, her expression akin to a greedy little cat spotting a delectable treat. She dashed to the unconscious Yu Hong, casually picking up a severed finger oozing blood, removing a storage ring from it and discarding the finger like refuse, leaving Zhou Qianming feeling a wave of revulsion. Moments later, Qiling pouted, "Teach, I thought there might be something valuable, but it turns out to be a penniless fool. She then flashed a smile at Zhou Qianming. But for you, it's a treasure. She tossed the storage ring to him. And upon inspection, Zhou Qianming discovered it contained a suit crafted from various scales, identical in texture to the scale garments worn by Qiling and Yu Hong. This is a specially crafted outfit made from the scales and bones of a rare fish that has inhabited these waters for centuries. The scales and bones have evolved, allowing the garment to withstand the pressure of ocean waves. Zhou Qianming was left speechless, astonished at the ingenuity of such a cheat. Who would have thought that crossing the sea could be so effortless? Leaving the ring behind, he also retrieved a bag from Yu Hong's waist, which contained several more suits of scale armor, and a plan began to form in his mind. With this attire, crossing the sea would be astonishingly simple. These two had essentially delivered gifts to him. I am heading back now. Are you going to compete for first place? Zhou Qianming asked. TCH, what is the point of being first? It's so boring alone. It's better to have someone to chat with. Qiling shot him a playful glance, her face blooming like a garden in full bloom beneath her flowing hair. Qianming gazed at her beauty, momentarily lost in reverie, reminded of Zhou Yunying. Where could that girl be now? All right, as long as you don't mind having a bunch of burdens trailing behind. What is that? I'll protect you. Then I'll owe it all to you. Qiling, is this the ordeal you all faced? He Wanyun gasped, speaking slowly. Indeed, that is precisely how it unfolded. The ocean had washed away the murkiness, revealing a tranquil surface adorned with fragments of orange-red hues. In the distance, the dawn broke, pulling back the curtain between day and night, casting a deep, desolate blue. Your strength seems to have increased significantly. Have you taken some sort of elixir? Liang Kai swallowed hard, murmuring, That's a long story. I'll explain it all later. This sword is impressive. Is it yours? Qiling was toying with a long sword, which was indeed Liang Kai's Xinyun sword. She spun it gracefully, reversing the blade to present the hilt to Liang Kai. Yes, it's mine. Liang Kai eagerly accepted the sword, exclaiming, Brother, what on earth happened while you were away? What have you been through? And what with those peculiar garments you wear? Your strength has inexplicably surged several levels. It seems we missed quite a bit. Liang Kai whispered discontentedly to Zhou Qianming, and how did this Miss Qiling end up accompanying you? Have you somehow managed to win her over? He Wanyun added with a mischievous grin, intrigued by Qiling. As they all were, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Let us not get into it. Here are your garments. I need to rest for a bit before we set off. Qianming said, tossing a storage ring and a bag before collapsing into sleep. As the sun climbed high, Zhou Qianming awoke and hurriedly called everyone to enter the water. The scale garments proved to be truly remarkable. The towering waves crashed against Zhou Qianming and his companions, dissipating into delicate ripples. The scales seemed to possess a life of their own, rhythmically moving, significantly reducing the force of the waves. In this way, the ocean felt no different than usual, and movement became remarkably smooth. In just an hour, they reached the boundary of the sea, a chasm resembling an abyss. This the power of a strong practitioner from the Li Chen realm. Zhou Qianming marveled. It is said that a powerful being who has entered the realm of the heavens can create such astonishing phenomena with a mere swing of their hand. The vast ocean was cleaved in two, revealing stark differences in the currents on either side of the chasm. The first 5,000 meters were a region of countercurrents, while the latter 5,000 meters flowed with the tide. A spectacle of tumultuous waves surging toward the poles. Are we ready? Zhou Qianming reminded the group, their eyes reflecting a mix of tension and excitement. Charge! 5 figures leaped into the air like soaring hawks. Traversing the sky, Zhou Qianming glanced down at the unfathomable chasm, where the countercurrent devoured the ocean's water, only to regurgitate it into the downstream. The waves were colossal, the undercurrents turbulent. The surface of the sea loomed dangerously close. With a splash, Zhou Qianming plunged into the water, but as he sank just a few centimeters, the current swept him away, scattering the others like grains of sand. He felt a tremendous force slam against his back. The water slicing past him like a blade, his body whirling as if caught in a blender. Struggling to open his eyes, the world around him seemed a chaotic swirl due to the rapid movement. Zhou Qianming took a deep breath, attempting to gather his energy, but the fierce current proved too overwhelming. God save me. May this outfit hold up, or my life may truly be at risk. Zhou Qianming silently prayed as a dark silhouette appeared on the distant surface of the sea. flickering in and out of view. However, Zhou Qiming was gripped by an overwhelming sense of trepidation, as if every rustling leaf bore the weight of impending doom, in the midst of the turbulent current. He felt ensnared, trapped in a veritable prison of water. Should any unforeseen calamity arise, he would surely suffer the consequences. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhou Qiming finally discerned the nature of the shadow that loomed before him. It was a substantial piece of driftwood, so large that it required both arms to embrace fully. It had been severed from the riverbank by the raging waters and was now being swept along with them, directly in Zhou Qiming's path. "Oh heavens! Are you intent on ending my life?" he exclaimed in alarm, desperately mustering all his strength to extract his arms from the relentless current, yet they remained ensnared as if encased in concrete. Crack! The wood splintered violently as Zhou Qiming collided with it, shattering the driftwood into fragments. He spat out a piece of wood stained with blood. His eyes, swollen from the impact, gradually opened. The force of the collision was not trivial. How could a human body withstand the might of waterlogged timber? No matter how skilled Zhou Qiming was, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, he drifted in a daze, at the mercy of the current. A wave surged forth, submerging half of his head, filling his mouth and nose with water. He struggled to move, but his body felt utterly powerless. After expelling a stream of bubbles, his vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, fresh air filled his lungs as if he were being yanked from the depths, his body quivering with exhilaration. Instinctively, he opened his mouth wide, gasping for the salty, briny sea breeze, I mentioned before. "Your sister is watching over you. You must hold on." Zhou Qiming lifted his weary eyelids, and in his field of vision, he saw Qin Ling's hair, drenched and clinging to her alabaster skin, one hand gripping her collar. In a moment of disorientation, a shard of stone, sharp as a knife, spiraled through the air, and a cry echoed in his mind, resonating endlessly. The stone shard spun and danced, as sharp as a blade. A knife? Zhou Qiming jolted upright, discovering that he lay on solid ground, with Qin Ling collapsed beside him, a patch of still damp blood staining the earth. Chapter 45. Blood Ape. Zhou Qiming was alarmed and quickly lifted Qin Ling. Noticing that her scaled garment was drenched in blood, with a gaping wound exposing a finger-length injury, a piece of shattered stone embedded within it. He extended a finger to check for breath. Relieved to find a faint sign of life, without further hesitation, he tore open Qin Ling's garments, revealing her delicate shoulders and flawless skin beneath. Qin Ling let out a soft murmur, perhaps due to the chill, as she instinctively leaned closer to Zhou Qiming. With her garments stripped away, her smooth skin glistened, radiating an intoxicating fragrance, revealing the softness beneath her undergarments. Yet, Zhou Qiming had no time to admire such beauty. He carefully examined the wound and slowly extracted the shard from her flesh. Qin Ling's brow furrowed, and she let out soft groans, causing Zhou Qiming's thoughts to spiral into chaos. "Damn it, I must focus." He silently chastised himself. Taking a deep breath, he banished all distractions from his mind and swiftly removed the stone shard from Qin Ling's wound. Blood spurted forth, and Zhou Qiming, already prepared, crushed a handful of fragrant medicine into a fine powder. Combining it with the healing liquid he had remaining from his previous treatment, he pressed the resulting paste against the wound on Qin Ling's back. In her slumber, Qin Ling felt the searing pain on her back dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of coolness. As refreshing as jade, a smile graced her delicate face, and she let out a satisfied hum, resembling a sunbathing kitten. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Zhou Qiming staring intently at her. And she quickly realized that her upper body was clad only in a flimsy undergarment, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin, which was truly breathtaking. Instantly, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, and her petite fist aimed to strike Zhou Qiming, but the weakness from her injury caused her to collapse into his arms. Zhou Qiming felt an intense heat rise within him, struggling to dismiss it to no avail. Suddenly, the tone of Zhou Yunyu echoed in his mind, and with a sigh of resignation, he attempted to calm himself. "Help me up," Qin Ling requested, her face flushed with warmth, but her long, disheveled hair obscured her features. Zhou Qiming gave a sheepish smile and slowly assisted Qin Ling to sit up, but her frail body lacked the strength to rise. He took her hand, prompting her to ask, "What are you doing?" With a wary tone, as if questioning his intentions in such a desolate wilderness. A stream of pure energy flowed into Qin Ling's body, and she was momentarily taken aback, realizing he intended to help her recover. Feeling guilty for her earlier suspicions, she stole a glance at Zhou Qianming through her hair, her heart warming with newfound affection. Did we, perhaps, overcome this obstacle? Qin Ling gazed at the clear sky, inquiring that of course. Zhou Qianming affirmed, "What about the others? They're nearby. I can sense them," he replied. Qin Ling nodded, taking a deep breath before saying coolly, "You must never speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise, I shall dig out your insubordinate eyes and stuff them down your throat." Zhou Qianming hurriedly chuckled, hastily agreeing, for he understood the ferocity of this girl all too well. She was not as charming and demure as she appeared. Should she truly become vengeful, the torment would be worse than death itself. Observing Zhou Qianming's flustered demeanor, Qin Ling maintained an outwardly calm facade, yet inwardly she couldn't help but smile. This fellow was rather amusing. The group had been swept to the edge of the shore. And soon enough, they encountered one another. Though the waves were fierce, they were not lethal, especially with the protection of their scaled garments. They had merely been thoroughly soaked. Desert, ocean, and now the jungle, Liang Kai murmured. "I truly hope this trial ends soon. It has been exceedingly arduous. The Yanglan Mountains, the final obstacle of the second trial. Crossing it means success," Zhou Qianming noted. The jungle was lush and vibrant, reminiscent of a miniature version of the Wolf Demon Mountains, and far more lively than the monotonous desert and ocean. However, beneath this vibrancy lay countless hidden perils. The moment Zhou Qianming stepped into the jungle, he sensed something amiss, an eerie feeling that a pair of cold eyes were fixated upon him. "Did you notice?" Qin Ling remarked coolly. Zhou Qianming nodded, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, the presence of the enemy is well concealed, as if they possess no aura at all, or perhaps their aura is far beneath us. But they are hidden while we are exposed. We must remain vigilant. The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a few leaves plummeted to the ground, startling a bird foraging for food. The leaves fell from the canopy of a towering tree, its densely packed branches and foliage perfectly concealing a figure. Through the dappled leaves, a taut wooden bough and a furry hand clutching a bamboo arrow came into view, the iron tip aimed squarely at Zhou Qianming, who was at the forefront of the group. With a resounding twang, the arrow was released, slicing through the air and hurtling toward Zhou Qianming. Anticipating the attack, Zhou Qianming's instincts kicked in, and he quickly focused on the trajectory of the incoming assault. "It's coming," Zhou Qianming thought, gripping his radiant blade tightly. As the arrow made contact with the blade, it shattered into countless splinters, the iron tip lost to the unknown up in the trees. Qin Ling's eyes glinted sharply as she prepared a Yao Qixing, launching it toward the top of a towering tree. The Yao Qixing soared into the air, swiftly disintegrating into 7 needle-like projectiles, which plunged into the depths of the foliage. In an instant, leaves erupted into the air, and a fiery red figure tumbled to the ground. "What is that?" Liang Kai exclaimed, pointing in astonishment. Lying on the ground was a giant ape, over a meter tall, its fur a fiery red, with 2 sharp steel darts piercing its throat, blood gushing forth. Clearly, it was beyond saving. A blood ape? Here, of all places? Qin Ling questioned, astonished. Such creatures were typically found in remote areas, seldom seen in the jungle. Blood apes possessed a significantly higher intelligence than other ape species, capable of crafting and utilizing complex tools, some even able to forge formidable weapons. "I've encountered this creature before," Zhou Qianming recalled, having previously battled a mountain ape in the Wolf Demon Mountains. Its fur bore a striking resemblance, and he concluded it was indeed a blood ape. "The Wolf Demon Mountains?" Qin Ling frowned. "I've heard many speak of blood apes, but what causes their proliferation?" Chapter 46. Perils abound. There is more than one blood ape, Zhou Qianming warned urgently, but before he could finish, a cacophony of howls erupted from the jungle, followed by a torrential downpour of bamboo arrows. "Let me handle this." Zhou Qianming leaped forward, tightly gripping his radiant blade, charging toward the horde of apes. Qin Ling was momentarily taken aback, wanting to call out to him, but the words caught in her throat, for she knew these bamboo arrows posed no threat to him. Each arrow had a predictable trajectory, and Zhou Qianming had already plotted their course, calculating their intended path. In Zhou Qianming's perception, the bamboo arrows moved as though time had frozen. Zhou Qiming navigated through the chaos with the grace of a fish in water. His senses overwhelmed by the dazzling sights around him, he exhaled deeply, aware that while he could easily discern the trajectory of the bamboo arrows, his speed was somewhat lacking. After all, he had yet to master any techniques to enhance his swiftness. Though his movements were swift and agile, he knew that over time, his stamina would wane, leaving him vulnerable to misfortune. Suddenly, a blood ape appeared before him in a blur, and Zhou Qinming, with the weapon Hao Hui in hand, felt a searing pain as a gaping wound was torn into his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground with a cry of agony. "Where are all these blood apes coming from?" Qin Ling inquired. He Wan Yun replied, "Do you see that distant tree hollow? It seems that many of them emerged from there. It must be their lair." In the distance stood an inconspicuous tree stump. Transformed into a hollow, it was hard to fathom that such creatures would establish their home at ground level. The material of Hao Hui was unique, smooth and slick, causing the blood that splattered upon it to slide off effortlessly. Yet it was also exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through flesh with ease, making the slaughter of these blood apes relatively unchallenging. Suddenly, a blood ape let out a strange cry, prompting the others to turn and bare their fangs. Screeching wildly, "What are these frenzied monkeys up to?" Zhou Qinming wondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread tightening in his chest, with an eerie howl reminiscent of an owl in the stillness of night. The blood ape's cry sent shivers down Zhou Qinming's spine. Having lived in the mountains for years, he had heard many animal calls, yet nothing compared to this bone-chilling sound. Goodness! Liang Kai and his companions covered their ears, finding the noise unbearable, as if it was laced with dissonant frequencies. In an instant, the blood apes began to scatter in a frenzy, as if they had encountered something utterly terrifying, abandoning Zhou Qinming and the others in their haste. "Qinming, what is happening?" Qin Ling asked anxiously. Zhou Qinming felt a jolt. Qin Ling had begun to address him in this manner. Only Zhou Yunyun had ever called him Qinming Gu. Though it was just a slight alteration, the implication was significant. "I don't know, but I suspect there is something exceedingly dangerous nearby. Otherwise, why would they act as if bewitched?" Zhou Qinming's gaze scanned the surroundings, his consciousness expanding outward, yet he still failed to detect any anomalies. "How could this be? It should be right here. I can sense it." Zhou Qinming's eyes settled on an expanse of tranquil land, which seemed devoid of danger. However, the growing sense of panic within him intensified. Extreme calm often conceals peril, akin to the stillness before a storm. Chaos was sure to follow. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the previously serene land, sending a deluge of earth cascading down like rain. A sharp claw emerged, sweeping through the air and severing a tree several meters tall. A grotesque creature forced its way out of the mound of dirt, revealing a head marred by cracks. With blood-stained, knife-like teeth, its dark orange eyes glimmered with a repulsive gleam. A guttural noise emanated from the creature's throat as a large, azure serpent, several meters long, slithered forth from the pit. The serpent undulated its body, its azure scales rippling like waves. With its maw agape, the serpent's muscular claw swiftly captured a blood ape, crushing it with a violent squeeze, then devouring the mangled remains with a grotesque eagerness. Zhou Qinming felt a wave of dread wash over him. This serpent was at least a fourth-tier beast, equivalent to a formidable human warrior. They stood no chance against such a creature in this dire situation. Retreating swiftly was the wisest course of action. "Run towards that tree hollow," Zhou Qinming commanded his companions. This rampaging serpent reduced everything in its path to ashes. What chance did they stand? Though uncertain of the dangers that lay within the hollow, it was better to evade immediate peril than face extinction. One by one, they leaped into the cave. Inside, the cave was damp and teeming with mosquitoes, filled with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of monkey musk. They held their noses as they pressed on. Just as Zhou Qinming reached the entrance, he suddenly heard someone calling out, seemingly in distress. He quickly turned to look, and in the distance, 3 figures were huddled behind a rock: Luo and his 2 companions, Luo Wu and Luo Zhu. The serpent unleashed a furious roar, its powerful claws tearing up the earth, sending dirt cascading down. Zhou Qinming sighed in exasperation. He had no choice but to rush towards Luo. The serpent's strength was overwhelming, causing the ground to tremble with its wrath. Luo and his companions were cowering behind the rock, terrified of drawing the serpent's attention and being annihilated. Lu Ao. Zhou Qinming's voice rang out, familiar and commanding. Cautiously, Lu Ao lifted his head, recognizing Zhou Qinming, the very person who had once humiliated him. Why was he here? Was he truly here to rescue them? It seemed improbable. In these times, one could hardly expect altruism from others, particularly when one's own suffering could bring joy to another. Zhou Qinming furrowed his brow and said, "Aren't you going to leave? Do you want to die here?" Lu Ao and his companions were overwhelmed with gratitude. Realizing they had misjudged him, he was risking his own safety to save them, and they had doubted his intentions, particularly Luo Wu and Luo Zhu, who had previously sought to trouble him, now felt a wave of shame wash over them. It seemed there were still good people in the world. Though Zhou Qinming was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs, he considered that they were all new recruits from the same military school. Moreover, given Lu Ao's extensive connections, it would be wise to extend a favor in return. Thus, his assistance was not without merit. "If you don't want to die, follow me," Zhou Qinming declared before hurriedly departing. Oh, understood." Lu Ao, grasping at the chance for survival, responded with delight, his earlier arrogance a distant memory. Chapter 47. A thousand-year-old tale. Lu Ao, Luo Wu, and Luo Zhu were in a pitiful state, their clothes tattered and torn, evidence of their struggles. The once arrogant young master had transformed into this abject figure, a stark contrast indeed. However, prolonged hardship had imparted wisdom upon Lu Ao. He now understood the value of moderation in dealings with others. It was better to cultivate goodwill than to foster enmity, for one never knew when such kindness might prove beneficial. As Zhou Qinming entered the tree hollow, he was struck by the unexpected vastness within. The hollow extended deep underground, shrouded in darkness, its pathways twisting like a serpent's lair, making it easy to lose one's way. Could this truly be constructed by the blood apes? They must possess a high degree of intelligence, Liang Kai mused. Something feels off. Even if blood apes are intelligent, they couldn't possibly build something of this complexity. There must be some foul play at work. Qin Ling offered a keen analysis. Lu Ao and his companions remained silent, aware that in such an environment, their words would be unwelcome. Quiet, there's light ahead. Zhou Qinming's keen eyes detected a flicker of blue luminescence deeper within the passage, reminiscent of ghostly flames dancing in the darkness. As they ventured closer, the blue light intensified, casting rippling waves of azure across the walls of the tunnel. "We've arrived," Zhou Qinming whispered, gripping Hao Hui tightly at the end of the passage. They discovered a much larger chamber, at the center of which stood a perfectly square stone platform. Upon the platform rested a magnificent snow-blue crystal, radiating an intense brilliance that illuminated the entire room. The crystal's brilliance revealed the intricate carvings on the stone walls, though the lines were crude and clearly of ancient origin, making them difficult to decipher. "Luo Luo," a hoarse voice suddenly echoed, startling the group. A diminutive figure emerged from behind the stone platform, draped in a long robe, revealing only its skeletal hands with bony fingers. "Luo Luo." The robe's upper portion bore a gaping hole, from which the voice emanated. "Is it a human or a specter?" Liang Kai drew his sword, his voice laced with fury. The spindly fingers lifted the robe, unveiling a grotesque face that unmistakably belonged to a blood ape, albeit one with more wrinkled skin, redder fur, and sharper eyes, suggesting a greater age. The ancient ape's orange peel-like face twitched as its withered lips struggled to form words. "You trespass upon the spirit hollow. Begone!" The sight of a beast capable of human speech shocked Zhou Qinming and the others. Typically, only beasts of at least 7th tier could achieve such a level of intelligence. Upon reaching the 10th tier, a beast could fully transform into a human form. However, many beasts could employ illusionary techniques to assume human shapes temporarily, though discerning individuals could easily see through such disguises. Yet this old ape was peculiar. It hadn't even reached the metamorphic realm yet could articulate human speech, which was quite perplexing. "Stranger, this is your final warning. Leave the spirit hollow at once." The ancient ape's furrowed brow deepened, revealing a sinister expression. A flicker of crimson flame ignited in its furry palm. This flame lacked vigor, appearing weak and feeble, akin to the dwindling life force of a dying ember. "So the monkey has become a spirit. It's time for a beating." Lu Ao's long-suppressed grievances finally found an outlet, and in a fit of rage, he raised his fist and launched an attack. The old ape's fur bristled, its bloodshot eyes bulging wide. and its yellow canine teeth bared at the onlookers. Startled, Lu Ao stumbled backward. The old ape, seemingly possessed, charged towards the crystal atop the stone platform. A deafening crash resonated as the ground of the cave trembled violently, sending dust and debris cascading down. When the dust settled, the old ape had vanished, leaving behind a scattering of dull crystal shards and a torn robe. Was it seeking mutual destruction? Did it aim to obliterate the crystal to conceal something? He Wanyan pondered. Now I understand. Qin Ling's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Look at this mural." The crowd was utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the mural's meaning. Qin Ling sighed, "Surely, you have heard of Fengjian?" Fengjian? Several of them gasped simultaneously, for they had grown up hearing that name. It symbolized a tragic chapter of human history that few wished to recall. Approximately a millennium ago, the continent was rife with powerful factions vying for dominance. With empires rising and city-states proliferating, conflicts erupted over even the smallest patches of land, marking the golden age of human warriors. At that time, the Hui Lin Empire had only recently been established, and with the prowess of several top-tier warriors, it carved out a significant territory. Yet, amidst the blood-soaked turmoil, an inconspicuous forest would soon give rise to a devil that would upheave the entire continent. This forest, resplendent with verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters, was indeed a bountiful land. Perhaps by the caprice of fate, one day a small ape appeared within this forest. This little ape had an extraordinary lineage. Born from a wild serpent and a black sand dragon by a canyon.it, is known that the offspring of such high-tier beings are exceedingly diverse, often unrecognizable immediately after birth. This peculiar creature was especially unique. It emerged in an extremely unappealing form, so grotesque that it was impossible to discern its head from its tail. The existence of such a defiant being was a profound mockery of the Creator. This aberration possessed the ability to transform into liquid form, and perhaps due to the abundance of wild apes in the forest, it ultimately learned to take the shape of a spiritual ape. And this spiritual ape marked the beginning of humanity's nightmares. As time passed, the spiritual ape's strength grew increasingly formidable. Within just a few decades, it broke through to the 8th tier, its power so overwhelming that even those at the divine realm found it difficult to suppress. A few years later, the spiritual ape ascended to the 9th tier, and its might became unprecedented, unleashing waves of catastrophe across the continent. A scourge known as Fengjian, as the name suggests, wherever it went, it was as if the heavens unleashed a fiery inferno upon cities. Finally, one day, Fengjian reached the 10th tier. Entering the realm of transformation, it took on a human form, severing its ties with the essence of beasts. Yet, deep within, the ferocity of a beast remained forever ingrained. Humanity could no longer remain passive, for they understood that if they did not rally their forces, extinction awaited them. However, the strength of the transformed Fengjian was beyond description, capable of annihilating the world with but a thought, let alone mere mortals. The continent's most powerful sect dispatched 3 Divine Realm experts and 7 at the Divine Travel Realm to confront it, only to return in defeat. This overwhelming force, capable of sweeping across the continent, appeared utterly impotent before Fengjian. Chapter 48. The Art of the Blade. Faced with death, humanity finally united. An unprecedentedly formidable army emerged, comprising 15 Divine Realm warriors, over 20 from the Divine Travel Realm, and numerous experts from the realms of heaven and earth. Such a fierce force was no trivial matter, even for those at the mysterious realm. The flames of battle raged for several days, leaving devastation in their wake, sorrow echoing across the land. Yet, humanity was still defeated. Fengjian did not seek to annihilate humanity entirely. It reveled in the sheer pleasure of trampling upon the dominators of this world. Savoring every moment of the reversal, humanity, alas, appeared as insignificant as ants in the face of absolute power. At last, the pinnacle of human strength, the sole master who had entered the mysterious realm, stepped forth. As the lingering smoke settled, the blood-red flames reignited. In the final battle, no one knew the outcome. The human warriors of the mysterious realm and the transformed Fengjian vanished without a trace. Yet, it was undeniable that long-awaited peace had finally arrived. This was the grandest war in nearly 1,000 years, a period that also marked the darkest chapter in history. At this moment, the The cave's mural vividly depicted the blood-soaked storm of a millennium past. Zhou Qianming, recalling fragments of memory from his previous life, had been somewhat aware of the empire's history, but now he wondered, how could there be such murals in the tree-dwelling ape's lair? Was this blood ape truly so cunning? Before leaving, Zhou Qianming picked up a shard of crystal, eager to study it, deeply intrigued by the secrets of the past millennium. Having traversed the two obstacles of desert and sea, the challenges of the jungle seemed significantly diminished. Although danger still lurked, it ultimately became a contest of speed. Zhou Qianming raced through the jungle, his heightened senses alerting him to potential threats. Leading his companions to follow his lead as he stepped out of the jungle, Zhou Qianming finally felt the warm sun's embrace, pure air filling his lungs. This was the essence of freedom. A black-winged creature awaited them, perhaps having not seen anyone for quite some time. Upon spotting Zhou Qianming and his companions, it let out joyful cries, bending its tall neck to allow them to mount its expansive back. In less than half a day, the black-winged creature arrived at the military academy, its enormous wings stirring up powerful gusts of wind that struck the ground, sending dust flying and startling the station guards into hiding. "Whoa, whoa!" Instructor Chu Wei hurried over, loudly scolding the creature in an attempt to quiet the unruly beast. Gripping the strap around its neck tightly, he led the massive bird away. From a distance, it appeared peculiar to see a person leading a creature as large as a mountain. "You are the new recruits of this cohort, correct? I have already recorded your scores. The third assessment will take place in 10 days. Make sure to rest well," Chu Wei hastily informed them before leading the creature away. Upon reaching the new recruit area of the academy, it was desolate and silent, the vast space occupied only by their few figures. "Does this mean we are ahead?" Lu Ao scratched his head and inquired, contemplating that following these remarkable individuals indeed held promise. The new recruit area housed accommodations for soldiers. While the rooms were not large, they were well organized, warm, and comfortable, providing a tranquil space for dedicated training. "Well then, this is where we part ways," Qin Ling, with her delicate white hands, brushed aside her waterfall-like hair, the faint fragrance stirring something within Zhou Qianming, who wished to say something but ultimately remained silent. Qin Ling shot Zhou Qianming a glance, her eyebrows delicately arched like flowing water. "What, are you not going to bid me farewell? I've been looking out for you this entire time." Zhou Qianming, feeling bold, stepped forward to grasp Qin Ling's small hand. "How I wish we had met sooner, Sister Qin." Qin Ling, startled, recoiled as if electrocuted, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "You rogue! How can you touch a girl's hand so casually?" With that, she swiftly retreated, more akin to running than walking. However, after running a short distance of about 10 meters, Qin Ling halted, turning back with a serious expression, though her exquisite face was already flushed with color. "Goodbye!" she exclaimed, and with a swift motion, she vanished, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette. Women are truly enigmatic. Just moments ago, she was so aloof, yet her demeanor changed so rapidly. Liang Kai mused, perplexed. "You don't understand. Theske, such a wonderful girl. Yet you let her slip away." Liang Kai expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhou Qianming sighed softly, reflecting that this was nothing. He had encountered even more remarkable individuals. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Qianming sat upright, beginning to gather energy and refine his essence. After 2 assessments, his strength had grown significantly, and he had undergone some transformation. The rigors of the assessments indeed sharpened both body and mind. Moments later, he slowly exhaled, releasing a slight wave of energy into the room. Zhou Qianming opened his eyes, as sharp and exquisite as ever. With time still remaining before the final assessment, why not practice the Sha Zhou Demon Blade? The first form of the Sha Zhou Demon Blade, flying sand and rolling stones, required the unblocking of 3 specific meridians. Zhou Qianming identified the locations of the meridians from memory. They were hidden within the most obscure pathways of his body. Countless meridians, both large and small, exist within a person's being, each with its designated function. Straying carelessly among them could easily trigger unforeseen dangers. Without the proper tools, one cannot meddle in such delicate matters. Therefore, those who are able to delve into the essence of their meridians are undoubtedly formidable top-tier experts. As the heart transitions to intention, several strands of vital energy gradually rise within Zhou Qianming's dantian, merging into a cohesive force that transforms into a rather solidified energy, cautiously advancing along his meridians. Gradually, the energy reaches its source, beginning to clear the obstructed pathways of the meridians. This is an exceedingly prolonged process, fraught with significant risks, and simultaneously presents a considerable drain on vital energy, necessitating Zhou Qianming to remain ever vigilant. The energy resembles a flickering flame, consuming the impediments along the meridian path, inching forward with determination. 15 minutes later, the first meridian is finally unblocked. With the successful opening of the meridian, Zhou Qianming feels an unparalleled sense of comfort in the vicinity of the meridian, as if infused with a new vitality, rendering him more robust and agile. Zhou Qianming clenches his fist, a subtle warmth emanating from his palm, a burgeoning desire to grasp a sword's hilt swirling in his mind. Is this the power bestowed by the swordsmanship? I feel an overwhelming urge to wield a blade. The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes, and he promptly presses on toward the second and third meridians. Above the military academy, a dark-winged creature circles, indicating that new recruits have arrived at their destination. Are you Cheng Su? Indeed. Rest well. The final assessment will commence in 10 days. Be sure to prepare yourself. Chu Wei replies with a slight nod. Understood. Cheng Su glances at the rows of buildings, noticing a few windows emitting faint amber glows. Seems some have already gotten a head start. Cheng Su shrugs and continues on his way. Chapter 49. The third assessment. The effort to unblock the second meridian consumes nearly an hour. His palm remains warm, yet Zhou Qianming has no time to revel in excitement, making slight adjustments before focusing intently once more. Unbeknownst to him, his body undergoes several changes, particularly in muscle strength, which has significantly increased compared to before. The Sandal Demon Blade technique, rated at the 7th tier, is considered a high-level technique, and the energy it contains is certainly not comparable to ordinary methods. Techniques above the 7th tier invariably influence the practitioner in one way or another. For instance, with the Sandal Demon Blade, the unblocking of related acupoints leads to a substantial increase in physical strength. Naturally, this is also closely tied to Zhou Qianming's own prowess. If he were an expert at the Earth Refining Abyss stage, the effects would be considerably diminished. Conversely, if it were an 8th or 9th tier technique, the enhancement would be most pronounced for Zhou Qianming at this moment. In simpler terms, the additional effects of high-tier techniques are inversely proportional to the practitioner's strength. The lower the strength, the greater the impact, and vice versa. The vital energy gradually advances through the meridians, meticulously unraveling the blockages like peeling layers from an onion. Time ticks away, and the dark sky reveals a scattering of stars. Within the rows of buildings, fewer than 10 windows emit bright candlelight. The academy's servants are exceptionally courteous, placing plates of delectable food at each room's entrance without disturbing the soldiers' training. These are the fresh blood of the military academy, genuine combat tools, and thus they dare not be negligent. Zhou Qianming strives to extract wisps of vital energy, converging them to fiercely assault the obstruction of the third meridian. Charge! A crisp sound resonates within Zhou Qianming's body, as if something has shattered completely. A torrent of vital energy envelopes him, causing Zhou Qianming's body to tremble. His previously slight frame has become somewhat sturdier, his chest and arms now exhibiting a muscular tone, imbuing him with a renewed vigor. With his palm ablaze, he draws out the Haohui, infusing it with vital energy. The long blade instantly radiates a resplendent moonlit sheen, illuminating the entire room like daylight. Zhou Qianming steadies his breath, lifting the Haohui, Sandal Demon Blade, first form, flying sand and shattering stone. It is as if thousands of wind blades soar simultaneously, and the room suddenly erupts into chaos. A powerful energy storm shattering window after window, the wooden frames reduced to splinters, ultimately compressed into fine dust that vanishes into the air. The vase upon the sandalwood table trembles slightly, a few fragrant petals cascading down. Qin Ling furrows her delicate brows, glancing out the window to see thick smoke billowing from a distant room, murmuring, "What trouble is this guy causing again?" Zhou Qianming, choked by the smoke, coughs a couple of times, waving his hand as the dense smoke finally begins to dissipate, utterly astonished. No wonder it's a 7th tier technique. Such formidable power is simply astounding, and this strike only unleashed 30% of its potential. The destruction it wrought is incredible. If I were to unleash it fully, even a high-tier expert at the Meridian realm would find it hard to withstand. Moreover, the unblocking of 3 meridians has brought about certain changes in his body. not only enhancing his physical condition but also intensifying his premonition of breaking through the ninth level. The reputation of high-tier techniques is indeed well-deserved. Zhou Qiming opens the door, bringing the food tray into the room. One must admit, the military academy's meals are quite satisfactory. A large bowl of meat noodles, a succulent, oil-slicked pork chop, and a rich, flavorful soup make for a hearty feast. Over the course of 10 days, Zhou Qiming remains in his room, diligently honing his swordsmanship. During this time, a steady stream of new recruits returns to the academy, revitalizing the once quiet campus. However, Zhou Qiming notices that a portion of the newcomers has already vanished. Chu Wei mentions that they have withdrawn midway. They are not lacking in potential. In fact, some are even more outstanding than the rest. They simply chose to give up on themselves. The leisurely days pass swiftly, and before one knows it, 10 days have flown by, and the third assessment has arrived. Zhou Qiming walks among the crowd, aimlessly making his way toward the main campus of the academy. He spots Liang Kai, He Wanyun, Qin Ling, and others, but refrains from engaging in conversation. The group exchanges glances, and everything is understood without words. The main campus is extraordinarily vast, with several towering red buildings standing tall and proud. Since arriving at the military academy, Zhou Qiming has come to learn quite a bit about it. Firstly, the main entrance is located at the southern end of the main campus, where a massive military academy emblem is inscribed at the center. To the west lies the soldiers' quarters, while to the east is an expansive training ground divided into two sections, one for soldiers' daily drills and the other serving as an experimental site for the study of explosives and artillery. The main campus houses various military research departments, and there are fortified defenses outside the academy. The layout of the entire military academy is complex yet orderly. Within one of the buildings on the main campus, Instructor Chu Wei halts, surveying the crowd before stating the final assessment will take place in this room. The rules are as follows. Within 2 hours, you must collect as many Hochland stars as possible. The final scoring will be based on the quantity collected. A special reminder, this assessment tests your mental strength, and there will be no physical harm. However, be wary of the Hochland storm during the assessment. Now, let the assessment begin. The new recruits appear bewildered, some struggling to comprehend the instructor's words. What on earth is this? Nevertheless, they follow orders, streaming into the room. Zhou Qiming steps inside, an ethereal sensation washing over him. For a moment, he feels as if he is plunged into a dreamlike abyss. Floating weightlessly as though enveloped in soft, delicate silk, Zhou Qiming perceives himself entering a realm of immortality, his body feeling as if it might ascend. The scenery around him gradually blurs, fading into darkness as a radiant brilliance slowly rises. Standing out vividly amidst the pitch-black surroundings, Zhou Qiming extends a finger to lightly touch the glowing orb. In an instant, its brilliance erupts, only to vanish like a moth drawn to flame. Regaining his senses, Zhou Qiming surveys his surroundings. This is no ordinary room. Countless shimmering stars blanket the sky, the Milky Way flowing brilliantly, constellations dancing in an indescribable splendor. This is the cosmos. A comet silently streaks by, trailing a long, beautiful tail. Zhou Qiming becomes entranced in this celestial realm, marveling at the universe's boundless grandeur, realizing how minuscule humanity truly is. A fist-sized, round red meteor swiftly darts across Zhou Qiming's field of vision, with several individuals trailing behind. Quick, chase it. We can't let it escape. Is this the Hochland star? The name seems peculiar, but it certainly moves quickly. What is that guy doing standing there? Get out of my way. Several new recruits rudely dart past Zhou Qiming, pursuing the distant red tail. So this is the Hochland star? Zhou Qiming muses with a slight smile. With my mental acuity, I can surely pinpoint its location. However, moments later, he finds himself met with no response, as if this space has been bound by a powerful constraint. Damn, no cheating allowed. Zhou Qiming feels quite helpless, resorting to scanning his surroundings with his eyes. There is no gravity here, yet once he acclimates to the environment, he can still maneuver his body quite well. The Hochland star flies swiftly, but remains within a range he can track. Chapter 50. The Cosmic Realm in the Vast Emptiness. A few figures dart swiftly, with red shadows vanishing nearby. Though it is a human endeavor, the scene feels remarkably real and vibrant. One figure, akin to a falling meteor, streaks through the air, leaving a dazzling red trail that stands out against the expansive sky. How fast? Zhou Qiming can't help but exclaim, recognizing that among the new recruits are indeed hidden talents. Those who have reached the third assessment are certainly not ordinary individuals in this environment. Zhou Qiming finds his speed lacking. After successfully capturing the third Hochland star in his wrist guard, he can't help but feel a tinge of frustration. At this rate, it seems he is merely squandering time. Zhou Qiming closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to this extraordinary realm. After a while, he discerned that the currents of the surrounding space flowed along a distinct trajectory, with the source of this flow seemingly located in a distant place. There, something appeared to be concealed. Zhou Qiming traversed the void, cosmic dust whirling past him with a breathtaking magnificence. Not far away, a multitude of stellar flares emerged, remnants of the cosmos, and the force of the circulating air intensified. A meteorite carelessly streaked by, its size astonishingly reaching several dozen meters. As he ventured farther from his point of departure, he sensed the urgency to leave this place. Zhou Qiming gazed up at the meteorite and spoke softly. It felt as though a colossal hand were gripping his heart, and he was suddenly overcome with an inexplicable panic, an instinctive reaction signaling danger. Zhou Qiming scanned his surroundings, initially perceiving no significant anomalies, until he noticed the fragments of meteorite nearby swirling violently, as if in a frenzy. Something was amiss. Could it be the Hochland storm? The once tranquil space around him abruptly descended into chaos. Cosmic dust splattering everywhere, illuminated by the bright stars in a bewildering spectacle. A blazing meteor, akin to a shooting star, sped past with alarming velocity, colliding directly into the center of the massive meteorite, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that resembled a magnificent bloom of radiant flowers. Good heavens! This is truly a matter of life and death. Why on earth would such a terrifying phenomenon manifest in a military academy? Zhou Qiming summoned all his strength to flee, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, even so, the powerful shockwave hurled him several dozen meters away. The purplish-red eye of the storm was brewing with energy, and when it erupted, it would surely consume everything in its path. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qiming cautiously retreated, relying on his keen eyesight and muscular strength to deftly evade the meteorites whizzing past. Within the eye of the Hochland storm, clumps of energetic matter rolled and intertwined, serpentine arcs of energy weaving in and out. This terrifying force sent chills down Zhou Qiming's spine. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. A shell-like red object floated by him, which he instinctively grasped, only to be astonished to find it contained a dozen Hochland stars. So, the Hochland stars were birthed from this very shell? It was indeed the matrix of the Hochland stars. How true it is that high returns necessitate high risks, Zhou Qiming exclaimed in excitement, the dazzling flames illuminating his face, rendering him exceptionally handsome. Once again, a thunderous roar echoed from within the storm's eye, as countless streams of purplish-red liquid and fire surged forth, spreading across the cosmos in bizarre and fantastical shapes. Continuous bursts of burning meteorites erupted from the storm, colliding with one another and sending shockwaves that shattered nearby objects. Fragments bursting from all directions flew at incredible speeds. Should one be struck, the outcome would be disastrous. Although this was a fictional cosmic space, no one wished to exit so abruptly. Yes, he ventured further into the eye of the storm. Zhou Qiming felt a surge of heat enveloping him, with several red shells drifting in the distance, continuously emitting Hochland stars, mesmerizing him. With a thunderous boom, the shockwave swept through the cosmos, the eye of the storm howling and raging. Heralding the imminent eruption, a few shells were not far from Zhou Qiming, yet remained within the storm's eye, meaning that to obtain them, he would have to delve deeper into the core area. Risking instantaneous annihilation, meteorites were also a cause for concern. They were unpredictable and posed an ever-present threat. Zhou Qiming diligently activated the Wanhua Yin Xianju, expanding his consciousness 1,000 meters. Though this distance felt minuscule in the vastness of space, it allowed him to anticipate some dangers. Thus, he continued to evade while progressing forward at a steady pace. Zhou Qiming soared into the storm's core, where brilliant arcs of electricity danced about, crackling with sound. The purplish-red flames clashed with one another, unleashing a staggering amount of energy. The gas surrounding him became distorted and ethereal, sonic booms echoing as some areas revealed hairline fractures. A testament to the ferocity of the energy at play. The shells nurturing the Hawkland stars seemed unfazed by this environment, continuing to float in the void. Zhou Qiming drew closer, able to discern the intricate patterns etched upon the shells. The elegant veins traced exquisite designs, a testament to the miraculous charm of the creator. At last, he had succeeded. Zhou Qiming exhaled softly as his fingers made contact with the shell. Within the storm's core, two luminous spheres floated in the narrow space, representing the very nucleus of the Hawkland storm. Originally a formless mass of darkness, devoid of life, the energy began to coalesce, and the shroud of death slowly receded. As they reached a state of white heat, the nuclei pulsated violently, indicating an impending explosion. When the energy of the vessel could no longer sustain itself, the two spheres finally collided with a force akin to a cannon's discharge. Resulting in a blinding flash of white light, the entire storm area was enveloped in brilliance, as if daylight had descended. Zhou Qiming's fingers brushed against the shell. He had done it at last. He exhaled softly, but the blinding white light, mixed with a torrential wave of energy, surged toward him. Zhou Qiming, unable to withstand the force, was hurled several dozen meters away, the shell flying far from his grasp. Damn it! The timing of the explosion was impeccable. Zhou Qiming cursed as he was flung backward. The storm had fully formed, the currents of flame driving the entire meteorite swarm into a chaotic frenzy. With a sudden burst of strength, Zhou Qiming shattered a meteorite that was hurtling toward him, the fragments swirling in the vacuum. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. It was time to retreat. Zhou Qiming gazed at the inferno engulfing the sky, his expression icy. After expending such effort, he had come away empty-handed, which was indeed disheartening. With a thunderous roar, a blinding light illuminated Zhou Qiming's figure. Enough! He would fight for it. Success or failure would be dictated by his fate. Zhou Qiming turned his head, his eyes sparkling with determination and vigor. Drawing the radiant blade, he infused it with energy, its surface glimmering with a crystalline sheen, the sharpened edge reflecting countless beams of light. A tongue of flame emerged, hurtling toward him. It was a meteorite. With a fierce roar, Zhou Qiming activated the first stance of the Shazhou magic blade, delivering a thunderous strike. Chapter 51. The Origin of Divine Veins. Vice Principal, 2 hours have elapsed. In the Military Academy's hall, Instructor Chu Wei spoke respectfully to an elder. Very well, cease all activities. Elder Qingshan nodded, his sharp gaze fixed upon a symbol stone before him. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Wei's eyes as his long fingers executed a series of hand seals, causing the spiritual light engraved around the stone to dim and eventually vanished. Zhou Qiming opened his eyes abruptly, sitting up to find himself lying in his own bed. A soft blanket lay across a wooden stool, upon which rested a striking red shell. The alluring patterns were captivating. Zhou Qiming rubbed his head, feeling a twinge of pain, yet he could still vaguely recall certain events. After he had struck down with that blade, the two energies collided, and the terrifying shockwave had repelled him. As his consciousness was on the brink of collapse, he had instinctively grasped an object, unexpectedly striking gold amidst peril. Knock, knock, a sound of knocking echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of an elderly man. The old man, with silver hair coiffed at his waist, bore an energetic demeanor. His eyes were sharp as blades, yet a gentle smile graced his face, making it hard to believe he was an elderly figure. Zhou Qiming felt a sense of surprise, as the old man exuded a familiarity, as though he had encountered him before. The elder's kind smile, accompanied by his gnarled fingers, cradled the shell. And upon opening it, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent, 35 Hawkland stars. The descendants of the Zhou family are indeed remarkable. Your achievements surpass even the combined total of the second and third places." The Hawkland stars within the shell gleamed brilliantly, casting a captivating glow. With a wave of his hand, the elder transformed the Hawkland stars along with the shell into wisps of azure smoke, dispersing into nothingness. It turned out these were mere manifestations of mental energy, existing in the void, not tangible items to be retained in the real world. Zhou Qiming expressed his gratitude, yet confusion lingered. He was indeed of the Zhou lineage, but why did he possess no memories regarding the Zhou family? The elder seemed to see through his thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "Qiming, how does that blade suit you?" Zhou Qiming's brow twitched as realization dawned upon him. No wonder the figure appeared familiar. He was the elder who had sold him the radiant blade. But how did he know his name? May I inquire, esteemed elder? Zhou Qiming asked cautiously. The old man chuckled lightly. What? You don't recognize me? I am Qing Shan. Simply call me Elder Qing Shan. I am the vice principal of this military academy and an old friend of your grandfather. Zhou Wanling. Though Zhou Qiming still did not recall meeting this elder, a sudden thought struck him, and he hurriedly retrieved a letter, presenting it with both hands. This letter had been penned by his grandfather. Zhou Wanling. As he departed the Zhou family for the academy. It seemed this elder was indeed the one. Elder Qing Shan accepted the letter, quickly scanning its contents. In truth, he had already grasped the situation. Zhou Wanling had long since made the necessary arrangements, and the instructions given were nearly infallible. Qianming, how old are you this year? Just turned 16. Such a young age, yet already possessing such formidable strength. Truly, one cannot underestimate the grandson of the old man Zhou. Elder Qing Shan remarked, a hint of admiration concealed within his words. Old Zhou? Well, I suppose he could very well be my grandfather, Zhou Qiming hurriedly replied. Elder Qing Shan, you flatter me. I am but a late bloomer, merely at the foundational stage. Foundational stage? Qianming, you are far too modest. You possess no comprehension of your own potential. Elder Qing Shan smiled slightly, gazing intently into Zhou Qiming's eyes. Potential? Zhou Qiming was taken aback. Elder Qing Shan chuckled, still fixated on Zhou Qiming, his eyes seeming to pierce through all. Qianming, do you understand why your strength has escalated so rapidly? Elder Qing Shan inquired. Zhou Qiming shook his head. Though inside he felt a clarity akin to a mirror. The crying spirit pulse, Elder Qing Shan declared. Zhou Qiming's pupils constricted sharply, as if his mind had exploded, yet he maintained a calm facade, locking eyes with Elder Qing Shan. Though a bead of cold sweat silently trickled down the back of his head, splattering onto the floor. What do you mean? Zhou Qiming asked softly. The crying spirit pulse was a rare and obscure lineage that he had devoted his former life to studying. How could this old man possibly be aware of it? Zhou Qiming flexed his right wrist, his fingertips locating a clasp, pressing the button of the mechanism, thereby releasing the safety latch of the concealed arrow. He had resolved to take action should this elder harbor any ill intentions. However, Elder Qing Shan burst into hearty laughter. Kid, do you still wish to play coy with me? My experience far exceeds yours. With my insight, is it not evident who you are? Ha ha ha. Zhou Qiming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the elder's words. Noticing the confusion etched upon Zhou Qiming's face, Elder Qing Shan ceased his playful banter and stated, Qianming, do you know what the crying spirit pulse is? I do not, Zhou Qiming admitted, for he only knew it to be a divine lineage, yet remained ignorant of its origins, akin to studying blindly. Otherwise, he would not have perished in flames. Elder Qing Shan's gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling an ancient tale, and slowly began, thousands of years ago, before the establishment of the Hu Lin Empire. In what is now the southwestern border, there existed a small tribe. This tribe was no ordinary one. Its members were unparalleled warriors. They possessed a unique pulse, the crying spirit pulse. Their cultivation was beyond what ordinary individuals could compare to. And their renown grew, declaring themselves the Crying Spirit Clan. Gradually, their national pride deepened, leading to extremism, believing their existence was destined to dominate all. Eventually, the tribe's power expanded rapidly, and their population surged, creating favorable conditions for their expansion. Yet, internal strife also escalated, with one faction deeming the Crying Spirit Pulse the noblest of lineages, a distinct marker separating them from other races. The opposing faction advocated for consolidating the tribe's foundation, halting expansion and fostering peaceful relations through marriage and treaties with other tribes. Ultimately, this led to a division into two factions, giving rise to numerous conflicts. Zhou Qiming was bewildered, pondering how this related to the Crying Spirit Pulse. Do not interrupt, listen to me, Elder Qing Shan waved his hand. The ultimate result of the conflict was mutual destruction. Both sides had grown weary of each other's methods, leading to an intense hatred, fighting amongst themselves. In this battle, the Crying Spirit Clan suffered grievously. A tribe capable of opposing nations was reduced to mere remnants, a truly tragic fate. The tribe's vitality was severely depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to preserve their lineage. Survivors scattered across the continent, and gradually, people began to forget the once mighty clan. To this day, few remember its existence. The Crying Spirit Pulse held a peculiar nature. Those of mixed heritage with other races would lose the majority of the power of the Crying Spirit Pulse, which was the root of the conflict between the two factions. Moreover, mixed blood not only weakened power but also significantly increased the chance of losing the Crying Spirit Pulse entirely, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Fortunately, though their powers might be diminished or lost, the blood of the Crying Spirit clan still flowed within them. Thus, even if your son may not awaken the Crying Spirit Pulse, your grandson might still achieve such a feat. Of course, the probability of this happening is exceedingly low. Sometimes, centuries might pass without a single successful awakening, and even if one does awaken, they are often the weakest among the mixed bloods, their power greatly diminished. After thousands of years of inheritance, those who possess the bloodline are scattered across the continent. Yet a few can still awaken the Crying Spirit Pulse. It is evident that you are one of those fortunate few. Elder Qingshan concluded with a smile. So that's how it is, Zhou Qiming responded, somewhat speechless. This old man had a sharp mind, his analysis thorough and reasonable. However, he could never imagine that I had traversed here. The Crying Spirit Pulse can be developed into 3 stages: the Living Spirit stage, the Dead Spirit stage, and the Crying Spirit stage. Each stage enhances one's power considerably, and one's physical form undergoes slight transformations. A unique trait of the Crying Spirit clan, Elder Qingshan spoke animatedly, relishing his discourse. Even Zhou Qianming, usually composed, could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. While he might not fully grasp the details, the benefits were evident and exhilarating. Having said all this, are you satisfied now? Get a good night's sleep. The overall results will be announced tomorrow, which will determine your future at the military academy. Elder Qingshan remarked, perhaps weary from speaking, as he vanished from the room. The silvery moonlight cascaded down freely, casting the military academy into a serene yet ethereal ambience. Possessing the Crying Spirit Pulse, this lad has boundless potential. If nurtured properly, old Zhou, you are truly fortunate to have such a fine grandson. Elder Qingshan mused with a sigh, the moonlight elongating his shadow. The following day, Zhou Qiming awoke early, discovering 2 envelopes awaiting him outside his room. This should be my results announcement, he muttered to himself. Good morning, Brother Qianming. Zhou Qiming turned at the sound to find Liang Kai, whom he had not seen for a long time and missed dearly. You must have received the notification? Liang Kai waved the letter in his hand, a hint of pride evident in his words, suggesting he was quite pleased with his results. An S-rank score, with my strength. To think I could achieve S-rank, truly, the heavens have opened their eyes, Liang Kai exclaimed. Zhou Qianming was perplexed. S-rank? Is there a ranking system? Liang Kai explained. Open your letter and you will see. Wait a moment. Why do you have 2 letters? How would I know? Just open it and take a look. Zhou Qianming replied. He tore open the first letter, revealing an exquisite document, which contained some brief statements, followed by a badge engraved with the letter S. Just as I expected. If your score were not S, then no one would dare to claim S. Zhou Qianming then opened the second letter, which contained only a single sheet of paper, yet the content astonished him. It was an invitation that read, the First Military Academy of the Hu Lin Empire, specializing in gunpowder and artillery forces, cordially invites Zhou Qianming to join and contribute to strengthening border defenses. Gunpowder? Artillery? What does this mean? Do they know I have knowledge of explosives? Zhou Qianming pondered. During the first assessment, he had used black sand dragon crystal to slay a Tsangyan wolf. Had they truly been observing him? It seemed he had underestimated the strength of this military academy. Wait, could this be the work of that madman Yang Mia? Perhaps he saw my skills and developed a fondness for talent? You are the S-rank recruits, Zhou Qianming and Liang Kai, correct? Instructor Chu Wei called out as he passed by. Yes, they both responded, standing at attention. Instructor Chu Wei, a veteran of the battlefield, exuded an imposing aura even without raising his voice. He gave both of them a cursory glance and instructed, follow me. Throughout their journey, Instructor Chu Wei continued to relay the regulations of the military academy, his tone not overly strict, devoid of any incitement. After all, these recruits had already seen blood. From their expressions, demeanor, and the unique aura they emanated, they were far superior to ordinary soldiers. Thus the instructor's attitude was somewhat lenient. Listening to Instructor Chu Wei's discourse, Zhou Qianming learned about the academy's combat system. Within the military academy S-Square, numerous tasks awaited. allowing soldiers to undertake missions during peacetime to earn corresponding credits. These credits could be exchanged for spiritual medicines, spiritual minerals, techniques, and weaponry within the academy, and trading for credits would save a considerable amount of gold coins. This can indeed be regarded as a benefit bestowed upon soldiers by the military academy. In the distance, two figures stood upon an open field, and Zhou Qianming immediately spotted Qin Ling. It was no surprise. She was simply too striking, with her exquisite features and graceful figure, clad in tight military attire. She exuded an alluring charm. Her long hair cascaded down her slender back, adding an extra touch of endearing appeal. Qin Ling also noticed Zhou Qianming, her eyes narrowing with a smile that could not be concealed, radiating mischief. The other figure seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps named Cheng Su. Well, now everyone had finally gathered. From this day forth, I shall be your leader. I trust you are already acquainted with me. I am Chu Wei. The instructor here. Chu Wei paused for effect before continuing. You are the S-class recruits of this cohort, belonging to the 6th Squad. You'll remember this. You are from the 6th Squad. His final words resonated with authority, his deep voice penetrating each ear. Without further ado, if you wish to prove your worth, you must engage in relentless combat. You must continuously showcase your abilities. That is all I have to say. Ponder it well. With that, Chu Wei hastily departed, casting a casual glance at Zhou Qianming as he left. Is this the talent the vice principal spoke of? He seems rather ordinary. Thus, Zhou Qianming officially became a soldier of the military academy, holding the esteemed rank of S-class. What duties lay ahead for him? Zhou Qianming was not entirely clear. S-class soldiers were reportedly not burdened with daily training tasks, suggesting a more relaxed regimen. Cheng Su replied. A sturdy young man with a crew cut and a determined gaze, exuding a strong masculine aura. Zhou Qianming nodded. Cheng Su did not appear as simple as he seemed, having already reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, surpassing Zhou Qianming. Those who made it to S-class had undoubtedly conquered exceedingly harsh challenges. Each possessed remarkable skills. Those like us receive tasks directly assigned by the instructor, and each task is unique, likely presenting considerable difficulty. Cheng Su continued. Qin Ling furrowed her delicate brows. Aren't we in the same squad? Why must we act separately? Cheng Su was at a loss. He could not decipher Qin Ling's thoughts and merely replied. How would I know? Chapter 53. In Death Study, Zhou Qianming had no objections. He was accustomed to the perilous life, understanding that the more dangerous the battle, the greater the opportunity for personal growth. At present, what he lacked most was formidable strength. Within the Department of Gunpowder and Artillery, Zhou Qianming candidly remarked, Old madman, is this your doing? He handed over the acceptance letter to Yang Mia. Don't blame me. Kid, you performed admirably during the assessment, especially with your use of the Black Sand Dragon crystal, though the purity was rather lacking. Yang Mia nodded in satisfaction. His lips, scorched by flames, cracked into a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Suddenly, however, Yang Mia leaned closer to Zhou Qianming, whispering, Qianming, I hear you have a good relationship with our vice principal? Zhou Qianming furrowed his brows. Yang Mia's heavy scent of gunpowder was quite unpleasant. Returning to the matter at hand, I suppose our relationship is decent. Yang Mia rejoiced, patting Zhou Qianming's shoulder vigorously. Qianming, I have something to ask of you. What might that be? Zhou Qianming was taken aback. The head of the academy personally requested his assistance. This must be no small task. Well, prepare yourself psychologically. Just speak to the vice principal and ask him to authorize the use of material number 33 from the warehouse. Surely, he will grant your request. The head of a department, a major general, humbling himself to plead with a junior. Such audacity could only be exhibited by Yang Mia. No problem, minister. I will consult with the elders upon my return, Zhou Qianming replied. Then I shall trouble you. Brother Zhou, haha. Yang Mia was in high spirits, even altering his address. Material number 33? Humph, that old rascal Yang Mia is merely trying to skirt the edges of propriety. I can see through his intentions. Very well. I shall acquiesce this time, but I will remind him not to set the entire military academy ablaze. Elder Qingshan shook his head helplessly and addressed Zhou Qianming. Yes, before long, Yang Mia emerged from the academy warehouse, beaming, carrying a bag of brownish-yellow powder. Zhou Qianming, curious, scratched his head and inquired, What is this substance, minister? Yang Mia glanced around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, This is a prohibited item. Do you know what Jintu is? These are all semi-finished products. but their power is immense. Jin 2. Upon seeing Zhou Qianming's puzzled expression, Yang Mie smirked cunningly, eager to display his knowledge. Gen 2 is considered a top-tier explosive material. Many devastating shells contain at least some Gen 2's. Zhou Qianming, intrigued, asked, "Minister, could you demonstrate?" This request provided Yang Mie with an opportunity to show off. He promptly retrieved some light blue powder and a few fragments of or from his storage ring. With a flick of his finger, the materials floated as if weightless and then fused with several grains of Gen 2. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted like firecrackers, releasing a dazzling array of sparks. Amid the blaze, a deep blue spherical object tumbled into Yang Mie's palm. "Be careful." Yang Mie cackled, as if witnessing the most amusing spectacle, before hurling the spherical object towards the pitted expanse of ground. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the explosion's force incinerating the weeds on the field, while the shockwave compressed the surrounding earth into powder. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying power was evident. Goodness, is this the might of Jin 2? Zhou Qianming marveled, recalling his earlier pride in creating the black sand dragon crystal. He now realized how trivial his achievement was in comparison. If scaled up to create shells, the power would increase exponentially. Yang Mie glanced at Zhou Qianming, smugly. Zhou Qianming was left speechless. With such power, even those at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm could be effortlessly slain, and it could be doubled in strength? This effectively transforms it into a merciless killing machine. Simple yet lethal, it truly qualifies as a life-harvesting device. As members of the Academy's Artillery Division, we are naturally immersed in the world of explosives. There is much for you to learn. Familiarize yourself with this book's content before you begin practical work, as any misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yang Mie warned gravely, tossing a hefty tome into Zhou Qianming's arms. Flipping through it casually, Zhou Qianming found it filled with various types of spiritual ores and elixirs, complete with illustrations and comprehensive explanations. The cover read A Comprehensive Guide to Resources, authored by none other than Yang Mie himself. For several consecutive days, Zhou Qianming remained indoors, voraciously consuming knowledge from the text. He had a keen intellect, retaining everything he read with remarkable clarity. Coupled with the Academy's proximity to the Wolf Demon Mountain range, abundant in resources and an excellent practical training ground, and with Yang Mie providing personal guidance, Zhou Qianming's grasp of resource-related knowledge advanced rapidly, prompting even Yang Mie to praise him as an exceptional talent. Having mastered the knowledge of resources, practical application was, of course, indispensable. The city walls were equipped with border artillery, boasting a range of approximately 2,000 meters, though lacking in mobility. The artillery used in warfare had varying ranges between 1,000 to 1,800 meters, which could be challenging against formidable foes, yet for ordinary soldiers, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. Yang Mie chuckled. Artillery consists of two main components, the cannon and the carriage. The cannon includes the barrel, breech, and chamber. The barrel manages the projectile's initial speed and trajectory, the breech is used for loading shells, and the chamber seals the bore to launch the projectile. Artillery can be further divided into rifled and smoothbore cannons, while the carriage includes recoil mechanisms, elevation systems, and aiming devices, all fundamental components of an artillery setup. In simple terms, before firing a projectile, one must first pour gunpowder into the ignition hole using a funnel. Then use a rammer to compress the gunpowder inside the barrel, remove the funnel, and insert the fuse. Finally, ignite the fuse to set off the gunpowder in the chamber, generating immense pressure from the expanding gases to propel the projectile. Of course, the projectile is coated with a fused shell containing some gunpowder to create a delayed explosion. Thus, the projectile detonates moments after exiting the cannon. Zhou Qianming paid close attention, frequently posing questions and offering insights, to which Yang Mie responded in kind. Truthfully, he was exceedingly pleased with Zhou Qianming. It had been a long time since he encountered such a promising soldier. Not only was he excelling in artillery theory, but he was also not neglecting his martial training, a child of exceptional potential, destined for greatness. Zhou Qianming delightedly followed Yang Mie, who possessed profound knowledge of gunpowder and artillery, and each interaction proved immensely beneficial for Zhou Qianming. He spent his days immersed in the artillery department, thirsting for knowledge and blissfully unaware of the world outside. Yang Mie's wealth of knowledge was extensive, encompassing numerous fields beyond artillery. The intricacies of artillery strikes, the precision of component structures, the varieties of resources, and geographical studies were all part of a grand encyclopedia. When the time is right, I will show you my masterpiece. Yang Mia chuckled mischievously. What? Zhou Qiming inquired. The colossal artillery I independently developed is complete, and no need to elaborate. Excessive words would render it meaningless. Chapter 54. The Green Organization. In the early hours of dawn, Zhou Qiming remained seated cross-legged in his chamber. Surrounded by flowing, liquid air, he exhaled a cloud of turbid breath, his eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. The surrounding vital energy was sparse, dissipating into a milky white vapor that he inhaled through his nostrils, subsequently dispersing into his dantian. With a powerful surge, Zhou Qiming's body trembled violently, finally breaking through the confines of the fifth realm and successfully stepping into the sixth level of the easy body realm. Zhou Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of ease, stretching his limbs as new strength surged through his entire being. The remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed could largely be attributed to the Qi Ling vein. Zhou Qiming lazily stretched his back. Ever since the Qi Ling vein entered its growth phase, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed akin to a rocket's ascent. Initially, breaking into the sixth level of the easy body realm would have required over a month. Yet Zhou Qiming managed to compress that duration to a mere few days. Zhou Qiming, a deep, resonant voice called out, belonging to Chu Wei. Here, Zhou Qiming straightened his posture and gazed forward. Chu Wei nodded and proclaimed, I hereby announce the S-rank soldier mission. Infiltrate the Holy Lan Principality alongside your mentor, Bai Wuxing, to investigate and eliminate the hostile forces conspiring against the Principality. Mission accepted. Zhou Qiming replied. This is your mentor for this mission, Bai Wuxing. Familiarize yourselves. He will provide you with the detailed operational plan. Chu Wei instructed succinctly before departing, his brisk demeanor reflecting that of a soldier. Zhou Qiming clasped his fists together. Greetings, mentor. Bai Wuxing returned the gesture. His form lean yet robust, sporting a white beard and eyes sharp as a hawk, even more piercing than Elder Qingshan's, instilling a sense of dread. With a sharp whistle, Bai Wuxing summoned a colossal creature. A dark-winged beast. Its enormous talons struck the ground, leaving behind several deep gashes. Surprisingly, a youth of about 17 or 18 sat atop the beast, with long, light brown hair tied in a small braid at the nape of his neck. Fair skin and striking blue eyes. He was the epitome of a handsome young noble dressed in exquisite attire. He bore a splendid curved blade at his waist, exuding an indescribable fragrance that spoke of his noble heritage. Bai Wuxing's previously austere expression softened slightly. Your Highness, what brings you here? The young noble gestured, prompting Bai Wuxing to fall silent. He extended his right hand and, with a voice rich in magnetism, said, I am Private Huiting. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Qiming shook Huiting's hand, noting the youth's broad palms and slender, well-maintained fingers, akin to a woman's yet possessing remarkable strength. Bai Wuxing frowned slightly, whispering to Huiting for a moment. But Huiting remained resolute, unyielding to persuasion. Bai Wuxing could only shake his head in resignation. The trio mounted the dark-winged beast, which let out a resounding cry that echoed magnificently as it soared into the sky. Heading southward, the journey was long, and Bai Wuxing elaborated on the mission's details. In the southern principality known as Holy Lan, currently under the jurisdiction of the Huilan Empire, there exists a local military. Recently, a rebellion has emerged, threatening the empire's interests. Our mission is to eliminate the rebel forces and restore order to the principality. Zhou Qiming nodded, his mind wandering as he fought off drowsiness, while Huiting listened intently, peppering Bai Wuxing with questions, clearly intrigued by the situation. The dark-winged beast flew at an astonishing speed, crossing the empire in mere hours, arriving at the southern Holy Lan Principality. Upon arrival, Bai Wuxing did not command the beast to land within the principality but instead descended onto a vast plain at the border. Proceeding on foot as soon as they entered the city, Zhou Qiming sensed something amiss. Numerous eyes, both overt and covert, scrutinized them, but a glance around revealed that their attire was markedly different from that of the locals. Making them conspicuous as with all borderlands, chaos reigned, with a mix of people flowing through the streets. Zhou Qiming detected a hint of danger, scanning the surroundings as a throng emerged from the alleyways. Gradually encircling the trio, it seemed that bullying outsiders was a frequent occurrence here. Humph, a bunch of ruffians looking for trouble, Bai Wuxing remarked to the others, a disdainful smile playing at his lips as he regarded the onlookers with an air of superiority. clearly dismissing them. In such places, it was common for local bullies to extort outsiders. Anything worth a profit was fair game. Yet one had to remain vigilant. Stop, haven't you heard of paying the entry fee? A brutish man with an intimidating countenance stepped forward, glaring at Bai Wuxing. Bai Wuxing, unperturbed, retorted, "Oh, I was unaware that such a rule existed here. And who exactly are you to act so brazenly before me? How dare you? Old man, you've got some nerve. With that long beard, you still dare to cause trouble." The brutish man, incensed, raised a fist the size of a bowl and swung it toward Bai Wuxing. With a resounding crash, the man was sent reeling, spitting blood and flying several meters before crashing into a dirt wall, debris scattering in all directions. Ou Qiming could not help but commend Bai Wuxing's fierce display of skill, which clearly indicated that his power surpassed the easy soul realm. The onlookers, realizing they were up against someone formidable, hesitated to engage, yet they remained unwilling to disperse, brandishing an assortment of weapons and shouting threats, creating a stalemate. "All of you, get lost. Do you think this is a place for your chaos?" A booming voice thundered, drawing Bai Wuxing's attention. A middle-aged man, dressed like an officer, strode forward, exuding an air of authority with his thick brows and sharp eyes. The earlier brutish man was pulled from the rubble, battered and bloodied, his ribcage clearly injured. "How audacious to behave so brazenly in broad daylight. You must be tired of living," the middle-aged man admonished. The brutish man glared defiantly but was quickly dismissed with a wave of the officer's hand. "I am General Chen Zhe, and I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems the local scum are rampant, and I have failed to uphold my duties. I hope for your understanding," Chen Zhe said, clasping his fists apologetically. Bai Wuxing shook his head dismissively. "It matters not. These ruffians pose no real threat. I am the military officer stationed in the Holy Lan Principality. You must be the personnel sent to conduct the investigation, am I correct?" Chen Zhe inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I would appreciate it if you could describe the local situation," Zhou Qiming responded. Chen Zhe sighed, his expression tinged with concern. Although the principality is under the Empire's banner, the rebellion has never truly quelled. As Chen Zhe recounted the situation, Zhou Qiming gained a clearer understanding of the principality's predicament. The most significant rebel faction was the Green Organization, a clandestine group boasting over 1,000 members, some of whom possessed formidable strength. For instance, the organization's leader, Shui Linyan, had reached the 5th level of the Easy Soul Realm, commanding a cadre of capable subordinates, which rendered them a considerable force. Even the station troops would treat them with a degree of respect, let alone the ineffectual royal family of the principality. Chapter 55. The Principality. Shui Linyan at the 5th level of the Easy Soul Realm? Humph, that is hardly impressive, Bai Wuxing scoffed, though his brow furrowed slightly, indicating that the matter was indeed quite troublesome. "General," a soldier hastily approached, panting, "there's been another disturbance at the eastern edge of the village." "What do you mean, another?" Chen Zhe exclaimed, his anger palpable, before quickly assuming a more apologetic tone. "I must attend to pressing matters. Please excuse me. You have traveled far, and I will ensure someone escorts you to the military headquarters. Farewell. Thank you for your efforts," Bai Wuxing said, clasping his fists. Beside him, Hu Waiting appeared worried. The principality is rife with internal strife. Yet the imperial family remains indifferent, allowing this malevolent tide to proliferate. "These incompetent fools," Zhou Qiming queried. "Why are you so concerned about the imperial family? Are you acquainted with them?" Hu Waiting sighed deeply. "I am the nephew of the current king, belonging to the royal family, albeit a branch with no legitimate claim." Bai Wuxing's expression shifted, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, urgently reminding, "Your Highness, I have warned you countless times that your identity must not be disclosed recklessly. We are still within the principality. We must remain vigilant. You cannot be sure that there aren't hidden assassins among us." After glancing at Zhou Qiming, he seemed to caution him against any loose tongues. Zhou Qiming nodded vigorously, astonished. "So you are of imperial lineage. How did you come to be in such dire straits?" Hu Waiting sighed. "The royal family is embroiled in incessant power struggles, rife with deceit and treachery. As an external branch, there is little to gain." His smile was devoid of joy, suffused with sorrow. "I came to gain insight into the political landscape, yet with the current turmoil, the empire has yet to resolve its internal matters, let alone manage its vassals. Truly a delusion." The trio arrived at the military headquarters, situated adjacent to the opulent palace of the Holy Lawn Principality, exuding an air of grandeur and nobility. "What do you think of this, Chen Zhe?" Bai Wuxing inquired, closing the window tightly. "Nothing seems amiss," Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiting replied, puzzled. Bai Wuxing countered, "No, based on my years of experience, this individual is not to be underestimated," producing a jade token engraved with a double-headed azure serpent. He continued, "I found this on the brutish man. It appears he is affiliated with the organization, and General Chen Zhe may also be complicit. We need only to follow in his footsteps to seek the truth." Bai Wuxing's seemingly casual remark reveals his meticulous scheming. Indeed, he is a cunning old fox. "When shall we act?" Zhou Qianming inquired. Bai Wuxing glanced at him and replied, "You may rest for now. Leave this matter to me. We have only just arrived, and the environment is unfamiliar with high risks. We must execute this beautifully. I will summon you when your assistance is required." With that, Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiting were left to languish in the military garrison, feeling utterly bored. However, Zhou Qianming did not feel boredom. He retreated into a quiet room to delve into the study of the second form of the Shazhou Demon Blade, Mirage. This form requires the opening of the 4th to 6th meridians, but it is not an offensive skill, thus its power does not match that of the first form, flying sand and shattering stone. Yet, if cultivated properly, the effects unleashed could be extraordinarily terrifying. The Mirage effect allows the body to temporarily become sand-like, creating an illusion to confound the opponent. Achieving this is no small feat. After all, how could a flesh-and-blood human transform into loose grains of sand? This is the essence of a 7th-tier technique. At present, Zhou Qianming had ascended to the 9th level of the body transformation realm, and his capacity for energy absorption had surpassed previous levels. However, his Dantian felt like a bottomless pit, unable to fully accommodate the influx. The Shazhou Demon Blade requires the opening of 10 meridians, each with its specific purpose. Zhou Qianming tirelessly drew upon the surrounding energy, depleting the air of its vitality, underscoring the staggering amount of energy required to unlock the 4th meridian. Thus, half a day passed, and as the sun set, Zhou Qianming finally succeeded in opening the 4th meridian. Rubbing his aching head, he murmured, "The higher the meridian, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes. I wonder when I will fully master the Shazhou Demon Blade." With the 4th meridian opened, Zhou Qianming's body underwent subtle changes, as if clad in a light, silky garment, smooth and refreshing. He knew that after opening the first 3 meridians, his muscle strength had significantly transformed. He hoped that after these 3, he wouldn't find sand pouring from his body. As the sunset bathed the room in golden hues, the evening glow revealed the stars and moon outside, while the palace was already ablaze with lights. "Shall we take a stroll through the palace?" Zhou Qianming mused, summoning Hu Weiting, who was eager to leave the military garrison. Upon entering the palace, the guards did not hinder them. Individuals of imperial descent were not to be trifled with, and many imperial officials were already in attendance, accustomed to such sights. The palace was adorned with vibrant flowers, lush grass, and lively birds, exuding a fragrant beauty throughout the seasons. Inside the palace, the opulent architecture was truly mesmerizing, causing even Hu Weiting to quietly gasp in awe. Such grandeur was not something ordinary individuals could enjoy. The attendants led them into a grand hall, where senior officials of the duchy personally welcomed them. Fine food and drink were laid out, served by beautiful maidens whose smiles were warm and attentive, a feast for the eyes. This kind of hospitality was simply delightful. Just as Zhou Qianming was about to indulge in the sumptuous spread, he suddenly felt a pair of scorching gazes on the back of his head. Upon turning, he discovered a pair of elegant eyebrows peeking from behind a tall pillar, fixating intently on Hu Weiting. It wasn't that Zhou Qianming lacked handsomeness. Rather, Hu Weiting was simply too captivating. With his light brown hair, deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, fair skin akin to that of a woman, and a tall, sturdy build, he embodied the ideal of a male deity. Zhou Qianming nudged Hu Weiting. "Look over there. A lovely lady is staring at you." Hu Weiting glanced and replied with an air of nonchalance, "That one? She's passable. I suppose in such a remote place, she can be considered quite presentable." Zhou Qianming was speechless. Although the girl might not compare to the renowned beauties, she was undeniably charming and would certainly be regarded as a rare gem by most. "Gentlemen, Commander Bai has returned to the garrison and is currently awaiting you," the attendant said respectfully. "Very well," the two replied. Having nearly finished their meal, and promptly departed. Back at the garrison, Bai Wuxing produced a package, revealing clothing and other items. Through my investigation, I have discovered that this so-called Green Letter organization is not as simple as it appears. 3 years ago, it was merely an obscure gang, yet it has rapidly evolved into a wealthy organization. Undoubtedly under the influence of a formidable power behind the scenes. Within the duchy, only the duchy army and the Huilan Empire's garrison possess such capabilities. The duchy army would not seek trouble for themselves. Leaving only the garrison, Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiting spoke in unison. Chapter 56. Torture. Bai Wuxing spoke little, merely making a gesture for silence, his expression darkening as he continued. The garrison has long been mired in corruption, colluding with gangs under the guise of distance from imperial oversight. How could these soft-hearted soldiers of the duchy stand against them? A rift between the two is only a matter of time. These puppeteers have laid a grand scheme. Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiting felt a chill run down their spines. Those in power often harbored ambitions as fierce as wolves. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the territory of this so-called Green Letter organization and see what they are truly made of. Bai Wuxing's eyes glinted with cold intensity, sharp as a blade. The following day, the three disguised themselves, applying yellow clay to their faces and donning tattered attire, appearing indistinguishable from local itinerant merchants. The clothing was worn and seemingly emanated an unidentifiable odor, causing Hu Weiting to shake his head in disapproval. Silently, the trio exited the garrison, each pushing a cart laden with medicinal herbs toward the most chaotic and unsightly market, a veritable breeding ground for gangs. Hey, you, the herb peddler, don't you know the rules? How dare you conduct business on my territory without proper tribute? A gaunt, wiry man with a sharp chin sneered, exposing yellowed teeth as he cast a disdainful glance at the three. Bai Wuxing, the seasoned fox, feigned panic. I am but an old fool unaware of the rules. I humbly present this small sum for your indulgence. As he spoke, he offered a snakeskin pouch containing 2 gleaming gold coins. The man's pupils dilated. These simpleton peasants seemed surprisingly agreeable, displaying such generosity. He mused that he would need to raise his prices in the future, for there was much profit to be made from the herb trade. Very well, let us settle on this, the man thought, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he tossed Bai Wuxing a copper token. Keep a low profile, and with this, no one will bother you. Bai Wuxing expressed his gratitude, accepting the token, which bore the emblem of the Green Letter organization. A pair of serpents spitting letters. It appears we have come to the right place. This is indeed their territory. Bai Wuxing donned a tattered straw hat, concealing his ominous intent. This experience offered Hu Weiting a profound insight. The chaotic environment was a stark contrast to his sheltered upbringing in the royal court, where he had always lived in comfort, free from worries. The royal resources were abundant, and seasoned mentors were plentiful. His path to cultivation was 100 times easier than that of others, yet he had been oblivious to his own blessings. How misguided that was. We have arrived at the organization's branch, Bai Wuxing stated, casually parking the herb-laden cart against the wall of a nearby building. Across the street, a seemingly unremarkable shop served as a stronghold for the organization. Zhou Qianming focused intently. Before him stood an inconspicuous shop, but several men lounged against the wall, chewing on bamboo skewers, their expressions defiant, revealing green serpent tattoos around their wrists. Though this was merely a branch, its location was strategically advantageous, and Bai Wuxing, with his vast experience, understood how to exploit such important yet easily overlooked places. Prepare yourselves, Bai Wuxing whispered. Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiting steeled their resolve. With a casual wave of his arm, Bai Wuxing unleashed a fierce gust of wind. A resounding crash echoed from a nearby rooftop. Tiles erupted like waves, and a gaping hole appeared, shrouded in thick, choking smoke, accompanied by terrified screams. Zhou Qianming was taken aback. This display revealed Bai Wuxing's formidable strength. At the very least, he was at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Someone is causing trouble. The leader of the men exclaimed, his gaze sharp. He spat out his bamboo skewer and drew a wicked blade, leading his henchmen to swiftly search the vicinity. Filthy scum, perish, Bai Wuxing smirked disdainfully, continuing to channel his energy. In the corner, the herb cart suddenly ignited with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the thugs in a deadly inferno. The cacophony of wails echoed through the air. Those unfortunate souls never anticipated that a mere cart could conceal such devastating explosives. Even Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiding were caught off guard by Bai Wuxing's ruthless strike. The explosive force was astonishing, capable of easily obliterating those at the Meridian Realm. Bai Wuxing's ruthlessness was indeed extraordinary. The herbs within the cart had been meticulously selected, imbued with a violent aura, igniting at the mere spark of a flame. The once chaotic marketplace descended into greater turmoil, flames leaping into the sky. Thick smoke billowing, and countless innocents fell victim to the chaos, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. Bang! Zhou Qianming kicked open the shop door, only to be met by a burly man brandishing his claws. Yet he was effortlessly seized by Bai Wuxing, who flung him aside like a mere chick. The path of cultivation sees the Li Chen realm as a significant watershed, where countless individuals falter. To surpass the Li Chen realm is akin to a metamorphosis, a transformation beyond imagination. The Li Chen realm serves as the starting point for aspiring top-tier masters. Above the Li Chen realm lies the Yipa realm, which, despite its vast difference from Li Chen, remains the highest and most formidable level among the three Yi realms. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is indeed a daunting threshold, and Bai Wuxing is currently ensconced within it. The thugs inside the shop, fierce as wolves, surged forth one after another, but were met with Bai Wuxing's ruthless strikes, leaving no one unscathed. In a room above, two figures clad in long robes, evidently high-ranking members of the Green Letter Organization, attempted to resist but were swiftly knocked down by Bai Wuxing's relentless fists. "Take them away. They possess what we desire," Bai Wuxing commanded, pulling out two burlap sacks. Flames erupted in the streets, thick smoke obscuring the sun, casting an eerie gloom akin to night. Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiding's cart lay abandoned by the roadside, its medicinal herbs scattered across the ground, conveniently concealing the two large sacks. Bai Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The two high-ranking members of the Green Letter Organization awoke abruptly, drenched in cold water, glancing around to see rugged iron chains hanging ominously, reflecting a chilling gloom. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, causing both men to frown despite their battle-hardened experience. A voice resonated, and the door swung open with a sharp creak. A blinding light streaming in from outside, rendering them nearly blind. A gust of wind rushed in, chilling them to the bone after being doused with cold water. An elderly voice intoned, "Speak, reveal your organization's plans to me. Which faction do you belong to? Let us converse amicably." One of them hastily responded, Please, do not resort to violence." With a resounding slap, the man was struck, the force so fierce that he fell unconscious without so much as a groan, dark blood splattering across the face of the other. Chapter 57. Another shot, a chill coursed through the man's spine, an unsettling warmth spreading from his trousers. He had soiled himself. "Brother, please, let's discuss this civilly," he implored. "Who is this person that resorts to murder so readily? Life seems utterly worthless to him." The remaining individual, trembling, spilled everything he knew in a flood of words. It turned out that several years prior, the leader of the Green Letter Organization, Xue Linyan, had harbored thoughts of secession from the principality. However, his limited strength rendered him unable to effect any change, leaving him to lament in vain at last. The time had come for Xue Linyan, the newly appointed commander of the imperial garrison. Qian Zhe had replaced his predecessor and stepped into the limelight. As a newly minted authority, Xue Linyan sought to curry favor, simultaneously discovering Qian Zhe's weaknesses, thereby intending to capitalize on the opportunity, harboring ambitions of usurpation. The principality was even easier to manipulate. It wielded no real power, its military like reeds swaying in the wind, relying solely on the garrison for defense. Thus, the principality remained firmly under the empire's grip. Xue Linyan aimed his efforts at the garrison headquarters to gain complete control over the principality. Chunzhe was gradually becoming a puppet of rebellion. "What a masterstroke by Xue Linyan," Hu Weiding seethed. Zhou Qianming shook his head. "The empire's mismanagement has inevitably led to this." Bai Wuxing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Zhou Qianming's insight, which had been pent up within him for some time. He had underestimated this youth. Hu Weiding, feeling the weight of the moment, questioned, "How can we ensure complete control?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qianming replied, "To eliminate external threats, we must first stabilize our internal affairs." Hu Weiding fell silent. seemingly lost in thought. Bai Wuxing had already extracted the location of the Green Letter Organization's headquarters from their confessions. Now, the only task remaining was to dismantle this organization, but the garrison's interference posed a formidable obstacle. This matter was far more complicated than anticipated. To safeguard against any fallout, the two men would be detained within the principality's prison to prevent Chen Zhe's subordinates from discovering them. A hefty charge would be fabricated to ensure they languished behind bars for an extended period. Detained within the principality's prison. This way, the garrison's reach will be significantly curtailed. Hu Weiding began to adopt a more strategic mindset through osmosis. Bai Wuxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is sound reasoning. The following day, Bai Wuxing assigned tasks before infiltrating the organization's headquarters alone, while Zhou Qianming and Hu Weiding remained within the palace, creating the illusion that all three were present. Bai Wuxing's instincts warned him that their whereabouts might be exposed. As unfamiliar faces began to appear around their lodging, evidence that Chen Zhe was growing wary of them. Bored in the palace, Hu Weiding found waiting to be the most excruciating ordeal. Zhou Qianming, however, sequestered himself in his room to cultivate. Never stepping out to take a breath, Hu Weiding marveled at his tenacity. How unlike himself, a noble of the royal lineage, held in high regard, with ample resources for cultivation, leading a far easier life than the average individual. As he wallowed in his frustration, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a charming, somewhat alluring young woman. Her cherry lips exhaled a fragrant breath, eyes like shimmering pools gazing at him, and her slender waist exuded an exotic allure, resembling a captivating little vixen. In his meditative state, Zhou Qianming sensed a disturbance. Though his mind was immersed in cultivation, the potency of his spiritual awareness compelled him to remain on high alert. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Yet Zhou Qianming felt a persistent unease, as if invisible eyes were fixed upon him. His spiritual awareness pinpointed a location, and he suddenly jolted. Hu Weiding's room. Was someone attempting an attack? He was a member of the royal family. Should anything go awry, he would surely face repercussions. Your Highness, the Empire's aspirations for resurgence are fraught with challenges. Zhou Qianming muttered, quietly closing the door behind him. The corridor remained eerily still. Yet, a cold steel blade silently pressed against Zhou Qianming's neck, its glint reflecting his visage. Zhou Qianming's scalp prickled with alarm as his nerves tensed, his mind racing to devise a counterattack. Your Highness, you've truly put me in a dire predicament. Zhou Qianming's fingers rapidly coalesced, forming lethal wind lines, while his expression remained inscrutable as he retorted, I merely caught a glimpse. Was it necessary to draw blood? The assailant sneered malevolently, that is of no concern to me. It is merely your misfortune. With that, he struck downwards, his technique precise and forceful, a seasoned veteran. However, Zhou Qianming had already sensed the imminent threat. His formidable spiritual power acted as a sixth sense. As the assassin lunged, the wind lines had been honed to their peak, and without a backward glance, he directed them towards the rear. The assassin's dagger shattered like glass upon impact. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the assailant was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Zhou Qianming's fierce eyes, only to be met with a powerful palm infused with vital energy rushing towards him. With a resounding crash, a figure burst into the room, blood gushing from their mouth and nose, crashing through the window like a cannonball, scattering shards of glass everywhere, landing heavily on the ground, startling the guards on duty nearby. What in the world is happening? Hu Weiding exclaimed, utterly stunned by the unfolding scene, oblivious to the shrill screams of the princess beside him. Your Highness, someone has attempted to assassinate us. Zhou Qianming rushed in to warn him, while Guo, frightened, buried her little head beneath the covers, trembling uncontrollably. The principality's laws explicitly forbade any unauthorized interactions with members of the Empire, and in his current state, should word get out, he would have no face left to show the world. Hu Weiding, having witnessed his share of chaos, quickly regained his composure, donning his battle attire and commanding the guards to apprehend the assassin and confine him within the prison. Chapter 58. The king cannot fall. The assassin was brought to the palace's prison. His body limp as a rag doll, awakening abruptly when doused with cold water, gradually regaining his strength. Who sent you? Zhou Qianming inquired. The assassin managed a feeble smile, laced with disdain, his eyes bulging with fury, his lips quivering as he attempted to respond. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from his mouth, followed by a large, slightly bluish mass of blood, along with a piece of soft flesh, a severed tongue, sprawled on the ground. This individual was fiercely resolute, safeguarding his secrets with death itself, yet Zhou Qianming could glean some insights. It appeared that even within the palace, safety was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Green Letter Organization, the leader Xue Linyan was engaged in discussions with the core elders of the organization. Xue Linyan had built a solid foundation over the years, his strength formidable, having ascended to the 6th level of the Yipa realm. His connections were extensive, and such a person was inherently a leader or a rabble-rouser. With the Empire sending envoys, the plans of the organization and the garrison were thwarted. The optimal strategy was to act swiftly, eliminate the envoy and coordinate with allies on the outer islands to launch a combined offensive. Striking from within and without. Xue Linyan's cold voice was laced with malice. Hidden within, Bai Wuxing felt a chill run down his spine. Despite being tempered by years of bloodshed, he found himself unnerved by Xue Linyan's presence. Sensing an aura of murderous intent, the essence of a reaper emerging from a sea of corpses. Even more astonishingly, Xue Linyan possesses his own private armed forces, which is quite remarkable. He commands not merely a horde of unorganized thugs, but a formidable and terrifying military force concealed on a little-known island near the Duchy of Shanglan. This clearly demonstrates the depth of this individual's cunning, suggesting that he has been meticulously preparing for some time. Bai Wuxing tightened his robe, veiling his face as he stealthily departed. Not far away, atop a towering tree, a figure silently observed Bai Wuxing's departure. His features were grotesquely contorted, resembling someone who had been scorched by fire. A pair of triangular eyes lurked in the shadows of his brow and nose, cold and profound. The triangular-eyed figure stealthily descended from the tree, infiltrating the organization. "Look who it is, Brother Hui. Your timing is impeccable. The others are preparing countermeasures. Let us discuss your thoughts," Xue Linyan remarked with a grin. "Boss, we've been overheard," the triangular-eyed figure replied coolly. Xue Linyan raised an eyebrow. "Where is he?" "He has gone. You let the tiger return to the mountain? That's not your style." The triangular-eyed figure shook his head. "I'm not foolish. This person is tough. I can't handle him, and besides, he isn't my target." Xue Linyan frowned slightly. It was rare for someone to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, any dissatisfaction dissipated like a wisp of smoke. "No matter, as long as Brother Hui is willing to lend a hand, our Green Letter Organization will certainly reward you handsomely." The triangular-eyed figure nodded. A grotesque smile twisted across his scarred visage, leaving the elders present in shock. This fellow was truly hideous. "Hee, I believe it's time for General Chen to make his move." A glint of cold light flashed in Xue Linyan's eyes, his lips curling in a mocking smile. Within the Duchy of Shanglan, the barracks of the military suddenly erupted with activity, all heading in one direction. The royal palace. Thousands of troops swiftly surrounded the palace. Their formation tight and disciplined, the atmosphere crackling with tension. The palace guards were thoroughly perplexed, unable to comprehend the purpose of the military's sudden mobilization. Minister of the Barracks, Qian Zhe, stood at the forefront. Clad in iron armor, casting a cold glare, "General Chen, what brings you to the palace today? Surely, it isn't to share tea with His Highness. Should I inform the palace at once?" The old steward of the palace scampered out. A smile plastered on his face. Without sparing a glance, Qian Zhe waved his hand, and a sharp axe soared from behind, striking the old steward squarely in the forehead, splattering flesh and brain matter everywhere. The guards were left speechless. "Charge! Occupy the palace!" At Qian Zhe's command, soldiers drew their weapons and surged forward, their spirits ignited with fervor. These troops had been meticulously selected, with the weakest among them at the 5th level of body transformation, and some even having reached the Meridian realm, making them a formidable force under Qian Zhe's command. The palace guards had never experienced such an assault. Before they could mount a defense, they were swept aside like autumn leaves. The palace's defensive line was shattered. "Kill!" The soldiers' morale surged, rushing through the palace gardens toward the royal residence. 2 pitch-black oval crystals shot from the upper floors of the building. Whistling through the air, their explosive sounds incessant, as the crystals landed among the crowd. They erupted into brilliant golden sparks, and the terrifying agents of death swiftly spread, transforming into invisible blades that shredded the soldiers apart. blood spraying and limbs flying, a scene of brutal aesthetic violence. Enemy attack! Qinzhe exclaimed in alarm, hastily ordering his soldiers to halt their advance. Inside, Huiting exclaimed excitedly, "Zhou Qianming, you truly are impressive." Zhou Qianming smiled slightly, retrieving 2 more crystals from his wrist guards, ever ready to strike. Having spent time with Yang Mie, Zhou Qianming had gained significant knowledge of explosives, particularly their offensive applications. These black crystals, known as Black Dragon crystals, were common attack-type explosives. Even one possessed the power comparable to the Meridian Realm, serving as a formidable tool for self-defense. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Qianzhe raised his head, commanding his soldiers to advance once more, only to be met with 2 more bursts of flames, accompanied by the anguished cries of soldiers rising toward the sky, a bunch of worthless fools. Qianzhe cursed vehemently, rushing to the forefront. A black dragon crystal whizzed toward him, but Qianzhe merely punched it away without looking, the deafening explosion reverberating throughout the palace. Humph! With such little power. You dare to resist? A gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Qianzhe's towering figure. In a matter of steps, he moved with lightning speed, leaping into the palace and striking at Zhou Qianming. His strength unmistakably at the 2nd level of soul transformation. Qianzhe's speed was blinding. Zhou Qianming had barely registered the danger before he was forced to parry with his palm, but the disparity between the 9th level of body transformation and the 2nd level of soul transformation was insurmountable. Zhou Qianming felt as though a ferocious beast had collided with his arm, sending him flying like a kite. Palace guards poured forth, countless weapons aimed at Qianzhe, but these mere rabble were no match for him. In the flurry of combat, many fell. Hee, now it's just you left, Your Highness. Qianzhe's eyes gleamed with malice. In those sinister depths, Huiting saw his own hands trembling, die, before Qianzhe's fist could land. It froze midair. Huiting, bewildered, realized Zhou Qianming had somehow shielded him, arms raised to block Qianzhe's strike. Your Highness, retreat. Zhou Qianming gritted his teeth, his clothing torn and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Huiting struggled to rise, panic-stricken as he fled, but suddenly, the old emperor's earnest teachings rang in his mind. In the face of a great enemy, a king must never flee. A king must not perish. A king must not perish. Huiting clenched his fists, roaring as he drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Qianzhe. Your Highness, such bravery. If living is unbearable, why not die with dignity? Qianzhe unleashed a wave of energy, pushing Zhou Qianming back several steps, then channeled his power, the white light of energy flickering ominously, preparing to unleash a thunderous blow. Chapter 59. The Shadow of Instant Death. Your Highness, allow me to handle this scum. Suddenly, an aged but resonant laughter echoed, unmistakably belonging to Bai Wuxing. Bai Wuxing. Qianzhe frowned, surprised that Bai Wuxing had ventured so deep into the tiger's den yet returned unscathed. Upon the trio's arrival at the duchy, Qianzhe had conducted covert investigations. Bai Wuxing was no simple character, possessing a 5th level of soul transformation, making him a formidable foe. According to intel, he was supposed to be at the organization's headquarters. How did he end up here? Could it be that Xuelin Yin and his men failed to detain him? Humph, I shall see just how capable you are. Qianzhe sneered coldly, dispelling any trepidation, condensing his energy into a solid palm strike aimed at Bai Wuxing. The palm strike loomed larger in Bai Wuxing's vision, and as that chilling power approached, he finally sprang into action. An withered yet robust hand reached out to meet the strike. And at that moment, the already crumbling palace disintegrated, debris flying and shockwaves rippling as the grand structure collapsed into dust. Where is he? Qianzhe squinted, scanning the area, thick dust obscuring everything, as a shadowy figure emerged. Qianzhe seized it, discovering it to be a soldier from the barracks, now lifeless, 5 distinct finger marks branded upon his neck. Get out here! Qianzhe roared in fury, sweeping his sleeve, dispersing the surrounding dust with a gust of wind. Bai Wuxing stood not far off, a bemused expression on his face as he regarded Qianzhe. With such meager abilities, you dare to claim the title of rebel? You ought to weigh your own worth. You're not even a warm-up for me, Bai Wuxing taunted. Indeed, the 2 levels of disparity in strength made Qianzhe feel the pressure. The envoy from the Empire was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Just hold on a little longer. Xuelin Yin's reinforcements should be on the way. with the plan in tatters, Bai Wuxing had resolved to act decisively. The barracks were in rebellion. The Green Letter organization was on high alert. Its fangs sharpened, and he could not afford to overlook the existence of a terrifying gray assassin overseas. Unexpectedly, having played the hawk his entire life, Bai Wuxing found himself pecked in the eye by a clever little sparrow. A misstep that had led to his downfall. Rather than cower in fear of wolves behind and tigers before, it was better to take the plunge and carve a bloody path forward. Your Highness, Qianming, I miscalculated this time, but are you willing to fight alongside me to carve out a new destiny? Bai Wuxing declared slowly, each word resonating with strength. Huiting nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with resolve. While Zhou Qianming also nodded, his fists clenched. His nature would not allow him to retreat. Excellent, true men of valor. Bai Wuxing laughed heartily, his energy surging through his limbs, his combat prowess reaching its zenith. Chen Zhe sensed the ominous turn of events. The enemy's morale was soaring. He hastily ordered a collective assault, hundreds of soldiers surrounding Zhou Qianming and his companions. Zhou Qianming summoned a wave of energy. And while his peak body transformation strength might not impress Chen Zhe, it was certainly enough to rattle these lowly guards. One soldier lunged with a spear, but Zhou Qianming deftly sidestepped, securing the spear under his arm and delivering a fierce gust of energy that knocked the soldier down. The soldiers surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, recklessly charging ahead. Seizing the momentum, Zhou Qianming skillfully twirled the spear, toppling 3 more soldiers with a single, powerful swing, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise. Who dares to approach? Huiting also engaged in the fray, his momentum surging like that of a fierce tiger plunging into the throng, cutting through obstacles as if traversing a realm devoid of opposition. Wreaking havoc with relentless fury, a torrent of warm blood splattered across his face, momentarily stunning him. Yet, suddenly emboldened, he surged forth like a wild wolf, blood streaming into his eyes, rendering his visage terrifyingly grotesque. A stark departure from his erstwhile handsome and enchanting demeanor in the darkness behind the palace. The young princess gazed at Huiting's blood-soaked figure, tears cascading down her cheeks, her graceful silhouette flickering before vanishing into the shadows. The trio appeared as if fueled by gunpowder, managing to inflict heavy losses upon a battalion of hundreds. Blood flowed like a river, yet most lay incapacitated on the ground, wailing in despair, their cries hauntingly sorrowful. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the carnage, dared not advance, casting timid yet apprehensive glances toward Chen Zhe, hoping for a swift retreat ordered by the general. The Holy Lan Principality, bolstered by the Empire, traditionally enjoyed a stable order. Moreover, due to their connections with the underworld, these subordinates required no training and lived quite comfortably, often languishing in idle ennui, their military prowess long since languished, their combat capabilities diminished from their former glory. Suddenly, a flicker caught Chen Zhe's attention, and he snapped back to reality, narrowly evading a fist from Bai Wuxing, whose formidable combat experience had allowed him to escape this strike. Did he evade? Bai Wuxing smirked, closing in with relentless strikes, each punch striking with the force of a gale, forcing Chen Zhe to retreat in a most disheveled manner. A resounding slap echoed across Chen Zhe's face, igniting his fury. Yet, just as he was about to retaliate, Bai Wuxing delivered a decisive kick, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth as he coughed violently. There was no recourse. The disparity in their powers was stark, and it was a one-sided affair of torment. Bai Wuxing's eyes narrowed ominously. It is time for you to meet your demise. Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhe regarded him with an unsettling calm, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. As if he were the one holding the upper hand, not Bai Wuxing. The audacity. Bai Wuxing's ire flared, energy coalescing at his fingertips, ready to unleash a torrent of bloodshed. But a sudden chill washed over him, a clear indication of an approaching formidable presence. He turned to find Xue Linyan watching him with a knowing smile. Xue Linyan, having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, radiated a menacing aura. Particularly his eyes, glinting like ice shards, brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. This is dire. Zhou Qianming gasped in an instant. Xue Linyan unleashed a surprise attack, and although Bai Wuxing attempted to block, the overwhelming force of the strike sent him reeling. A sickly hue rising to his cheeks as the taste of blood filled his mouth, a testament to his internal injuries. Eagle Flame Extinction. Bai Wuxing retreated, his hands forming claw-like shapes, unleashing searing tongues of fire that sliced through the air towards Xue Linyan, who effortlessly countered by waving his sleeves, dissipating the flames with ease. Mr. Bai, is that all you can muster? Surely you possess more formidable skills. Xue Linyan laughed, exuding an air of invincibility. Bai Wuxing remained silent. Yet the pallor of his face revealed the challenge posed by this adversary. Zhou Qianming discreetly clenched a black dragon crystal, preparing to seize an opportunity for a sneak attack. Engaged in their fierce battle, neither Xue Linyan nor Bai Wuxing noticed Zhou Qianming's subtle maneuvering, nor did they deem him worthy of concern, for he was merely a fledgling, not even at the level of the Yi-Mai realm. How much havoc could he possibly wreak? Alas, this oversight nearly cost Xue Linyan his life. Zhou Qianming flicked his finger, sending the black dragon crystal spiraling into the air, its dark surface reflecting a blinding light. Like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, Xue Linyan finally sensed the impending threat, his once arrogant eyes betraying a flicker of fear, as if he perceived a long-dormant beast charging towards him. To hell with you, Zhou Qianming silently vowed. But suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a hand shot forth, deftly pinching the black dragon crystal between two fingers. Ha ha! You are no honorable man, employing such underhanded tactics. Cackled a voice, eerie as the nocturnal cries of a night owl, the speaker's visage grotesque, marred by twisted scars resembling writhing maggots, with small, venomous eyes that instilled dread. When did this person arrive? Zhou Qianming's nerves tightened. He sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from this hideous figure, a presence unlike any he had previously encountered. No poison, no man. Zhou Qianming managed a cold smile, his gaze fixated on him, energy gradually accumulating in his palm. This man was known as Grey Blade Xiu, his strength formidable. He had single-handedly slain numerous foes, and although he bore wounds, he was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. His scarred visage was a testament to his victorious battles, though it was indeed a sight most unpalatable. Yet, the truth remains. One must not judge a book by its cover. Grey Blade Xiu drew a long knife. The sound of the blade unsheathing was chilling, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. Zhou Qianming, unwilling to be outdone, gripped his weapon tightly, observing Grey Blade Xiu's every move. Grey Blade Xiu was immensely powerful, his prowess in the 5th layer of the Yi-Mai realm overshadowing Zhou Qianming, who was merely at the 6th layer of the ET realm, creating a substantial gap between them. Kill Howl Seal, Grey Blade Xiu did not immediately wield his weapon but unleashed his signature technique, a black handprint imbued with tremendous energy hurtling forth. Zhou Qianming's expression shifted. Grey Blade Xiu had taken the initiative, his ferocity undeniable. The time for hesitation was over. He unleashed the first form of the Shazhou Demon Blade, flying sand and moving stones. The handprint collided with the incoming blade, both combatants showcasing their signature moves. Zhou Qianming's Shazhou Demon Blade, a mid-tier earth-level technique, wielded considerable power, surpassing most ordinary techniques. However, Grey Blade Xiu's assault was relentless and fierce, bolstered by his solid foundation in the 5th layer of the Yi-Mai realm, his formidable fighting spirit compensating for any shortcomings in technique. The two were indeed evenly matched, each holding their ground. Engaged in their own fierce conflict, Bai Wuxing and Xue Linyan sensed the energy fluctuation. Both startled. The overwhelming power was such that even they felt a tinge of apprehension. Was this astonishing force truly conjured by a 6th layer ET realm individual and a 5th layer Yi-Mai realm warrior? These two were undeniably extraordinary, remarkable, truly remarkable. Grey Blade Xiu mused, a smirk playing on his lips. He had encountered many powerful opponents, yet this junior, capable of effortlessly countering his deadly strike, earned his begrudging respect. However, unbeknownst to them, that strike had drained a significant amount of Zhou Qianming's energy, a mere display of bravado. The Shazhou Demon Blade's power was indeed formidable, yet it came with a toll on the user. Especially for someone of Zhou Qianming's stature in the ET realm. The flying sand and moving stones had sapped nearly half of his energy, a sensation most unpleasant, but Zhou Qianming's robust physique allowed him to withstand this pressure. With a flick of his long knife, Grey Blade Xiu exuded a murderous aura. This blade, having tasted the blood of many, bore a layer of unremovable crimson sheen. He bellowed, "This knife has gone too long without blood. Today, it shall feast upon you." Before he could finish, a shadow flickered, swiftly lunging toward Zhou Qianming, the blade's edge sparkling like falling petals, splattering cold light. I'll tell you now. I fear no blade. Zhou Qianming remained unfazed, dismissing Gray Blade Qiu's assault as inconsequential. Though the blade danced menacingly, most were mere feints. True mastery of the blade meant a single lethal strike, and this understanding had been ingrained in Zhou Qianming during his training with the Shazhou Demon Blade. In Zhou Qianming's eyes, the flurry of Gray Blade Qiu's strike slowed, crystallizing into a distinct image of the blade. With a resounding clang, Gray Blade Qiu's long knife embedded itself into the ground. A deep gash appearing on the back of his hand, blood gushing forth. Gray Blade Qiu was taken aback, momentarily bewildered, when suddenly a fist flew forth, striking him squarely on his grotesque face, the sound of crunching bone echoing as his nasal bridge fractured. Blood gushing from his nostrils and flooding his mouth, rendering him a picture of utter disarray. Enraged, Gray Blade Qiu retaliated, his fists flying in a frenzy, the force of their clashes sending tremors through the palace walls. Simultaneously, Bai Wuxing and Gray Blade Qiu's battle raged on. Soldiers dared not intervene, witnessing the titanic clash with bated breath, aware that any misstep could result in them being caught in the crossfire, leading to their untimely demise. Deep within the palace's secret passages, the ruler of the Holy Lan Principality, Terenolin, stood in a daze, surrounded by guard elders, ever vigilant against enemy incursions. Your Majesty, we must mobilize our forces. Better to perish fighting than to be remembered as a ruler who allowed his kingdom to fall, implored an elder, his voice laced with urgency. Is there truly any power to be had? What talk of a fallen kingdom? Terenolin replied calmly, his eyes as dim as ever, as if this matter bore no consequence to him. It was no wonder. The rulers of the Holy Lan had never held true power, and the notion of subservience to the empire had seeped deep into their bones, a form of ingrained servitude, even as one ascended to the throne. Father, shall we truly remain idle? A gentle yet resolute voice interjected. Belonging to the young princess of the Holy Lan, Guier, who had recently shared a moment with Huading in the palace. She was deeply concerned for him, for the station troops were not to be trifled with. Her beloved could find himself in peril. Terenolin sighed heavily. Guier, you are still but a child. The machinations among these great powers are far beyond our comprehension. In such circumstances, preserving one's own safety is indeed a wise course of action. A sense of bitter despondency ripples in the eyes. Could this be tears? Perhaps so, for I still harbor feelings for this nation. Father, do you wish to be a puppet for a lifetime, or would you rather be the leader of a nation? If only for a fleeting minute? Guier spoke each word with conviction. Terenlin's heart quivered, his gaze momentarily transfixed. The figure of Guier seemed to morph into his childhood self, equally stubborn. Living a life of wealth and luxury is splendid. Yet it hardly embodies the demeanor of a sovereign. This kind of humiliation, the Turan clan has endured enough. He envisioned himself ascending to the throne step by step, each utterance requiring the servility of a sycophant. Trembling and timid, utterly pitiful, alas, one's plans may be thwarted by fate. Heaven has been unjust to him. Guer's visage gradually sharpened into focus. The harshness of reality loomed before him, as if he beheld Guer perishing amidst flames and abyss. Struggling in agony, he witnessed the banner of the holy mist fluttering to the ground like willow catkins. Rather than wait passively for demise, it would be better to burn bridges and fight valiantly. Terenlin tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. A long-lost fervor surged within him as he looked upon his daughter and the elders who had accompanied him for many years. Are you willing to join me in this final battle? Yes, the elders exclaimed with fervor, having long been eager for action. Chapter 61. No mercy. The old fool is quite resilient. Though Shualin Yin is formidable, he cannot help but feel the strain at this moment. In terms of strength, he surpasses Bai Wuxing, yet when it comes to combat experience, Bai Wuxing is a seasoned hunter, a step ahead. The old man possesses a firm grip. Speed must be his only advantage, for surely he cannot keep up. Suddenly, Shualin Yin moved like lightning, delivering a heavy punch that caught Bai Wuxing off guard, followed by another, each strike echoing powerfully. The force shattered. Bai Wuxing, bloodied and battered, summoned all his energy for a counterattack. The tremendous impact reducing nearby debris to dust. He resisted stubbornly. Shualin Yin let out a mighty roar, his hands forming several intricate seals, then unleashed a beam of light towards Bai Wuxing. The collision of two powerful techniques heralded catastrophe. The palace seemed to tremble as if struck by an earthquake, countless windows shattering into fragments, swirling through the air. Bai Wuxing leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Shualin Yin was indeed a tough opponent. Shualin Yin, too, found himself in a precarious position. He had underestimated Bai Wuxing's full might, surprised by the strength of this seemingly frail old man, whose unexpected prowess now ignited a fire within him, causing his meridians to falter. Glancing upward, he noticed several eagles circling above the palace, a strange smile creeping upon his lips. Reinforcements had arrived from overseas. Bai Wuxing sensed something amiss, letting out a sigh. Had he finally reached his end? Shadows descended upon the palace, numbering in the hundreds, clad in black as though they were harbingers of death, here to reap the souls of the soon-to-be vanquished. Kill! Shualin Yin could no longer contain his excitement. This day had been long awaited. The reinforcements surged forth like men invigorated by a potent elixir, their myriad weapons dazzling in a chaotic display. This was no longer a war but a massacre. Those who trespass upon the palace shall perish. Several sprightly elders leaped into the fray, their bare fists and formidable stances sending the foremost black-clad figures tumbling backward. Taranlin, have you lost your mind? Shualin Yin roared in fury, never expecting the usually docile principality to erupt like a wild dog, inflicting harm. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Taranlin had regained his regal aura, his eyes radiating determination, his voice booming, "Attention! Rebel scum shall be dealt with on the spot. Kill without mercy." The elders within the palace were no ordinary guards, nor mere lackeys. They were the king's personal attendants. Elite warriors selected from the finest, true masters. Though Shualin Yan's overseas forces boasted numerical superiority, they were a mix of quality, many mere rabble. While they posed a significant threat in the open, they wilted in the presence of true strength. Despite the principality's influence having been nearly dismantled, 7 of Taranlin's personal elders had attained the Easy Meridian realm, and 3 had reached the Easy Soul realm. Moreover, they were exceptional fighters, a force not to be underestimated. The black-clad figures at the forefront were momentarily stunned. What was this? Were they not told that only a few adversaries remained? Why then did more elders appear, all exuding an air of superiority? What are you waiting for? Kill them! Seeing his armed forces falter, Shualin Yan's rage ignited. Did these blind fools not realize the advantage lay with them? The elders unleashed an awe-inspiring aura, their energies surging like a tidal wave. Charging into the battlefield, 1 against 10. Taranlin, you have forced my hand. A fierce glint flashed in Shualin Yan's eyes, as energy coalesced in his palms, a murderous intent swirling around him. Taranlin stood unflinching, drawing his sword with a ringing sound. Bai Wuxing slowly rose from the rubble, his gaze coldly fixed upon Shualin Yin. Spirit refinement spell, wind-cutting strike. The two attacks collided, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the land. Hui Daoqiu dashed forward with incredible speed, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Qianming, delivering a diagonal chop with his hand. Zhou Qianming, with keen perception, seized Hui Daoqiu's wrist and yanked downward, causing Hui Daoqiu to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Impossible! My strength far exceeds yours. How can this be? Hui Daoqiu's face was smeared with mud as he charged at Zhou Qianming in a fit of rage. Yet before he could reach him, Zhou Qianming kicked him over, and as his vision blurred, pain surged through him, rendering him unable to rise. Zhou Qianming clapped his hands together and remarked, "Your strength is indeed impressive, but your eagerness for victory has severely clouded your judgment. You have forgotten how to fight." Hui Daoqiu remained silent, motionless. Is this fellow truly dead? It was only a few exchanges. Zhou Qianming pondered, kicking Hui Daoqiu under the armpit to check for signs of life. In a flash, Hui Daoqiu raised his grotesque face, his eyes ablaze with malice, mouth twisted in a sinister grin, his hands clawing at Zhou Qianming's leg. "How dare you attempt such a trick? Release me at once." Zhou Qianming seethed with anger, his fist striking Hui Daoqiu with the force of stone. Yet the rogue clung tightly as if bound by ropes, refusing to let go. Zhou Qianming drew his weapon. Knowing that dealing with such a scoundrel required ruthlessness, wouldn't it be easier to slice off your fingers one by one? Ha ha ha. Boy, I must admit you possess some potential, but today, you shall meet your end. Hui Daoqiu laughed maniacally, suddenly unleashing his strength, charging forth like an enraged bull. Zhou Qianming stumbled and fell to the ground, the force driving him down, and the two rolled together, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhou Qianming, dazed and disoriented, lost his grip on Hao Hui, the scene before him blurring into indistinct shapes, and he began to pummel Hui Daoqiu with wild abandon. Yet Hui Daoqiu's superior physique proved resilient. The blows barely fazed him. The two tumbled from the grass to the edge of a ravine, and as Zhou Qianming glanced back, he saw the sheer cliff face. A suicidal intent emanated from Hui Daoqiu. Scattered across the ground were dozens of unconscious bodies, a group of elders gathered, all gasping for breath. Under the burden of numbers, their energies were nearly depleted, and such relentless combat would wear down even those at the easy meridian level. A sudden waft of blood filled the air, startling the elders. Shualin Yan's forehead bulged with veins as he unleashed a furious shout, his palms releasing waves of white mist. Suddenly, from within the mist, a plume of crimson smoke erupted, merging with the white fog, blood trickling down his arms and pooling on the ground, creating a ghastly sight. Taranlin frowned, perplexed. What on earth was this man attempting? Humph, Shualin Yan sneered, baring his teeth. This technique is no trivial matter. Melting blood to forge soul smoke is a wicked path that transforms vitality through sacrifice, capable of devastating the surroundings with ease. Chapter 62. Destiny returns to the twin eagles Shualin Yan. Having lived a life steeped in blood, despised nourishment as a babe. He would wail uncontrollably whenever families slaughtered chickens or ducks, prompting his father to dabble his finger in blood to entice him. Only to have the infant bite down, severing his father's fingertip. From that moment on, Shualin Yan consumed but two things: blood and fine wine, each indispensable. Blood soul die. Shualin Yan's eyes flashed crimson, a sanguine aura swirling from his head like a specter. Taranlin closed his eyes. The state of battle was evident, and the odds of victory were slim. Yet his heart remained steady. He understood that it was better to die standing than to live on one's knees. Shualin Yan, do not forget my presence, Bai Wuxing erupted, darting between the two men like a celestial warrior. Time seemed to freeze as Shualin Yan unleashed a cataclysmic strike. Simultaneously, Bai Wuxing launched his attack, his fists ready to clash with tremendous force. Hui Daoqiu tightened his grip around Zhou Qianming's neck, intent on throwing him off the cliff. Yet Zhou Qianming's feet remained firmly planted, unyielding that a kick to Zhou Qianming's thigh elicited a grunt. But he stood resolute. Another kick landed, causing Zhou Qianming's legs to buckle, nearly forcing him to his knees. With a swift motion, both hands released several lines of wind. Yet the trajectory of the wind lines faced insurmountable obstacles, merely tearing the clothing of Hui Daoqiu without inflicting any real harm. Down, down. Hui Daoqiu was consumed by murderous intent, exerting all his strength as he forcefully pushed, sending Zhou Qianming's entire body plummeting face up into the abyss. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Hui Daoqiu distinctly caught sight of the smile on Zhou Qianming's face, a smile that was cunning and sly beyond measure. A long, translucent blade pierced through Hui Daoqiu's body. Its edge was exceedingly sharp and slick, leaving no trace of blood. Hui Daoqiu turned his head to see Hui Ting gazing at him with a grim expression, his hands gripping the Hao Hui, having plunged it deeply into himself, chilling him to the core. Turning back, Zhou Qianming clutched a vine tightly, hanging inverted in the center of the cliff, still wearing that familiar smile. Hui Daoqiu's expression was devoid of emotion, his lips twitching slightly as dark blood trickled from his mouth. With a soft sound, Hui Tung withdrew the Hao Hui. The blade was indeed remarkable, lethal yet bloodless. Hui Daoqiu lay sprawled on the ground, his blood staining the earth, murmuring incoherently as he passed. He died with his eyes wide open. Zhou Qianming regained his composure. Hui Daoqiu had long since lost his fighting spirit. Gripping the vine, he pulled himself up the cliff, then turned and kicked Hui Daoqiu, drenched in blood, down to the abyss below, a bottomless chasm. Hui Tung stepped forward, clasping his hands tightly together. They were not merely comrades or master and servant, but brothers bound by life and death. And that was all that needed to be said. Blood Forest Yin lay collapsed in a pit, billowing with smoke, two bloody holes in his chest spurting crimson blossoms. Bai Wuxing was carried out by several elders. He was gravely injured, his arms shattered into fragments, yet other injuries were minor, and after some time of recuperation, he would heal. Once I've dealt with this lot, I'm done. How wonderful it would be to retire as an elder in the military academy. Free from the constant bloodshed, Bai Wuxing grumbled along the way. The remaining black-clad figures naturally surrendered without a fight. They had merely stepped forward to make up the numbers, and after being whipped by the guards, they were thrown into the dungeons. Your Highness, Guo rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears, as she leaped into Hui Teng's embrace. It's all right now, Hui Teng reassured her, stroking her hair, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Taylor Lin, who was watching him with a puzzled expression. It's over. It's over. Zhou Qianming stretched lazily, reclining on the grass of the palace. You've been complained about. With great power comes great responsibility, Hui Teng remarked. What a load of nonsense, came Bai Wuxing's voice from afar, filled with indignation. They exchanged smiles, unable to suppress their relief at the prospect of finally returning home. A few days later, the trio returned to the military academy, where instructor Chu Wei was already waiting to greet them. Old senior, are you all right? Chu Wei rushed forward to assist, only to be pushed aside by Bai Wuxing. I am exhausted and done for. Quickly, prepare a seat for me as an elder. Of course, rest easy, everything else can be arranged, Chu Wei hurriedly replied. Bai Wuxing was a renowned figure within the empire, holding a high status and revered by the soldiers for his toughness. You're back? A gentle voice chimed in, and Zhou Qianming and Hui Teng perked up. It was Qin Ling. This girl is truly extraordinary. Hui Teng licked his lips, preparing to approach her, but noticed Qin Ling's pale fingers fidgeting with the hem of her garment, her enchanting eyes fixed on Zhou Qianming, causing him to sigh inwardly. She was not his type. He immediately bowed to Zhou Qianming, saying, Zhou Qianming, until we meet again. Though they were already friends, the prince's formal farewell had to be reciprocated. Zhou Qianming returned the gesture respectfully. Until we meet again, you must have suffered greatly. You've become so thin, Qin Ling remarked, grasping Zhou Qianming's arm, making him feel awkward. Had she missed him that much in just a few days? Brother Qianming. You've truly taken your time returning, Liang Kai said, accompanied by He Wanyun, who appeared to be in much better condition than Zhou Qianming, likely due to their less grueling mission. Zhou Qianming felt immense joy. The reunion with friends was particularly heartwarming as they engaged in animated conversation, with Qin Ling smiling brightly at them. Do you recall what everyone said before we set off? There will be rewards and credits for our first mission as new recruits. And I suspect the S-rank rewards will surpass our A-rank ones, He Wanyun noted out of course. It said that S-rank soldiers receive 300 credits upon completing their tasks. Quite generous, Liang Kai added. Then winked at Zhou Qianming, and there's an unexpected reward, exclusively for S-rank soldiers. What could it possibly be? Zhou Qianming feigned indifference, yet excitement surged within him. Surely, someone like him, who risked his life, wouldn't he be shortchanged by the military academy? The academy had established a task department, where Ren Lao Han was responsible for credit registration and task assignments. To accept tasks, one had to approach him. Credits were highly coveted within the academy, with many soldiers eagerly vying for them. After all, credits could be exchanged for high-level weapons, techniques, and potions. Accumulating enough could even grant access to rare cultivation resources and, in some cases, entry into enchanted realms for unparalleled training. Yet, earning credits was no simple feat. Sometimes, even risking one's life would yield little to no return. Efficiency and quality of task completion were paramount. Nevertheless, Ren Lao Han's office remained bustling, reflecting the soldiers' unwavering enthusiasm. You are the S-rank Zhou Qianming, correct? Here's your reward for your first mission. A total of 300 credits. Ren Lao Han awoke from his nap, stretched, and tossed a card to Zhou Qianming. All right. Zhou Qianming glanced at it before stowing it away in his wrist guard. He entered the task department, where a plethora of items was on display, clearly marked with prices, accumulating sufficient credits allowed for exchanges. Indeed, the rewards from the military academy were substantial this time. Within the task department's martial arts store, a vast array of techniques was available, including some exceptional ones. However, with Zhou Qianming's current credits, it was insufficient for anything of real value. As he perused, he noted, Blood Spirit Mountain Ore, a premium hard or priced at 950 credits. Nightmare Flame Ore, a spiritual soft or priced at 2,200 credits. And the 6th tier mid-grade technique, Blade of the Sky's End, priced at 1,850 credits. This is utterly ridiculous. Zhou Qianming was dumbfounded. The credit requirements were exorbitantly high, clearly intended to tempt one. Ren Lao Han scoffed, Do you think these are gifts from the heavens? They don't just fall into your lap. Besides, if you don't want them, others certainly do. Every day, soldiers line up here for tasks. He chuckled self-mockingly. Perhaps even he found it hard to believe. Zhou Qinming was speechless. 300 credits might procure a heap of worthless trinkets, but to exchange for something of quality seemed impossible. By the way, S-rank soldiers receive benefits after their first mission. Would you like to hear about it? Ren Laohan asked with great seriousness. They're all junk. I'll pass, Zhou Qinming said, turning to leave. Not interested in the immortal nectar bath? Ren Laohan's voice rose several decibels, nearly leaping to his feet. Immortal nectar bath. Zhou Qinming's head snapped up. Within the military academy's jurisdiction lay several mountain ranges, boasting a pleasant climate and lush vegetation, attributed to the local water quality. The source of the water flow. There was a hot spring nestled in the mountains, long nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. Rich in pure energy, ideal for cultivation, it was said that local animals drinking from this spring boasted lustrous fur, supple bodies, and bright eyes, resembling divine beasts. The hot spring, akin to celestial nectar, was thus named the Immortal Nectar Bath. It had always been managed by the military academy, with some of the most outstanding soldiers receiving the privilege of bathing there for 3 days each year, given its rarity, as not just anyone could enter freely. However, entry could also be gained through credits, priced at 300 credits per day, equivalent to the experience gained from completing a task. Zhou Qinming swallowed hard. Was this truly the reward for S-rank soldiers? Compared to 300 credits, it was hardly a consideration. One could cultivate for an hour in the Immortal Nectar Bath. Wasn't he that akin to acquiring another 300 credits? He chuckled inwardly. The military academy's treatment was quite generous indeed, clearly catering to those of us with potential. Ren Laohan yawned again and handed Zhou Qinming a towel. You're all sweaty. Wipe yourself down. Oh, thank you. Zhou Qinming snapped back to reality, accepting the towel. The next day, Zhou Qinming ventured into the mountainous jurisdiction, immediately sensing a refreshing fragrance in the air, reminiscent of blooming flowers and celestial nectar. Elusive yet tantalizing. Now at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the body refinement stage, he stood on the cusp of breaking through to the meridian stage. Would today's immersion in the bath allow him to shatter his limitations and achieve a breakthrough? Zhou Qinming arrived at a small temple, where garments and towels were neatly arranged. An intense aroma mingled with powerful energy elements enveloped him, prompting Zhou Qinming to inhale deeply. The Immortal Nectar Bath indeed lived up to its reputation. After arranging his clothes, Zhou Qinming stripped down and prepared to bathe. The spring water was crystal clear, with bubbles occasionally rolling across the surface. The moment his toes touched the water, a hissing sound erupted as a wisp of pale blue smoke wafted up from the depths. Zhou Qinming's eyelids twitched. Was this truly the Immortal Nectar Bath? It looked more like a pool of sulfuric acid. Zhou Qinming took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and disregarding everything else, leapt directly into the spring. As he submerged, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged through his body, the elemental energies in the water crashing against him incessantly. With a smile, Zhou Qinming activated the Wan Hua Pantheon Ju within him, and immediately, a vast tide of energy flowed into his being, transforming into vital essence and consolidating in his dantian. This immortal Kaiyang Bath truly was a paradise for cultivation, a sacred ground for ascension, invigorating Zhou Qinming's previously stagnant cultivation speed in mere minutes. It is well known that at the peak of each realm, crossing over is the most arduous phase. Oftentimes, on the brink of ascending to the next level, the effort required can be several times greater than before. The threshold is exceedingly difficult to surpass. The ET realm and EMI realm represent two distinct tiers, with the EMI realm being the second of the 3 major realms. As the name suggests, the ET realm focuses on transforming one's physical body, significantly enhancing one's constitution. Conversely, the EMI realm involves the expansion of the meridians, allowing for the accommodation of greater vital essence, thereby greatly increasing one's power. This realm is divided into 9 levels. Zhou Qinming had initially entered the ET realm through the entry-level Dan, but such a method of advancing via medication is less than ideal. The primary advantage of drugs is their ability to reduce cultivation time and facilitate a breakthrough in one fell swoop. However, the associated risks are quite apparent, and improper handling can lead to lasting repercussions, destabilizing one's foundational cultivation. Thus, the drawbacks of drug-assisted advancement outweigh the benefits. Yet, A substance like the intra-level DAN is an exceptionally pure medication with a high degree of neutrality and refinement, and it is a low-tier cultivation drug that has minimal impact on the human body. In stark contrast, higher-tier cultivation drugs can lead to immense power at the cost of one's physical integrity, potentially resulting in catastrophic effects. Streams of azure liquid swirled around Zhou Qianming's entire being, eventually transforming into fine azure mist that melded into his body. Zhou Qianming shuddered, as if a stimulating sensation reverberated through his meridians. Moments later, the sensation intensified, as if his meridians were ablaze, akin to scalding water flowing over ice. His limbs became enveloped by the steam surging outward, and the burning sensation within his meridians grew ever stronger. Although Zhou Qianming was currently unable to introspect, he instinctively understood that his meridians were being purified, with accumulated impurities being vaporized and expelled from his body alongside the steam. Even the grime beneath his skin was washed away by the miraculous waters of the immortal Qiong bath in an instant. Zhou Qianming's skin appeared somewhat fairer, radiating a healthy glow. The sensation was utterly delightful. After completing a full cycle of the Wan Huan Yin Xinju, Zhou Qianming could not help but praise the remarkable efficacy of the immortal Qiong bath. The results achieved in 10 days of routine cultivation could likely be attained in the span of a mere incense stick here. No wonder the required credits were so high at this moment. The meridians within Zhou Qianming seemed to be suffused with a green luminescence, concealing an abundance of untapped energy deep within it. Appeared that the time had come to make a decisive breakthrough into the my realm. Zhou Qianming closed his eyes, summoning the vital energy from all directions, gradually converging it into a singular force, and launched an assault on the barrier to advancement. A muffled thud resonated from deep within him. The barrier was far sturdier than he had anticipated. Undeterred, he attempted again, but the barrier remained steadfast, akin to an unyielding fortress, impervious to his efforts. Zhou Qianming inhaled deeply, his pores contracting as he absorbed the energy from the spring, converting it into vital essence, and then, with a sudden surge, directed the amassed vital essence against the barrier. Zhou Qianming trembled with excitement as he finally succeeded in creating a fissure in the barrier. At this moment, Zhou Qianming was tirelessly drawing in energy, transforming it into vital essence, and assaulting the barrier. After several attempts, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to show signs of damage, becoming battered and fragmented. With one final push, Zhou Qianming silently urged himself, unleashing a stream of pure vital essence that struck the barrier like a hammer. Instantly, the barrier shattered into countless fragments, and in that moment, Zhou Qianming successfully broke through to the 8th level of the ET realm. In an explosive display, towering jets of water erupted from the immortal Qiong bath, and within the radius surrounding Zhou Qianming, waves of energy surged and roared like a tempest, rippling throughout the entire area. Birds scattered in fright, beasts were startled, and innumerable leaves danced through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Vital essence coursed wildly within Zhou Qianming, traversing the 12 principal meridians, both the Taiyin and Yang channels, as well as the Shaoyin and Shaoyang pathways. After completing a full circuit, Zhou Qianming slowly opened his eyes, a faint silver radiance enveloping him. And in an instant, golden flecks blossomed within his gaze, drawing in the luminous energy around him. At this moment, Zhou Qianming's eyes, though slightly dulled, exuded an infinite depth. After a brief stretch, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his fists. With a single punch, a resonant blast echoed from the distant woods, followed by a whirlwind that sent leaves raining down. Zhou Qianming smiled, marveling at the immense power he could unleash with such a simple strike. Truly remarkable, this was indeed the prowess of the Emei realm. Having exited the immortal Qiong bath, Zhou Qianming prepared to return to his quarters. The guards stationed outside respectfully bowed in greeting. Although Zhou Qianming had stipulated a bathing duration of 1 hour, the time required for a breakthrough was considerable, rendering the hour insufficient. Yet, the guards did not intervene, having received notice from someone permitting an extension of time. They complied dutifully, as the individual in question held considerable influence. Rumored to be the vice principal of the military academy, Zhou Qianming was part of the newly established S-Class 6th Battalion, with a designated residence, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw He Wanyun rushing towards him in a panic, exclaiming, "Not good, Brother Qianming. Liang Kai has had a conflict with Class 1 and has been beaten up." "What? This is unacceptable. Take me there quickly." Zhou Qiming fumed, incensed at the news of Liang Kai's misfortune. They were all comrades under the same roof, brothers who had shared life and death together. Naturally, emotions ran deep. When a brother is in trouble, one must rush to his aid. It turned out that Liang Kai had encountered good fortune while on a mission for the Old Man Ren. But just as he was about to accept a promising task, it was snatched away by Class 1. Having undergone the 3 major assessments, Liang Kai's courage and combativeness had significantly increased, and a mere disagreement led to a confrontation. However, the individual from Class 1 had brought along numerous followers, and capitalizing on their numbers, they had thoroughly beaten Liang Kai. Though Zhou Qiming had a somewhat arrogant disposition, he was not the type to explode at the slightest provocation. He meticulously considered every situation before arriving at a conclusion. However, the fact that Liang Kai had been assaulted was a matter of principle, and extraneous issues were irrelevant. He would deal with them later. In the open area of the task department, a significant number of individuals had gathered, most drawn by curiosity. Old Man Ren reclined with his elbow propped up, drowsily napping. He had seen many such scenes before. With a limited number of tasks released daily and too many people vying for them, it was a common occurrence for conflicts to arise. The strongest and most influential would prevail, and disputes over trivial benefits were all too familiar. The soldiers from Class 1 were posturing arrogantly in the center of the arena, while Liang Kai was being restrained by several individuals. Sporting multiple bruises and a bloodied lip, yet he still held his head high, refusing to submit. "Apologize to our brother Lin Yan at once, or you'll be in for it," one individual sneered, cracking his knuckles. They were all A-class soldiers, accustomed to being Lin Yan's lackeys. Lin Yan belonged to the newly established S-class 1st Battalion, and his arrogance was notorious as he roamed about, seeking out trouble. Others were hesitant to speak up, intimidated by his S-class status and the presence of a formidable figure within Class 1. They thought it best to endure and not provoke unnecessary strife. Yet this time, Lin Yan had unexpectedly encountered a thorn in his side with Liang Kai. This could not be tolerated. "Let us teach this unruly one a lesson." Liang Kai looked up with a disdainful smile and uttered, "Go to hell." Like a thunderclap on a clear day, the onlookers were taken aback by such audacity in addressing Lin Yan's family. What kind of person was so reckless as to invite trouble upon themselves? Lin Yan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, his anger flaring as he approached with a long knife, vowing that he would not rest until blood was spilled today. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out as the crowd turned to see Zhou Qiming striding in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Although his expression was dark, the fearsome aura emanating from him was undeniable, causing those who had gathered to instinctively step back, their previous excitement dampened. Lin Yan hesitated, taken aback by the sudden intervention on Liang Kai's behalf. Zhou Qiming's commanding presence was formidable, and he could not afford to appear weak. He thrust his long knife into the ground, locking eyes with Zhou Qiming, determined not to lose face. "Who are you to shout at our brother Lin Yan?" One of Lin Yan's lackeys barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Qiming. Without a glance, Zhou Qiming swiftly struck, sending the lackey flying against a wall, as if severed from a string, his speed beyond comprehension. How audacious! The lackeys erupted in fury, encircling Zhou Qiming in a frenzied mob, ready to teach him a lesson. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the immense strength Zhou Qiming was about to unleash. In but a fleeting breath, Zhou Qiming's hand shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, seizing a person's sword hilt, along with the blade and sheath, into his grasp. A companion behind him, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. Wielding a chain hammer, he swung it like the wind, yet arrived a moment too late. Before he could comprehend, he received a solid blow from the sword's hilt, the force so fierce it nearly shattered his jaw. The onlookers could no longer stand idly by, and they launched their attacks upon Zhou Qiming. With a deft motion, he drew the sword, flicking his arm to send the sheath crashing into one assailant's face. In the ensuing flurry of blade and light, the remaining assailants found their feet pierced, collapsing in disarray upon the ground, struggling yet unable to rise. Zhou Qiming had mastered the essence of the Shazhou demon blade, and its artistry flowed through him. His techniques, though primarily designed for blades, were equally effective with swords. Each strike was aimed at vital points, yet he held back enough to spare lives, ensuring they remained incapacitated for the time being. Zhou Qiming's speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning or the rush of wind, devoid of hesitation. "Only you remain," he said with a sinister smile, as droplets of blood from the blade pooled upon the ground, forming a small puddle. Chapter 65. Swift and resolute Lin Yin subdued his earlier arrogance, yet his gaze remained cold as he fixed it upon Zhou Qianming. "It seems you are from the 6th class as well. Are you unaware of who protects our 1st class?" Zhou Qianming paused, gently lowering his sword. "A wise man knows how to recognize the times," he remarked. Lin Yin smirked with satisfaction, but before he could finish his thought, Zhou Qianming's fist landed squarely upon him, the impact so forceful it left half of his face swollen and 2 bloody teeth flying in an arc. Lin Yin stood stunned, stammering, "Why you are Zhou Qianming?" His words faltered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "Why apologies?" Zhou Qianming replied nonchalantly, "I am rather quick-tempered and prefer to settle scores without delay. I simply had an overwhelming urge to strike you just now. Now, tell me, who granted you the audacity to come and create trouble?" A menacing smile crept onto Zhou Qianming's face, his fist clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking resonating sharply. "Fine. You will regret this." Lin Yin seethed, infuriated, in the military academy, who dared to treat him in such a manner? Wiping his mouth, he revealed a fresh layer of crimson on the back of his hand, shooting Zhou Qianming a glare before turning to leave. His followers also abandoned him, prioritizing their own escape. "Damn it, they have the numbers. I'll consider this a loss." Liang Kai sighed, somewhat helpless. Zhou Qianming shook his head. "It's quite simple. If one is beaten, one must find a way to retaliate. By the way, who is this Lin Yin, and who supports the 1st class? It seems I must teach them a lesson." Liang Kai explained. "In the academy, the S-class soldiers hold the highest rank. Among them, those of the highest status are the first to be established, having trained the most skilled individuals and monopolizing abundant cultivation resources. Most lucrative missions are snatched away by them." Zhou Qianming nodded, realizing he had inadvertently crossed their boundaries. However, he was not one to adhere to such rules. After all, rules are meant to be broken, provided one possesses the capability. The leadership of the 1st class is held by the Lei family brothers, known as Lei Lifeng and Lei Ming, with Lei Lifeng being particularly formidable at the 6th level of the Easy Vein realm. No one among the 6 classes could match his prowess. "Oh," Zhou Qianming mused, recognizing the challenge posed by this individual. Lei Ming, too, had reached the 3rd level of the Easy Vein realm, surpassing the average person, resulting in the 1st class's dominance. Zhou Qianming nodded, refraining from further comments. The opposition was too formidable, not something he could easily contend with. "Really, how did you get into such trouble again? Can't you be a bit more discreet?" Inside, Qin Ling reproached him, exasperated by Zhou Qianming's antics. Having barely completed a mission, he had already stirred up a significant ruckus. "Boss, you know my temperament. I have little patience for injustice. If my brothers are assaulted, I must retaliate. Sometimes, overthinking can hinder progress. Being cautious can lead to defeat." Zhou Qianming replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "All right, I cannot argue with you. But don't provoke the instructors." Qin Ling sighed. In the academy, there existed an unwritten rule. Each class would appoint a leader. Among the 6th class, Qin Ling was recognized as the de facto leader, her goddess-like presence captivating all, coupled with her exceptional skills, leaving no one daring to covet her position. "Zhou Qianming, there are people from the 1st class outside. And that Lei Lifeng has also arrived." He Wan Yun rushed in, her voice tinged with urgency. Zhou Qianming sprang to his feet. "Perfect. I wish to see just how impressive Lei Lifeng truly is. Daring enough to challenge me." Outside, a group stood orderly at the entrance, led by a tall youth with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a lurking storm. "I hear you are the one who assaulted our 1st class members?" Lei Lifeng's voice boomed, deep and resonant, his chin slightly raised in an overt display of disdain. "Indeed, it was necessary to discipline your blind comrades. I took it upon myself to teach them a lesson." "No need for thanks," Zhou Qianming replied with a faint smile, matching his challenge. "What the hell are you? You think you can take on our entire class single-handedly?" A similarly imposing figure beside Lei Lifeng exploded with rage, pointing a finger at Zhou Qianming. Feigning surprise, Zhou Qianming responded, "And who might you be?" "Name unchanging. I am Lei Ming. If you wish to challenge me, feel free to come forward." Lei Ming spat, saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth. "Lei Ming, what are you doing? There are so many witnesses. Don't ruin our reputation." Lei Lifeng scolded, though a hint of pride was evident in his demeanor, clearly enjoying his brother's bravado. Zhou Qiming nodded, maintaining his unassuming smile. That's so. What are you brothers aiming to achieve with your grand entrance? With a smile, Lei Li Feng articulated each word clearly. Leave the military academy. The crowd erupted into chaos. Zhou Qiming's allies voicing their outrage. Isn't this outright bullying? You want us to leave? How about I make you leave instead? As Lei Li Feng's eyes flashed with fury, an overwhelming energy surged forth, silencing the crowd in an instant. Now, the decision rests with you, Lei Li Feng grinned, his smile unsettling. Zhou Qiming furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking when someone stepped forward. Qinling, the 6th class is under my jurisdiction. Whether we leave or not is not for you to decide. Are you certain there are no alternatives? Her melodious voice resonated through the air like a gentle dawn, causing every heart to skip a beat as they gazed at this celestial presence. Lei Li Feng's pupils widened, his sinister expression softening slightly as he replied in a low, gravelly tone, there is room for negotiation. Qinling's eyes narrowed, locking onto Lei Li Feng. 2 months from now, I will engage in a duel with your representative. If you lose, a flicker of suppressed emotion crossed Lei Li Feng's face as he licked his lips, smiling, you will belong to our 1st class. Zhou Qiming frowned, about to interject, but Qinling raised a hand to stop him. And if you lose? She inquired. Then you may freely select a resource from our 1st class, Lei Li Feng responded, utterly unconcerned. Qinling smiled, very well, it shall be settled. Agreed? Lei Li Feng declared, gesturing for his group to depart with unhurried precision, exuding confidence and authority. Chapter 66. Poison. That condition is excessively harsh, Zhou Qiming lamented. Qinling smirked, what does it matter? It's no great concern. Now it's your turn to worry. If you lose in 2 months, I shall have to teach you a good lesson. With that, she shot Zhou Qiming a fierce grin before departing. Leaving him alone in contemplation. This girl? Never mind. I'll think of a solution first. Given Zhou Qiming's current strength at the 8th level of the Easy Body realm, the gap between him and Lei Li Feng at the 6th level of the Easy Vein realm was substantial. Even his brother Lei Ming was not a match. Thus, the best way to enhance his strength in a short time was to acquire ample cultivation resources. However, how to procure these resources? Zhou Qiming pondered. When suddenly struck by inspiration, he would visit Old Run. Perhaps he could unearth some worthwhile missions. The mission department was nearly deserted, with only a few soldiers lingering about. Old Ren was still diligently napping. Oblivious to the world, Zhou Qiming approached the task board, cluttered with various missions. The more lucrative and less challenging tasks had been claimed, leaving only those with lower rewards and considerable difficulty. Zhou Qiming's head spun as he scanned the options and rapped his fingers on Old Ren's desk. What is it? Old Ren grumbled, awoken from his slumber, clearly displeased. I'll take these tasks, Zhou Qiming declared. Zhou Qiming remarked. Ren Laohan was taken aback for a moment, rubbing his eyes and said, Hey kid, you look somewhat familiar. It was you who thrashed the people from Class 1, right? Hee. Now you realize the opponent is quite formidable, don't you? Observing Ren Laohan's glee at his misfortune, Zhou Qiming could not help but place a hand over his chest, saying, Old man, don't joke around. You have no idea how vexed I am right now. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 8 tasks, and the accumulated points barely reach 200. They are all such time-consuming and laborious tasks. What a bunch of rubbish. Ren Laohan chuckled lightly. Young man, don't be impatient. Those tasks at the entrance are for ordinary soldiers. It's a miracle if you find something worthwhile. Once you step inside, high-credit tasks abound, but the difficulty is no small matter. It all depends on whether you have the capability to earn them back. Zhou Qiming nodded, thinking that he wouldn't even take on simple tasks. What he desired were those perilous missions that promised high rewards. After all, one must brave the storm to catch fish. A hefty task manual was slammed down before Zhou Qiming. As he flipped it open, his eyes lit up. Collect 15 spirit essence fruits, reward 700 credits. Kill an adult demon horn rhinoceros and return with its horn, reward 1,350 credits. Gather 8 pieces of spirit ore, requiring a grade no lower than superior, reward 1,000 credits. Ren Laohan was dozing off beside him, softly snoring. Zhou Qiming was deep in thought, contemplating how to significantly enhance his strength within a limited time frame. The Xiangqiong Bath in the military academy could assist him with that, but it was not a place accessible to just anyone. The cost for entry was exorbitantly high, priced at 20,000 credits for half an hour, truly outrageous. Therefore, to enter the Xiangqiong bath for training, one needed to undertake a multitude of tasks. And what's this? Kill the Calamity Wolf Demon? Reward: 400,000 credits, 600 acres of land in the sealed territory? What on earth is this? So impressive, Zhou Qianming pondered. Huh. Where did you find this? Ren Laohan suddenly perked up, sitting straight and snatching the task manual from Zhou Qianming's hands. Hey, I haven't finished reading it. You can't accept this. Look, I made a mistake. I was half asleep, Ren Laohan said dismissively, but Zhou Qianming's keen eyes caught the glint of something hidden in Ren Laohan's heart. What is that, wolf demon? Zhou Qianming inquired. Ren Laohan waved his hand impatiently. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't you know the rules of the military academy? It seemed to have some connection with the Wolf Demon mountain range. Zhou Qianming speculated. Kid, do you want a decent task? I happen to have one. He hurriedly thrust a piece of paper into Zhou Qianming's hands, shooing him out of the task department. Zhou Qianming examined the note carefully. It instructed him to collect 3 tons of black sand dragon ore. He was not unfamiliar with black sand dragon ore, as it was widely used in military applications due to its stability and destructive power. Last time, he had refined 3 pieces of low-purity black sand dragon crystals, and after Yang Mie's training, he had a considerable understanding of its material properties. However, he took a detour and returned to the department focused on gunpowder and artillery strikes. The vast mountain range meant he had no time to search leisurely. He had to rely on Yang Mie's experience to quickly identify the distribution of ore types. Yang Mie provided Zhou Qianming with a location abundant in black sand dragon ore, but it was deep within the mountains and not far from the border of the Heibua Luosai Empire. In short, the saying held true: fortune favors the bold. Only those with courage could venture forth, while the timid would not dare to play. Zhou Qianming left the military academy and headed towards the Wolf Demon mountain range. Deep within, the woods were dense, and sunlight filtered through, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As he moved farther from the academy, having crossed the final security line, he found himself in a realm shrouded in mystery and fraught with danger. Zhou Qianming was relatively familiar with this mountain range. Upon arriving in this world, it had been his first stop, and he had lingered here for a considerable time. Thus, he harbored a unique affection for this place. The forest was eerily quiet, yet Zhou Qianming felt a sense of unease. Something's amiss. Could it be my insight is failing me? Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Releasing his spiritual awareness to lock onto a patch of grass. Something's wrong, Zhou Qianming murmured, but the forest remained profoundly silent. Could it be my insight is failing me? A sharp sound pierced the air as a spherical object whizzed past, trailing faint green smoke, slicing through the atmosphere toward Zhou Qianming. Out of the way. Zhou Qianming reacted with equal swiftness, countering with a burst of vital energy that erupted with a thunderous sound. The green smoke thickened instantly, swiftly enveloping the area. Not good. I've been hit. This smoke is toxic. Zhou Qianming's heart sank as a tingling sensation surged through his mind. Moments later, his limbs felt unbearably heavy, as if shackled by iron rods. The toxin spread rapidly through Zhou Qianming's body, and soon he sensed an increasing lethargy in his strength. Confirming that this toxic smoke was indeed extraordinary, having the effect of suppressing one's power. Rustling sounds emerged from the thicket. Someone was approaching. Chapter 67. Prey and Hunter. I must leave this place at once. Zhou Qianming gasped for breath, but his complexion had regained its color, and the numbness within him had dissipated significantly. The poison took effect quickly but also wore off swiftly. However, his vital energy had yet to catch up. Remaining stagnant in his meridians and unusable, it appeared that the primary function of this poison was to suppress one's strength, indicating their concern for the safety of their captives. Humph, got another one. Suddenly, a rope flew through the air, moving as if alive, and with a couple of swift sounds, it ensnared Zhou Qianming. Hee, today is my lucky day. I've caught another little brat. Good fortune comes in pairs. A coarse laugh echoed, gratingly loud. Zhou Qianming turned to see a burly man clad in green attire, holding the lasso that bound him. Come on, little brat, it's time to go back. The man tugged on the rope. But Zhou Qianming didn't budge an inch. The man, puzzled, exerted more force, yet Zhou Qianming stood firm as a rock, unyielding. Damn it! This little brat has some spirit. Just wait. I'll make you regret it with that. He swiftly drew a long whip from his waist and aimed it at Zhou Qianming. Although Zhou Qianming's strength was suppressed, this man was merely at the 6th level of body refinement. His power considerably inferior to Zhou Qianming's foundational strength, which, even under suppression, lingered around the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement. Defeating him would be a trivial matter, as the whip descended. Zhou Qianming seized it midair, channeling a surge of dark energy, causing the whip to explode in a shower of fragments. "You little brat, you're asking for trouble," the man roared in fury, swinging a fist the size of a bowl toward Zhou Qianming. Before he could reach, Zhou Qianming deftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful shoulder charge that sent the man flying. The man struggled on the ground as Zhou Qianming approached, but he quickly turned, hand slowly reaching for a knife at his waist. Zhou Qianming offered no opportunity for the man to act violently. The dragon demon fist was unleashed in an instant, with lightning-fast punches striking the man's face, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch, blood streaming forth as he collapsed without a sound. Zhou Qianming dragged the man into the thicket, searching him and finding only a pouch and a vibrant green badge. The badge bore an engraved image of a soaring falcon, its eyes a peculiar shade of green. The pouch contained some coins and provisions, which Zhou Qianming unceremoniously pocketed along with the badge. Glancing down at the unconscious man in the grass, Zhou Qianming heightened his vigilance and continued to move cautiously forward, for the effects of the poison had not yet fully dissipated, and encountering a formidable foe might lead to his demise in this desolate forest. After walking a distance, Zhou Qianming heard rustling in the bushes and quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, suppressing his presence while peering cautiously. He spotted another man dressed in green, wielding a lasso identical to the one that had attacked him earlier. The man prowled through the forest, seemingly hunting for something. Zhou Qianming remained silent, stealthily trailing the man. Moments later, the man ventured deeper into the woods, and faint wisps of smoke appeared in the distance, suggesting a camp ahead. As he advanced, Zhou Qianming noticed more green-clad individuals, all carrying ropes, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. "Hey, how many did you catch today?" "Not much, it's been tough. Hunting at the border is hard work. There aren't many creatures around." "Yeah, it seems the Ghost General is going to be furious again today." "Th, if it were up to me, I'd send out a whole squad. It would be much more exhilarating." Every word echoed in Zhou Qianming's ears. Hunting at the border? What kind of prey? Why did that earlier man attack me? Am I the prey? In front of the camp, a cart was parked, burdened with a large trunk that seemed to be filled with goods. One by one, more figures clad in green began to return. As Zhou Qianming pondered whether to turn back, he was suddenly confronted with a startling scene. 5 or 6 green-clad individuals strolled leisurely, each gripping a rope that tethered a person, seemingly capturing local herbalists. Their hair was disheveled, their garments stained with splotches of crimson blood, and they appeared utterly disheveled. These green-clad captors held the ropes as if they were leading animals. "Brother Ming, quite a harvest, I see. So many prey caught," one exclaimed. "Humph, merely good fortune," replied the one called Brother Ming, as he roughly shoved a captured individual into the cart's large trunk, eliciting a chorus of cries from within. "What is all this noise? If you don't quiet down, I'll sever your heads and feed them to the dogs." Filled with trepidation, Zhou Qianming's mind raced with questions. Why were these people capturing humans? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, followed by a fierce shout from behind. "You there? What are you spying on?" Zhou Qianming immediately turned, only to find a large, powerful hand gripping his shoulder as if to prevent his escape. A burly man in green glared at him, resembling a ferocious beast that had caught sight of its prey. The man licked his disheveled beard, his thick fingers busy untying a rope from his waist. His eyes gleaming with excitement, an intense sense of danger compelled Zhou Qianming to instinctively throw a punch, landing a solid blow to the man's face, who then fell backward. One of the prey is escaping. "Quickly, catch him!" The man, clutching his nose and spitting blood, shouted indistinctly. "One of the prey is escaping? Brothers, pursue him!" The crowd dispersed, charging wildly into the jungle. One green-clad man, armed with a crossbow, aimed at Zhou Qianming's retreating figure and released an arrow that whistled through the air, striking a tree mere feet away from him, exploding upon impact and sending splinters flying. A slender hand pushed aside the crossbow, and a calm yet magnetic voice commanded, "Do not kill. Capture him alive." The surrounding green-clad men immediately responded with respect. "Understood, Ghost General." A strikingly handsome young man stood there, arms crossed, tall and lean, dressed in a form-fitting green outfit. The shadows cast by his prominent brow and nose gave him a certain allure. His wide brow and faintly green eyes, coupled with his chiseled features and slightly upturned lips, could easily captivate the hearts of many young maidens as the sounds of the forest echoed around him. Zhou Qiming fled through the underbrush, pursued relentlessly by a dozen green-clad figures. Rope flew through the air, arcing like a meteor, and ensnared his arm, causing him to stumble. Not good, Zhou Qiming thought anxiously. Kid, come back with us obediently, a green-clad man sneered, his face twisted in malice. Qiming swung his fist, channeling his inner energy to strike at the man. Humph, you think you can play that game with me? The man laughed, seizing Zhou Qiming's fist. Let go of me, Zhou Qiming roared, unleashing a powerful force from within, causing the man's grip to shatter under the strain. Damn it, this kid has quite the strength. Having escaped his restraints, Zhou Qiming refrained from retaliating. The situation was dire, with a multitude of pursuers behind him. He knew he must flee. Kid, you've got some speed, a voice called from above, and Zhou Qiming glanced up to see a green-clad man poised on a tree branch. A gleaming steel blade slowly being drawn. Here's a gift for you. Zhou Qiming threw a flash of light towards the man. Before he could react, an arrow struck his shoulder, the very one that had been aimed at Zhou Qiming earlier. Now repurposed as a projectile. Though Zhou Qiming had never practiced throwing, the distance was minimal, and he hit his target with relative ease. The arrowhead, laced with poison, sent the man reeling, his vision blurring and breath quickening. Before he collapsed to the ground, Pathetic Bunch, the so-called Ghost General, a strikingly handsome youth, leaped forward like a cheetah in pursuit of prey, moving with lightning speed. Zhou Qiming felt an unprecedented aura of death approaching. He turned to see the youth, looking almost devilishly handsome, brandishing a blade aimed directly at him. The speed was such that evasion was utterly impossible. The cold gleam approached, like the scythe of death. Aimed at his head, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as a finely crafted sword interposed itself just in time, deflecting the Ghost General's lethal strike. The resounding clang left Zhou Qiming momentarily stunned. The Ghost General frowned, swiftly withdrawing his sword. Who are you? Why meddle in my affairs? He demanded. Nothing much. I simply cannot tolerate wanton slaughter before my eyes, especially of a mere child, replied a calm middle-aged man. Flanked by several formidable-looking bodyguards, the Ghost General narrowed his eyes but did not retaliate. These individuals were clearly not to be trifled with. Humph, he scoffed, casting one last glare at Zhou Qiming before retreating. The middle-aged man exhaled deeply. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. This youth appears no more than 20, yet in our earlier encounter, I found his strength comparable to my own. It is fortunate that a greater conflict did not ensue. The cost could have been substantial. Reflecting on this, the middle-aged man felt a shiver of apprehension. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Zhou Qiming hurriedly expressed his gratitude, sensing the formidable power radiating from this middle-aged man, who was clearly no ordinary individual. Not at all, young brother. This place is exceedingly perilous. Are you alone? The man inquired kindly. Yes, if you do not mind. Would you accompany me to my residence for a respite? The middle-aged man suggested, speaking without any airs, as if they were old friends. Zhou Qiming felt a strong affinity for this man. Throughout their journey, the middle-aged man engaged Zhou Qiming in conversation, revealing that his surname was Wang and that he was a notable figure in the city. There is a small town nearby called Luoshan, modest in size yet populous, rich in customs and culture, nestled by mountains and rivers, leading a prosperous life. However, in recent days, numerous herbalists and miners have gone missing, causing significant panic among the townsfolk. Thus, the Wang family, being one of the leading powers in the area, feels obligated to contribute to the town's defense. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Mr. Wang instructed a servant. Prepare a medicinal soup from these spirit crystal fruits for Sweki to consume as soon as possible. Yes, master, the servant replied. Zhou Qiming, taken aback, quietly asked, Mr. Wang, is someone in your household unwell? Mr. Wang sighed, responding slowly, it is a long story. A trial competition is soon to be held in the city, open to all youth under 20. My beloved daughter was set to participate, but she has fallen ill without recovery. I have heard that spirit crystal fruits can cure her ailment, so we ventured into the mountains to gather them, only to encounter you, young brother. Zhou Qiming nodded, To be honest, I noticed that most of the spirit crystal fruits you collected were mostly immature. Such medicinal properties would be greatly diminished. Mr. Wong furrowed his brow and shook his head. In this season, where can one find ripe fruits? It is already a challenge to come across any. No, spirit crystal fruits thrive in warm, humid environments. Such arid and cool climates make it difficult to find mature fruits in the forest, but they may be located in some warm, humid caves. Oh, young brother, you certainly seem knowledgeable, Mr. Wong remarked, astonished. Not much. I have simply interacted with many herbalists, absorbing their knowledge, Zhou Qiming replied with a smile, telling a small fib, as he had spent considerable time with Yang Mie, making it easy for him to identify common resources. Very well, I shall send someone to search immediately. Zhou Qiming interrupted, there is no need to trouble Mr. Wong. I can search for the spirit crystal fruits myself. How can that be? There are many dangers in these wild mountains. And we lack capable hands at home. Young brother, you should rest well, Mr. Wong insisted. Rest assured, Mr. Wong. I will be cautious, Zhou Qiming assured him. Seeing that Zhou Qiming would not be dissuaded, Mr. Wong relented. Very well, young brother, but do remember to exercise caution. The Wolf Demon mountain range sprawled extensively, straddling 2 provinces and bordering neighboring countries, naturally attracting a significant flow of people and serving as a vital transportation hub. As Zhou Qiming re-entered the mountains, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. Fortunately, the toxins within him had nearly dissipated. Under the blazing sun, the heat caused the plants in the forest to wilt. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the parched leaves. Searching for spirit crystal fruits in such a season seemed nearly impossible. Only by searching within the cave at Linshi could one possibly discover some mature fruits. Yet, half a day had passed, and still, there was nothing to be found. The stream before him had either been severed or had run dry, and the nearby silt had hardened to the consistency of stone. It seemed necessary to venture deeper into the mountains. In the heart of the mountains, towering trees stood tall, their dappled shadows providing a touch of comfort to Zhou Qiming. The sound of splashing echoed as a massive bird's nest perched high upon a tree, and a gigantic, bizarre bird spread its wings and soared into the distance. Zhou Qiming had encountered this creature before. During his military training, it was referred to as the giant wing, a formidable beast that appeared intimidating but posed little threat to humans. The trunks of these trees reached heights of 100 meters, with countless thick vines entwined and spiraling upward, resembling robust veins, their peculiarities inducing a sense of trepidation. Reaching the treetops would allow for a clearer view of the surroundings. Zhou Qiming pondered, his resolve renewed as he continued his ascent. Chapter 69. The Earth-Red King spider. The tree trunks, stretching hundreds of meters into the sky, resembled towering skyscrapers, presenting a perilous climb. The higher Zhou Qiming ascended, the more his heart raced, instinctively causing him to lower his gaze. Sweat gathered on his forehead, trickling down to the tip of his nose, and a droplet fell from his face, plummeting from 100 meters above, weaving through numerous branches and vines, shattering into fragments upon impact. Zhou Qiming shuddered, exhaling deeply before resuming his climb. After a while, feeling somewhat exhausted, Zhou Qiming finally reached the treetop. Before him lay an endless sea of forest, with several earthen yellow peaks rising amidst it. Mist swirled around the treetops, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Zhou Qiming greedily inhaled the pure mountain breeze, the refreshingly crisp air seeming to cleanse his lungs thoroughly. From his vantage point, a vast emerald ocean unfolded before his eyes, stirring a surge of emotions within him. Over there, Zhou Qiming exclaimed with delight, spotting a stream meandering not far from the forest. Nestled beneath a few low hills, there, abundant water and fertile, moist soil provided an ideal environment for medicinal plants that thrived in humidity. Is Sweki feeling any better? In the royal mansion, Mr. Wong, the family head, anxiously inquired within his daughter's chambers. Cough, cough, father, there's no need to worry about me. I am much improved, a delicate young face on the bed slowly replied, her graceful demeanor evoking affection. Despite her naturally fresh and refined aura, her visage now bore a sickly pallor, the kind that suggested illness. Mr. Wong felt a pang in his heart. He had enlisted the aid of no less than 5 physicians, yet his beloved daughter's condition showed no improvement. It was said that the Lingjing fruit possessed miraculous healing properties, yet despite spending a fortune to procure these fruits, The concoction brewed from them yielded little effect. "Come, drink a little more," Mr. Wang urged, lifting a bowl of dark purple liquid to Sweki's lips. If one were to observe closely, wisps of purple vapor rose from the liquid, indicating its questionable efficacy, potentially harmful, as certain unripe fruits were inedible. The bitter, potent medicinal brew caused Sweki to cough violently, tears welling in her eyes, creating a heart-wrenching sight. Alas, seeing his beloved daughter in such distress, Mr. Wang shook his head, setting down the bowl and sighing heavily. "That young man, can he truly find the mature fruits?" he muttered, opening a window to let in a breath of fresh air, dispersing the medicinal odors that pervaded the room. After enduring countless hardships, Zhou Qiming finally arrived at the stream. The moist air from the valley enveloped the surrounding foliage in a shimmering sheen, and under the gentle warmth of the sun, it sparkled brilliantly. The stream exuded a wisp of mist, and Zhou Qiming was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Atop the expansive hills lay several caves, and in this area alone, there were no fewer than 10 such hills. "Well, now I have ample places to search," Zhou Qiming sighed, yet remained optimistic. Despite the numerous caves, the chances of finding mature Lingjing fruits were still quite promising. Entering one cave, a warm, humid breeze greeted Zhou Qiming, and he was pleasantly surprised by the cave's moist atmosphere. However, after taking just a few steps, a chilling sound of delicate, fragmented scraping echoed, and a massive spider emerged with alarming speed. Zhou Qiming was startled and quickly retreated. But the spider was swifter, lunging forward with terrifying pincers aimed at his heart. With no time to think, Zhou Qiming instinctively crouched and rolled sideways, escaping the cave just in time as the pincers grazed his scalp. Though somewhat disheveled, he had evaded the attack in moments of tension. The body's reflexes often surpass ordinary capabilities. Zhou Qiming sprang back to his feet and swiftly kicked the spider's body, sending it tumbling away like a large furry ball. This was the earth-red hair spider, notorious for its venom and fearsome appearance. While a single beast was manageable, the terror lay in facing them in swarms. No matter one's prowess, escaping such a situation would be nearly impossible. After all, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The best strategy was to flee swiftly and avoid provoking them further. Zhou Qiming hastily exited the cave, sprinting towards the back of the hill. There was another cave, its entrance considerably larger, allowing him to enter with ease. The golden light within shimmered increasingly, illuminating the cave brilliantly. A pile of dried grass caught Zhou Qiming's attention. He brushed aside the grass, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted toward him. Bathed in golden light, a plump and bountiful Lingjing fruit appeared before his eyes. "Could it be? I found the Lingjing fruit so easily," Zhou Qiming exclaimed with uncontainable joy, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck after surviving such peril. The fragrant fruit, deep red in hue, was irresistibly tempting, evidently ripe and ready for harvest. Just as Zhou Qiming secured the fruit, a rustling sound erupted behind him, far louder than before. Undoubtedly, something formidable approached. Turning to gaze, Zhou Qiming was nearly overwhelmed with fear as he beheld a gigantic, horrifying spider fixating on him. Its enormous body, with ghastly, grayish-yellow eyes hanging from its chest, was covered in red fur, an utterly terrifying sight, far more daunting than the previous one. Clearly, he had stumbled into the lair of a far more formidable creature. The grayish-yellow eyes radiated an aura of death, and its pincers moved rapidly, secreting a viscous substance that dripped to the ground with a hissing sound. Its saliva was corrosive. Zhou Qiming swallowed hard but steeled himself against the grotesque visage before him. Dragon Magic Fist, Dragon Strike. With a resounding crash, a furry mass shot from the cave, followed by Zhou Qiming, who dashed out at breakneck speed, escaping distance in mere breaths. The Earth-Red King Spider, though fearsome, was only a Tier 3 beast, but its colossal size indicated it was a king spider of a higher order. In human terms, it was akin to a peak practitioner of the easy transformation realm. How could Zhou Qiming not feel a sense of dread? The Earth-Red King Spider tumbled and struggled, its numerous hairy legs attempting to regain balance. The sound of its pincers scraping against the ground echoed ominously, and soon the air was thick with the rustling of countless earth-red hair spiders emerging from their lair. Rushing toward Zhou Qiming in a terrifying swarm, an earth-red hair spider charged toward him. Zhou Qiming wasted no time. delivering a powerful punch to its mass, sending it flying. Without a glance back, he fled for his life. The cave was riddled with entrances, and more spiders lunged at him, their pincers poised for attack. Chapter 70. The harvest. Suddenly, a sticky, massive web appeared before him. Zhou Qiming drew his blade, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the web, creating a large opening, leaping through without hesitation. The web was exceedingly sticky, yet his weapon was no ordinary blade. It sliced through effortlessly, leaving behind a gaping hole. Continuing on, more earth-red hair spiders charged forth, but Zhou Qiming dispatched them with precision, leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake. The earth-red king spider seemed thoroughly enraged, its gray-yellow eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Its hairy legs propelled it forward, crashing through the spiders in its path like a wild stallion charging at Zhou Qiming. In mere moments, the earth-red king spider was upon him, its crimson fangs bared as it lunged to bite. Zhou Qiming raised his blade to intercept, the razor-sharp fangs clashing against the edge, snapping off two of them in the process. The king spider emitted a horrific scream, piercing to the ears as a fragment of its broken fang remained lodged in its mouth, spewing forth a noxious, deep green venom that reeked foully. The earth-red king spider's fury reached a boiling point, disregarding its injuries entirely. Its massive form bore down upon Zhou Qiming, its remaining venomous pincers poised to strike. Zhou Qiming struggled desperately, but it was futile. The fangs descended, and he braced his right hand against the foul-smelling pincers, fighting to hold back the onslaught. In a fleeting moment, the venomous fangs were unable to pierce the flesh of Zhou Qiming. Yet it would not be long before the dissipating strength would render him a mere meal for the Earth Crimson King spider. Gradually, Zhou Qiming found himself losing control as the poisonous fangs slowly advanced towards him. The Earth Crimson King spider became increasingly agitated, its grayish-yellow eyes radiating a murderous intent. Within that grayish-yellow orb, Zhou Qiming caught a glimpse of his own disheveled figure, which elicited an electrifying reaction, prompting him to clench his left fist tightly. With a swift motion, his fist exploded against the spider's eye, and suddenly, a powerful blow embedded itself within that grayish-yellow eye, unleashing a warm, acrid, putrid liquid that erupted from the chest region of the Earth Crimson King spider. The eye, its vital weakness, was struck. The spider thrashed about violently, the foul liquid gushing from its mortal wound, and within moments, it collapsed with a resounding crash, its long legs twitching uncontrollably. The pursuing Earth Crimson hair spiders, witnessing their leader's demise, halted their chase and scattered desperately. Zhou Qiming let out a long sigh of relief. The sensation of having survived a harrowing ordeal left him breathless. After a significant while, he regained his composure and picked up his dagger, approaching the corpse of the Earth Crimson King spider. Such a third-tier magical beast, especially one of its commanding stature, would undoubtedly possess high-grade magical crystals within its body. Upon slicing open the spider's abdomen, a gray magical crystal came into view, emanating an intense energy that left Zhou Qiming utterly astonished. This magical crystal from the Earth Crimson King spider could indeed be classified as superior. The energy contained within was astonishingly immense. Zhou Qiming extracted the magical crystal, feeling immensely satisfied as he stowed it away in his wrist guard. Meanwhile, within the royal mansion, Mr. Wang anxiously awaited Zhou Qiming's return. For the fate of his beloved daughter's health rested solely upon him. Is he not back yet? Mr. Wang sighed, his heart heavy with worry as his daughter's condition showed no signs of improvement. As a father, he felt deeply troubled and regretted not having sent a few capable individuals from the mansion to accompany Zhou Qiming. Not yet, master, a nearby guard reported. Sighing again, Mr. Wang rubbed his forehead. Anxiety etched across his face. Just then, a hurried figure dashed into the room, exclaiming, "Master! He has returned!" "Really?" Mr. Wang exclaimed with delight. Regardless of the circumstances, the young man had become a crucial figure in his daughter's survival. And at that moment, an exhilarating rush surged within him. "Quickly, take me to him!" Zhou Qiming was in the hall, having changed into a clean set of clothes, for his previous attire had been rendered filthy and reeked of decay from the Earth Crimson King spider. "Young brother Zhou, have you found the mature spirit fruit?" Mr. Wang inquired, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Qiming smiled gently, revealing the spirit fruit he had gathered from the cave, immediately filling the hall with a rich medicinal aroma. "This is," Mr. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the spirit fruit, unable to articulate his surprise. Is this truly the mature fruit? Others gathered around, scrutinizing it closely. Why goodness, the maturity is remarkable. It is so plump, several times larger than the shriveled ones we've acquired. Indeed, the fragrance is intoxicating. Ha ha! Finally, there is hope for the young lady's recovery. Mr. Wang's face flushed with excitement as he grasped Zhou Qianming's hand tightly, not letting go. Young brother Zhou, you are truly exceptional. You are a great benefactor to our Wang family. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Zhou Qianming smiled and waved his hand, saying, First, grant me a quiet room. I in the quiet chamber. Zhou Qianming reclined on the exquisite bed, channeling the Wan Hua Nian Xine Ju. The ambient energy of the world permeated his body, seeping in through his pores, and after being refined by the crying spirit meridian, pure energy flowed into his dantian. Moments later, Zhou Qianming opened his eyes, having replenished the energy he had expended. With a deep breath, he retrieved a gray magical crystal, swirling with potent energy. This was indeed a superior magical crystal. Assuming a meditative posture, he cradled the crystal before his abdomen, as waves of astounding energy radiated from it. Expanding outwards, such incredible energy, Zhou Qianming marveled inwardly. The Earth Crimson King Spider, being a leader-level magical beast, possessed formidable strength, and the power contained within the crystal was immense if automatically activated. The crying spirit meridian began to draw in the surging energy from the crystal, converting it into the most efficient form for absorption, gradually infusing it into his limbs and bones. A gentle warmth wafted through the room, and Zhou Qianming's countenance twitched slightly. The magnitude of this energy was overwhelming, and he could distinctly feel it coursing through his meridians. Steeling himself, Zhou Qianming inhaled deeply, ready to embrace the torrent of energy. The crying spirit meridian performed its unique function, transforming strands of energy into pure vital energy that filled the depths of his being. These energies interwove and fused, creating a powerful current that surged through countless meridians. The Earth Crimson Spider thrived in the dark, damp cave, a suitable environment for moisture-loving medicinal plants. Over time, it absorbed the emanating medicinal essence, leading to rapid growth and evolution of its bodily tissues, bones, and even cells. In just over a decade, it had transformed from a first-tier Earth Crimson Hair Spider into the terrifying third-tier magical beast. The Earth Crimson King Spider. Clearly, the level of evolution of the magical crystal within had also increased, harboring an immense reservoir of energy. At this moment, Zhou Qianming greedily reveled in the essence condensed by the Earth Crimson King Spider. The gray magical crystal retained its original hue, showing no signs of fading, indicating that a considerable amount of energy still resided within. To acquire such a magical crystal made his perilous journey worthwhile. Zhou Qianming chuckled in satisfaction. Chapter 71. The prodigal son. Only after extracting the final vestige of energy did Zhou Qianming reluctantly cease his cultivation. This venture had elevated his strength by several tiers, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, with the 9th layer now within his grasp. The young lady's complexion is significantly better than yesterday. Indeed, it is all thanks to that young brother. In the room, Mr. Wang and several servants stood before Xueqi. After consuming the medicinal concoction, Xueqi's body relaxed considerably, her complexion displaying a hint of rosy vitality. Seeing this, Mr. Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping into the hall, he encountered Zhou Qianming. Having just broken through to the 9th layer of body refinement, his spirits were high, and he sought to take a stroll to unwind. Where are you headed? Young brother Zhou? Just stepping out for a bit of fresh air, Zhou Qianming replied. It truly is thanks to you. Xueqi's condition has begun to improve, Mr. Wang said with a grateful smile. Oh, that is indeed wonderful news. Zhou Qianming responded, sharing in the joy. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Qianming exited the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight outside, which felt pleasantly soothing. Although this place was distant from Aiqing, it was still within the Arona province. At this pace, it would take quite some time to reach their destination. Zhou Qianming furrowed his brow, calculating in his mind that at this rate, it would take several months to arrive in the past few days. He had also clarified his geographical position. The town was named Luoshan City, a small city located in the central region of the Arona province. As Zhou Qianming entered the marketplace, he was greeted by a bustling crowd. While Luoshan City was not particularly large, its population thrived. The saying "a small city with many people" held true here. In border towns like this, the market was perpetually teeming with life. Numerous shops selling techniques, medicinal pills, and weapons were scattered throughout, the clamor of voices rising and falling in a lively din. As Zhou Qianming strolled through, he smiled at the myriad of trinkets displayed at the third-rate stalls, his gaze shifting to more inconspicuous vendors. Often, the more prominent shops had limited quality goods and exorbitant prices. Yet, hidden within some unassuming corners were treasures of value. Suddenly, a set of high-tier yellow-grade techniques caught Zhou Qianming's attention, prompting him to halt. This was a technique designed to enhance speed, known as the Gale technique. While its rank was not particularly high, it was not insignificant either. Among all of Zhou Qianming's techniques, it was the lowest tier, yet he currently lacked any methods to improve his speed, making the Gale technique quite necessary for him. "Boss, how much for this Gale technique?" The proprietor leaned forward with a dismissive glance, stating impatiently, 30,000 gold coins. "Do you want it or not? If so, hurry and pay 30,000 gold coins? Yes, if you want it, pay up. If you can't afford it, then leave and don't waste my time." Zhou Qianming was taken aback. While yellow-grade techniques were indeed the lowest tier, some exceptional ones existed among them, and it was not uncommon for prices to skyrocket. Thus, a high-tier yellow-grade technique priced at 30,000 gold coins was relatively reasonable. A Chinquan bag was tossed onto the table, and just as Zhou Qianming reached for the technique, a figure suddenly emerged beside him, placing a hand on the technique, saying, "Boss, I'll buy this technique for 35,000 gold coins." A youth of approximately 15 or 16 years stood before them, adorned in resplendent silks, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance and superiority. His eyes cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qianming, the corners of his mouth curling disdainfully. A chill crept into Zhou Qianming's heart as he prepared to confront the youth, only to be interrupted by the irate bark of the shopkeeper. "I shall sell to whomever I choose. That set of techniques has already been claimed by someone else. Do not hinder my business." The young man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation. What a fool this man was. Yet, he could not afford to lose his temper and instead retorted, "I shall add an extra 5,000 gold coins. Will you not sell it to me?" The shopkeeper, however, chose to ignore him, reclining back with a satisfied sigh, as if to say, "Who cares about you?" Seeing this, the youth's fury surged within him. "Just wait," he thought, "I will surely bring ruin upon this wretched establishment." He turned to Zhou Qianming and declared, "You there? That set of techniques has been sold to me. Name your price." "I'm afraid I have no intention of selling," Zhou Qianming replied coolly. The youth's brow furrowed in frustration. He could not fathom why so many fools had crossed his path today. This insolence was intolerable. He bellowed, "You little brat. Who do you think you are? I am Lin Jian, the sword master of Luoshan City. Do not be so foolish as to bring suffering upon yourself. Do you think I would covet such a lowly technique?" Zhou Qianming remained silent, continuing on his way, unaffected by Lin Jian's raucous outburst. Lin Jian's temper flared, unaccustomed as he was to being disregarded. How dare this insignificant wretch ignore him? Did he not realize he was courting death? With that thought, he launched a kick toward Zhou Qianming's back. Zhou Qianming, sensing the incoming threat, turned slightly and evaded the strike. Allowing Lin Jian's attack to miss him entirely, unperturbed, Lin Jian pivoted and threw a punch. Zhou Qianming felt a spark of irritation. Such arrogance was insufferable. Clenching his right fist, he met the oncoming blow with a counterstrike. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Lin Jian was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a wall with such force that chunks of plaster fell around him like confetti. Behind them, whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Where did this boy come from? He dared to strike the second son of the Lin family. Is he tired of living? Oh no, to offend the Lin family is to invite certain doom. The onlookers gaped at Zhou Qianming, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief, for Lin Jian was indeed a notorious figure in these parts. "Lin Jian," bellowed a tall man, forcefully pushing his way through the throng. It was Lin Chongfeng, a member of the Lin family. He rushed to assist Lin Jian, urgently inquiring, "Brother Jian, who was it that dealt you such a blow?" Lin Jian, face contorted in pain, struggled to lift his arm, weakly pointing at Zhou Qianming. Lin Chongfeng's temper flared, his eyes narrowing with fury. Who is this wild brat that dares to harm a member of the Lin family? I shall ensure you learn a lesson today." With that, he surged toward Zhou Qianming with alarming speed. Zhou Qianming, equally incensed by this brazen fool, thought, "So you wish to escalate matters? Very well, I shall show you my true might." A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, his aura intensifying dramatically. "You little brat, prepare to meet your end," Lin Changfeng shouted, transforming into a whirlwind as he barreled toward Zhou Qianming. Zhou Qianming readied himself, converting his palm into a fist, energy radiating from his hand. A heavy punch shot forth, colliding with the force of Lin Changfeng's fist. With a resounding crack, Lin Changfeng was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, the impact reverberating through the air. The crowd stood in stunned silence, no one daring to utter a word. The once boisterous marketplace had fallen eerily quiet. Casting a cold glance at Lin Changfeng, Zhou Qianming turned and walked away, the crowd parting to let him pass. Behind him, Lin Jian's trembling voice called out, "You have offended the Lin family. Sooner or later, someone will deal with you." Zhou Qianming shot a fierce glare back, causing Lin Jian to collapse in feigned unconsciousness. As Zhou Qianming departed, he remained oblivious to the eyes that began to scrutinize him closely. That night, beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight that bathed the Wang residence, the shadows danced along the courtyard pond. The moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, the gentle breeze creating ripples that glimmered like scattered silver. After a long period of meditation, Zhou Qianming finally felt his body relax, comfortably reclining on his bed. In the tranquil stillness, waves of drowsiness began to wash over him as he began to drift into slumber. An icy wave of murderous intent suddenly pierced through the calm. It was fleeting, but felt profoundly unsettling in the serene atmosphere. Zhou Qianming abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up to scan the courtyard, it was empty save for a few leaves that had fallen into the pond, causing minor ripples. A chill ran up his spine, and as he turned, he found a figure clad in black standing behind him, a curved blade glinting ominously in the moonlight, poised to strike. With a swift, decisive motion, Zhou Qianming rolled aside just as the blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing him and crashing into the window frame, splintering wood and sending debris flying. Rising to his feet, Zhou Qianming focused his energy, yet before he could unleash his technique, the assailant lunged forward. Covering several meters in an instant, fingers curling into claws aimed at his head. The force behind this attack suggested a mastery of at least the 5th level of the Qi Meridian realm. Zhou Qianming's heart raced as he dodged the lethal strike and leaped toward the window, shredded fabric from his clothing swirling behind him. The room was not high, with the window only 5 meters from the ground. Zhou Qianming descended rapidly, landing with outstretched hands, rolling forward to dissipate much of the force. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered completely, and the black-clad figure leaped out, the blade gleaming like a predator's fang as it charged toward him. What a misfortune! When had he attracted such a fearsome adversary? Zhou Qianming thought bitterly. The black-clad assailant moved with blinding speed, the blade reflecting glimmers of light like the scythe of death. A massive hand reached out from beside Zhou Qianming, a powerful surge of energy erupting from the palm. The black-clad figure's eyes widened in terror as the blade twisted and warped under the immense pressure, ultimately shattering, sending fragments flying in all directions. The assailant was thrown backward, crashing into the pond with a resounding splash. Zhou Qianming stared in astonishment at the tall, lean figure beside him. It was Mr. Wang. Hemph, daring to invade the Wang residence at this hour and bring harm? Do you not regard me as the head of this household? Mr. Wang's brow furrowed, his demeanor far less amiable than during the day. Young brother, are you injured in any way? Mr. Wang's voice softened, concern etched upon his face. Not at all, thanks to your timely intervention, Mr. Wang. Zhou Qianming expressed his gratitude, filled with admiration for Mr. Wang. The force behind his strike had far surpassed the Qi Meridian realm, possibly reaching the Soul Meridian realm. At that moment, a crowd arrived, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at the scene before them. Young brother, have you offended anyone of note? Mr. Wang inquired, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Offended? Let me think, Zhou Qianming mused. Recalling the earlier confrontation with the Lin family, it seems the Lin family is the only one. Mr. Wang's expression darkened. Lin Wanzhong, that scoundrel. It must be his doing. Among the forces in Luoshan City, he is the most treacherous. Willing to commit heinous acts for petty gains, Mr. Wang. Did the Lin family participate in the martial arts competition during the coming-of-age ceremony? Zhou Qiming suddenly asked. Indeed, as one of the prominent families in Luoshan City, their attendance is a given, sir. We have confirmed the identity of the black-clad assailant. He is indeed an assassin sent by the Lin family, a guard reported breathlessly. Just as I suspected. Only Lin Wanzhong would stoop to such underhanded tactics. Mr. Wang exclaimed, his anger palpable. Zhou Qiming approached the drenched figure of the assassin, who lay unconscious, his body battered by the force of the energy shockwave, bones likely shattered. As Zhou Qiming searched the assassin's person, he soon discovered a bottle sealed with a wax ring. Tearing open the wax seal, a pungent, fishy odor assaulted the senses. What is this? Why does it smell so foul? Mr. Wang frowned as he gazed at the bottle. Zhou Qiming scrutinized the contents within, noting the pale green powder that appeared even more ghastly under the moonlight. This must be the dried venom extracted from the Black Forest dark serpent. Its toxicity is considerable. Inhaling even a trace renders one utterly feeble. The onset of its toxicity is gradual, yet its effects linger for no less than a month, Zhou Qiming declared, adding that only one antidote exists for such a venom. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, that antidote is the ripe spirit crystal fruit. Mr. Wang's pupils constricted sharply, his expression darkening with a palpable intensity. The poison's effects last at least a month, and the combat competition is merely 2 weeks away. What a sinister ploy by the Lin family. Mr. Wang seethed with indignation. Allow me to speak frankly. Your daughter has only just begun to recover and remains exceedingly weak. I believe participation is out of the question, Zhou Qiming remarked. Mr. Wang pressed his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, Lin the Bald, just wait. You have touched the reverse scales of the Wang family, and I shall ensure your ruin. Zhou Qiming raised his gaze to the enchanting moonlit scene and slowly proposed. What if I participate in her stead? The 73rd chapter. You do not understand my world, Zhou Qiming slowly suggested. What if I participate in her stead? Mr. Wang was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a proposition. The annual coming-of-age ceremony in Luoshan City held great significance, especially the combat events that were of utmost importance to the various family factions, who would spare no effort to showcase their progeny. Young brother Zhou, you are merely a guest, and you have done my Wang family a great favor. How can I allow you to compete on behalf of Sweki? Mr. Wang hastily replied. Zhou Qiming smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you flatter me. The Wang family has saved my life on 2 occasions. Is this debt of gratitude not sufficient to repay? Moreover, the Lin family is a common adversary to both of us. It would be only fitting to join forces against them. Mr. Wang nodded appreciatively, stating, if that is the case, the Wang family will be eternally grateful. From now until the competition, we shall provide all necessary training resources to prepare you for the contest. Zhou Qiming clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, I appreciate your kindness. At the Lin family in Luoshan City, a bald, ostentatious elder was embracing a seductive young woman, the head of the Lin family, Lin Wanzhong. His large hands roamed without restraint, his lecherous face betraying his intentions. Just as the old man was about to proceed, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a figure rushed in. Not good, my lord. The assassins we dispatched have yet to return. They may have encountered trouble at the Wang family. The messenger, a rather bold individual, shouted as he kicked open the door. Ah, the alluring woman shrieked, nearly tumbling from the bed. Why, lord? Who is this woman? The messenger yelled, fearful of losing face before Lin Wanzhong. By the heavens! Are you tired of living? How dare you interrupt my affairs? Lin Wanzhong bellowed. Furious that anyone would dare disturb him at such a critical moment, why, lord? The assassins we sent have not reported back. They are likely captured. The messenger hastily explained. Oh? Lin Wanzhong's demeanor shifted slightly. These mercenaries were personally trained by him and seldom failed. However, he feared they might reveal his involvement under duress. This was not a significant issue, as his grandson had been assaulted, and he had long desired to confront the Wang family. If it came to open conflict, so be it. Could they truly contend with him? With this thought, Lin Wanzhong felt somewhat reassured. The insignificant Wang family was hardly a concern. You may leave, Lin Wanzhong commanded. Yes, Lin Wanzhong exhaled deeply, his bald head gleaming. The beauty beside him climbed onto the bed, whispering sweetly, Lin, shall we continue? Continue? To what end? Sleep. Lin Wanzhong grumbled, his mood darkening. The earlier interruption had left him in a state of discontent. Within the room, Zhou Qiming was diligently practicing the technique he had acquired from the marketplace, the Gale technique. This method primarily enhanced physical speed and was classified as a high-tier yellow-grade technique. Proving quite effective, the sound of whistling wind filled the corners of the room, causing the items within to tremble slightly. Following the technique's guidance, Zhou Qiming successfully converted his vital energy into gusts of wind, channeling it through the specific meridian to the Yongquan acupoint beneath his feet, controlling his movements. Suddenly, Zhou Qiming stumbled, as the wind beneath his feet made it challenging to maintain his balance. The relentless force disrupted his footing. 1, 2, go! Zhou Qiming steadied himself and abruptly intensified the wind's conversion, a sudden surge of energy erupting from his soles, propelling him high into the air like a kite cut loose. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to halt his ascent before he could embarrass himself with a fall. Difficult indeed. Zhou Qiming scratched his head, still shaken. That evening, the moonlight was hazy, casting a gentle glow across the courtyard. Zhou Qiming ceased his training and, weary, returned indoors. A meal awaited him on the table, evidently prepared by the servants ahead of time. And he promptly sat down to eat. Tap, tap. A light knocking sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal a rather delicate young woman with rosy cheeks, who smiled at Zhou Qiming. Her expression as radiant as blooming flowers. She carried a moderately sized wooden bucket. Miss, what brings you here? You have yet to fully recover, Zhou Qiming exclaimed, quickly accepting the bucket and noticing the delicate collarbone of the young lady. Sweki, that I made soup for you. Drink it while it's hot, Sweki said with a gentle smile, ladling a bowl of soup, her fair arms captivating to behold. Thank you, Zhou Qiming replied, drinking heartily, completely unconcerned with Sweki's curious gaze. Hey, there's a beauty right here. Mind your manners. Zhou Qiming took a deep breath, savoring the well-prepared soup, which was exceptionally flavorful. Sweki, flattered by the praise, felt her cheeks flush a deeper shade of red as she stole glances at him. Realizing that he was quite handsome, his strong brows, thin lips, and prominent nose, particularly his intense, masculine gaze, I heard you are not from Luoshan City. What brings you such a long way? Sweki inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Qiming pondered for a moment and casually fabricated a not entirely false tale. To enlist in the military. Enlist in the military? Sweki exclaimed. Why would you want to do that, with your talent? Aligning with a powerful faction would surely lead to glorious achievements. Why risk being lost in such a remote place? Zhou Qiming smiled, noncommittally shaking his head. You do not understand my world. Upon returning to her room, Sweki wore a dazed expression. Her maid, Warner, had been waiting and, seeing the young lady's bewildered demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Miss, have you captured that handsome fellow's heart? Go away, stop bothering me, Sweki mumbled, resting her chin on her hand, staring into space. Humph, what makes him so special? What aspect of you is unworthy of him? Warner defended. Sweki sighed softly, murmuring, he has grand aspirations, yet I am powerless to make a difference. Alas, I am fated to be unworthy of him. Warner rolled her eyes. Well, at least you have a clear understanding. A week later, the decisive battle in Luoshan City finally commenced. The competition was held in the city's largest arena, constructed of solid bluestone, bearing the scars of countless battles, a testament to the many skilled fighters who had once showcased their prowess upon this stage. The audience filled the stands, the clamor echoing throughout the venue. Zhou Qiming, surrounded by members of the Wang family, stepped into the arena, awestruck by the overwhelming atmosphere. Do not be nervous. Simply fight your best. I have observed your opponents, and your strength is quite formidable. Mr. Wang reassured him. Understood, Zhou Qiming nodded. Countless competitors navigated a pathway to register and draw lots. Zhou Qiming picked up a wooden token, which bore the number 09. The first match takes place in this arena. Zhou Qiming thought to himself. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed a menacing aura. Instinctively, he turned to see a tall youth with long hair, exuding a roguish demeanor, glaring at him with triangular eyes. Beside him stood Lin Jian, equally resentful, casting Zhou Qiming a smug, mocking expression, clearly relishing the thought of his impending doom. Zhou Qiming paid them no heed and continued towards the arena, only to feel a tight grip on his wrist as something was pressed into his palm. Peering over his shoulder, he spotted Sweki's petite head peeking out. Qianming, I got this from my father for you. You must do your best, she encouraged before darting away. Qianming examined the item, discovering it to be a thumb-sized pill. Beneficial for recovering vital energy, he was astonished that she had gifted him such a treasure. The rules did not explicitly prohibit the use of medicines during the competition, leaving some ambiguity. That brat drew number 09. How fortunate he is to escape this ordeal, the long-haired youth coldly remarked. Just a minor issue. Hee, brother Lin Bo. Leave this to me. I know quite a few people in this arena, most of whom would give me some face. Changing a brand should not be too difficult, right? Lin Jian, with a mischievous grin, flattered. Hey, you slippery dog, no wonder they call you young Master Jian. You truly are quite cunning. Lin Bo laughed boisterously. Lin Jian forced a smile in response. At their seats, Xueqi stood on her tiptoes, peering around. Father, do you think brother Qianming can win? It's uncertain, Mr. Wang replied calmly, though his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Didn't you say that his chances of victory were quite high? Xueqi exclaimed in surprise. That is indeed true. Zhou Qianming is exceptionally gifted at merely 15 years of age. He has already entered the easy body realm, surpassing even my own accomplishments at that age. However, there are several formidable opponents in this competition, such as Lin Bo from the Lin family, who has also entered the fray. Judging by his aura, he may have progressed to the easy meridian realm. Such a disparity compared to other participating families is not to be underestimated. Mr. Wang continued. Xueqi bit her lip, anxiously surveying the arena. Indeed, the Lost Mountain City lives up to its reputation. It seems the situation is dire. Observing the competitors entering the arena one after another, Lin Bo remarked nonchalantly, inciting the ire of those around him. Yet, upon realizing it was Lin Bo speaking, they could only swallow their indignation. The judge ascended the stage, officially announcing the commencement of the competition, which immediately stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Contestant number 04 faces contestant number 51 in Arena 4, contestant number 18 faces contestant number 37 in Arena 2, contestant number 09 faces contestant No. 66 in Arena 4. Finally, it was Zhou Qianming's turn. He strode toward Arena 4, his opponent possessing the strength of the 8th layer of body refinement, clearly no match for him. Zhou Qianming struck decisively, securing victory in one blow, which elicited an uproar from the audience. This must be the contestant sent by the Wang family. Their strength is impressive, but why is it a man? Wasn't it said to be a young lady? So what? They said he is a distant cousin. Besides, the relationships among the prominent families are intricate and convoluted. It's quite normal for someone like Old Wang to suddenly emerge. This is acceptable. Contestant No. 09 is from the Wang family, Lin Wanzhong observed, stroking his beard. Without reaching the easy meridian realm, he is merely an ordinary contender. Lin Bo could easily handle him. It would be like taking candy from a child. This level of skill is merely for show. There's no need for me to intervene. Lin Bo remarked disdainfully while gazing at Arena 4. Suddenly, a figure darted past, launching a punch directly at Lin Bo. With a sharp crack, Lin Bo didn't even glance. He simply seized the fist and, with a swift elbow thrust, sent his opponent flying out of the arena. In Arena 3, contestant number 34 wins. Lin Bo's strength is indeed superior to Zhou Qianming's. Mr. Wang sighed. Xueqi gasped. Could it be that there is truly no hope? It's hard to say, Mr. Wang responded gravely, and there are quite a number of contestants at the easy body realm level this time. More than I had anticipated, including the young master of the Jin family and the second disciple of the Luo family, both of whom have broken through to the easy body realm. A hint of gloom appeared in Xueqi's eyes. Come on, brother Zhou, Mr. Wang silently encouraged to eye in Arena 4, two figures entwined. Not bad, kid. Luo Gu. Am at the 5th layer of easy body realm. I've faced many opponents, but few as challenging as you. I quite like you. Luo Gu flexed his muscles, brimming with fighting spirit. Zhou Qianming smiled faintly. Perhaps, then let's see if you can withstand my next move. Luo Gu raised his right hand, dark energy gradually coalescing in his palm. Isn't this the Luo family's Black Fiend refinement? Achieving this technique at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. The Luo family must have invested considerable effort in nurturing the younger generation. Mr. Wang mused, his brow furrowing. A cunning expression crossed Luo Gu's face as black light radiated from his palm, swirling ominously in the air. This is our Luo family's ultimate technique, Black Fiend Refinement. If you fall to this, you won't be losing out. Luo Gu chuckled. Indeed, this aura is formidable, Zhou Qianming remarked, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes, though the power felt underwhelming. Luo Gu's eyelids twitched, his expression darkening. He had encountered numerous skilled opponents who fell to his Black Fiend Refinement. Yet he never expected to face such an audacious and ignorant challenger today. He felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Black Fiend Refinement. Refine the Black Fiend. Luo Gu's gaze sharpened, the black glow in his palm igniting. Unleashing a ferocious, dim shadow, he leaped forward, his right fist arcing toward Zhou Qianming like a black-tailed arrow, in the face of his opponent's fierce assault. Zhou Qianming remained unperturbed, his aura swirling around him, causing his robes to billow, yet his feet did not retreat an inch. Is he not planning to dodge? Luo Gu was taken aback. The power unleashed by his Black Fiend Refinement could shatter the hardest of stones. Let alone a human body enduring such a blow. This guy must be foolishly arrogant. As he witnessed the incoming attack, Zhou Qianming, calm and collected, unleashed a punch toward Luo Gu's fist, executing the dragon's motion from the Dragon Demon Fist technique, infused with surging vitality and an added layer of grandeur. Chapter 75. Underhanded Moves. Luo Gu's fierce punch was unexpectedly countered by a sudden palm strike, the powerful gust of wind dispersing the black smoke enveloping his fist, effectively neutralizing the force of the attack. How is this possible? Luo Gu exclaimed in astonishment as the might of his Black Fiend Refinement was shattered, causing its power to wane significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qianming struck again, and Luo Gu's body was sent crashing into the arena floor, leaving a long scrape before he collapsed. Zhou Qianming offered him no respite. In an instant, he darted to Luo Gu's side. Reaching for him, Luo Gu, filled with rage and disbelief, performed a swift maneuver, springing up from the ground, forcing his body into an extreme reaction, narrowly evading Zhou Qianming's grasp. Your evasion skills are impressive, Zhou Qianming praised earnestly. Luo Gu's face darkened ominously, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, glaring fiercely at Zhou Qianming. This guy's speed cannot be underestimated. He must be employing a technique to enhance his mobility, and it is certainly not low tier. Lin Bo nodded slightly, murmuring, "Damn it, isn't this the same broken technique I saw last time? What a stroke of luck for this brat." Lin Jian fumed at the mention, recalling the incident that had tarnished young Master Jin's reputation in the city. Indeed. Lin Bo, clearly intrigued by Zhou Qianming, paid little attention to Lin Jian's complaints, offering only vague responses, which nearly drove Lin Jian to the brink of fury. "Why don't you hurry up and reveal what else you've got? Let me broaden my horizons," Zhou Qianming chuckled, crossing his arms as a gentle breeze swirled around his feet. This was the Gale technique, a skill he had recently acquired. Although he had yet to fully master it, he was quite familiar with its application, enabling him to evade and move swiftly. Luo Gu panted heavily. The interruption of his Black Fiend Refinement had significantly impacted him. Moreover, Zhou Qianming was no ordinary opponent. Despite his youth, he possessed a wealth of combat experience, landing precise strikes aimed at vital points, clearly a seasoned fighter. "Damn it, kid, don't get too cocky. You'll have your moment of regret soon." Luo Gu chuckled sinisterly, stealthily reaching for his ankle and producing a gleaming dagger from his boot, concealing it within his sleeve. "Prepare to die," Luo Gu roared, lunging like a leopard, his left fist poised to strike Zhou Qianming, only to be blocked by the latter's palm. Just like that, just like that. Luo Gu sneered, his right hand suddenly thrusting forward, revealing a sharp dagger aimed at Zhou Qianming's throat. Zhou Qianming smiled. "An ambush? Is that all you've got?" As the dagger approached, a sudden force disrupted its trajectory. Zhou Qianming's leg swept across, driving his knee into Luo Gu's wrist. Luo Gu, caught off guard, felt a piercing pain radiate from his wrist to his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, his right hand was grotesquely twisted upward, contorted into a horrifying position, requiring considerable strength to achieve. Luo Gu's face paled, his gaze fixated on his painfully contorted right hand. His lips quivered, but the scream he wished to emit was trapped in his throat. The dagger fell to the ground, embedding itself into the earth. Simultaneously, Luo Gu's legs buckled under his weight, crashing to the ground. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Mr. Wang exclaimed with genuine admiration. Brother Lin Bo, take care of your business. Lin Bo's gaze was as icy as a glacier, his expression devoid of emotion. Understood. Lin Jian let out a sigh and departed. Lin Bo remarked coolly, in the next round, it shall be just you and me. I fear your journey may soon reach its conclusion. Young brother Zhou, if you find yourself unable to endure during the match, conceding would be wise. You have already contributed so much to our Wang family. We cannot allow you to return home bearing injuries. Zhou Qiming chuckled. Rest assured, I have quite the confidence in my abilities. Besides, with the competition approaching, how can one speak of retreat? The path is chosen. One must simply walk it. Indeed, I am wholeheartedly in support of Brother Qiming as the champion. Sweki's eyes sparkled, her long eyelashes fluttering, brimming with confidence. Lin Bo, the matter is settled. We await your good news. Lin Jian approached with a cheerful smile. Very well, watch how I deal with this arrogant young man. Lin Bo's eyes, shrouded in shadows cast by his brow and nose, gleamed ominously, his long hair swaying slightly behind him. Exuding an eerie chill, the match begins. A command rang out, and Zhou Qiming leaped onto the arena, only to find Lin Bo already poised on the stage. Zhou Qiming, Lin Bo said, his tone neither warm nor cold. To have achieved the 8th level of the body refining realm at such a young age truly astonishes me. Zhou Qiming remained unresponsive, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Lin Bo smiled. Extending his palm, fingers spread as if contemplating something deeply. I entered the body refining realm at the age of 10, reached the 3rd level that same year, attained the 6th level at 13, the 8th level at 16, and the vital meridian realm at 18. These are my sole sources of pride. Yet you, surpassing me, have broadened my horizons. Nevertheless, you are still not my match. Before Lin Bo finished speaking, he struck out, his palms suddenly condensing a fierce surge of energy directed at Zhou Qiming. Prepared, Zhou Qiming had long been brewing his own energy to counter. With a resounding crash, a shockwave erupted in the center of the arena, heat radiating from their clash, causing the air above to ripple. Zhou Qiming staggered back several steps to regain his footing, while Lin Bo stood like an immovable boulder. Not bad. Lin Bo waved his hand, dissipating the remaining smoke. Your strength is indeed commendable, but you still have a long way to go. A roaring wind howled as Lin Bo fixed his gaze firmly on Zhou Qiming, raising his fist to strike. Fist techniques? Zhou Qiming's heart stirred, and he immediately unleashed the Dragon Demon Fist. Their fists collided, neither party yielding, the battle continuing fiercely. Zhou Qiming had mastered this set of techniques, and after several exchanges, Lin Bo inwardly marveled at the incredible explosive power behind Zhou Qiming's strikes. In a flash, Zhou Qiming unleashed a punch imbued with tremendous force toward Lin Bo. Lin Bo raised his palm to block, but in the blink of an eye, Zhou Qiming's punch left several afterimages, the real blow closing in on his face. With a thud, Zhou Qiming's right fist landed squarely against Lin Bo's cheek, causing a brilliant spray of blood to erupt at the corner of Lin Bo's mouth. Chapter 76. The Clash of Earth-Level Techniques. Lin Bo's mind reeled with pain, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he spat a bloody tooth onto the ground. Zhou Qiming had unleashed the 4th level of the Shadow-Breaking Fist, creating several phantom punches. Fortunately, as Zhou Qiming had only recently mastered this level, its power was still insufficient to ensure Lin Bo's head would be sent flying. You impudent brat! Lin Bo recovered, fury igniting within him, his dark eyes blazing with murderous intent. The intense pressure of the vital meridian realm erupted, releasing a wave of energy far surpassing Zhou Qiming's. Zhou Qiming hurriedly defended himself, feeling a searing pain shoot through his arms as an overwhelming force propelled him to the ground. Dust clouds billowed as thick, scalding smoke enveloped the figures of both combatants. Lin Bo wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes narrowing into slits. Suddenly, the smoke erupted, revealing a fierce figure charging toward Lin Bo, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Not fast enough. Lin Bo's hair whipped wildly as his gaze sharpened like a blade, seemingly slicing through the swirling smoke. He struck out with a palm, shouting, shattering force. As they clashed, a terrifying surge of power threatened to tear Zhou Qiming's arm apart. Zhou Qiming was taken aback, quickly retreating from the attack's range. The destructive force caused Zhou Qiming's entire right arm to swell, his clothing shredding into tatters. Is this the strength of the 4th level of the body refining realm? Zhou Qiming thought, exhaling in frustration. With the power he had just unleashed, he had inflicted no harm on Lin Bo. Was this Lin Bo's strength truly so formidable? In the audience, Sweki's small hands clenched tight, her beautiful eyelashes quivering like a butterfly poised to take flight. This Lin Bo is several times stronger than that Luo Gu. I wonder if he can withstand such a heavy blow. Mr. Wang pondered. In the VIP section, Lin Chongfeng casually savored his fine wine, murmuring, "The gap is far too wide. Such disparities are insurmountable." Lin Bo waved his arm, the dust gradually settling, his long hair cascading down as he declared proudly, "Young man, this is where it ends. Perhaps you possess some talent, but in my eyes, you are nothing. There remains a fundamental chasm between us." "Heh, I have a flaw, an audacious one," Zhou Qiming replied slowly, rising to his feet despite his tattered clothing and the blood seeping from various wounds. He flexed his sore, swollen arm, stating, "And you have yet to unleash your full strength." Zhou Qiming's gaze burned intensely as he proclaimed, "I am quite disappointed." "Arrogant?" Lin Bo's eyes widened, a spark igniting within them. "You truly are the epitome of arrogance. Do you wish to hasten your demise? Then let me show you the true power of my Earth-level techniques." Earth-level. The spectators gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Earth-level techniques were a rarity, even in larger auction houses, let alone in such a small city. Most families merely cherished their yellow-level techniques, while the few families that possessed the precious Xin-level techniques treated them as treasured heirlooms. Only the Lin family of Luotianity would be so extravagant as to procure a set of Earth-level techniques at such cost for the cultivation of a new generation. Mr. Wang inhaled deeply, shaking his head in despair. Zhou Qiming was indeed a prodigy, but that was merely in comparison to the average individual. Faced with such a situation, it would be a true challenge. For his opponent had reached the vital meridian realm, 2 levels above him. While he might withstand it, the likelihood of victory against Earth-level techniques and overwhelming strength was virtually non-existent. "Humph, what of Earth-level techniques? Brother Qinming will surely find a way," Sweki pouted, though her expression was laced with worry. Lin Jin sneered, "Heh, those who dare oppose the Lin family shall meet a most unfortunate end. Who would have thought this fellow concealed such a formidable trump card?" Zhou Qinming's brow furrowed, acutely aware of the widening gap in their strengths. Now with the addition of this 4th-tier technique, his chances of victory seemed exceedingly slim. He unconsciously pulled out a pill, murmuring to himself, "Now, I entrust everything to you. Do not let me down." Lin Bo's arms hung naturally at his sides, an invisible energy pressure swirling around him, creating rippling currents in the air. With palms facing downward, he gradually summoned a sphere of energy infused with the power of thunder and lightning, shaking the ground beneath him, scattering the dust. Zhou Qinming's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the staggering energy contained within Lin Bo's aura. If he did not act swiftly, he would surely forfeit any chance at victory. Likewise, he allowed his hands to fall naturally, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Crackling sounds erupted with a sharp clarity as Lin Bo grinned malevolently. His hands enveloped in a terrifying force. Most astonishingly, sparks of lightning flickered at his palms. The palpable pressure made the onlookers pale. "Ha. This is our Lin family's Xin-level technique, Thunderclap Decision. I never anticipated its power would be so immense. I can scarcely imagine how wretched you will look after this, is it?" Zhou Qiming replied calmly. "Who will truly look wretched remains to be seen." Lin Bo cackled, "Even at your end, you remain so ignorant. Soon, I shall teach you how to write the word death. I simply wish to say, what of your Earth-level techniques?" Zhou Qiming raised his hand, showcasing his formidable power as shockwaves swept across the arena. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Bo's brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on Zhou Qiming. "Masters of the vital meridian realm have fallen before me. You are no exception," Zhou Qiming replied with a confident smile. "What trick is he up to?" Mr. Wang, ever knowledgeable, felt a twinge of unease. Had this young man lost his mind? No, he must possess some hidden skill. This young man was extraordinary, and his capabilities were equally remarkable. This move might very well turn the tide. "Humph. I told you Brother Qinming would definitely have a way," Sweki exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Zhou Qiming trembled slightly. As Lin Bo unleashed his Earth-level techniques, he too would employ Earth-level techniques. The Myriad Transformation Heart technique and the Dragon Demon Fist were both Xin level, But only the Heavenly Sacrifice Seal, a lower-tier Earth-level technique, held the potential to reverse the situation and secure victory. Zhou Qinming's arm convulsed, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks like rain. His veins bulged, revealing the strain of his current abilities as he struggled to withstand the pressure of the technique. Yet, the efficacy of the pill he consumed played a pivotal role. Without it, he would have been unable to amass such a vast amount of vital energy in a short span of time. The inaugural deployment of the Heavenly Ritual Seal occurred within the Tianlan Pavilion. During a fierce duel with Zikan, amidst a crisis that necessitated its use for defense, the resulting impact was extraordinarily formidable. One wonders what the outcome would be now that Zhou Qinming's power has surged once more. Prepare yourself! Zhou Qinming lunged forward like a razor-sharp sword, leaving destruction in his wake as debris shattered around him. Chapter 77. Thunderous Strike. Prepare yourself. Zhou Qinming's hands radiated a searing energy, whipping up gusts of wind as he struck toward Lin Bo. A flash of brilliance sparked in Lin Bo's eyes as the thunderous force in his palm intensified, crackling with arcs of electricity, and he unleashed a thunderous blow aimed at Zhou Qinming. As the two collided, their palms met in a terrifying clash of vital energy, erupting in an explosion that sent fragments of stone airborne, pulverizing them into dust. The heart of their confrontation. Dazzling radiance erupted, and countless waves of shock and arcs of electricity shot across the battlefield, causing fissures in the ground to splinter and collapse, rapidly spreading outward. Spectators felt as if a tempest had swept through the arena. With debris swirling like leaves caught in a storm, the sky darkened ominously, as if the entire world were shrouded in a veil of gloom. What overwhelming power! Sweki mused, her hair tousled by the fierce winds. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Mr. Wang remained silent, his robes fluttering dramatically in the gusts. The chaos was so profound that he could not discern the victor from the vanquished, after what felt like an eternity. Sunlight finally pierced through the haze, gradually improving visibility, yet the arena remained shrouded in dust, lingering heavily. As a gentle breeze swept through, the crowd finally beheld two figures, only to be utterly astonished. Incredible, Mr. Wang remarked slowly. Sweki's almond-shaped eyes widened, her delicate hand covering her cherry lips in shock. One figure stood erect like a javelin, his garments reduced to tatters, revealing a lean yet powerful physique. His arms were grotesquely swollen, with veins like chopsticks throbbing erratically. His palms were bloodied and mangled, charred black from the violent energy he had encountered. This was none other than Zhou Qinming. The other figure, Lin Bo, was sprawled on the ground. Devoid of his usual arrogance, his body riddled with deep cracks beneath him. His hands were severely deformed, and his face was pale, having succumbed to unconsciousness. This is impossible! Lin Chongfeng roared in fury, his hands crushing the armrest of his seat. You young rascal! I know not what ties you have with the Wang family, but you must understand. Those who harm the descendants of the Lin family shall never escape retribution. Mr. Wang chuckled coldly. What nonsense about harming descendants and escaping retribution? This is merely a competition. Injuries are inevitable. Besides, no lives were lost. There's no need to make a fuss. Lin Chongfeng found himself at a loss for words. It was not just his family that had sustained injuries, and with no allies to stand with him, he had no choice but to relent. Brother Qinming, are you gravely injured? Sweki rushed to Zhou Qinming's side as he descended from the arena. It's nothing. A moment's rest will suffice. Zhou Qinming gritted his teeth, fighting against the urge to faint. His limbs ached severely. Lin Bo's strength surpassed his by 2 realms, compounded with the use of the Earth-level technique, the Thunder Decision, which unleashed a formidable force. Fortunately, Lin Bo had only recently grasped its essence and had yet to master its full potential. Thus, the power he wielded was still somewhat limited. However, even this minimal invocation of thunderous energy was impressive. Zhou Qinming's abilities were already inferior to Lin Bo's, and the simultaneous use of the Heavenly Ritual Seal had drained his vital energy, posing a tremendous challenge to his endurance. Had he not consumed that energy-restoring pill beforehand, the outcome could have been vastly different. At this moment, Zhou Qinming was relying purely on his willpower to sustain himself. The shockwave from that previous strike had subjected him to tremendous pressure, causing chaos within his meridians and resulting in internal injuries. He staggered, his vision blurring, before collapsing to the ground. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Qiming found himself submerged in a wooden tub filled with a green liquid. Various medicinal herbs floating within, rare and valuable restorative ingredients. Startled, Zhou Qiming sat up, inhaling the fragrant air infused with medicinal aromas, instantly feeling his mind clear. Warm orange light streamed through the window, illuminating the dust particles that danced in the beams. Casting a subtle rainbow glow as he attempted to move, he discovered his injuries had vanished, replaced by an unexpected exhilaration. His strength had indeed grown, and he realized, to his surprise, that he had somehow broken through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. This revelation filled him with astonishment. Combat, after all, is the quickest path to cultivation. During the match, Zhou Qiming had tapped into every ounce of his potential, and after losing consciousness, he had been nourished daily by the Wang family's various restorative concoctions. Combined with his inherent resilience and the efficient absorption power of the Qi-Ling vein, his rapid recovery and enhancement in strength were entirely expected. In the tub, Zhou Qiming activated the Wanhuan Yanxin decision, and after a few breaths, the green liquid began to dissipate, becoming crystal clear, leaving only remnants of herbal residue at the bottom. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Zhou Qiming strolled contentedly through the courtyard. His body's capacity for endurance had significantly increased, all thanks to the experience of battle. Combat ignites the limitless potential within. Post-battle, both body and mind advance in tandem. "Brother Qiming, you're awake?" A melodious voice chimed, drawing Zhou Qiming's gaze to Sweki. Clad in a flowing white dress, she exuded grace, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate figure. Her unadorned face radiated a natural blush, vibrant and lovely. Zhou Qiming was momentarily taken aback as a dainty hand grasped his wrist. "You mustn't move about carelessly after your recovery." Sweki smiled sweetly, a faint fragrance wafting from her hair, stirring something within Zhou Qiming. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "Where is your father?" "Much has transpired in Luoshan City during your days of unconsciousness," Sweki replied. "Just 3 days ago, news spread that a vein of Lingyuan ore was discovered within the Wolf Demon Mountain range. It lies to the west of Luoshan City. Upon hearing this, all factions in the city rushed to the mountains. My father left not long ago, and it seems your awakening coincided with his departure. I apologize that he could not visit you. That's quite all right. I understand that a mine of such value is a rare treasure. With so many factions in the city, if they don't act quickly, there may be nothing left for them," Zhou Qiming responded, gradually moving his limbs. After lying in one position for several days, it had become quite uncomfortable. Sunlight streamed into the room, casting a warm glow on Zhou Qiming. And suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait, Lingyuan ore, I'm familiar with that." Chapter 78. Hard to kill. Zhou Qiming was no stranger to Lingyuan ore. He had refined it before and obtained a core from it. This ore was highly compatible and contained minimal violent elements, making it suitable for direct consumption and cultivation. Sweki nodded. "You are correct. Although Lingyuan ore may not be classified as a high-grade mineral, it holds great allure in this small city. Lingyuan ore can be used to create Lingyuan pills and Lingyuan essence. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even uncover Lingyuan crystals. These are products that form within Lingyuan ore, with exceptionally pure and luminous crystals containing energy that far surpasses ordinary minerals. Ling ore is categorized into various grades: common, superior, exquisite, spiritual, and supreme, each with distinct characteristics, shapes, and effects. Lingyuan ore is classified as a superior hard ore, while Lingyuan crystals can reach the status of exquisite hard ore. Surely the Lin family is also preparing to venture to the mountains? Zhou Qiming inquired. Of course. Those seasoned schemers wouldn't let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. Sweki replied with a hint of disdain. Zhou Qiming narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. "I do wish to pay a visit to the mountains," Sweki gasped, her brows furrowing in concern. "You truly cannot sit still, can you?" Zhou Qiming chuckled. "Indeed, I am rather intrigued by that Lingyuan ore, but what is more crucial is that the Lin family will also be heading deep into the mountains. This presents a perfect opportunity for vengeance." "What?" Sweki exclaimed. "You plan to attack the Lin family? Just by yourself? You mustn't do that. It's tantamount to seeking death. Of course, it's not that simple. From my observations during my time in Luoshan City, the Lin family wields considerable power, dominating the area, and they have been infiltrating other factions. The Wang family has likely coveted this lucrative prize for quite some time. You should know this better than I." The greatest obstacle for the Lin family is your Wang family. Mr. Wang and his associates remain in seclusion, and they dare not act recklessly. However, with the discovery of the Lingyuan or vein, the Lin family will certainly seize the opportunity to take action. Zhou Qiming calmly analyzed the situation, while a hint of terror flickered in Xue Qi's almond-shaped eyes. How could she not be aware of this? Yet, she had never contemplated it so deeply before. The grand scheme was akin to a chess game. The observer sees clearly that it appeared that the city of Luoshan was destined to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos once more. The mountains were enveloped in tranquility, save for the distant echoes of beastly howls that lingered on. However, Zhou Qiming sensed a subtle threat, as if someone were lurking in the shadows, observing him. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught Zhou Qiming's attention. On a relatively flat stretch of land, there were scattered points of white luminescence. A surge of excitement bubbled within him. He recognized that glow all too well. It was indeed a Lingyuan mine. Zhou Qiming excavated the earth, and as expected, he unearthed a piece of Lingyuan ore, its radiant fluorescence shimmering in his palm, strikingly alluring. What incredible luck! After searching for so long without finding a single mine. Here comes one right in front of me, much to my dismay. Zhou Qiming's heart jolted. That voice was unmistakably familiar. He refrained from turning around, for a steel sword rested perilously against his neck, capable of slicing open a gash with the slightest movement. Who was this person? That voice sounded so familiar, and the skill displayed was formidable. Unbeknownst to him, this figure had stealthily approached from behind. As Zhou Qiming pondered his next move, he cautiously glanced back, only to find an exceedingly unattractive face staring intently at him. Damn it, it's Gray Blade Xiao. A sinister laugh erupted as Gray Blade Xiao declared. So you recognize me, huh? That's right, I'm Gray Blade Xiao, the one you nearly killed. He cackled, tapping Zhou Qiming's cheek with the blade. Then, Gray Blade Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Don't you have any idea how much torment you've caused me? I fell into a bottomless abyss because of you. And your good friend? Damn it, he pierced me through. I was fortunate to have survived, otherwise, I'd have no face left to show in this world. It turned out that during Zhou Qiming's last mission, he had engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Gray Blade Xiao. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed and forced to retreat. Thankfully, he had feigned a fall from a cliff, which distracted Gray Blade Xiao long enough for Hui Tang to stab him, leaving him cold and lifeless, before Zhou Qiming kicked him over the edge. After plummeting, Gray Blade Xiao had clung desperately to a thick vine to save his life, slowly climbing down the cliff with his injuries. Fortunately, his physical condition was decent enough to withstand a stab, and due to Hui Tang's lack of combat experience, he had not struck a vital spot, allowing him to cling to life. Even so, he sustained severe injuries, taking months to recover, leaving him with lingering ailments, an unfortunate fate indeed. After a few days of recuperation, Gray Blade Xiao finally caught his breath. Though his strength had been significantly diminished, dropping from the 5th level of the Easy Vein realm to the 2nd. This was particularly distressing for the proud Gray Blade Qiu. No tricks, or your life is forfeit. He threatened with a sinister smile as he sheathed his knife. Though he spoke thus, he had never entertained the thought of allowing Zhou Qiming to survive the night. Though you dare to kill me? Zhou Qiming suddenly challenged. Gray Blade Xiao paused, taken aback by the audacity of his words. Killing you is but a matter of moments. Do you think I would hesitate? He scoffed that I wouldn't dare, but I fear you might need someone knowledgeable to explore resources. Zhou Qiming replied with a smile. Gray Blade Xiao narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that you understand the distribution of Ling mines? How else could I have discovered a vein so swiftly? Zhou Qiming countered. Gray Blade Xiao remained silent, his keen eyes fixated on Zhou Qiming, who maintained a mask of calm, betraying no signs of distress. This cunning lad possessed a skill worth utilizing, after all. He had no intention of leaving him any escape route. With that thought, Gray Blade Xiao conceded, very well, I shall spare your life for now. But if you fail to yield results within a day, do not blame the blade for being unmerciful. Zhou Qiming did not boast. He had some knowledge of resource exploration, having received detailed instruction from Yang Miao on the properties, habits, and growth conditions of various resources. He was confident he could uncover 2 more mines to ask for how to escape. He would have to seize the opportunity as it arose. Gray Blade Xiao retrieved a gray crystal, deftly embedding it into the trunk of a nearby large tree. What is this? Zhou Qiming inquired, turning to him. Gray Blade Xiao furrowed his brow, then replied, "This is dust stone. Placed here, it serves as a concealed signal." "What, do you find it interesting?" Zhou Qiming scoffed. "I didn't mean to imply that. I was merely curious." "Curious?" That thin, middle-aged man's face contorted with disdain. "You? The secret of this dust stone is not trivial. You wouldn't even begin to guess its significance." Zhou Qiming fell silent, yet his gaze discreetly scanned the gray ring on Gray Blade Xiao's left hand. Chapter 79. The Azure Flame Wolf. The two men traversed for quite some time, having delved deep into the mountains. The sun's remaining rays cast a faint orange glow, and twilight began to settle in. "Has the main vein not been detected yet?" the middle-aged man inquired, his brow furrowed with impatience. "Of course, to find the main vein, we must venture deeper," Zhou Qiming replied. The middle-aged man sighed softly, a glint of cold light lingering in his eyes. Zhou Qiming's spine tingled as he caught sight of the man drawing a sharp blade, its glimmer chillingly stark, silencing witnesses. Zhou Qiming's heart sank, though he was not a match for this man. He was determined to fight for his life. In that moment, he unleashed a surge of vast energy, prepared to confront death head-on. "Who is there? Step out." Zhou Qiming suppressed his murderous intent, realizing the middle-aged man was not targeting him but rather addressing a nearby thicket. The underbrush rustled, and a young figure emerged. Zhou Qiming widened his eyes in astonishment. It was none other than Lin Jian from the Lin family. Lin Jian appeared equally startled, but quickly regained his composure. Respectfully addressing the middle-aged man, "Boss Gray." "It's me, Lin Jian. We've been wandering this thicket all day without a single find." As Lin Jian spoke, his eyes darted toward Zhou Qiming. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Is this the extent of the Lin family's capabilities?" The middle-aged man, surnamed Gray, rebuked mercilessly. "An alliance?" Zhou Qiming's heart raced, realizing why the Lin family had been so brazen in Luoshan City. They had powerful backing. But he never anticipated it would be Gray Blade Xiao. "I know this kid. How did he end up in your hands?" Lin Jian's eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face. This was fortuitous. Zhou Qiming had undoubtedly fallen into Gray Blade Xiao's grasp and would serve as a pawn for his revenge, without any effort on Lin Jian's part. Zhou Qiming exhaled, realizing that misfortune seemed to befall him in quick succession. There would be no escape now. "Gray Blade Xiao, this kid has quite a grudge against my Lin family. Why not hand him over to me to deal with? We have a whole troop behind us ready for your guidance." Lin Jian proposed with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with malice as he eyed Zhou Qiming, eager to unleash his pent-up frustration. However, Gray Blade Xiao remained unmoved, his expression as cold as ever. "No, this kid possesses valuable knowledge. Without him, locating the Lingyuan mine would be nothing but a dream." Lin Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Is he more useful than our Lin family's exploration experts? Indeed, he far surpasses that bunch of loafers," Gray Blade Xiao asserted. Zhou Qiming sighed inwardly, relieved that his life was spared for the time being, but he knew that their murderous intent would not wane with time. Even the wisest can falter. Perhaps his recent streak of good fortune had drawn the ire of fate. It seemed the wheel of fortune had turned against him, leaving him in dire straits. Zhou Qiming smiled bitterly, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. The night sky unveiled the silhouette of a waning moon, shrouding the mountains in a cloak of desolation. The haunting howls of wolves echoed through the mountains, chilling to the bone. "Have you sensed the location of the main vein yet?" Gray Blade Xiao inquired. Zhou Qiming replied nonchalantly, "I have discerned its general vicinity, but the precise location lies deeper within the mountains." Gray Blade Xiao gazed at the darkening sky, stating, "The night is as dark as the soles of shoes. Time is of the essence. We must strive to locate the main vein before midnight. Young rascal, it's all up to you now." Lin Jian's heart soared. If they could find the main vein, the glory it would bring is unimaginable. Perhaps the old bald man would take notice of him and grant him a portion of family assets. That would be utterly exhilarating. Drawing upon his knowledge and surroundings, Zhou Qiming applied his practical skills. Within half an hour, the trio arrived at the foot of a towering peak. Its cliffs steep and trees gnarled, clearly a place rarely trodden. Yet, amidst the jagged rocks, a dazzling light burst forth, glimmering brilliantly. Casting a radiant silver-hued, "It's Lingyuan crystal!" Lin Jian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Is this truly Lingyuan crystal?" Gray Blade Xiao's pupils dilated, and despite his typically cautious nature, he could no longer suppress the excitement and greed bubbling within him.